Reverend Insanity Chapter 2099 to Chapter 2155. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Over 50 Gu Masters were gathered here. Greetings to First Supreme Elder. Greetings to First Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, greetings to Mountain Moving Supreme Elder. The Gu Masters greeted in unison, their expressions were solemn but they could not conceal their excitement. Wei Shen was among them. He had finally won in the cruel competition and obtained the opportunity to become an immortal, becoming one of them. Besides him, there was also Divine Dr. Xianxia and Wu Shentong, the latter had been revived by the Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. There was also Zhong Yi, that Gu Master from Western Desert, the lucky person who inherited the Fire Thunder True Inheritance. These 50 Gu Masters were all geniuses of their time, but they were all elites that Wu Clan had carefully selected. All of you, rise. Wu Yong sat on the main seat, and to his left was Old Monster Mountain Moving. On his right was Wu Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal, Wu Qiao. How to ascend to Immortal, I have already told you the important matters. For the next period of time, go into closed cultivation. When you feel you can ascend to Immortal, you can come out. Our Wu Clan Gu Immortals will do our best to help you resist the Immortal Ascension tribulation. You may leave. Wu Yong waved his hand. The 50 Gu Masters retreated. Wu Yong smiled at Mountain Moving Old Monster. I will leave the matter of these Gu Masters undergoing Immortal Ascension and tribulation to Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster was not a Wu Clan Gu Immortal, his name was Qin Jingxing and he was originally a lone immortal. When Feng Yuan was disguised as Wu Yihai, the matter of Mount Snail happened and he made an agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained most of Mount Snail's profits, but in name, Mount Snail still belonged to Wu Clan. Afterwards, Feng Yuan's identity was exposed and he was chased by Wu Yong. Mountain Moving Old Monster's situation became awkward. Wu Yong was a formidable character of the present age, how could he let go of this chance? He immediately took action and pressured Mountain Moving Old Monster, using both carrot and stick. He finally made Mountain Moving Old Monster an external Supreme Elder of Wu Clan. Facing Wu Yong's appointment, Mountain Moving Old Monster quickly agreed, First Supreme Elder is broad-minded, this subordinate admires you greatly. I will do my best to ensure that the calamity does not harm anyone. All right. Wu Yong laughed heartily. I, Wu Yong, will also guarantee that when I take control of the Wu Clan, I will definitely ensure fairness in rewards and punishments. This subordinate will take his leave. I will make preparations as soon as I return. Old Monster Mountain Moving left. He knew the deeper meaning behind Wu Yong's actions. He was a guest elder of the Wu Clan, and a guest elder of a clan would definitely be ostracized. But Wu Yong's actions were too amazing, he actually nurtured so many Gu Immortal seeds at once. What worried Mountain Moving Old Monster the most was that most of these 50 or so Gu Masters were from other tribes. Wu Yong appointed Mountain Moving Old Monster to handle this matter. On one hand, he was afraid that Wu Clan's Gu Immortals would secretly cause trouble. On the other hand, he wanted to appease Mountain Moving Old Monster, he wanted to use his actions to tell him, I, Wu Yong, am completely different from ordinary leaders. After Mountain Moving Monster left, Wu Yong turned his gaze back to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao had been maintaining his silence, feeling restless under Wu Yong's gaze. Wu Qiao was once one of Wu Clan's third Supreme Elders, he had a high status and authority. But after being infiltrated by Qiao Clan, Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, he was the one in charge of providing support. This was a betrayal of Wu Clan's benefits. Wu Qiao then went to guard Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, but could not defend him, causing him to fall into enemy hands. This became a huge stain on his reputation. After Wu Yong ascended to the position, he suppressed Wu Qiao to the extreme. Wu Qiao's situation worsened day by day, he had already been stripped of his position as the third Supreme Elder, he was in a terrible state. Wu Qiao. Wu Yong spoke, I have nurtured so many Gu Immortal seeds this time, what do you think? Wu Qiao's forehead was already covered in sweat under Wu Yong's gaze. He breathed in deeply and stood up, cupping his fists and bowing, replying with extreme sincerity, reporting to Lord Wu Yong, this subordinate thinks that this action will go on for generations to come. The benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. This subordinate fully supports this. Wu Yong smiled. He picked up his cup and took a sip. Then, he asked slowly, then tell me, how should I fully support this? Wu Qiao breathed in deeply, saying the words that he had prepared long ago. Wu Yong did not deny it, he only nodded and put down his cup. Go ahead. Wu Qiao was overjoyed, he quickly took his leave. When he left, he did not turn around and leave like mountain-moving old monster, he retreated to the door and bowed deeply to Wu Yong before leaving. His attitude could be said to be extremely respectful. In the discussion hall, only Wu Yong was left. He was expressionless, but he was sighing inwardly. This time, he used all of Wu Clan's resources to nurture over 50 Gu Masters for immortal ascension. It was an insane expenditure. Even with his current prestige, many of Wu Clan's Gu Immortals were dissatisfied. The main reason was that out of the 50 Gu Immortals that Wu Yong nurtured, only a small half were Wu Clan members, the rest were outsiders. Including Wu Bachong, many of Wu Clan's supreme elders thought that Wu Yong's actions were shaking Wu Clan's foundation. These short-sighted people. Wu Yong thought about these days, these people were advising him openly or secretly, he could not help but snort coldly. Wu Clan's biggest problem was that they had few Gu Immortals, they did not have enough manpower to defend their current territory, they were stretched thin. Not to mention expanding in the future. However, Wu Clan's Gu Immortal seeds were few in number. Even though the standard had dropped by a bit, and some Wu Clan Gu Master elites were revived, Wu Clan's Gu Immortal candidates only numbered 18. Gu Immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations, but for immortal ascension, the most crucial thing was the balance of 3 Qi. Outsiders could not help with this, the Gu Master could only rely on himself. 18 Wu Clan seeds, according to history, there might only be 1 or 2 who could succeed in immortal ascension. This could not happen. What was the use of adding 1 or 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals to Wu Clan? It could not satisfy Wu Yong's ambitions. Thus, Wu Yong ignored his subordinates' objections and insisted on recruiting external Gu Masters to be Wu Clan's Gu Immortal candidates. Moreover, Wu Clan treated them fairly and supported them fully. It is not that these people cannot see the situation clearly, it is just that when it involves their own benefits, they obstruct us. They are truly disappointing. They are too narrow-minded. Now that there are no regional walls, our Wu Clan's enemy is not just southern border, but the entire 5 regions. And in the entire 5 regions, the most terrifying enemy is Central Continent. Central Continent's sect system. Wu Yong sighed. With his foresight, he had already seen the superiority of the sect system. Thus, he nurtured external Gu Immortal candidates with all his might, and recruited them to be Wu Clan's external supreme elders. But even with his huge reputation, he was met with such opposition and resistance, one could imagine the situation of the other super forces. Wu Yong had great political skills. In order to deal with this situation, he immediately made arrangements and invited Mountain-Moving Old Monster to revive Wu Qiao. Mountain-Moving Old Monster was an external supreme elder. In consideration of his own future in Wu Clan, he would definitely do his best to protect these external Gu Immortal candidates. And Wu Qiao was a smart person. He could see Wu Clan's situation and Wu Yong's plan. In order for him to return to the Wu Clan's political stage, even if he didn't approve of Wu Yong's actions, he still had to seize this opportunity to become Wu Yong's lackey and stand on the stage in front of those supreme elders who strongly opposed it. This way, Wu Clan's internal strife was quickly resolved by Wu Yong. Among these people, there will be 5 or 6 who succeed in their immortal ascension. I hope that someone in Wu Clan can become a Qi Path Gu Immortal. This way, Hu Land can be used. In the future, if I am lucky enough to refine 8-faced Prestige Wind Immortal Gu, my strength will rise to another level. Together with Hu Land, among the super forces of the 5 regions, my Wu Clan will be among the top. Thinking of Hu Land, Wu Yong's mood turned for the better. He had high hopes for Hu Land. If not for him cultivating Wind Path and having a huge accumulation of Wind Path Dao marks, he might have turned to cultivating Qi Path for Hu Land. Wu Ji did not cultivate Qi Path, she insisted on Strength Path. This made Wu Yong quite disappointed. Hu Land's value was extremely high, just look at Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This secluded domain of heaven and earth, as long as a killer move was created, it would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Hu Land could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, but it would be extremely difficult for Wu Clan to obtain a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Even refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu would be a huge test for Wu Clan. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Be it Mini Blue Heaven Star Collection City, Mini Western Deserts Inkman City, or Kokitahara's 3 Sacred Mountain, all the Gu immortals were excited. A moment ago, Fang Yuan had released the newest contribution board, mission board, and exchange board. The contribution board and mission board had been created long ago, but this was the first time the exchange board was released. It was this exchange board that made all the Gu immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture excited. The exchange board not only had a large number of rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu, there were also countless immortal moves and immortal Gu recipes, as well as a vast amount of immortal materials. For the Gu immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they only needed to spend their accumulated contribution points to exchange for all the cultivation resources on the board. So many immortal materials, I have never seen such an abundant and huge amount of immortal materials. Land Spirit of Langia was knowledgeable. He was dumbfounded after seeing the exchange board. These immortal killer moves range from rank 6 to rank 9. They include normal killer moves, battlefield killer moves, current generation Gu formations, Gu houses, and even ancient battle formations. What is this totem killer move? I have never heard of it. Many Gu immortals exclaimed. The Gu immortals from the Variant Human Alliance were more concerned about the immortal Gu on the exchange board. These immortal Gu can be exchanged? I'm not dreaming, am I? Refining immortal Gu is so difficult, but here, we only need to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for an immortal Gu. The Gu immortals were extremely excited. They suddenly realized how fortunate it was to become Fang Yuan's subordinates. Following Master, our future will be so bright. This is great. It seems that Lord Fang Yuan wants to nurture us. I've never seen a force that could be so extravagant. Master's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Gu immortals' eyes shined with excitement, their faces were red, some were even crying. A portion of them who reacted quickly looked at the mission board. In the past, they had to complete missions by force, they did not have much enthusiasm. But now, it was completely different. Fang Yuan secretly observed his subordinates' reactions. The establishment of the exchange list was a result of his careful consideration. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's chaotic situation would be alleviated over time. But in reality, the situation was getting more and more intense. Sometimes, when abnormal situations occurred, even Fang Yuan's main body had to take action to deal with them. If the strength of the Gu immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was raised by 1 or 2 levels, then the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's chaotic situation would be better dealt with. Fang Yuan could not treat the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's problem at its root, he could only treat the symptoms. Of course, no matter how he nurtured them, these subordinates did not have the ability to participate in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan did not have such extravagant hopes. Nurturing these subordinates required a lot of resources. Fang Yuan had annexed many grotto heavens of the 2 heavens and plundered their countless years of foundation, he naturally did not lack these resources. In terms of cultivation resources, Fang Yuan had already surpassed most of the super forces in the world. Even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, even though their foundation was stronger than Fang Yuan's, they could not do as much as him. Fang Yuan had 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, he could refine rank 6 and rank 7 immortal Gu easily. This was why he could be so domineering as to place all kinds of immortal Gu on the exchange list for his subordinates to exchange for. If Fang Yuan wanted to use some of these immortal Gu in the future, he could directly give them a compulsory mission. Who would dare to defy Fang Yuan's orders? By then, Fang Yuan could give more contribution points. Who knew? The subordinates who had their immortal Gu taken might be very happy. The subordinates' reactions were very enthusiastic, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stimulated by the exchange list, the Gu immortals started to accept missions in a frenzy. They were like diligent bees, appearing at various places in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Regarding the first mission on the mission list, the Gu immortals were discussing, did Lord Fang Yuan make a mistake? However, after a few days, the mission's contents did not change. The Gu immortals were getting more and more envious, this mission's contribution points were very high. Shirzong studied the new exchange list for the longest time. Recently, Shirzong had always been vexed over a major matter. He was the Grand Elder of Northern Plains Rockman tribe, he had rank 7 cultivation level and was currently facing the 3rd Grand Tribulation. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations weren't much of a problem for Xianxia. However, the calamity was a huge problem. The previous two calamities had almost shattered Xianxia's confidence. The third calamity was imminent, and Xianxia was thinking of ways to delay the arrival of the calamity. But after flipping through the entire exchange list, he couldn't find any new hope. In the entire exchange list, there's no way to delay the calamity and tribulation. Xianxia frowned. Is it because Master doesn't have such a technique? Obviously not. Xianxia's gaze was firmly fixed on the first mission on the mission board. It seems like the Lord is encouraging us to accept this mission. Xianxia was tempted. The Rockman tribe he led originated from the northern icy plain of northern plains. Back then, he had no choice but to be dragged onto this pirate ship by Feng Yuan. But now, Xianxia found that this ship had already become a huge one, the future was bright, and the benefits were beyond imagination. Since ancient times, the first principle of a leader was almost always one: show kindness and authority. Feng Yuan didn't lack authority, so once the exchange list appeared, many people's hearts were changed. Xianxia absolutely didn't dare to betray Feng Yuan, and also saw the benefits of following Feng Yuan. He thought for a long time and decided to take the risk and accept this mission. He didn't do it sneakily, but openly. Thus, soon, the news of him accepting the first mission spread throughout the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world. Xianxia is an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. If he can pass the tribulation this time, he can advance to rank 8. Let's see what this mission is all about. Sigh, I also want to accept this mission. But to think Xianxia actually took the initiative. This is a great chance to express my loyalty to Master. Not long after Xianxia accepted the mission, he was summoned by Feng Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone ordered on the spot to manage Xianxia's immortal aperture and make preparations for the tribulation. Xianxia opened his immortal aperture. Feng Yuan's Time Path clone personally took charge and stuffed Earth Path immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Worry soil, green lake rotten soil, drill soil, extreme lake soil, heaven shrouding dust, great bright mud, impermanence rock, smoky warm jade, thousand-year jade essence, dark ink stone, marrow-sucking rock, hate water rock, round Kuan stone, hibiscus stalactite milk, stone heart liquid, 8 parts jade, and so on. A large number of Earth Path immortal materials made Xianxia dumbfounded. After reacting, Xianxia's heart jumped in fright. The cause of Gu immortal calamities and tribulations is the heavenly Tao's restriction. My Earth Path foundation has risen to such a shocking level, the grand tribulation will become even more terrifying. Ordinary Gu immortals wish for their calamities and tribulations to be as weak as possible, but Master is the complete opposite. He wants the grand tribulation to become a myriad tribulation. Several days later, the day of tribulation arrived. Feng Yuan's main body came to an ordinary sea surface in Eastern Sea. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let Xianxia out. After Xianxia met with Feng Yuan, he quickly placed his immortal aperture and placed his blessed land in this world. The blessed land's entrance opened and began to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth qi. Feng Yuan stood outside the door. He could not enter. He had too many Tao marks. He had once attacked Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, but he could not enter, not to mention this tiny rank 7 blessed land. The grand tribulation appeared on time. First, Heaven Path Tao marks descended, then these Heaven Path Tao marks turned into Tao marks of other paths according to Xianxia's blessed land's situation. These Tao marks were mainly of Earth Path. The converted Tao marks used and consumed heaven and earth qi to form the calamities and tribulations. During this process, if Feng Yuan used Big Family Qi Gu, he could absorb the calamity qi and weaken the power of the grand tribulation. But now, Feng Yuan hoped that the grand tribulation would be as strong as possible. The grand tribulation completely formed. Xianxia's expression changed. Yellow heaven dust cloud. Amazing, they saw that my immortal aperture is being developed too well. There are too many Earth Path resources, so they are targeting them. The yellow heaven dust cloud would emit stronger and stronger suction force, sucking all the Earth Path resources in the immortal aperture into the cloud. The more Earth Path resources were absorbed, the stronger the grand tribulation, the larger the range of the yellow heaven. dust cloud, the denser it was, the stronger the suction force would be. Among all the grand tribulations, the yellow heaven dust cloud was one of the most hated ones. Xianxia tried several killer moves, even though they were effective, against such a huge yellow heaven dust cloud, their effect was negligible. I can only rely on Master now. Xianxia's expression was pale. Right at this time, Xianxia saw dazzling and colorful totems flying out of Fang Yuan's body, entering the yellow heaven dust cloud through the Blessed Land's entrance. There were many types of totems, they were of all shapes and sizes. There were ferocious tigers and leopards, nimble deer and rabbits, lush trees, and rolling rocks. But no matter which one it was, they all had the aura of rank 8, Xianxia's mind and body shook, oh heavens! These 20 or so killer moves are all at rank 8 level. Master's strength is so terrifying. These were all totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had obtained the method to nurture thousands of basic totems from Zhang Budu, he had been cultivating this move in his free time. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was the sacred ground for cultivating totem killer moves. It would be very difficult to cultivate totems outside this place. Because there was no such environment, almost all recipes would lose their effect in the outside world. But Fang Yuan was different. He had deep food path attainment, he modified these recipes and meat soups to form all sorts of killer moves. Using these food path killer moves, Fang Yuan expended a vast amount of goo materials to form over 20 totems. These totems were all rank 8 level, after careful selection by Fang Yuan, they naturally had great power. What was even more amazing was that once these totem killer moves were formed, they were simply too easy to activate. Fang Yuan willed and instantly activated these 20 or so totems at the same time. That was to say, he activated over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. It was because he had the sovereign immortal body that he could cultivate so many totems of different paths without any restraints. Other Gu immortals would not be able to do this. Xianxia was tongue-tied. Because in an instant, the originally incomparably thick yellow dust clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth were completely torn apart by these totems. Too cruel, too terrifying. Xianxia's mind was in turmoil. But even though the Grand Tribulation was violently destroyed, it did not stop, it was still trying to gather. But the moment a trace of the yellow dust cloud was formed, it was torn to pieces by the totems at almost the same time. Providence did not give up, but the totems were even more ferocious. For some reason, Xianxia felt that the Grand Tribulation was somewhat pitiful. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Man Sensation. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven's Worker's Substitute. Immortal Killer Move, Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Fang Yuan stood outside the door and refined all the Heaven Path Dao marks that formed the Grand Tribulation. But the unrestrained Heavenly Mark was inside Xianxia's blessed land. It was not a problem. Fang Yuan took out another Immortal Gu House, a brand new Thieves' Den that he had modified. Thieves' Den activated the killer move, Theft Path. The principle of the Theft Path killer move was to use a Theft Path immortal material as a primer to expend the Theft Path Dao marks in the immortal material, before stealing the outside world's Dao marks. The stolen Dao marks had to be attached to this Theft Path immortal material. Thus, if the stolen Dao marks were too disorderly, the immortal material would have no value, like the immortal materials that were everywhere in Crazed Demon Cave. In other words, Thieves' Den had the ability to steal outside world Dao marks, but it did not have the method to use them. But Thieves' Den was already a peak creation, it could not be changed, there was no room for improvement or potential. These unrestrained heavenly marks were all stolen and formed into a Heaven Path immortal material. Fang Yuan took out this Heaven Path immortal material and activated the Food Path killer move, devouring heaven and earth. This move was the result of Fang Yuan's recent efforts. After expending this Heaven Path immortal material, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained 9 Heaven Path Dao marks. The Grand Tribulation that made Xianxia despair turned into Heaven Path Dao marks, but there were only 9. And this Grand Tribulation's power was far above average. After a Grand Tribulation's transformation, the number of Heaven Path Dao marks was less than 9. About 7. Fang Yuan estimated. This was incomparable to the gains from annexing the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. Every time he annexed 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens, Fang Yuan gained thousands of Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan continuously annexed Grotto Heavens, his sovereign immortal aperture had already reached its limit, it was developed to 80%. Right now, he had more than 200,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. Because of Fang Yuan's Refinement Path Venerable Plan, he annexed Refinement Path Grotto Heavens. He had the most Refinement Path Dao marks, over 6 million. Currently, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture cannot annex other Grotto Heavens. Thus, I can only use this method to increase the Heaven Path Dao marks. Although the increase is small each time, Gu Immortals undergo tribulations without end. Using this method, you can completely accumulate a little into a mickle, and a drop of water into an ocean. In the long run, helping Gu Immortals undergo tribulations was a brighter path. The two heavens Grotto Heavens had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years to have this foundation. But every time Fang Yuan annexed one, there would be one less. And Gu Immortals had an endless supply. Shizong succeeded in his tribulation, advancing from rank 7 to rank 8. When he returned to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he was immediately congratulated by many people as they inquired about the situation. Shizong was already prepared. On the day of the tribulation, he used an information path Gu worm to record the entire scene. These scenes spread and caused an intense shock and impact to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world. Master is so powerful. In an instant, he used over 20 rank 8 killer moves. Is he still human? This is a totem killer move? It seems very convenient. The Gu Immortals were attracted by the totem killer move at first, but when they saw Thieves' Den, they exclaimed in surprise. Eventually, the yellow dust cloud was completely eliminated by Fang Yuan. The Gu Immortals were deeply moved. Master's methods are unimaginable. He can really eliminate the calamity ahead of time. Throughout history, these calamities and tribulations have to be vented before they can be pacified. However, Lord Fang Yuan is so unfathomable that he was able to eliminate the calamity in advance. If that's the case, then this mission is a big win. Not only can you increase your cultivation, but you can also receive a considerable amount of contribution points. Don't rush. Didn't you hear what Shizong said? Even though he passed the tribulation and became a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he did not gain any new Dao marks. Ah? There was such a thing. No wonder this mission is to compensate us for our contribution points. Shizong didn't hide the result. He was still a little hesitant at first. However, after the tribulation, Fang Yuan personally ordered him to reveal the truth to the public. No increase in Dao marks. This news was like a bucket of cold water that was poured on the excited Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals gradually calmed down. He had to consider this outcome carefully. If there was no increase in Dao marks, the Gu Immortal would suffer a huge loss. After all, undergoing tribulation was the main source of Dao mark growth. There were no movements for the next few days. But after Shizong used this amount of contribution points to exchange for 2 rank 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and 3 Earth Path Killer moves, a second person started to take the tribulation mission. Next, more and more Gu Immortals started to follow suit. Soon, a trend was formed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world. These Gu Immortals were astute, they had calculated it clearly. Even though they lost a sum of Dao marks, the value of the contribution points far outweighed the loss. The Gu Immortals' battle strength and Immortal Aperture's environment would indeed weaken due to the loss of Dao marks, but Dao marks were only one of the factors. There were many factors that determined a Gu Immortal's battle strength. For example, Immortal Gu were the main factor, and Immortal Killer moves were far more important than thousands of Dao marks. The Immortal Aperture's environment was affected, but the Gu Immortal could exchange for all kinds of immortal materials and cultivate more resource points to make up for it. The reason why the Gu Immortals chose this path was that the exchange board had a specialized section that allowed the Gu Immortals to provide their own immortal materials and expend a certain amount of contribution points to get Fang Yuan's clone to use food path killer moves to increase their Dao marks. With all these reasons, the number of Gu Immortals undergoing tribulation increased continuously. Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks also continued to increase as a result. Southern border. Ku Xianxia was traveling in the clouds. He was communicating with his good friend. You don't know, the surrounding Gu Immortals are all accepting this tribulation mission. Some Gu Immortals are still far from the tribulation, but they have already chosen a section on the exchange board to get Master's Time Path clone to speed up the flow of time in their immortal aperture. They are using all sorts of methods to accept this mission. Ku Xianhong saw this and used information path Immortal Gu to reply, because the contribution points for this mission are very high, whoever obtains this amount of contribution points first will be able to take the lead and activate it first, entering a virtuous cycle. Look at that Zhong, he must be doing quite well recently. His strength has risen greatly, he can take on more difficult missions and do more missions, gaining more contribution points faster. It is a pity that I received a mandatory mission this time, I have to go to Wu Clan. Otherwise, I would have been the first person to accept this mission. His good friend quickly replied, be careful, you are going to Wu Clan's headquarters to ask for Hu Land. That is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Yong is also the leader of the Southern Alliance. Ku Xianhong was very confident, I have high hopes for this trip. Even if I fail, Wu Yong will not do anything to me. You have not experienced it yourself, you have not truly understood Master's might. Alright, I have arrived, I will contact you later. Ku Xianhong slowly descended. Wui Mountain was next to Fengjing. Wu Clan's headquarters was located here. Seeing Ku Xianhong, 2 Gu immortals flew up from Wui Mountain, leading them was Wu Clan's second supreme elder, Wu Bachong. Ku Xianhong had already informed them before coming. Wu Clan sent Wu Bachong to welcome him, it showed their sincerity. Envoy, please enter. Wu Bachong led Ku Xianhong to Wu Clan's headquarters. Envoy, you must be tired after such a long journey, why don't you rest first? Wu Bachong was very polite. But Ku Xianhong waved his hand, let's settle the official matters first. Alright. Please wait a moment, my clan's first supreme elder is handling some administrative matters. Wu Bachong replied. Ku Xianhong nodded, waiting patiently. He could understand. The grand leader of Wu Clan could not be met so easily. Regardless of whether he was really busy or not, he had to put on airs. 15 minutes later, Wu Bachong came to Ku Xianhong again, leading him to the guest hall. There, Ku Xianhong saw Wu Yong. Ku Xianhong did not speak nonsense, he went straight to the point, Lord Wu Yong, I have come with Master's sincerity to make another transaction with your clan. Wu Yong and Wu Bachong looked at each other, in the previous transaction, Wu Clan had benefited greatly, this made Wu Yong ask with a smile, what transaction is it? Ku Xianhong smiled, Master is willing to pay a price to buy your clan's Hu Land. Instantly, Wu Yong's pupils shrunk, killing intent surged in his heart. What? Wu Bachong could not sit still, he stood up, what Hu Land? When did my Wu Clan obtain this secluded domain of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan must have made a mistake. Ku Xianhong smiled slightly, he did not refute. Wu Yong's face was gloomy, he interrupted Wu Bachong's words, alright, Bachong. Wu Bachong immediately stopped defending, his face was full of unwillingness and anger, he clenched his fists, the muscles on his arms bulged, he stared at Ku Xianhong. If gazes could kill, Wu Bachong would have killed Ku Xianhong hundreds of times with his gaze. Ku Xianhong only looked at Wu Yong, he turned a deaf ear to Wu Bachong. He bowed, Lord Wu Yong, what is your response? Wu Yong's face suddenly bloomed into a smile, if Fang Yuan wants to make a transaction, of course it is possible. I believe he will be able to take out a bargaining chip that will satisfy our Wu Clan. Ku Xianhong looked at Wu Yong like this, his heart could not help but tremble. Wu Yong was truly too terrifying, in such a short time, he accepted this fact and made the most sensible response. Ku Xianhong breathed in deeply, saying his bargaining chip, Master knows Lord Wu Yong's desire for rank 8 Immortal Gu prestige 8 sides. Master is willing to personally refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu for Wu Clan. What? Wu Bachong's expression changed again, he shouted angrily, Hu Land is a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan is not even willing to take out a rank 8 Immortal Gu, you are taking out such a condition to exchange. You are too insincere. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, saying, this is indeed too much. Ku Xianhong smiled, Wu Clan is proficient in Wind Path, but their Qi Path attainment is only in Xianxia true inheritance. Even though Hu Land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it does not have much value to Wu Clan. Wu Bachong immediately retorted, you cannot say that, any path's attainment is developed. Since my Wu Clan is proficient in Wind Path, can't we be proficient in Qi Path in the future? With Hu Land, I would rather cultivate Chi Path and replace my vital Gu. This prospect is so vast, which super force would be willing to give it up? Ku Xianhong glanced at Wu Ba Chong. Second Supreme Elder is very insightful, your words are also very direct. That is indeed the case, with Hu Land, Chi Path's prospects are very vast. But. Saying so, Ku Xianhong purposely paused for a moment before saying with a heavy tone, the prerequisite is, we need Hu Land. You. Wu Ba Chong shouted, his killing intent surged, he was ready to attack. Ku Xianhong's meaning was that Wu clan could not protect Hu Land. Since they could not protect Hu Land, there was no need to talk about Chi Path's prospects, everything was empty. Ku Xianhong looked at Wu Yong, he bowed again and said respectfully, Lord Wu Yong, I will speak frankly. If your clan is not satisfied with this bargaining chip, we are willing to refine 3 rank 8 immortal Gu for your clan. Ku Xianhong smiled bitterly, he had a sincere expression, this is our bottom line, we cannot give in. I hope Lord Wu Yong can make a wise decision. I am only a messenger, I cannot make the decision. Wu Yong was silent for a moment, he suddenly smiled, you are an excellent messenger. I agree to this condition, Wu Ba Chong, bring Ku Xianhong to get Hu Land and the rank 7 Fan Wind Gu, let him bring them back. First Supreme Elder. Wu Ba Chong was unwilling. Go. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Sigh. Wu Ba Chong sighed deeply, he looked at Ku Xianhong and gritted his teeth in hatred. Follow me. Wu Ba Chong quickly walked past Ku Xianhong, walking out of the small hall. Wu Yong had been sitting in his seat, not moving at all. The small hall was brightly lit, but Wu Yong's face was very dark. Losing Hu Land was a heavy blow to him. How does Fang Yuan know of Hu Land's existence? Did he capture Kong Ri Tian? Wu Yong had many questions in his heart, but he did not want to investigate further. Because the situation had already developed to this stage, what was the point of discussing this? A long while later, Wu Ba Chong returned to report, Ku Xianhong has left. My lord, should we send an expert to disguise his identity and intercept him midway? Wu Yong shook his head, with Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not expect such a loophole? Don't do unnecessary things. Wu Ba Chong gritted his teeth, damn it. My Wu clan can't even protect a piece of land. Fang Yuan held Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu in his hands. As rank 8 white lychee immortal essence was injected, Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu let out a faint crystal-like light. This immortal Gu was like a flea made of crystal, it was the size of a fist and was curled up. Suddenly, Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu's crystal light exploded, turning into countless specks of crystal light, it was very dazzling. Success. Fang Yuan's heart shook, in that instant earlier, this rank 7 Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu was completely refined by him. The crystal flea that was curled into a ball had completely stretched out its body, lying on Fang Yuan's palm softly. I am probably the first person in history to completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. At this moment, Fang Yuan created history, however, in the blink of an eye, the joy in his heart calmed down. He had already created history many times. Recently, I have been helping my subordinate Gu Immortals undergo tribulation to ascend to Gu Immortal. Even though the Heaven Path Dao marks gained from each tribulation are small, they accumulate. With these Heaven Path Dao marks, I finally refined Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu and broke through my previous limit. My guess was right after all. The facts in front of him proved, as long as one had enough unrestrained heavenly marks, they could refine Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Throughout history, there were countless Gu cultivators, the elites were like stars in the sky, the 10 venerables were like 10 suns. But none of these people truly cultivated Heaven Path. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had unrestrained heavenly mark, according to Fang Yuan's knowledge, they did not have a deep understanding of Heaven Path. The former cultivated Rule Path, while the latter cultivated Earth Path. Maybe Limitless Demon Venerable had researched unrestrained heavenly mark and wanted to cultivate Heaven Path, but by then, he had already become a Rule Path Demon Venerable, there was no turning back. From this, the advantage of Sovereign Immortal Aperture Gu could be seen. Cultivating all paths, a brand new unknown path appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Heaven Path, unrestrained heavenly mark was the key to unlocking Heaven Path cultivation. The prospects of this path of cultivation were vast and its advantages were terrifying. Even mortals could understand a thing or two. The heavenly Tao encompasses everything and balances everything. All living beings, be it immortals or mortals, high or low, are all within the heavenly Tao. All sorts of immortal goo and secluded domains of heaven and earth were restricted by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao controls calamities and tribulations, it controls lifespan goo. Even though venerables dominated a great era, they are only a burning torch compared to the heavenly Tao. If I walk this path, Fang Yuan could not help but fall into a reverie. Ignoring everything else, just lifespan goo and fate goo were enough to make him feel a trace of excitement. All the venerables were troubled by lifespan goo, and the celestial court had never directly controlled fate goo. Star constellation immortal venerable had no choice but to merge with the Tao to interfere with providence and distort the effect of fate goo. Among all the sects, the heavenly Tao's starting threshold is definitely the highest. I must first grasp unrestrained heavenly mark. I have only just stepped on the path of heavenly Tao, I still need to travel a long distance before I can come into contact with profound profundities like lifespan goo and fate goo. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave is approaching, I won't be able to do anything before that. Even though he had officially stepped on the path of heavenly Tao cultivation and had a bright future ahead of him, Fang Yuan did not intend to fully invest in it. The situation did not allow him to do so. At most, I can invest in the crucial aspect of Heaven's Envy immortal goo once more. Cooking luck pot gave Fang Yuan huge convenience, he knew that Heaven's Envy immortal goo might be the key to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The path of heavenly Tao cultivation was very long, Fang Yuan had just started. But Heaven's Envy immortal goo could be developed more. Even if I completely refine Heaven's Envy immortal goo now, it is only rank 7. Even if I develop a killer move and can display my strength at rank 8 level. But when I fight against a goo venerable, rank 7 is still too low. I need to raise Heaven's Envy immortal goo to rank 8. Fang Yuan had 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, but it was a little troublesome this time. In terms of Heaven Path immortal materials, Fang Yuan had a batch. Investing in many other Heaven Path immortal goo might be a problem. But if he only used Heaven's Envy immortal goo, it was enough. However, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level was ordinary, he was not even at master level. Even though Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, it was still very difficult to develop the rank 8 immortal goo recipe of Heaven's Envy immortal goo. It was not that there was no possibility of success, but the amount of time and effort needed was too much. His initial estimation was that he would need at least 2 to 3 years to deduce. This was clearly not possible for Fang Yuan. It seems that I need to learn from Wu Yong and nurture some goo immortal seeds to help them undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan quickly found a way. When rank 5 goo masters undergo immortal ascension tribulation, the Heaven Path Tao mark gains were very little, Fang Yuan did not care about them at all. But when goo masters undergo tribulation, they would have a peerless opportunity to learn from the natural world. During this opportunity, the goo master could ask heaven and earth, and almost all questions could be answered. Since heaven and earth could produce Heaven's Envy immortal goo naturally, it definitely had Heaven's Envy immortal goo's recipe. Fang Yuan did not want much, as long as he had the correct Heaven's Envy immortal goo recipe, he could use his refinement path attainment to modify it to suit himself. Moreover, Fang Yuan could also think about the method of asking heaven and earth. For example, he could directly ask, with a certain Heaven Path immortal material as the foundation, what is the easiest and most suitable Heaven's Envy immortal goo recipe for refining? Thinking of this, a new mission appeared on the mission board, it was ranked first. Search for loyal goo immortal seeds suitable for undergoing tribulation. Almost at the next moment, all the goo immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture knew about this mission. Since the exchange list was opened, these goo immortals went crazy, many had not slept or rested for several months, they relied on goo worms to maintain their condition and complete missions to earn contribution points. Fang Yuan provided the most convenient environment, making the cultivation difficulty of these goo immortals fall to rock bottom. Almost every day, they could feel the improvement in their strength. Even if it was just a small increase every day, after several days, it was already terrifying enough. It was this pleasant feeling of their cultivation level and strength rising rapidly that made countless goo immortals unable to stop. What made Fang Yuan surprised was that one of the human goo immortals created an incomplete transformation path immortal goo recipe, hard liver goo. This human goo immortal cultivated transformation path, it was Rock Warrior, he came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Hard liver goo could make the goo immortal's liver harden in exchange for long-lasting and vigorous energy, allowing them to complete all sorts of difficult tasks without sleep or rest. But if it was used excessively, when the liver hardens to the extreme, it would explode and heavily injure the goo immortal, even killing them on the spot. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he immediately modified it, not only perfecting the original immortal goo recipe, he even expanded it into a complete set of rank 6 to 8 goo immortal goo. After refining it using 4-element square regret blood refinement pool, the rank 8 hard liver immortal goo became the core of the goo formation. This goo formation was named Liver Life Formation by Fang Yuan. It operated all year round and collected fees from the outside. If the subordinate goo immortals were interested, they could hand over a portion of their contribution points and enter. When they came out, they would always be full of energy and fighting spirit. Did you work hard today? How much longer can you work for? I feel like my liver is about to explode. Such words had already become a common greeting among goo immortals. Thus, when Fang Yuan's mission appeared, the goo immortals were like sharks that smelled blood, their eyes turned red. This is a good mission. It was personally given by Master. The rewards are very generous. I can't take it anymore, I have not slept for 3 months already. I want to rest. What rest? Get up and work hard. The great era is coming, we need to grasp this peerless cultivation opportunity. The goo immortals rushed out and started to gather goo immortal seeds in their respective clans. In just a short while, this mission had already been accepted. The goo immortals who did not accept it were very vexed. Some beat their chests and stamped their feet, sigh, this mission was so good. I missed it just like that. Every mission on the mission board had a limited quota to prevent goo immortals from competing for the missions with the highest rewards, which would result in an unreasonable allocation of manpower and waste. The collection of goo immortal seeds was handed over to Fang Yuan's subordinates. He estimated that there should be a lot of seeds, they were definitely above super forces like Wu Clan. Because these forces that Fang Yuan annexed, like Xianxia sect or the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, they had deep foundations and long histories. There were definitely many goo immortal seeds. While he had some free time, Fang Yuan personally helped Ni Clan. He secretly set up a year essence sub-pool in Ni Clan's territory, forming a time path region. Ni Clan's time would pass faster, they would produce immortal goo more frequently, it would make it easier for Fang Yuan to comprehend the profundity of human isolation-style goo refinement. There are countless variant humans in the sovereign immortal aperture, but there are not many pure humans. Beast Calamity Grotto Heavens people are the majority of humans, but I can foresee that many Yellow Heavens and Ni Clan will become a top human force in the future. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He had just finished setting up the time path region when Xianxia sent a message. The latter's mission to Wu Clan was successful, he had obtained Hu Land. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan arrived at southern border from Eastern Sea, appearing in front of Xianxia. After stuffing him into the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He concealed his traces and arrived at a nameless sea area. After playing around with Hu Land, he waited for Xianxia. For you. Fang Yuan threw Hu Land to Xianxia. The Qi clone quickly caught it and said excitedly, good, I have a premonition. With Hu Land, my combat system will be complete. Then I look forward to it. Fang Yuan's main body left. Immortal Killer Move, Landscape as before, Fang Yuan activated his killer move. Previously, Landscape as before Immortal Goo was only rank 6. But 2 months ago, Fang Yuan had successfully raised it to rank 8. Rank 8 was the limit of Landscape as before Immortal Goo. Most Immortal Goo's limit was rank 8. After reaching rank 8, they would reach the end, they could no longer raise their rank. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, they were fragments of the great Tao. These fragments had their own limits, large ones could reach rank 9 after accumulating, while small ones could only reach rank 6. There were many Immortal Goo, even though Immortal Goo were unique, there were all kinds of them. For example, when Fang Yuan used the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, he refined 2 immortal goo, red copper immortal ant goo and white face immortal ant goo. If they were slightly modified, they might become another type of immortal goo, like black gold immortal ant, black face immortal ant, and so on. Among all the immortal goo, only a small portion of immortal goo could advance to rank 9. Rank 8 landscape as before immortal goo was still a time path immortal goo. But the killer move that Fang Yuan used now was a compound killer move. Not just time path, it also contained the profundities of earth path, water path, rule path, soul path, and other paths. Under the influence of this compound killer move, Reverse Flow River emitted soft sounds as it expanded at an observable speed. After Fang Yuan's nurturing, the compound killer move showed its effect after dozens of times. Reverse Flow River, which only had a trace left, was now a long and narrow river. Fang Yuan had been trying to repair Reverse Flow River, and at this time, he finally had some results. He had wanted to use Orderly Pattern Killer Move. This killer move was rank 9, it came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. This move used City Well as the core, it could modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, making their Dao marks non-conflicting and easy to repair. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Minuscule Mountain had all benefited from this move. But Fang Yuan had not been able to grasp this killer move, because he lacked the crucial core Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo were unique, and the crucial core Immortal Goo were already in someone else's hands. Fang Yuan had thought of modifying this killer move, but it was very difficult. This was a rank 9 killer move, belonging to Rule Path. It had already reached the peak of being impossible to change, there was no room for improvement. At least, Fang Yuan couldn't tell. His Rule Path realm was Grandmaster, not Quasi-Supreme. There was still a gap from this rank 9 killer move. Right now, Reverse Flow River's recovery speed is very fast, but once it recovers to its later stage, landscape as before's compound killer move's effect will continue to decrease until it is almost negligible. The compound killer move landscape as before was only at rank 8 level, while the complete Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was at rank 9 level. Because there were too many Dao marks, it could even be used as a quasi-rank 9 immortal goo. Of course, this depended on the goo cultivator's ability. Being able to come up with related killer moves was just the basics. The key was to use the mystic realm of heaven and earth as the core, to see how outstanding the killer move would be, and whether it could make full use of the mystic realm of heaven and earth. For example, Fang Yuan's reverse current protection seal was only average in terms of utilizing the reverse current river. His Luopa seal's usage was low. Orderly Well was different, it used City Well to its maximum extent, reaching an advanced level. It did not completely use the killer move of the mystic realm of heaven and earth. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were not immortal goo after all. Immortal goo were living beings, as long as immortal essence was injected, they could display their full power. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were dead, they were not living beings, how much could they use? Immortal goo were Dao mark fragments, they were connected. And secluded domains of heaven and earth were the accumulation of a vast number of Dao marks, these Dao marks were piled up, they were twisted and turned, some places were clearly separated, some places were intertwined, it was impossible to use all of the Dao marks. Even venerables were the same. This could be seen from the killer move Orderly Well. I already have many secluded domains of heaven and earth. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, City Well, Hu Land, Incomplete Refinement Sea, Incomplete Human Sea, Incomplete Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Danghun Mountain was obtained by Fang Yuan first, for it, he had to enter northern plains to find a way to heal it. The killer move Luopa Seal, which used Luopa Valley as the core, had once helped Fang Yuan kill goo immortal experts. There was no need to talk about Reverse Flow River, when old ancestor Shui who refined fortune rivaling heaven goo, under the pursuit of longevity heaven and celestial court, Fang Yuan used Reverse Flow Protection Seal to shock the world. City Well was obtained from the turbulent Flow Sea area, Fang Yuan used it as a trap to kill many eastern sea goo immortals. Hu Land was the easiest to obtain, he had to forcefully buy it from Wu Yong. Of course, he was able to do this because of Fang Yuan's immense strength and reputation. Since his rebirth, he had always been walking on the edge of life and death, and he had experienced countless battles to accumulate these things. The incomplete refinement sea came from Langya Blessed Land, it showed long-hair ancestors' ambition. Unfortunately, even though Feng Yuan obtained it, he did not have enough energy, time, and resources to perfect it. Right now, the incomplete refinement sea was being consumed intensely in 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. And the incomplete human sea came from Eastern Xia clan. Wu Shuai led the variant human alliance and invaded Xia clan's territory, killing and expelling Xia clan. He obtained this incomplete human sea according to his previous life's memories. Finally, there was the incomplete Qianquan crystal wall. Simply put, it was a gray-white stone slab. On the surface of the gray-white stone slab, there were black ink lines, some straight and some curved, some thick and some thin. The ink lines were tangled together, some resembled words, while some resembled landscapes. Rumor said that when all the stone slabs were gathered together, Qianquan crystal wall could be reconstructed, allowing Gu cultivators to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at human history, they would find that generations of Gu masters, Gu immortals, and even immortal venerables and demon venerables had collected records of these stone slabs. Feng Yuan obtained a vast number of gray-white stone slabs from Great Wisdom Immortal Mother. According to Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, these stone slabs could form 50% of Qianquan crystal wall. Feng Yuan also obtained a batch of gray-white stone slabs from other sources, like Xianxia sect and the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. Of course, the quantity of these stone slabs could not compare to Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's batch. There were even fakes among them. The gray-white stone slabs in Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's hands were the Inkman race's true inheritance. Most of the stone slabs circulating in the market were fake. But the gray-white stone slabs in the Inkman race's true inheritance were all real. According to, the legendary primordial domain was inside Qianquan crystal wall. It is a pity that Limitless Demon Venerable took it away and placed it in Crazed Demon Cave. Even if I rebuild Qianquan crystal wall now, I will not be able to encounter primordial domain. Feng Yuan wanted to raise his battle strength by all means. He had to make good use of these secluded domains of heaven and earth. Reverse Flow River was being repaired, killer moves with Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley as the cores were also being developed. Hu Land was left to the Qi clone. Feng Yuan did not have enough energy to deal with it. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the one that attracted Feng Yuan's attention the most was the incomplete human sea. Back then, he chose to attack Eastern Xia clan mainly because of this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. Venerables all have human path killer moves. I need to have some foundation in human path as well. Even if I do not have an advantage, I need methods to defend against them. Feng Yuan had suffered losses in the Fate War. Many of the methods left behind by the Venerables were human path methods. Each move could affect the whole situation. They had terrifying power and amazing effects. Previously, Feng Yuan's subordinates slaughtered billions of humans in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven to create human sea. But this was not enough. The resources from before were all used up, and human sea was still far from completion. The variant human alliance has many human grotto heavens. There are many pure humans inside. But it is not convenient to make a move on them. Firstly, these human grotto heavens Gu immortals will be disloyal. Secondly, these humans will migrate to the sovereign immortal aperture in the future. They will be the foundation for me to develop human path. Thirdly, there are so many humans in the world. Why do I need to sacrifice my own people? Feng Yuan issued another mission: slaughter humans and collect resources. Compared to the previous tribulation mission, this mission was much more bloody and cruel. Master is a demonic path member after all. Many human Gu immortals sighed. But I like slaughtering humans in the outside world. These variant human Gu immortals liked this mission very much. Forget it, as long as our grotto heavens do not face tribulation, what does it have to do with us if others die? These human grotto heaven lords were glad. Soon, more than 10 Gu immortals left Eastern Xia clan and moved out. On the islands of Eastern Sea, there were many fishing villages. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking, smoke was rising from chimneys. Kill. A mini-man Gu immortal, Feng Yuan's subordinate, flew above these fishing villages and activated his immortal Gu mercilessly. Leaves rained down like a storm, killing countless people of all ages and genders. Blood flowed everywhere. Back then, us mini-mans were hunted by you humans. My mother was crushed to death by you human Gu immortals right in front of me. Now, I am only collecting some interest. The mini-man Gu immortal had a look of hatred. On some islands in Eastern Sea, there were large cities. Two variant human goo immortals attacked together, creating a tsunami that was tens of feet tall. At the crucial moment of life and death, an Eastern Sea lone immortal stepped forward and blocked the tsunami. "Stop, I am Gu Mingsu. This is my homeland. I wonder why you two goo immortals are here. Why are you implicating these innocent people?" This goo immortal shouted angrily. The two variant human goo immortals descended from the clouds and showed their true forms. "So it is Warm Sun Immortal Lord." "Immortal Lord, you are wrong. Back then, this place was the homeland of us hairy men. Unfortunately, it was occupied by you humans. We hairy men had the protection of a supreme elder. From then on, we lived in the two heavens." Gu Mingsu saw the two variant human goo immortals and immediately became furious. "So it is two variant humans. You really have guts. This is close to Eastern Sea's Tang clan. Just earlier, I have already sent a request for reinforcements. Get lost. If you escape now, you might still be able to make it." The two variant human goo immortals laughed loudly, speaking one after the other. "Immortal Lord, are you pretending to not know where we come from? Our master is Lord Guyue Fang Yuan. Not to mention Tang clan, even if the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path attacked together, our master would only treat them like chickens and dogs. Gu Mingsu, stop bluffing. We are going to kill your fellow tribesmen here, to let you have a taste of our pain." Gu Mingsu cried out in his heart, how could a demon like Fang Yuan appear? He actually recruited variant humans to deal with his own race. This is a traitor. He has no bottom line, he has no sense of honor or shame. Damn it. Damn it. Chi Si. Because of Chi Si ancestors' decision, Chi Si area had become the headquarters of the Righteous Chi Alliance. Right now, inside the Chi Si formation, a banquet was being held. Chi Si ancestor sat at the main seat, while the other Eastern Sea Righteous Path Forces representatives sat on his left and right. And on Chi Si ancestor's left was a food path goo immortal. He was an old man with a red nose. He raised his wine cup and toasted Chi Si ancestor. "Ancestor, this spring sea flower wine is for you." Chi Si ancestor nodded slightly. His main position was higher than the others. He looked at these people with a naturally condescending gaze. Chi Si ancestor took a sip and said plainly, "Zue Xianweng, the spring sea flower wine that you brewed personally is really good. It has a youthful poetic feel to it." This food path goo immortal was Zue Xianweng. After inheriting Wine Fairy and Green Ant Ascetic's true inheritances from Central Continent, he was secretly persuaded by Qin Ding Ling and became a pawn. According to Qin Ding Ling's arrangements, Zue Xianweng returned to Eastern Sea to rest for a while before joining the Righteous Chi Alliance. The entire Righteous Chi Alliance welcomed him. Because Zue Xianweng was one of the most outstanding lone cultivators in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Zue Xianweng had a wine sea. He held a banquet every year to invite heroes from all over. He had a wide range of connections. He had good relations with all of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Forces. For a representative like him to join the Righteous Chi Alliance, there was a huge political significance. Just this layer of meaning alone was very valuable. Because even though the Righteous Chi Alliance was created, most of its members were from Eastern Sea's Righteous Path super clans. Other than that, there were the two Heavens Grotto Heaven Goo Immortals under the Chi Si clone. Very few Eastern Sea lone immortals joined the Righteous Chi Alliance. It was even more so for Demonic Path Goo Immortals. Zue Xianweng joining would definitely set an example. He would guide a portion of Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world. It might even make other lone immortals or Demonic Path Goo Immortals join him. Other than this, there was another reason. It was related to Fang Yuan. The lingering poisonous ant plague killer move that Fang Yuan used earlier caused Eastern Sea's Righteous Path to be in a terrible situation. They had no choice but to hand over their treasured true inheritances and study it with all their strength. Only then did they find a way to contain it. During this process, the Righteous Chi Alliance had wanted to invite Zue Xianweng. However, at that time, Zue Xianweng had already gone to Central Continent to secretly fight for the true inheritance of Green Ant. Zue Xianweng specialized in food Dao. Food Dao was very rare even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The rarer a thing is, the greater its value. Zue Xianweng was worth recruiting. After Chi Si ancestor discussed with Eastern Sea's super forces, they decided to hold a welcoming banquet. It was not only to win Zue Xianweng's favor and approval, but also to spread the righteous Qi Alliance's attitude toward the loose immortals and demonic immortals. When Zui Xianweng saw Feng Yuan, he was extremely respectful and even flattering. Like now. Zui Xianweng's wine was clearly called Spring Sea Flower Wine. But Qixi Ancestor called it Spring Breeze Flower Wine. Be it because Qixi Ancestor did not hear it clearly or it was a slip of the tongue, Zui Xianweng did not think much about it. He bowed deeply and cupped his fists. Thank you, Ancestor, for the name. Amazing, amazing. Spring Breeze Flower Wine not only brings out the characteristics of this wine, it is also poetic. It makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze and flower petals are fluttering in the wind. This is just a fine wine, but it is worthy of Ancestor personally giving it a name. This is such a great honor. With the name bestowed by Ancestor, I believe this wine will become famous in the world and spread throughout the 5 regions. Ha ha ha. Qixi Ancestor laughed heartily, pointing at Zui Xianweng. This old man is an amazing person. The other clan's representatives agreed. All sorts of praises followed Zui Xianweng's example and flew towards Qixi Ancestor. These Gu immortals praised while criticizing silently. To think that Zui Xianweng had such a side to him. He is truly flattering. But it is not strange. He holds a banquet every year and invites all the forces to participate. This person has great social skills to begin with. Tang Clan's Gu immortal Tang Tang was about to raise his cup and drink when an information path mortal Gu flew over. His divine sense entered to take a look. What? The variant human alliance actually made a move. His body shook, he was greatly shocked. But after reading the report clearly, he was slightly relieved. Feng Yuan only sent a dozen or so Gu immortals to various parts of Eastern Sea to kill innocent mortals. What is he trying to do? Not long ago, he invaded Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and slaughtered over 100 million humans inside. Tang Tang thought about it and thought of the incomplete human sea. After Feng Yuan invaded Eastern Sea Xia clan's territory, the information about this man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth was widely spread. Thus, the entire righteous Qi Alliance knew about it. At this time, another information path Gu worm flew over. Gu Mingsu asked for reinforcements from my clan? Tang Tang's heart jumped. This warm sun immortal lord was a lone immortal who followed the rules. Tang clan had always wanted to recruit him, but he rejected them. Who could have thought that this time, while he was sitting at home, trouble would come out of nowhere? Gu Mingsu actually offended the variant human alliance. In the request for reinforcements, Gu Mingsu directly expressed, if Tang clan could help, he would definitely join Tang clan. My Tang clan does not want to offend a person like Feng Yuan. Isn't this pushing my Tang clan into the fire? Tang Tang snickered to himself. It was impossible to ask for reinforcements. Tang Tang immediately crushed this information path mortal Gu, pretending that he had never seen it. Feng Yuan's target this time was only mortals. He avoided the clansmen of the super clans. Thus, Tang clan did not suffer much losses. As for their reputation, Tang clan did not retaliate, they lost some face. But the other clans were in the same situation. Feng Yuan's target was not only Tang clan. Thus, even if everyone lost face, it was equivalent to no one losing face. As long as the situation does not worsen, this is only a small matter. Let Feng Yuan kill as many as he wants. Tang Tang continued to raise his cup and drink. After receiving this news, he started to size up the surrounding Gu immortals. As expected, these people all received the information one after another. Feng Yuan's subordinates are slaughtering mortals? They are not our clansmen. Why should we offend Feng Yuan? Eastern Sea has so many mortals, if we kill some, they will grow back in 10 years. Let's drink, let's continue drinking. Ha ha ha, good wine. The atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. As they toasted, these Gu immortals felt the effects of the wine, their faces were flushed red as they laughed heartily. The tribulation clouds continued to rumble. Large amounts of water splashed around the Time Path clone's immortal aperture, they were jumping around like living fish. This was a grand tribulation, jumping time fish tribulation. The outcome is set. The Time Path clone had been watching quietly from the side. With the main body taking action, there was nothing for the clone to do. Jumping time fish tribulation was not strong, it was a very ordinary grand tribulation. Providence did not make things difficult for Feng Yuan, this was very rare. But the Time Path clone was not surprised at all. Recently, the main body has not only helped Gu immortals undergo tribulations, he has also helped those Gu immortal seeds undergo tribulations. With him around, unless it is a dream path calamity or tribulation, it is not a problem. Providence has already understood this, so each calamity or tribulation is ordinary in power, it does not increase the main body's heaven path Dao marks as much as possible. While the Time Path clone was thinking, the tribulation clouds in the sky were already very thin. Feng Yuan did not continue, he took out ability Gu and made an attempt. But the result was that ability Gu was almost destroyed. Clearly stated that ability Gu would continue to grow stronger in calamities and tribulations. But Feng Yuan could not find a way to strengthen it. According to common sense, stated that calamities and tribulations were used as Gu materials to refine ability Gu. Feng Yuan made an attempt now, but found that calamities and tribulations were not qualified as Gu materials, they were hard to control. Thankfully, Feng Yuan had made preparations and protected ability Gu in time. After obtaining this result, Feng Yuan did not hold back, he easily destroyed the final lump of tribulation clouds. But this time, he did not annex the heaven path Dao marks. Instead, he added the time path Dao marks left behind by the calamities and tribulations into the time path clone's immortal aperture. The clone's foundation was left for the clone. Now, I have rank 8 cultivation level. The time path clone sighed, from now on, how about you call me Xianxia? Up to you. Feng Yuan's main body replied plainly. At this point, among Feng Yuan's 8 clones, Qi ancestor, Wu Shui, Time Path clone Xianxia, and Zhan Budu had already advanced to rank 8. But now, there was already a group of rank 8 Gu immortals under Feng Yuan, it was not strange. Southern border. Human Smoke Mountain. This was Chai clan's headquarters. Almost all of Chai clan's Gu immortals had gathered, under the lead of Chai clan's first supreme elder, they welcomed 3 variant human Gu immortals. These 3 were a snowman, a hairy man, and a rockman, they were Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, and Shizong. Everyone from Chai clan, the 3 of us have come here under Master's orders to discuss a transaction with Chai clan. As the leader of this trip, Bing Yuan spoke. Chai clan's immortals had solemn expressions. Not just because of Feng Yuan's fierce reputation, but also because of the auras of these 3 variant human Gu immortals. Be it Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, or Shizong, they all had rank 8 cultivation level. What does Feng Yuan want? Does my Chai clan have something that he wants? Chai clan's first supreme elder asked. Lord Chaigon is too humble. Bing Yuan smiled, my master is willing to purchase your clan's human path research results, including the killer move, this famous human path mountain, human smoke mountain, and the many mortals raised by Chai clan. What? Chai clan's immortals' expressions changed. Feng Yuan is going too far. He wants to dig up our Chai clan's foundation. Most importantly, if we cooperate with a demon like Feng Yuan, where will our righteous path Chai clan stand? Chai clan's immortals shouted. Chai clan's first supreme elder's expression was unsightly, he pondered for a while before asking, my Chai clan has indeed raised the most mortals, these people have been living very well on human smoke mountain. They live in peace and rarely face any threats. I wonder what use does Feng Yuan have for buying these people? Shizong sneered, to kill them all, of course. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had a zealous expression, these humans raised by your Chai clan have dense human chi, this is very good. My master's incomplete human chi is only 1 step away. With these people, the mission will be complete. Chai clan's immortals were shocked. Thousands of years ago. Southern border, human smoke mountain. The cave at the peak of the mountain quietly opened as an old and frail Gu immortal walked out. He had a defeated expression. In the past, he could not find lifespan Gu and could only use other methods to extend his lifespan. Now that his lifespan was up, even if he found lifespan Gu or used other methods, it would be useless. To think that I, the Grand Chai Fu, cultivated to rank 8 as a lone cultivator, but in the end, still lost to lifespan. How sad, how hateful. Chai Fu's heart was filled with anger, but also sorrow that was as deep as the sea. He walked down the mountain in a numb state, but the village at the foot of the mountain surprised him. Before I went into closed cultivation, there was no one here. Why is it so lively after so many years? The Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chai Fu, whose name is spread throughout southern borders Gu Immortal world, do not have long to live. You mortals, on the other hand, are living a lively life. Looking at the men and women working in the village, and the children playing around, Chai Fu's anger and hatred surged. He almost wanted to slaughter all the villagers. But at the next moment, he forcefully closed his eyes. His body trembled for a while before gradually calming down. Chai Fu suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, smiling bitterly. Although I, Chai Fu, am not a good person, I will not offend those who do not offend me. I have never slaughtered the innocent. Sigh, so be it if I die. What else can I do? Even the 10 venerables could not escape death, right? It is easy for Gu immortals to live long, but how difficult is eternal life? Chai Fu had already recalled his life when he was in closed cultivation. He had no regrets in his life. Right now, he was living a carefree life. Since he had nothing to do, Chai Fu disguised himself as an old Gu master passing by and went to the village. Is he an old doctor who travels the mountains? The villagers misunderstood Chai Fu's identity. Chai Fu naturally agreed, thus he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Although there were Gu masters in the village, the highest cultivation was only rank 3, they were not proficient in healing. Many villagers asked Chai Fu for help, and with Chai Fu's ability, he was able to heal their illnesses easily. Chai Fu thus gained even more respect, and at the same time, he also found out the origin of this village. So these people are my bloodline from over 100 years ago. This discovery made Chai Fu feel a lingering fear and rejoice. Fortunately, he didn't slaughter the innocent back then. Immediately after, Chai Fu started to think about the meaning of life. Perhaps fate has arranged for me to leave something behind. Chai Fu had long thought of leaving behind his inheritance, and now he had taken another step forward. While I was in closed cultivation, I gained inspiration and came up with a human path killer move. Looks like fate doesn't shoot randomly. It wants me to use this trick here. This killer move was virtuous person trapped. Chai Fu originally wanted to think of a method to extend his lifespan, but he didn't expect the final result to be like this. Talents in the urn was a human path immortal move. It could secretly gather most of the aptitudes of humans into a small group of people. Chai Fu used this as a foundation and the human smoke mountain as a geographical advantage to establish his own superpower, the Chai family. Since the establishment of the Chai family, they had been actively raising humans with other surnames. Next, he used the killer move Sage Entrapment to transfer a vast number of external clansmen's aptitudes to Chai clan's clansmen. Therefore, the Chai family's younger generation had always been full of geniuses. Meanwhile, those external humans had mediocre aptitudes and could not cause much trouble. Chai clan originally had such a huge advantage and could continue to rise to the throne of the #1 super force in southern border. But around Chai clan, there were Ba clan and Xia clan. The 3 clans were too close to each other and had always been in conflict. When any clan was strong, the other 2 clans would work together to deal with them. Furthermore, Chai clan was once backed by the 5 regions' regional walls. Their territory was small and they lacked resources. Even though they had a large number of geniuses, they did not have sufficient resources to cultivate. The disappearance of the 5 regions' regional walls had once made Chai clan extremely excited. Because they could march towards central continent. But not long after the regional walls disappeared, Qi tides swept the world again. After the Qi tides, inheritances appeared one after another. The super forces of the 5 regions, lone cultivators and demonic immortals were fighting for them. In fact, even if this storm calmed down, Chai clan was still in an awkward situation. Would they dare to attack Central Continent? Central Continent had 10 great ancient sects. In terms of strength, they were stronger than Southern Border. What was even more terrifying was that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same superior sect, Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fought among themselves, but if there were external enemies, they would unite and become one. And now, Chai clan was facing its biggest crisis in recent years. Gu Yue, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sent 3 rank 8 variant humans to Chai clan to discuss the transaction. The conditions they proposed were extremely excessive. Fang Yuan pointed to the killer move, Human Smoke Mountain, as well as the huge number of external mortals that Chai clan raised. This was to dig out Chai Clan's foundation, Chai Clan's most core foundation. No wonder Chai Clan's expressions were unsightly. Chai Clan's Gu immortal Chai Kuching even shouted in anger, Fang Yuan deserves to die. Impudent! You dare to insult my master. It seems your Chai Clan is facing a calamity of extermination. Shizong shouted. No need to report to master, let the three of us attack now and exterminate Chai Clan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch directly took out his two hammers, surging with killing intent. The expressions of Chai Clan's immortals changed drastically. They activated their defensive killer moves and flew into the air, ready to fight. A chaotic battle seemed to be about to erupt. Everyone stop. Bing Yuan's expression was grim, but she stopped them. Lady Bing Yuan, this. Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the last among the three to advance to rank 8 Gu Immortal. Of course, it was also because of Fang Yuan's help that she passed the tribulation safely. But Bing Yuan was Shui Er's great-grandmother, and Shui Er had an extremely terrifying identity that made countless Gu Immortals wary. She was Fang Yuan's fiancée. Thus, among the three, Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had never questioned Bing Yuan's position as the leader. They were very obedient. Keep your weapons first. Bing Yuan was the first to speak. Shizong snorted coldly, completely restraining his aura. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch stared at these Chai Clan Gu Immortals, reluctantly keeping his hammers. Seeing this, Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder let out a sigh of relief. Under his lead, Chai Clan's Gu Immortals also landed on the ground, showing their sincerity. Bing Yuan's expression was slightly grim. She said to Chai Clan's Immortals, "We are not here to become enemies with Chai Clan, we are really here to make a transaction. My master is benevolent, the so-called demon is just a misunderstanding of him by the outside world. It is just that normally speaking, those who misunderstand my master do not have good endings. But what can my master do? Are you going to stretch out your neck and wait to be killed when others come to kill you? There is no such logic in this world. I believe everyone in Chai Clan can understand. Moreover, we will not cause trouble for my master." Bing Yuan's words not only contained a hidden threat, they were also distorting the truth. Chai Gan did not want to refute her, he only cupped his fists. "Earlier, my clan spoke indiscriminately, I apologize to you first. But if my clan agrees to this condition, it is the same as giving away the foundation of our clan. Back then, when Fate Gu was still around, it was the foundation of Celestial Court. Will Lord Fang Yuan negotiate with Celestial Court and directly buy Fate Gu? Will Celestial Court sell it? Forcefully buying the foundation of a super force, there is no such logic in this world, is there?" Bing Yuan sneered, "How to establish oneself is your Chai Clan's matter. Don't bully us variant humans, and don't bully my master. My master is benevolent, but other than a fair transaction, do you want my master to consider how to establish himself?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch chuckled, "Isn't it easy to establish oneself? Your Chai Clan can directly join my master." Shizong immediately agreed sincerely, "That's right. If you become my master's subordinate, your future is bright. But if you continue like this, there is no future for you." The three variant human rank 8s had proud expressions on their faces. They had been deeply affected recently. Chai Clan was silent. They used this tactful method to express their rejection. The three variant human Gu Immortals did not try to persuade them or explain in detail. They wanted to have fewer and fewer competitors. Bing Yuan continued to persuade, "Everyone knows clearly that if Master wanted to forcefully demand it, he might have already made a move. Why would he send us to negotiate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? You can rest assured about Master's sincerity, take a look." Bing Yuan opened her palm, revealing a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Chai Clan's Immortals were dazed, feeling greatly surprised. They secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. Is Fang Yuan really willing to pay the price? I thought he was just forcefully demanding it. Be careful, this Gu is fake. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister, we cannot be easily deceived by him. After a quick discussion, Chai Gan shook his head, "This Gu is a good Gu, we have all seen Lord Fang Yuan's sincerity. It is just that I am ashamed, although I am Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder, my cultivation level is only rank 7, how can I be worthy of a rank 8 Immortal Gu?" Bing Yuan smiled, "Everyone, don't be in a hurry to refuse, take a look." Bing Yuan opened her other palm, revealing another gu. It was another rank 8 immortal gu. This time, many Chai clan gu immortals were moved. Bing Yuan observed their expressions and smiled confidently. That's right, you did not see wrongly. This immortal gu is suitable for your Chai clan, your immortal gu house lacks this gu. If you add it, it will become a rank 8 immortal gu house. Chai Gon's stern face also showed some fluctuations. With a rank 8 immortal gu house, Chai clan could fight against rank 8 gu immortals, they could even participate in pseudo-venerable level battles. Their authority would rise to a whole new level. This was a qualitative breakthrough. Ha ha ha. Golden Fur Immortal Wangda laughed. You guessed wrong, little girl. Shirzong continued, I am not afraid to tell you. Your Southern Alliance's alliance leader, Wu Yong, has already made many transactions with us. First, he bought the rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material from us, he even gave us the rank 7 Fan Wind Gu to raise it to rank 8. What? Chai clan's gu immortals were shaken. Bing Yuan smiled lightly, demonic path, righteous path, what is the difference? If my master turns to righteous path, who would dare to deny it? In fact, not just Wu clan. Western Desert's Fang clan has also made a secret alliance with us. Currently, Fang clan is developing Green Ghost Desert with all their strength, continuously providing master with a vast number of soul cores. Chai clan's gu immortals went into a commotion again. They had heard of Western Desert's Fang clan, they also knew about their recent movements. What shocked them even more was that Wu clan was actually secretly cooperating with Fang Yuan. How can this be? Chai Keqing suddenly shouted, even if you want to fabricate a lie, you need to make it believable. Lord Wu Yong is our Southern Alliance's alliance leader, how can he make peace with you? Everyone, don't listen to the nonsense of these variant human gu immortals, they think they can deceive us with just a few lies. But this time, Chai clan's gu immortals were silent. Chai Keqing had just ascended to an immortal not long ago, and because of her connections, even though she had talent, she had always been taken care of by her gu immortal seniors, she did not know much about the world. In fact, her understanding of the gu immortal world was not as deep as Xianxia's. Since the variant human gu immortals said this, Chai clan's immortals believed it was likely to be true. After all, as long as he investigated these things, he would be able to find some clues. Since the variant human gu immortals said it, they were not afraid of being investigated, they could even provide the most direct evidence. Chai Keqing did not believe that Wu Yong would do such a thing, but Chai clan's immortals were people who had been in this world for a long time. Not long ago, Chai clan had even secretly communicated with Lu Weiyin to leave a way out. Bing Yuan continued, my master is determined to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. I'm afraid you all have some understanding of the Lord's temperament. Even if everyone in the world opposes it, he will still do it. He will not give up just because someone stops him. You can also inquire about what happened in the East Sea not long ago. We variant human gu immortals have been moving all over Eastern Sea, slaughtering humans on the islands to gather resources and complete human sea. Have you seen any of the superpowers of the Eastern Sea's righteous path come out and openly resist? He. The Righteous Qi Alliance had a pseudo-venerable like Qi Si ancestor, but they ignored him. Let alone your Southern Alliance. The Chai clan's immortals' wills wavered as they transmitted their voices. Eastern Sea's gu immortal world has indeed experienced many tragedies. Indeed, even though these variant human gu immortals are despicable, their words are not without reason. Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance has pseudo-venerable Qi Si ancestor, but they are already in such a state. Furthermore, our Southern Alliance does not have such an expert. What's worse is that Wu Yong is secretly working with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's momentum is actually so strong. The enemy is strong while we are weak, it is better to preserve our strength for the future, that is the wisest move. Chai clan's immortals found out in grief and indignation that they were not Fang Yuan's match, they were not even the match of these 3 rank 8 variant humans. What made them feel even more despair was that even if they resisted, the Southern Alliance would not be able to provide them with any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, it might not be able to protect them. Chai clan's human Smoke Mountain had a vast number of humans. If they really fought, these humans were Chai clan's weakness, they would not be able to protect them. In history, Ba clan and Xia clan made things difficult for Chai clan because of this. As long as they threatened human Smoke Mountain, Chai clan would not dare to attack them. At this point in the negotiations, Chai clan was already leaning towards working with Feng Yuan. There was no other way. The enemy was too strong while they were too weak. Only one person, Chai Keqing, spoke. Everyone, listen to me, shut up. Chai Gan could not bear it anymore. He waved his hand and sealed Chai Keqing, making her unable to move. Chai Keqing had a shocked expression. She had never expected her clan's first supreme elder to do this. This method also caused the 3 variant human immortals' pupils to shrink. Chai Gan's move did not leak the slightest bit of aura during the whole process. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human goo immortals could not determine what path this killer move was. Chai clan was a super force of southern border after all, it had its foundation. Chai Gan's expression was cold as he stared at one of the Chai clan goo immortals. Chai Dui Shan, take good care of this junior of yours. Yes. Chai Dui Shan immediately walked to Chai Keqing's side and placed his hand on the latter's shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Keqing's body was strengthened again. Chai Keqing's heart shook, her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her eyes and looked at the ancestor who had once been so great in her heart. Soon, her eyes turned red. Seeing this, the 3 variant human goo immortals had the same thought at the same time. The situation was set. One day later, Human Smoke Mountain was suddenly attacked by a beast calamity that was rarely seen in 100 years. An earth path immemorial desolate beast drilled out of the ground, just when Chai clan's headquarters were empty. At this time, Chai clan's immortals were moving around, fighting for many blessed lands, inheritances, and so on. Only a few rank 6 goo immortals were left in the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, Chai clan's goo immortals, led by Chai Keqing, brazenly used a killer move without caring about Chai clan's losses. This move dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. Although the immemorial desolate beast was eradicated, Human Smoke Mountain suffered heavy damage, almost turning into a huge pit. Fortunately, a portion of the clansmen were saved. Although there is a difference between mortals and immortals, in the eyes of my Chai clan, there is no difference. Human lives are of utmost importance, the lives of mortals and goo immortals are equally precious. In order to save as many lives as possible, no matter how many sacrifices we make, it is worth it. This is my Chai clan's philosophy, our Chai clan's moral integrity as a righteous path member. Chai clan's first supreme elder Chai Gan gave his speech to southern borders goo immortal world afterwards. His words were filled with righteousness. The 3 variant human immortals secretly returned. Human Smoke Mountain was naturally done by them. According to the alliance agreement between the 3 variant human immortals and Chai clan sold Human Smoke Mountain and most of the common people on it, only keeping their own clansmen, as well as some scattered commoners who came to put on a show. Chai clan's goo immortals did not make a move personally. The 3 variant human immortals dug Human Smoke Mountain and slaughtered a vast number of mortals. Finally, the 3 immortals took away Chai clan's human path research results, leaving behind a fire path true inheritance and 3 rank 8 immortal goo. Ha ha ha, Master, the bottom line for this mission was 5 rank 8 immortal goo, to think that we only used 3 to complete this mission. Shirzong laughed loudly. Even if Chai clan is a super clan that has been in southern border for a long time, they have not seen the world. 3 rank 8 immortal goo knocked them unconscious. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch also expressed his disdain. Right now, there were more than 20 rank 8 immortal goo on the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's exchange list. These rank 8 immortal goo could be exchanged for with contribution points of all the paths. Feng Yuan had helped many goo immortals undergo tribulations earlier. The number of rank 8 goo immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had increased sharply. Precisely so, Feng Yuan took out some rank 8 immortal goo and put them on the exchange list. This move stimulated all the rank 8 goo immortals like red-eyed bulls. They were all excited and even went crazy. Many goo immortals were clear. This was the carrot that Feng Yuan dangled in front of the immortals. He wanted these goo immortals to run around like a mule. But this carrot was too thick and too big, the color was too bright, it was too tempting. Rank 8 immortal goo were so rare and hard to refine. Goo immortals could not resist such temptation. Congratulations Lady Bing Yuan, Master has saved 2 rank 8 immortal goo. When we return, we will definitely reward you with a generous amount of contribution points. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch said respectfully. Fang Yuan's mission reward was not fixed, it would change according to the situation and increase or decrease the reward accordingly. Bing Yuan smiled reservedly. Actually, I don't care about the contribution points. I saved 2 rank 8 immortal gu not because I want any contribution points, I purely want to help my own clansmen. You should know, my clan's Shui heir is Lord Fang Yuan's fiancé. This again. Bing Yuan is showing off her relationship with Master again. Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch vaguely glanced at each other, seeing the complex expression in each other's eyes. Honestly speaking, they'd heard Bing Yuan mention this layer of relationship every few days, and their ears had long since grown calluses from hearing it. But even so, every time they heard this, Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch could not help but feel envy and jealousy. Not wanting Bing Yuan to linger on this topic, Shizong changed the topic. Tell me, our clan is clearly so powerful, why did Master still use huge benefits to tempt us and transact with Chai clan? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch immediately said, in my opinion, Master has transacted with Wu clan, Chai clan, and Fang clan, I'm afraid he wants to return to the righteous path. Shizong sighed, if I had Master's status and strength, I would have slaughtered everyone long ago, who could stop me? He, just a mere Chai clan, I can destroy them with a flick of my finger. And he still wants to transact with these people? Bing Yuan snorted coldly, so, Shizong, you will never become an existence like Master. His lord's considerations have always been far-sighted. How can we easily guess it? If we recklessly guess it, it will be no different from ants trying to guess the sun and moon. That's right. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch quickly added, actually, even if we turn to the righteous path, our days are still very good. Look at those Chai clan Gu immortals, they are angry but do not dare to speak, it feels so good. I'm just a hairy man, but I've finally experienced what it feels like to be equal. Saying so, the 3 immortals looked at each other, smiles appearing on their faces. Bing Yuan concluded, regardless of whether Master walks the righteous path or the demonic path, we only need to understand one thing. That is, we must firmly follow Master's footsteps. If Master wants to negotiate and do business, then we will do business. Whoever Master wants to kill, whoever he wants to kill, we will go and kill that unlucky fellow. Of course. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch patted his chest with force. Shizong also nodded, sighing, throughout the history of humanity, other than Renzu, I only admire Master. During this period of time, the Gu immortals under Fang Yuan had gone through huge changes. On the surface, the change was that their cultivation base and strength had increased rapidly. And the internal psychological change was that their loyalty towards Fang Yuan continued to rise. The might of an expert, the strict alliance agreement, the terrifying battle achievements, these Gu immortals felt fear and did not dare to resist. On this basis, Fang Yuan only needed to give them some benefits to make these Gu immortals deeply grateful, and now, the treatment given by Fang Yuan was something that other forces could not give him. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a huge butterfly was fluttering in the sky. This butterfly was pure white, it emitted a beautiful cloud light. Its speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When it was fast, it was like teleportation. When it was slow, it was leisurely like a leaf fluttering in the wind. This was a totem killer move, Cloud Light Butterfly. The totem killer move that Jean Buddha dug out from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was extremely valuable. These totem killer moves were divided into basic totems, special totems, and super totems according to their grades. There were thousands of basic totems, among them were Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem, Golden Bell Totem, Rain Eagle Totem, and others. After the Gu cultivators in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven finished cultivating basic totems, they could continue to advance to a special totem that suited them. These totems were different for different Gu immortals. For example, Jean Budu fused Rain Eagle and Thunder Fish into Kuanpung Totem, it was his special totem, others could not learn it. Because this type of totem was closely related to Jean Budu's own Dao marks, the size and distribution. Above special totems, there were also super totems. These totems were very rare and few in number, they were almost like legends. In any case, Jean Budu had only heard of them, he had never seen them before. Many Gu cultivators in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also doubted the existence of such totems. But according to Fang Yuan's deductions, they should exist. According to the rumors, super totems can exist independently of the goo cultivator. They can cultivate on their own and have full spirituality. Isn't this Xianxia? Xianxia was a killer move by itself, but after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements, it turned into a legendary immemorial desolate beast. The great spectral soul died at Xianxia's hands. All the great Tao led to the same destination in the end. When a totem killer move reached its limit, it would be like Xianxia, it would turn from an inanimate object into a life form. From another perspective, goo refinement was the same. Goo cultivators would refine many inanimate goo materials into a goo worm with life. And goo worms and killer moves were the same in essence. Life, goo worms, killer moves, and so on, they were only manifestations of Tao. Unfortunately, currently, totem killer moves cannot be modified into compound killer moves. Fang Yuan felt regret. When the totem killer move was released, it would leave the sovereign immortal body and would not be protected by the unrestrained heavenly marks. Maybe in the future, when my heaven path attainment level increases, I will be able to use heaven path Tao marks to construct totem killer moves and form compound totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had already made some calculations. He needed to improve his heavenly Tao. In fact, his heavenly Tao realm was constantly improving. He continued to refine the heaven Tao marks, turning them into Mahaspara heaven marks. After coming into contact with and using heaven's envy immortal goo, these experiences gave him deep insights into the heaven Tao. It was just that his heavenly Tao realm was still a huge distance away from the Grandmaster realm. The heavenly Tao realm as a Grandmaster was the first point of qualitative change. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate totem killer moves. Up until now, he had been accumulating totem killer moves. These totems were carefully chosen by Fang Yuan from the basic totems. After they were perfected, they were all rank 8 killer moves. A piece of information was transmitted, disturbing Fang Yuan's current cultivation. Fang Yuan stopped cultivating and checked this information. This information came from Lu Weiyin. It was the latter's reply. The letter emphasized on the method of creating artificial earth veins. My idea of modifying the sovereign immortal aperture is feasible after all. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded with slight joy. Because during this period of time, Fang Yuan opened up the exchange list and invested a lot to nurture the goo immortals under him. The strength of Fang Yuan's subordinates rose greatly, they became very active and took the initiative to attack everywhere. The sovereign immortal aperture situation had already stabilized. Fang Yuan estimated that he could annex at least 3 more grotto heavens before reaching the brink of collapse again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this situation. Because before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, it was best for him to annex all the grotto heavens and raise his strength to the limit. In the future, when he goes to Crazed Demon Cave and faces the Venerables, he would be able to face strong enemies with ease. However, even if Fang Yuan sent all of the variant Human Alliance goo immortals into the sovereign immortal aperture, and even sent Qi Ancestor inside, he could not annex all of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not do it. Because if he did, the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology would be chaotic, it would be on the brink of collapse if he was not careful. Right now, when Fang Yuan was stable, it was already so troublesome. Once he fought with a Venerable and the Venerable found out about this weakness, they might use special methods to exploit this weakness of Fang Yuan's. In fact, Fang Yuan's silver luck pillar was very loose and not solid, it was already hinting that this weakness of Fang Yuan's could be exploited by Venerables. Manpower alone was not enough, Fang Yuan thought hard and finally thought of another method. That was to establish meridian, heaven had heaven veins, earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. The so-called meridian was very special, it was not only the accumulation of Tao marks, it also contained the nature of flow. Although heaven veins were formless, they contained abundant heaven path Tao marks. At the same time, these heaven path Tao marks were not constant, they were constantly flowing and changing. Thus, back then, when the Qi tide swept through the world, almost every time the Qi tide subsided, Qi harvest fruits would be produced. And in the 2 heavens, because these grotto heavens were almost all placed on heaven vein nodes, the production of Qi harvest fruits was even more obvious, it was a disaster. The same was true for earth veins. After the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, earth veins appeared and spread across the 5 regions. Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and the rest made use of this characteristic of the earth vein flow to escape successfully. Why were there so many strange things happening in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture? What was the truth and source of this? What was the crux of the problem? After Feng Yuan investigated deeply, the answer he got was very thought-provoking. The answer was, the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks did not conflict. Different Dao marks were supposed to conflict with each other. But this was not the case in the sovereign immortal aperture. Dao marks of all paths could easily fuse together. Excessive harmony was not a good thing. There was no absolute good or bad in the world, like the meteorite natural disaster that Ni clan faced. This meteorite natural disaster was of a high level. Feng Yuan had to personally take action to resolve it. And the source of this meteorite natural disaster was a fire rain in mini red heaven. Ever since Feng Yuan annexed Fire Plane and the other grotto heavens, his fire path Dao marks increased sharply, causing fire rain to occur frequently in mini red heaven. And among all the fire rain, there was one that kept growing and coincidentally pierced through a charcoal lake. The fire rain's Dao marks and charcoal lake's Dao marks easily fused together, forming a rank 6 killer move level meteorite fire rain. The meteorite fire rain entered mini orange heaven and fused with the Dao marks along the way. Its power rose to rank 7. It then penetrated mini yellow heaven and fused with the metal path Dao marks. Its power rose to rank 8. By the time it reached Ni clan's army, these meteorites had already expanded in scale. There were tens of thousands of them. The smallest one was an acre in size, some were as large as mountains. If the Dao marks conflicted, there would not be such a tribulation. It was likely that after the fire rain pierced through the charcoal lake, because of the earth path Dao marks in the lake, due to the conflict, the power of the fire rain fell sharply and stopped. And in the sovereign immortal aperture, because the Dao marks fused together, after the fire rain passed through the charcoal lake, it turned into a meteorite fire rain. After Feng Yuan understood this crucial point, he understood how to cure the sovereign immortal aperture. It was simple, that was to make the Dao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture conflict with each other. Once they did, the sovereign immortal aperture's biggest problem would be solved. It would be as stable as the 5 regions in the outside world. In Lu Weiyin's letter, he confirmed Feng Yuan's method of curing the root of the problem. He mentioned, back then, when Shadow Sect refined sovereign immortal fetus goo, Mushroom Man Paradise had secretly helped them. Spectral Soul might have noticed something, or he might not have. That was not important. Even though Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth opposed each other. On the matter of Fate Goo, they had reached a tacit agreement through Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Lu Weiyin analyzed, the reason sovereign immortal fetus goo was rank 9 was because of the non-conflicting Dao marks. But to go further and raise it to rank 10, the Dao marks would have to conflict with each other. This conflict was not a step back, it was to make the Dao marks in the sovereign immortal body follow their master's will, fusing freely at times, or stably conflicting with each other at times. Letting the Dao marks freely conflict with each other would solve the sovereign immortal body's greatest flaw, strong offense but weak defense. However, to achieve this, Feng Yuan clearly did not have the ability. In fact, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might not be able to do this. After all, this was not a rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo, it was a rank 10 goo. Rank 9 immortal goo were rare and powerful enough, rank 10 immortal goo were legends. Feng Yuan had lived for hundreds of years, but he had only heard rumors of 2 rank 10 immortal goo. One was Destiny goo, one of the main refinement materials of rank 10 Destiny goo was rank 9 Fate goo. The second was Eternal goo. This rumor originated from. Right now, Feng Yuan learned from Lu Weiyin's letter that there was a third immortal goo that had hope of advancing to rank 10, sovereign immortal fetus goo. Feng Yuan could not achieve conflicting Dao marks. What could he do? Easy. Since he could not make Dao marks conflict, Feng Yuan went to the extreme and made the Dao marks more harmonious. But this kind of cohesion and harmony was selective, it had to be within Feng Yuan's control. What good method was there? Feng Yuan did not need to think too much, the method of establishing the vein rapidly appeared in his mind like water flowing into a pond. There were many types of Dao veins. Heaven veins, earth veins, human veins, fire veins, water veins, and so on. There were undercurrents at the bottom of the Eastern Sea. They were natural transportation resources. Many Eastern Sea caravans used goo worms to drill into the bottom of the sea and use the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to carry out transactions. This was actually a manifestation of water veins. In Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, there was a complete method to create artificial earth veins. But Feng Yuan still wanted to consult Lu Weiyin's suggestion for the specific implementation method. Towards him in Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Feng Yuan was always on guard. For example, Feng Yuan did not let Lu Weiyin enter the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Or for example, Paradise Earth's Dream Realm and Mushroom Man Blessed Land, Feng Yuan did not touch them easily. Combined with Lu Weiyin's suggestion, I will modify my original idea and the general implementation method will be ready. I can let those Gu immortals make arrangements first. I can also let Meng Qiuzhen explore Paradise Earth's Dream Realm and raise his Earth Path attainment level. This will be very beneficial for constructing the Earth Vein. Central Continent. Deep in the Earth Trench. In a dark and eerie cave, two cold lights suddenly shone. This was by Ningbing's gaze. She had ended her secluded cultivation. Not only did she cultivate an ice and snow killer move, she even gained some understanding of ice and snow path invisibility. I can clearly feel that my understanding of ice and snow has deepened. I am not far from Grandmaster Realm. Bai Ningbing muttered. It is a pity that ever since I turned into a dragon man, the efficiency of my ice and snow path comprehension has clearly fallen. My current master level attainment is mostly due to my previous accumulation. Bai Ningbing previously had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. She had a great advantage in cultivating ice and snow path and soul path. Her attainment levels could rise rapidly. But after transforming into her body, this aspect was affected. Dragon men were skilled in enslavement path. If Bai Ningbing switched to cultivating enslavement path, she would have an advantage as well. But this advantage could not compare to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique's help in ice and snow path and soul path cultivation. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques was definitely stronger than the aptitude of variant human races. Bai Ningbing carefully left the cave. This cave was naturally formed. It was on one side of the mountain wall of the Earth Trench. Bai Ningbing quietly activated her killer move Aura Concealment Ice Pearl, and soon, a thin thread of ice appeared on her neck, coiling around her elegant neck. This move was created by Bai Ningbing. It did not originate from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. The killer moves that Bai Ningbing used after this would not leak any aura. Because these auras were already stored, turning into tiny ice beads arranged on the ice thread. The weakness of this move was that it would sacrifice some of the killer move's power, and if there were too many of these ice beads, they would fuse into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ningbing's neck, injuring or even killing her. To explore this Earth Trench, I need a method to conceal my aura. Bai Ningbing had a calm expression. She quietly used an investigative killer move to look around. After she came out of Earth Treasury, she had been cultivating in the depths of the Earth Trench. She was chased by wild beasts and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he had Bai Xiang. Even a fragment could make Bai Ningbing immortal, otherwise, Bai Ningbing would not have survived until now. There are 3 primordial desolate beasts and an ancient desolate beast horde in a radius of 50 kilometers. Bai Ningbing quickly understood the situation. She only had rank 7 cultivation level, and the environment here was very dangerous. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would find it hard to explore. The other side of the huge risk was the huge reward. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing couldn't use it herself, she could sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies and buy what she needed. Bai Ningbing was born to be adventurous. Most people would live such a life in fear, but she was immersed in it. She enjoyed the thrill of repeatedly going back and forth between life and death. Although it's dangerous to cultivate here, there's still a chance of survival. Returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be even more dangerous. Whether it's Feng Yuan, the Shadow Sect, or the Celestial Court, they're all after me. Bai Ningbing also had a clear understanding of the situation. Eh? Just as Bai Ningbing was about to walk out of the cave, her expression changed. She sensed that most of the wild beasts in one area were like cats that smelled blood. They started to frantically move towards one direction. Although a portion of the wild beasts and beast groups were unmoved, they could not resist the will of most of the wild beasts. They were also swept away. Thereupon, a large-scale beast tide rapidly formed in front of Bai Ningbing's eyes. What's going on? These wild beasts seemed to be attracted by some mysterious object. They gave up on fighting and killing. They wanted to rush away in a frenzy. What is it? Bai Ningbing's curiosity was aroused. She did not hesitate. She immediately activated a movement killer move and entered the beast tide. The beast tide gradually gathered. Densely packed ancient desolate beasts with conspicuous immemorial desolate beasts were surrounding a corner from time to time. This corner was also on the cliff of earth trench. It slowly protruded like a grave mound. At this moment, it was emitting a yellowish-brown and bright red radiance. The radiance flowed like water. It was dazzling. And at the top of the grave mound, there was a tombstone. There seemed to be words on the tombstone, but they were covered by the radiance. Even when using killer moves to investigate, it could not be detected. Bai Ningbing had already turned into Bai Xiang. She was squeezed together with the beast group. What is this place? It has such dense earth path and fire path auras. What is hidden inside? Is it an immortal material? Or an immortal goo? But why is there a tombstone? There are words on the tombstone. Is that what you think? Who is buried here? Bai Ningbing looked at the wild beasts around her. She had a clear understanding. Most of these beasts are earth path and fire path beasts. No wonder they were attracted here. The beasts of other paths are only a small portion. They were all swept here. Boom! Right at this time, the two colored radiance covering the grave mound suddenly soared into the sky, turning into a huge yellow and red light pillar. The wild beasts roared together. They were extremely excited. Some wild beasts started to charge towards the light pillar, seemingly wanting to take the lead, but they were soon trampled by the wild beasts behind them. The beast group fell into chaos and madness. They started to kill each other, trying to charge into the light pillar. But even if some wild beast charged at the front and collided with the light pillar, they could not get what they wanted. Because the light pillar did not budge, it was heavily guarded. The beast group collided with the light pillar. It was like moving a mountain. They could not advance an inch. Bai Ningbing was a goo immortal after all. Her intelligence far surpassed wild beasts. She had been hiding at the periphery. Although she was implicated, she mainly observed the situation. As time passed, the beast group suffered heavy casualties. Corpses littered the ground, while the red and yellow light pillar shrunk. It seemed to have gone into the mound of graves. The fierce beasts became even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Their roars, cries of pain, and gnawing sounds filled Bai Ningbing's ears. In the boundless world, nature is truly mysterious. There are endless mysteries to explore. I want to see what is going on. Bai Ningbing started to move deeper into the mound from the periphery. When there were no more than 100 wild beasts left, and the remaining ones were covered in injuries, the yellow and red light was completely absorbed by the mound. The tombstone on the mound also shrunk into the mound. The mound seemed to have reached a crucial point. It suddenly cracked open. Crack, crack. Thin cracks spread out rapidly, covering the entire mound. Next, with a loud sound, the mound exploded from within. The aura of a goo immortal burst out. A naked male immortal opened his eyes. He looked around with a dazed expression. Who am I? But at the next moment, he started to wake up. He recalled many things. I remember now. I am Feng Huan. The male immortal's pupils shrunk. He showed a shocked expression. Roar! The beast group roared. They seemed to be extremely angry as they attacked the naked male immortal. The male immortal opened his eyes wide. His body flew into the air as he shouted, I am alive again. I am Feng Huan. I am Lava Demon Lord. Rumble. With a loud sound, the male immortal's body suddenly emitted a red light wave. The light wave surged violently like the tide, rolling out in all directions. Everywhere it went, the red light wave incinerated everything. Most of the beast group was burned to death. The remaining beasts were already injured to begin with. They were now even more injured. Some were lying on the ground, half dead, while a small portion of them were completely enraged. They continued to attack the male immortal. The male immortal Feng Huan's expression turned grim. He sent out the red light wave again and again. The red light swept through the entire battlefield, causing a large number of casualties, but there were still several immemorial desolate beasts that reached Feng Huan. Feng Huan could no longer maintain his composure and yelled at Bai Ningbing, fellow immortal, please lend me a hand quickly. I will reward you greatly after this is over. Okay. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She agreed and attacked at lightning speed. soon, she easily killed these immemorial desolate beasts. They were already heavily injured to begin with. Thank you. Thankfully, with your help, I could, ugh. Feng Huan was suddenly cut in half at the waist. Bai Ningbing grabbed his head and his upper body. She smiled coldly. I thought about it, soul searching is more direct and convenient. Feng Huan stared with wide eyes. He stared at Bai Ningbing. This female immortal had faint blue vertical dragon pupils, a pair of red coral dragon horns on her forehead. Her silver hair was translucent, like tassels, reaching her waist. Her skin was white as snow, her peerless face was filled with insanity and coldness. Such a beauty. Feng Huan died with grievance. Bai Ningbing searched Feng Huan's soul, but did not obtain any valuable information. As the person involved, even though Feng Huan had revived from the mound, he was still muddle-headed, he did not know the inside story. Bai Ningbing landed on the shattered mound. She started to investigate the scene. She still found nothing. This place originally had large-scale earth path and fire path Dao marks, but now they have all disappeared. It is no different from normal ground. But Bai Ningbing looked at Feng Huan's body. No, more accurately speaking, these Dao marks have all condensed into the immortal body. Miraculous, truly miraculous. Bai Ningbing praised. Through soul searching, she found out that this Feng Huan was a predecessor. He cultivated earth path, and because he inherited the heart fire true inheritance, he also cultivated fire path. He managed the fire monster business, and was once one of the giants in jewel yellow skies in this aspect. He had died long ago, but for some reason, he revived here. This mound that looks like a grave seems to have the same effect as the immortal graveyard in Celestial Court. It can allow Gu immortals to revive? Bai Ningbing was excited about this discovery. This time, her gains were huge. Not only did she find the mysterious mound, she even captured Feng Huan's soul, obtaining his inheritance and all sorts of cultivation experiences. The most significant gains were the beast corpses that covered the entire battlefield. There were many rank 8 immortal materials here. There were even more rank 7 immortal materials. Sovereign immortal aperture, mini southern border. Rumble, with a loud bang, a famous mountain fell heavily onto the ground like a huge seal. The famous mountain was red in color. It was Fengjing. There was no trace of soil on the mountain. It was made up of all kinds of copper. It was Copper Seal Mountain. Originally, Copper Seal Mountain had suffered the tribulation of 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. It was struck by lightning until it was half shorter. It was pitch black and was emitting smoke and lightning. Moreover, the entire mountain had completely melted, emitting an intense burnt smell. Alright, we finally moved this Copper Seal Mountain over. The Gu immortals let out a breath of air, feeling very tired. One of the Rockman Gu immortals did not rest. He immediately started to prepare. After a long while, he successfully activated an Earth Path killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to tremble slightly. At the bottom of the mountain, a faint earthy yellow radiance was emitted. Threads of light quickly condensed together, forming a translucent Earth Path mountain root that was tinged with gold. The mountain root pierced into the ground and spread rapidly. The Rockman Gu immortal maintained the killer move with a troubled expression. The immortal essence in his body fell rapidly. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. He stopped using the killer move. The mountain root also stopped spreading rapidly. It took root deep in the ground and started to grow slowly. For a long time to come, this mountain root would communicate with the surrounding Dao marks, maintaining, and even boosting the Copper Seal Mountain. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually plucked, the roots would be destroyed. Thus, moving famous trees and mountains required specialized wood path and earth path methods. Otherwise, forcefully plucking would have more disadvantages than advantages. The Rockman Gu immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to rest. He was extremely tired. His immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Of course, after the mission was completed, he would obtain more contribution points. As for the other Gu immortals, they had finished resting and started to do the final inspection. After a while, the immortals gathered together again. Alright, this Copper Seal Mountain is in good condition. The mountain root is also in good condition. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely take on the responsibility of an earth vein node. Master is indeed majestic and magnanimous. He actually wants to plan and construct an earth vein in the mini 5 regions. This plan is too grand, it will take at least 10 years, I am truly in admiration. The immortals nodded, they had the same feeling. Alright, let's go. Let's continue to move the next famous mountain to the destination. There are not many Gu immortals who can move mountains, but such missions are getting fewer and fewer. The contribution points are so high, let's work harder and try to complete as many as possible. That's right, during this period of time, if anyone can't hold on, go to the liver life formation. Don't be stingy with those contribution points. I've already been there before participating in this operation. Haha, is that so? I've also been there. The immortals discussed as they flew away from Copper Seal Mountain. If one looked down on the entire 5 regions, there were nearly 10 groups of people working hard to move mountains. Of course, it was not just the famous mountains. Other than the famed mountains, there were also the 10 lands that could serve as the nodes of the earth veins. In Southern Border Paradise Earth's true inheritance, there was a detailed description of the 10 lands. The 10 lands were Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Underground Tunnel, Crypt, Dungeon, Production, Enclave, Front, Treasury, and Cemetery. These 10 lands could all take on the responsibility of earth vein nodes. The first stage of Fang Yuan's man-made earth veins was to set up all kinds of earth vein nodes in the small 5 regions. Next, he used earth path methods to link the nodes together. Finally, adjustments were made on this basis. Currently, Fang Yuan could only create half of the 10 Earths. They were the Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Production, and Formation. As for the other 5, they were beyond his abilities. Case in point, cemeteries. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could not figure out the secret of this mysterious land's formation. Gu immortals could use this to revive. The gravestones in the cemeteries were also very mystical, they had the power of information path. They seemed to be condensed from the information of the Gu immortal's entire life in the river of time. The greater the reputation of the Gu immortal, the more detailed the information on the gravestone, it seemed to be more helpful to the Gu immortal's revival. The actual relationship had to be verified. Currently, Fang Yuan's subordinates were all moving mountains. Most of the earth vein nodes were mountains, not the 10 Earths. These mountains were at least famed mountains. There are still too few famed mountains in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the first stage of the plan, I can only estimate 30% of the total number of earth vein nodes. The artificial earth vein plan was huge and required a lot of investment. Fang Yuan had devoured a large number of grotto heavens and obtained countless cultivation resources. He was finally starting to see his limits. Fang Yuan still had one famed mountain that he had not used. That was the newly obtained human smoke mountain. I need to keep this mountain. My intuition tells me that if I follow Chai Clan's human path research, I will be able to condense the essence of human smoke mountain and form the embryonic form of human mountain. Fang Yuan was a human path grandmaster. His intuition towards human path was far more accurate than human path masters. After slaughtering many of Chai Clan's people, human sea had been perfected, but human mountain had yet to form. The combination of human sea and human mountain would definitely be extremely powerful. Fang Yuan had not seen it in his 500 years of life. But this was a very long-term plan. Any secluded domain of heaven and earth would require a huge investment, even more than this artificial earth vein. The reason why the embryonic form of human sea was perfected was because of Eastern Xianxia clan's hard work. The final part of the road required human path resources. Eastern Xianxia clan had always been troubled by their righteous path identity. They could only gather resources secretly. How could they dare to openly slaughter like Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan first cleverly chose his targets and stepped on the edge of the bottom line, causing the entire righteous Qi alliance to give up and feign ignorance. Next, he targeted Chai Clan's people. Fang Yuan decisively gave up a portion of the benefits and forcefully negotiated. This caused a super clan like Chai Clan to submit to Fang Yuan's demonic might, lowering their heads and taking the initiative to cooperate. We are starting to run out of resources. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He had this idea of constructing Human Mountain, but it was definitely far away in the foreseeable future. In fact, the accumulation of embryonic refinement C was almost completely used up by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had invested too much in this recent period of time. He had actually plundered a vast amount of cultivation resources. Most of these resources came from the two heavens grotto heavens. And these grotto heavens had a long history, they had accumulated for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. But they were still not enough. Fan Yuan had been refining rank 8 immortal goo on a large scale. At the same time, he used those rank 6 and rank 7 cultivation resources to nurture his subordinates. Fan Yuan had a huge number of goo immortals under him, just Xianxia sect alone had many hairy man goo immortals, and the variant human alliance had even more goo immortals, not to mention Bing Yuan, Shizong, and Mo Tan Sang, these variant human goo immortals. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had close to 10 human goo immortals, led by Combat Beast King Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, as well as Fan Yuan's clones Wu Shui and Zhang Budu. Among the Mushroom Man goo immortals who joined not long ago, the strongest was Xianxia Hong. The number of goo immortals under Fan Yuan far surpassed ordinary super forces. Even Longevity Heaven could not compare. Only Shadow Sect, which once had Zombie Alliance's lower sect, and Celestial Court, which now had the 10 great ancient sects' lower sects, could compare. If Wu Clan had such powerful goo immortals, Wu Yong would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Wu Yong was a formidable person who did not care about the difference in races, as long as they were practical. Of course, if they were all human goo immortals, that would be even better. With Fan Yuan's huge expenditure, no matter how many cultivation resources he had, it would not be enough for him to use. Thankfully, his foundation was extremely solid, he could last for so long. But now, he was starting to feel tired. It seems that I need to plunder resources. Even though his foundation was still there, Fan Yuan had already started to prepare for a rainy day. I basically plundered all the resources in the Alliance of the Outsiders. Only a portion of the Grotto Heaven is left. Mushroom Man Paradise is also in the same situation. The Mushroom Men inside are almost all gone, not to mention the accumulated resources. Fan Yuan thought. He had placed his hopes on Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, but ever since Zhang Budu returned and brought back crucial information, Fan Yuan knew that Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also had the power of Longevity Heaven interfering. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself was very powerful and hard to conquer. Behind the scenes, other than Longevity Heaven, there were bound to be other forces interfering. Thus, even though this place was rich in resources, Fan Yuan did not want to make a move on it for now. Eastern Sea's Blue Dragon Whale was also rich in resources. But it was not feasible. Ever since the last time he left, Fan Yuan could not find any traces of the Blue Dragon Whale. He used heaven and earth travel to directly enter the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture, but he failed mysteriously without any hope of success. There is still a group of people in the two heavens grotto heavens that joined Qi ancestor, they are all humans. These grotto heavens also have rich cultivation resources. They might be able to cooperate with the Qi clone. Fan Yuan did not want to invade super forces like Chai Clan and Wu Clan for the time being. This would damage his own luck. Any super force had a huge amount of luck, they had their own methods. Thus, the gains might not be high, but the risks were also high. Most importantly, even if he annexed the super forces, Fan Yuan did not want to take too much of the territories of the outside world. It would be better to develop the sovereign immortal aperture, the territories would always be with him, it would be so convenient. Other goo immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture, to them, it was more beneficial to occupy territories. If they had the sovereign immortal aperture, they would probably make the same choice as Fan Yuan. A gust of wind suddenly flew out of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, charging towards the sky. Xianxia sent good news, Wu Clan's fan wind goo had been successfully refined, even though it had failed twice. Rank 8 fan wind goo, in the recent process of using it, for element square regret blood refinement pool had gone through some adjustments, its power had become even stronger. Including fan wind goo, the number of immortal goo that were successfully refined to rank 8 through 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had already surpassed 50. I can sell true inheritances in jewel yellow skies on a large scale to exchange for cultivation resources. Or I can directly engage in the goo refinement business, the profits will definitely be considerable. Fan Yuan immediately thought of 2 ways to gather resources. According to Fan Yuan's current refinement path strength, he could only refine rank 10 and 9 immortal goo, he could not refine other rank 8 immortal goo either. You only have 7 days left to live. When Meng Qiuzhen entered Paradise Earth's dream realm, he was greeted with this sentence. What? Meng Qiuzhen was stunned, asking. Standing in front of him was an old mushroom man granny. She sighed and said guiltily, Little me, Granny is too useless, I really have no way to cure your illness. Using this time, Meng Qiuzhen quickly looked around. He found that not only the mushroom man in front of him, he had also become a mushroom man. Right now, they were in a mushroom man thatched hut. This kind of thatched hut had dark green walls, it was built with special grass and mud. The roof was woven from golden straw. The furnishings in the house were simple, but it showed that this was the home of a doctor. Granny, is there really no hope for me? Is there really no other way? Meng Qiuzhen pretended to be unwilling as he tried to search for clues in this dream realm. The mushroom man granny hesitated for a moment before saying, There is another way. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, What way? The mushroom man granny shook her head, she turned around and walked to the table. The table was filled with medicine jars, some were white, some were gray, but most were black. Some of these medicine jars were open, containing dried herbs or pitch-black medicinal liquids. Some medicine jars were tightly covered with lids. The mushroom man granny seemed to have a complex mood, she subconsciously moved these medicine jars and gradually calmed down. She turned her back to Meng Qiuzhen as she said, The only way I can think of to save you is not one method. More accurately speaking, it is one person. One person? Meng Qiuzhen walked closer to the old granny, he saw that these medicine jars contained goo worms. The old granny sighed, Sigh, you should know her. How would Meng Qiuzhen know? But he was experienced and had a way with words, he immediately said, Is it her? That's right, it is her. My tribe's previous witch, Huangwan. The old granny said. Every mushroom man tribe had a witch. Different from the mermaid tribe's saintess, witches did not have any authority, but they usually had high prestige. Because the witch had always been the most capable female doctor in the mushroom man tribe. Without the support and blessings of the witch, the next leader of the mushroom man would be doubted, some of the leaders might not even be able to take the position. Only by finding the previous generation's witch, Huangwan, will you have any hope of surviving. The old granny emphasized. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, Then where is she? Whip Mountain. The old granny looked at Meng Qiuzhen, Xiaomi, you are a good child, Granny has watched you grow up. Right now, the plague is running rampant in the clan. Originally, you wouldn't have been infected, but because you took the initiative to help mother-in-law treat others, you got infected. You know a thing or two about Huangwan. Although she is very strong, she betrayed the tribe, so you can only go in your own name. The tribe will not help you. Meng Qiuzhen nodded, he acutely sensed that the old lady seemed to have another request. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately followed the inspiration in his mind and said, But Granny, with my strength, I can't reach there at all. I really want to see Huangwan and get her help. Not only do I want to live, I also want to bring the cure back to the tribe. Good child, good child. The old granny was greatly comforted, Your idea is exactly what I want you to do. Don't worry, this trip to Whip Mountain is not only dangerous, but Whip Mountain is also human territory, how can I let you take it so easily? The old granny turned around and opened the containers on the table, You can choose any 3 goo worms here. They will be of great help to you. Thank you, Granny. Meng Qiuzhen said, as expected. He had explored dream realms many times, he had rich experience. With just a few words, he had already understood the structure of this dream realm. The most crucial hidden point of this dream realm is the goo selection segment. If I did not sense Granny's deep intention and suggested it, I might not have gotten the opportunity to choose goo. Choosing 3 goo worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm exploration. But which 3 should I choose? Meng Qiuzhen carefully analyzed the goo worms in front of him while secretly using Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate. With the help of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, Meng Qiuzhen quickly observed the things in the second stage of the dream realm. Choose quickly, don't waste time. Cherish every breath of time you have. The old granny urged. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth, Granny, let me think about it. The old granny had a cold expression. Humph, you are already in this situation, you cannot be overcautious, you need to be decisive. You need to immediately choose 3 goo worms, and then leave the valley through that hidden path. Once the time is up, that path will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly. Meng Qiuzhen could not waste time. Fortunately, he had already obtained a lot of information in this short period of time. I choose these 3 goo. Meng Qiuzhen quickly picked 3 goo from the dozens of containers. Good. They are all good choices. Huang Xiaomi, time is pressing, this is all I can do for you, go. The old granny had just finished speaking when Meng Qiuzhen's vision turned dark. The dream realm entered the second stage of the dream realm. He had rank 3 cultivation level, using his original goo worms as well as the 3 newly obtained goo worms, he moved quickly in the wilderness, trekking with great difficulty. He crossed the treacherous man-eating jungle, rushed through the layers of fog, crossed the swamp filled with death, and the last obstacle was a black bear of the 1000 Beast King level. Meng Qiuzhen and the black bear fought bitterly for a long time. Finally, the black bear fell to the ground with a loud thud. Its huge body shrunk in a few breaths of time, like a punctured balloon. In a short period of time, its flesh and organs turned into purple poisonous liquid, flowing out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Qiuzhen carefully squatted down and took out tiger poison goo. This rank 3 tiger poison goo was one of the 3 goo he chose in the first stage of the dream realm. Once it was activated, it could release tiger poison. Tiger poison goo was like a black scorpion, but there was a golden king character on its head. After it came out of the white-silver aperture, it landed on the ground and started to absorb the poisonous liquid. Soon, the poisonous liquid was completely absorbed, and its body expanded slightly. Meng Qiuzhen willed and tiger poison goo obediently flew back into his aperture. In the first stage of the dream realm, there were many poisonous goo. For example, snake poison goo, dove poison goo, bee poison goo, and so on. Against a 1000 Beast King level black bear, bee poison goo is countered by the bear's body, it is not a good choice. Snake poison goo and dove poison goo are also slow to take effect. Only tiger poison goo is best at dealing with these large beasts, its effect is very fast. Moreover, together with poison goo, the tiger poison can take human form, it is very useful in battle. In the battle between Meng Qiuzhen and the Black Bear King, he used poison goo and tiger poison goo to form a poison tiger. The battle between the poison tiger and the Black Bear King greatly made up for Meng Qiuzhen's weakness in direct combat. Meng Qiuzhen was at the back, constantly using poison path goo worms to help poison liquid tiger, finally obtaining this difficult victory. Of course, tiger poison goo had its drawbacks. It was a huge disadvantage. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs, tiger poison goo had no effect on young targets. According to Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo's investigation, Meng Qiuzhen already knew that the Black Bear King was the last and most difficult round in the first stage of the Dream Realm. He chose the most crucial tiger poison goo according to the situation. After this battle, tiger poison goo's toxicity and poison quantity have fallen by a lot, even after I collected the remaining poison after the battle. Tiger poison goo needs time to recuperate, its overall strength has fallen by a lot. But thankfully, this is the final round, this is a dream realm and not the real wilderness. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. The second stage of the dream realm was still very stable, it did not dissipate like he expected. Is there another difficulty? That was impossible. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo has already investigated everything. Wait, when I investigated earlier, there was a mortal. This mortal did not have any Goo Master cultivation level, Meng Qiuzhen had thought that this was secondary. Or if tiger poison goo was not chosen, the mortal would provide some help to the goo cultivator exploring the dream realm. But now, Meng Qiuzhen felt that this mortal was a crucial factor. According to the information he gathered, Meng Qiuzhen naturally knew the location of that mortal. He immediately moved and got closer. But along the way, his strength started to weaken rapidly. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen immediately inspected his body, his expression turning pale. The plague is acting up. There are still around 2 days left. Don't tell me, The battle with the black bear expended too much mental energy that my body could not bear it, causing the plague to act up early. This plague was unique to mushroom men. Once it acted up, mushrooms would grow from all parts of their bodies. The more mushrooms grew, the more life force would be extracted from the mushroom man. The plague was so intense, Meng Qiuzhen had only just discovered it when he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Is this the end of this dream realm exploration? I have not even seen Paradise Earth. In order to cooperate with the main body's plan to construct the Earth vein, Meng Qiuzhen explored Paradise Earth's dream realm in advance. No, I still have some hope. Persevere, I need to persevere. This place is not far from that mortal's location. Even though Meng Qiuzhen had no strength left and could only fall to the ground, he was not at his limit yet. At least, he still had the strength to breathe and could use the goo worms in his aperture. He immediately activated healing goo worms to stall for time. Healing goo masters could only slow down the severity of the plague and not the root cause. But it was like a child trying to stop a car, the effect was minimal. Damn it, I expended most of my primeval essence in the battle with the Black Bear King. My primeval essence is about to run dry. Meng Qiuzhen was forced into a desperate situation again. But at that moment, he heard a rustling sound. It's that mortal's footsteps. Very good. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes shined as he shouted with all his strength, "Save me, save me." P.S. Congratulations to Cleansing Soul Extreme Frost for becoming the leader of this book. I owe you an update. This way, I owe you 6 updates. I need to use them at the climax. Even though he was calling with all his strength, Meng Qiuzhen's voice was still very weak. Who is calling for help? A mortal girl peeled away the brambles and arrived here. Here, look down. Meng Qiuzhen said, his voice was very weak, as if he was whispering. The mortal girl did not hear him, she muttered, did I hear wrongly? Sigh, it is getting late, I need to quickly gather mushrooms and sell them in Tu Clan village. There are so many mushrooms here. The mortal girl discovered Meng Qiuzhen. But right now, Meng Qiuzhen's body was covered in mushrooms, he was unrecognizable. The mortal girl squatted down and plucked the mushrooms off Meng Qiuzhen's body. With each mushroom she plucked, Meng Qiuzhen's life force would leak out one less channel. His condition was quickly alleviated, his strength was gradually recovering. That's right, there are still 2 days before my illness flares up. At least right now, my life is not fated to die. Meng Qiuzhen quickly realized. Then, he said, little girl, the mushrooms on my body are very delicious, it is fine if you pluck them all. The mortal girl jumped in fright. Meng Qiuzhen said, don't be afraid, I am also human. I was the one who asked for help just now. Thank you, kind lady, you saved me. But I did not do anything. Meng Qiuzhen forced a smile, you plucked all the mushrooms on my body, that is saving me. These mushrooms are only harmful to us mushroom men, they are harmless to other races, they are even beneficial. After the shock, the young girl smiled, so you are a mushroom man, I have heard rumors about you since young, you are gentle and never harm people. Before meeting you, I have never seen a living mushroom man. Meng Qiuzhen quickly said, quickly pluck my mushrooms, I cannot hold on anymore. The young girl was very agile, she quickly plucked the mushrooms on Meng Qiuzhen's body. He escaped from the desperate situation, he was saved from the brink of failure. There is one last mushroom left. The young girl was very serious. Wait. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed, that mushroom does not need to be plucked, ah. The young girl blinked her large eyes, her face was a little red, I can't pluck it, is it hurting you? Meng Qiuzhen's face was pale, he took a deep breath and said with difficulty, don't pull any more. But the little girl shook her head and stubbornly said, that won't do. Big brother mushroom man, you just said that I have to pull out all the mushrooms in your body to cure you. Don't. Ah. The little girl rolled up her sleeves and revealed a very serious and adorable expression. You haven't pulled it out yet. I don't believe it. Meng Qiuzhen, ah. As Meng Qiuzhen screamed, the second stage of the dream realm was finally cleared. His vision gradually changed from a chaotic swirl of colors to a clear view. This was a bustling market, and the people around were bustling with activity. This is Tu Clan village? Behind Meng Qiuzhen, mushroom man Huang Xiaomi was wrapped tightly as he asked softly. Meng Qiuzhen took a glance and was slightly shocked. He was acting as the mushroom man Huang Xiaomi in the first 2 scenes, he did not expect to change his identity in the 3rd scene. This kind of situation was rare. Meng Qiuzhen quickly inspected himself. Alright, I have become that little human girl. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Huang Xiaomi's strength was already insufficient, now that Meng Qiuzhen had become immortal, and a young girl at that. The change in identity made Meng Qiuzhen feel some doubts. What was the main plot of this Paradise Earth Dream Realm? Originally, in the first 2 scenes, he was Huang Xiaomi, and his initial guess was that the main plot of the Dream Realm was to save the Mushroom Man tribe and cure the plague. But now that his identity had changed, Meng Qiuzhen's heart started to shake intensely. No matter what, since Huang Xiaomi followed the human girl into Tu Clan village, I should still help Huang Xiaomi find the shaman of the Mushroom Man tribe. Meng Qiuzhen decided to continue following the previous clues. Fang Tu girl, you are here? Quick, uncle, the stall next to me is also very good, quickly occupy it. The evening market is not the same as the morning market, the duration is very short. A middle-aged uncle took the initiative to greet Meng Qiuzhen. Thank you, uncle. Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and placed his basket full of mushrooms at the stall next to the uncle. Huang Xiaomi silently helped Meng Qiuzhen place the mushrooms. The middle-aged uncle took a glance and praised, these mushrooms are really fresh. Of course. Huang Xiaomi said proudly. The middle-aged uncle's gaze stopped on him, This is my distant relative, he came to help me. Meng Qiuzhen quickly answered. The middle-aged uncle did not ask any more. The evening market had already started, people were moving about, everyone was busy. Some were buying, some were selling. The things being bought and sold were basically mortal goods, like mushrooms, vegetables, bean cakes, and so on. This was a mortal market, it was used to satisfy daily needs. What goo worms were sold, unless it was a caravan that passed by Tu Clan village. After a few minutes, the number of people in the market started to thin out. At this time, there was a commotion ahead. Move aside, move aside. Move aside, can't you see Lord Green Beast is here? A group of youths shouted, there were 5 to 6 of them, they were walking on the narrow walkway. Everywhere they went, the passers-by gave way, showing fear, nervousness, or even disdain and disgust. Girl Fang Tu, quickly hide. Don't let that beast see you again. The middle-aged uncle quickly reminded. Ah? Meng Qiuzhen was stunned. Lady Fang Tu. At the next moment, the leader of those 5 to 6 people, the bald youngster walking at the front, shouted, his eyes shined as he saw Meng Qiuzhen from afar. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen narrowed his eyes as he saw the bald youngster walking over quickly. The bald youngster had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but there was no hair on his head, there was even a tattoo of a green beast's head. The bald youngster touched the green beast tattoo on his head as he grinned at Meng Qiuzhen. Lady Fang Tu, you are here to sell mushrooms again. I want to buy them. Oh? Meng Qiuzhen was vigilant, he asked, how much do you want to buy? The bald youngster raised 2 fingers, just 1 kilogram. Help me pick some big ones that look good. Meng Qiuzhen started to choose. This is good, that is good, I want them too. The bald youngster nicknamed Green Beast gestured with his hands. Sigh, I said this one, and that one. The bald youngster spoke again and again. Which one is it? Meng Qiuzhen frowned, feeling that the other party was toying with him. The bald youngster grinned, never mind, Sister Fang, let me help you, let's pick together. The bald youngster said as he started. Tender, so tender. He picked a few and said. Meng Qiuzhen answered, these are all fresh, I just picked them today. Slippery, it's really slippery, the bald youth praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up at him with a frown, you are touching my hand. Ah, sorry. The bald youngster quickly laughed. Meng Qiuzhen stared, then why did you touch? It was an accident. The bald youngster quickly said. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless, he found that he was being teased. TSK, shameless scoundrel, you dare to tease an innocent girl in broad daylight. The mushroom man Huang Xiaomi could not take it anymore, he shouted. Who are you? Why are you standing beside my lady Feng? The bald youngster was furious, he had been staring at Huang Xiaomi for a long time. The two started to argue, anger was rising. This is the limitation of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could inspect the following scene and objects in the dream realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of the dream butterfly would encounter in the dream realm. Because the changes in the dream realm would only occur when the goo cultivator enters the dream realm for them to interact with the dream realm and produce changes. Before Meng Qiuzhen came here, he had already inspected the bald youngster and 2 clan villages market in the previous scene of the dream realm. But he could not predict what would happen in advance. The two argued intensely in front of Meng Qiuzhen, they were on the verge of fighting. Meng Qiuzhen was about to persuade them, but he suddenly had a thought and shut his mouth. Oh my, look at my bad temper. Brat, you are asking for a beating. The bald youngster rubbed his head as he gritted his teeth and attacked. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not back down, he also attacked. The two started to fight. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Meng Qiuzhen shouted as he retreated rapidly. He was immortal now, he could not resist a goo master's battle. But thankfully, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they used their goo cultivation methods. After a few rounds, Huang Xiaomi fell into a disadvantage, he was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is so strong. Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He knew Huang Xiaomi's strength, after all, he had impersonated him in the first and second scenes of the dream realm. But to think that the bald youngster was so strong, he was already suppressing Huang Xiaomi. Wait, you are not a human, you are a variant human. The bald youngster suddenly shouted. The battle was too intense, Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Great, you spy, why did you sneak into my 2 clan village? You must be up to no good. Ha ha ha, I am going to make a huge contribution this time. The bald youngster continued to shout, all of you, attack, he is a mushroom man, there is no need to talk about human morality with him. Shameless and despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was outnumbered, after being captured, he shouted unwillingly. Ha ha ha. If you capture me, I will be 2 clans' hero. The bald youngster laughed as he kicked the immobile Huang Xiaomi, you variant human, just lie there obediently. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, purposely saying anxiously, Brother Xiaomi is a good person. Before he finished, the bald youngster interrupted him, shouting in a hurry, it was indeed the mushroom man that threatened Lady Xiaofeng. We will go to the village now and report to the elders. Let's go. Under everyone's gazes, Meng Qiuzhen went with the flow, going deep into 2 clan village with the bald youngster and Huang Xiaomi. Along the way, the bald youngster whispered to Meng Qiuzhen, Sister Xiaofeng, you have to report later, otherwise, even you will be implicated. The mushroom man is not a good person, he is dead for sure. Meng Qiuzhen did not speak. Huang Xiaomi, who was tied up and unable to move, shouted, that's right, I lied to Feng too and forced her. If you capture me, it will bring huge trouble to your 2 clan. Someone will definitely come and save me. Huang Xiaomi was saved by Feng too, he clearly did not want to implicate his benefactor, thus he purposely said this. The bald youngster eventually sent Huang Xiaomi to 2 clan villages prison, receiving praise and encouragement from 2 clans' elders. After everyone dispersed, the bald youngster invited Meng Qiuzhen to his house. It is late, Sister Xiaofeng, come to our house for dinner and stay here temporarily. When we were neighbors, we often played together. Also, if my mother sees you, she will definitely be very happy. So this green beast has such a relationship with Feng too? Meng Qiuzhen nodded, following the development of the plot. Soon, Meng Qiuzhen followed the bald youngster to his house. This was an ordinary 2-storied bamboo house. Only the bald youngster and his mother lived here. Pushing open the kitchen door, the bald youngster shouted, Mother, who did I bring back for you? It's you, Lady Xiaofeng. It has been many days. Are your parents well? The bald youngster's mother was very enthusiastic. They are doing well, thank you, Auntie. Meng Qiuzhen said perfunctorily. The bald youngster's mother nodded, smiling brightly. Since Xiaofeng is here, you can go and have a seat, I will cook some dishes. The bald youngster could not wait to show off. Mother, you have to cook more delicious food today. This is your son's celebration feast. You stinking brat, what are you up to now? The bald youth's mother frowned. The bald youth patted his chest. Mother, your son, have really made a great contribution this time. I caught a mushroom man on the streets and sent him to the clan's prison. What? The bald youth's mother paused. The bald youth hurriedly recounted the incident. The bald youngster's mother frowned as she looked at Meng Qiuzhen. Little Feng, this rascal likes to talk nonsense, is what he said true? It is true. Meng Qiuzhen nodded before adding, but Big Brother Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi is really a good person. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by the bald young man once more. Alright, Lil Feng, I've already warned you many times. You can say this at home, but don't whisper it outside. Alright. The bald youth's mother waved her hand. Brat, we've run out of soy sauce. Go to the shop on the corner and buy some soy sauce. Ah? Go quickly, how can we cook without soy sauce? Oh, alright. After the bald youngster left, Aunt walked to Meng Qiuzhen. Come, Xiaofeng, tell Aunt what is going on. Thus, the dream realm's third scene passed like this. The fourth scene arrived. Late at night, in the underground prison. Changed identities again? Meng Qiuzhen regained his senses and immediately discovered this abnormality. He broke away from his mortal Feng Tu identity and became a Gu master again. Moreover, his cultivation had reached rank 4. You are actually the bald youth's mother? Meng Qiuzhen soon discovered that the bald youth's mother was a mushroom man. Meng Qiuzhen immediately guessed, I'm afraid my current identity is that Huang Wan. This dream realm came from Paradise Earth. The unique thing was that the identities in each scene were not fixed. Maybe I can even act as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the following dream realms. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. Until now, he had not seen Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the dream realm. In the first scene, Meng Qiuzhen learned that Huang Xiaomi's Mushroom Man tribe had a former witch, Huang Wan. She was very strong and was the only doctor who had hope of curing the Mushroom Man plague. However, he learned from the Mushroom Man granny that this former witch, Huang Wan, seemed to have been expelled from the tribe for some reason. This Mushroom Man Huang Wan concealed her identity and lived in a human force, Tu clan village. To conceal her identity perfectly, she even adopted a human youngster. If that bald youth knew that his mother was also a Mushroom Man, I wonder what expression he would have. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. He used a short period of time to familiarize himself with the Gu worms on him. He had a complete set of Gu worms. They covered offense, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. From some of the supplementary Gu worms, Meng Qiuzhen acutely sensed that these Gu worms could be used together to form mortal killer moves. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow it. Meng Qiuzhen could not test the combination of killer moves. The third scene has already given us a clear clue. Even though this Mushroom Man Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe, she clearly cares about the Mushroom Man tribe. She came to save Huang Xiaomi that night. I need to act quickly. Meng Qiuzhen immediately set off, entering the underground prison. The structure of the underground prison was very simple, it could be seen at a glance. Soon, he found Huang Xiaomi who was chained to the wall at the deepest part of the prison. Meng Qiuzhen activated his Gu worms and silently melted the lock on the door. Huang Xiaomi, wake up. Meng Qiuzhen quickly arrived in front of Huang Xiaomi, wanting to check his condition. Suddenly, Huang Xiaomi self-detonated, turning into dust that covered Meng Qiuzhen's body. Soon after, the clanging of the alarm bell caused the guards to shout out. Moreover, the entire prison started to shine with dark yellow light. A concealed Gu formation activated, sealing the surroundings. Oh no, it is a trap. Meng Qiuzhen helplessly found that Huang Xiaomi had already vanished. He quickly retreated and used poison Gu to corrode the Gu formation, but there was little effect. Audacious! You dare to break into my Tu clan village. Just like that captive said, someone will definitely come to save him. Humph. Surrender obediently, and I can spare your life. The two elders had similar faces, they were twins. They moved along the Gu formation and arrived in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly and started fighting. After fighting for 60 rounds, he was defeated and captured by the two elders. The dream realm dissipated at this point. I failed. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body as he sighed. Paradise Earth's dream realm was not easy to explore, but Meng Qiuzhen was very experienced. He only failed when he reached the 4th stage. His soul was heavily injured. Meng Qiuzhen healed his injuries as he reflected. Those two elders are very strong. Not only do they have rank 4 cultivation level, they also have great coordination when fighting. It is like they are one person. Not only do I have to fight these two elders, I also have to deal with the Gu formation. I am at a disadvantage. Of course, there is another reason. I am not familiar with the poison path Gu worms in my hands. Using this chance, I might as well deduce it and find the hidden poison path killer move. There is another reason. Meng Qiuzhen reflected deeply. He realized his restlessness in the dream realm. Although that fake Huang Xiaomi had managed to hide from his preliminary detection method, but if he had a normal mentality, he would not have rashly entered the cell. He would have used Gu worms to investigate the situation. Back then, Huang Wan must have been very restless. Thus, I was unknowingly infected by this restlessness and lost my usual judgment. The previous 3 stages of the dream realm also had emotional disturbances, but Meng Qiuzhen suppressed them. At the 4th stage, the dream realm's emotions were far more natural than the previous 3 stages. This was also one of the difficulties in exploring dream realms. Using this time to rest, Meng Qiuzhen quickly deduced 5 poison path killer moves. Most of them used Be Poison Gu as the core. After entering the dream realm again, Meng Qiuzhen inspected patiently. He was surprised to find that not only was Huang Xiaomi fake, the entire underground prison was fake as well. This is a fake prison. The real cell is 1 floor below. The main part of the Gu formation is also 1 floor below. Meng Qiuzhen carefully entered the real prison. Two Clan Village's true prison was unexpectedly complex. It had a grand aura to it. The prison was like an ant's nest. There were countless tunnels that intersected with each other. Meng Qiuzhen felt like he was in a fog. He was dazzled. The entire mountain seems to have been penetrated. It has turned into a prison. This Two Clan Village is clearly an ordinary force. How could they do this? No, there are traces of a tunnel here. Meng Qiuzhen explored carefully. He soon found traces of a tunnel in one of the 10 earths. This mountain is definitely a famous mountain. It actually contains a natural tunnel. Two Clan Village made use of the tunnel to develop it slightly and gain a lot of resources. No wonder they could nurture 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen wandered around Two Clan's underground prison. 9 out of 10 rooms in the underground prison were empty. There were far more beasts than mortals. After spending some time, Meng Qiuzhen still could not find any clues. During this process, the dream realm expended a lot of his soul foundation. It's those 2 Gu masters. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly heard the sounds of Gu cultivators moving through the tunnel ahead. He quickly dodged to the side, hiding. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 Gu masters flew out of the tunnel. It's those 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was observing secretly. He immediately recognized them. It turned out that they had been in the underground prison all along. That was why they were the first to arrive at the fake prison. The 2 elders talked as they walked. This mushroom man prisoner is quite tight-lipped. He actually endured so much torture. Even if he did not say it, we already knew that there was a mushroom man tribe around Two Clan Village. It is just that we did not know their exact location. Right, we must get the exact location of the mushroom man tribe from this prisoner and eliminate them. The 2 elders gradually stopped, and both of them went into another tunnel. Swoosh, swoosh, the 2 quickly left this place. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes flickered. The scene in front of him made him recall a scene in his mind. In the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a super clan had appeared in southern border. They were called Two Clan. This clan's Gu immortals were most skilled at digging tunnels and using them to roam around and fight. Is it related to this Two Clan Village? There were several possibilities. Firstly, Two Clan Village's inheritance was excavated by someone. Secondly, Two Clan Village's descendant bloodline was passed down. They ascended during the era of dream realms. or they already had Gu immortals who were living in seclusion. Thirdly, someone from Tu clan village revived in the graveyard. Meng Qiuzhen followed the 2 rank 4 elders and successfully found Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi was curled up in a corner of the cell, he had already fallen asleep. This time, Meng Qiuzhen was still vigilant. After finding no signs of traps, he quietly entered the cell. He immediately found that Huang Xiaomi was in a terrible state, he was on the verge of death. Huang Xiaomi had the mushroom man plague to begin with, it was very fatal. If his resistance was not strong enough, he would die from the disease. Today, he fought with the bald youngster and was interrogated by the 2 elders, his body was already covered in mushrooms. If Meng Qiuzhen had not arrived in time, Huang Xiaomi would have died in a few breaths of time. Meng Qiuzhen thought to himself, it was a close shave, if he had been any later, his dream realm exploration might have ended in failure again. He immediately tried to save him, thankfully, he was prepared. The mushrooms on Huang Xiaomi's body shrunk until they all went back into Huang Xiaomi's body. Who are you? Huang Xiaomi opened his eyes with difficulty, his vision was still blurry. Meng Qiuzhen answered directly, I am Huang Wan, I have already used a killer move to suppress the mushroom man plague in your body. Your situation is too bad, your vitality is almost depleted. You cannot rashly pluck out the mushrooms, it will cost you your life. Huang Xiaomi quickly thanked, thank you senior for saving my life. Sigh, it is still too early to say this. Let's go out first, I will research this plague. You do not have much time. Meng Qiuzhen said. Currently, he had not developed a poison path killer move that could cure Huang Xiaomi's illness. Maybe the next scene would be him curing the mushroom man plague. Of course, this was only his guess. Earlier, he had been searching for Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen did not have the chance to use Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, thus he did not know about the following dream realm. You have to persevere, let's go. Meng Qiuzhen immediately helped Huang Xiaomi up and left stealthily. Who would have thought that he would bump into the bald young man on his way? Stop right there. Just as I expected, someone has come to save you. The bald youth roared. The 2 clan elders followed behind him, both shocked and furious. How dare you? Despicable thief, you actually dare to break into a prison. Quickly activate the formation and capture this person as well. The moment he said that, the Gu formation activated. The 2 elders attacked while the bald youngster assisted from the side. Meng Qiuzhen sighed, he could only fight. He had many poison path killer moves this time, he could fight evenly with the other party. But very quickly, the bald young man saw through Huang Xiaomi's weakness and attacked Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi could not resist at all, he became a huge burden to Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen could only grit his teeth and continue to help Huang Xiaomi, but he lost the initiative and was suppressed by the 2 elders. Eventually, Huang Xiaomi was killed by the bald young man, he breathed his last. Variant human mushroom men, everyone has the right to kill them. The bald young man shouted, he was filled with righteousness and excitement. At the next moment, the dream realm shattered. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, healing his injuries as he summarized. I used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu earlier to investigate this dream realm, but I did not find the bald young man. To think that when I explored this dream realm to a certain stage, the dream realm would change and form a new person. Why did the bald young man come to the underground prison? Judging from his tone, it seems like he has discovered my tracks. What method did he use to find me? Don't tell me he already discovered the secret of his birth, that his mother is a mushroom man variant human? So he played along with me? After his soul injuries healed, Meng Qiuzhen explored the dream realm again with doubts. The route did not change, Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the prison cell very early. He hid in a corner, listening to Huang Xiaomi's screams and curses as he was tortured. These 2 rank 4 elders had great strength, and most importantly, they had the help of a Gu formation. Meng Qiuzhen did not intend to use force. After the previous 2 failures, after accumulating experience, his strength was probably even higher than the main character, Huang Wan. But his greatest weakness was still Huang Xiaomi. The previous failures had proven that as long as Huang Xiaomi died, the dream realm exploration would fail. It seemed that this dream realm wanted him to rescue Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen waited patiently. After the 2 elders left, he went to Huang Xiaomi's side. Without waking him up, Meng Qiuzhen directly used a poison path killer move to get rid of the mushroom man plague in Huang Xiaomi. Next, Meng Qiuzhen woke Huang Xiaomi up. Huang Xiaomi learned that he was cured. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior. Senior, please save the Mushroom Man tribe. Many tribesmen are infected with this plague." Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He gave Huang Xiaomi some poison goo so that he could fight. Huang Xiaomi did not need Meng Qiuzhen's help. He managed to sneak away with Meng Qiuzhen. But this time, he was still discovered by the bald youngster. "Stop. As I expected, someone is here to save you." The bald youngster was very excited. Meng Qiuzhen had a strange expression. He asked, "I used many methods to conceal my traces. How did you find out?" The bald youngster chuckled. "I'm not afraid to tell you, I have great talent. I created a move called Rustic Chi. After this mushroom man was captured by me, I secretly used this tracking killer move." "How could you unravel it in such a short time?" Not bad, not bad. Even though you have an outsider surname, you have talent." "Very good. It's all thanks to you today that we brothers discovered this dangerous situation. We will remember your great merit." The two rank 4 elders had a whole new level of respect for the bald youngster. "Thank you, lords." The bald youngster was extremely excited. He acted like a lackey. "I will definitely perform well." Meng Qiuzhen, after a huge battle, Huang Xiaomi still died. Meng Qiuzhen's third exploration failed again. After a deep reflection, he went for the fourth exploration. This time, he sneaked in ahead of time and hid in a corner. After the two elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell and cured Huang Xiaomi of the plague. He even gave him a healing goo worm. "Stay here and heal yourself. Remember not to step out of the prison cell. There is a tracking method on you. If you move carelessly, the enemy will find out." Meng Qiuzhen said, "After I get rid of the crucial goo master and you see this healing goo worm flying in the air, immediately leave." Huang Xiaomi was very obedient. He quickly nodded. "I will listen to Senior's arrangements." Meng Qiuzhen made the necessary arrangements and immediately left the prison cell. On the other side, the dream realm changed. A bald youngster appeared. The bald youngster was summoned by the two elders. He was on his way when Meng Qiuzhen suddenly attacked him. Eh? Even though the bald youngster had high strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match, not to mention this was a sneak attack that Meng Qiuzhen had planned for a long time. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move. An intense feeling of sorrow, guilt, and regret filled his heart. He could not control himself. What is going on? It seems that the bald youngster cannot be killed? Maybe because they have been together for a long time. This mushroom man Huang Wan has already treated her fake son as her real son. This emotion was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's nature, he could not suppress it. Mushroom man Huang Wan's body was shaking, tears were flowing down her face, she could not stop them. Clang 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 clang, the alarm suddenly rang, the goo formation activated again, the two elders charged towards Meng Qiuzhen. They definitely did not see the bald youngster, they became suspicious after a long time, thus they rushed over to investigate. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen's exploration also ended in failure. So, this son cannot be killed? Meng Qiuzhen was troubled. Because Meng Qiuzhen could not unravel that earthy chi killer move. Even though this killer move was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiuzhen did not know what goo worms were used. And most importantly, even if he knew, would the goo worms he had be effective against it? If only I knew how many goo worms the bald youngster has. Unfortunately, I have already missed the best time to investigate. In the third scene, Fang Yuan was Fang Tu's identity. If he tried to probe around, since the bald youngster was interested in Fang Tu, he should be able to get some clues. Earlier, when Fang Tu was selling mushrooms, the bald youngster was teasing her. It was a good opportunity. But back then, Meng Qiuzhen did not realize this. Because through Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he could not see this scene. After all, the bald youngster did not exist beforehand. It was only after Meng Qiuzhen successfully rescued Huang Xiaomi that the dream realm changed and the bald youngster appeared. Right now, Meng Qiuzhen had already probed this scene, the previous few scenes had already disappeared. After careful consideration, Meng Qiuzhen stepped into the dream realm again. This time, he did not get close to the prison cell, he hid at the side. It was useless even if he got there in advance. Because Meng Qiuzhen had to wait for the two elders to leave before he could enter and save Huang Xiaomi, Meng Qiuzhen made arrangements on the path that the two elders had to pass. He used Create Dream Immortal Goo to create a new complex tunnel along the way. After making the arrangements, Meng Qiuzhen came to the prison cell the two elders had just left. He immediately saved Huang Xiaomi, but he did not leave him in the cell, he brought him away. The two elders were about to meet the bald youngster, but they lost their way. With this crucial buffer time, Meng Qiuzhen successfully brought Huang Xiaomi away. During this period, the bald youngster chased after them and wanted to stop them. The Goo masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Qiuzhen stomped his foot, with a loud sound, the ground caved in. A Goo master was caught off guard, he fell into the trap. You want to control me with this method? He was just about to fly out of the pit when he saw Meng Qiuzhen holding a huge rock the size of a horse carriage, throwing it down. Don't, bam, the huge rock smashed down, smashing the Goo master into the pit, he lost all signs of life. Soon, blood started to flow out from the bottom of the rock. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually trying to kill a two clan member? The remaining two Goo masters witnessed all of this, their hearts palpitating in fear. Weren't you guys unconvinced? Meng Qiuzhen smiled maliciously, getting closer. Even though the bald youngster had limited Goo worms, with Meng Qiuzhen's battle attainment, how could these mortal Goo masters be his match? In just a few moves, they were all beaten to the ground by him. Stop, I surrender. The Goo masters quickly begged for mercy. The sixth scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen became the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi again. His injuries had healed, the Mushroom Man plague was also successfully cured by Huang Wan's secret treatment. Huang Xiaomi obtained some poison goo from Huang Wan. Using these poison goo to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that was harming the Mushroom Man tribe. Huang Xiaomi sneaked away secretly. There were Goo masters patrolling the surroundings of Two Clan Village. A group of rank 2 Goo masters, a total of 5 people, were advancing in the forest. Stop, rest here. The leader suddenly stretched out his hand, instructing. The group had just rested when a colorless and odorless poison gas spread. Bam bam bam. These 5 Goo masters immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. Huang Wan's poison path killer move is only effective against rank 3 and below Goo masters. But in battle, there is no aura, it is very valuable. Meng Qiuzhen evaluated in his mind, before setting off again. He could not kill these 2 clan Goo masters, even if they had no strength to resist. Once he killed them, 2 Clan Village would be alerted and chase after them. But a change happened right in front of Meng Qiuzhen. The dream realm suddenly changed, the bald youngster led a group of Goo masters, they encountered Meng Qiuzhen. Variant human scoundrel, you are still here? Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? The bald young man was taken aback for a moment before he roared and led his team in pursuit. It seems that such a thing also happened in history. Meng Qiuzhen was helpless. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could not detect this change. In fact, even if Meng Qiuzhen detected this change, he could not do anything about it. Because no matter what route he chose, under the transformation of the dream realm, the bald youngsters group would always appear in front of Meng Qiuzhen. From another point of view, this was also a necessary process in exploring dreams. Only by getting rid of the bald youth's pursuit would he be able to successfully pass through this dream. An exciting battle of pursuit and killing unfolded between the two sides. The bald youngster chased them all the way, but Huang Xiaomi had recovered his strength, he did not linger, he escaped from time to time and set up ambushes to kill the other Goo masters in the trapping group. The bald youngster was Huang Wan's son, for the sake of safety, Meng Qiuzhen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen successfully got rid of the pursuers. The bald youth stood behind him and could not catch up, he shouted, "Mushroom Man thief, I will remember you. Sooner or later, I will kill you." The enmity between the two of them deepened. 7th scene of the Dream Realm. 8th scene of the Dream Realm. 9th scene of the Dream Realm, Meng Qiuzhen acted as the bald youngster, Green Beast, at other times, he acted as Huang Xiaomi. With the poison path killer move that Huang Xiaomi brought back, the Mushroom Man tribe finally got rid of the plague. But war came. Even though the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place was not discovered, under two clan villages' forceful search, they could not hide for long. Both sides sent their own Gu masters to engage in small-scale battles. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but heroes also emerged as a result. Two clan village had the bald youngster, Huang Wan's godson. And the Mushroom Man side had Huang Xiaomi, Huang Wan's clansman. The two often interacted and fought against each other. As they competed, their strength rose rapidly, they advanced to rank 4 at the same time. Many of their clansmen and comrades died in each other's hands. They became each other's greatest enemies. Finally, it was the 12th scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as Huang Xiaomi and set up a trap. Using the tactic of sowing discord, two clan villages' higher-ups became wary of the bald youngster. Green Beast did not have the surname Tu after all, he was not a true Tu clan member. The Mushroom Man side set up an inconspicuous trap, it seemed to be the Mushroom Man tribe's true gathering place. Two clan villages' higher-ups immediately sent the bald youngster to probe the danger. Even though the bald youngster knew something was amiss, he was not sure. After investigating, the bald youngster was ambushed and fell into a life-and-death situation. Green Beast, today will be the day of your death. Huang Xiaomi roared. He commanded his troops to encircle and annihilate the human race, which had only a few people left. Even if I die, I will drag 10 times the number of mushroom men down with me. The bald youngster screamed. He was bathed in blood and injuries, but his fighting spirit was high. Even the surrounding Mushroom Man Gu masters recognized that this person was a brave warrior of the enemy. Finally, the bald youngster lost all his strength, his primeval essence was expended. He was alone. And there were dozens of Mushroom Man corpses around him. You variant humans won't live for long. Damn it, damn it. I have the will to kill the enemy, but I have no strength. The bald youngster smiled coldly, he knelt on the ground but still held his head high. He shouted at Meng Qiuzhen, Huang Xiaomi, come and kill me. Even though I will die in your hands today, I was defeated by two clans' elders' scheme. You finally understand. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly, he walked forward and was about to kill when a change occurred. Huang Wan covered her face and suddenly appeared, a wave of white poisonous smoke spread out, successfully saving the bald youngster. But at the next moment, another human Gu master attacked, he had rank 5 cultivation level. Boom, with a loud sound, the human Gu master not only dispersed the white smoke, everyone's vision cleared up, he even obstructed Huang Wan. Huang Wan supported the bald youngster as they landed at the edge of the battlefield. Village leader. The bald youngster saw the rank 5 human Gu master and was overjoyed, he looked at the female Gu master who saved him. At this time, two clan villages' Gu masters came from all directions, surrounding the Mushroom Men and Huang Wan and her son. The Mushroom Men were surrounded, they panicked. Huang Xiaomi shouted, don't panic. I have already asked for reinforcements from the tribe, they will stop us soon. Before that, we need to hold on. The Mushroom Man Gu masters forced themselves to calm down. Two clan villages' leader did not attack, he took a few steps forward as he looked at Huang Wan with a complex expression, Wan heir, it is you after all. Huang Wan snorted coldly, what do you want? Once she said that, the bald young man heard it, his heart and mind shook as he cried out, Mother? Her identity was exposed, Huang Wan removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance. At this point, I can't hide it from you anymore, rascal. Huang Wan looked at the bald young man as she sighed deeply, her expression was bleak. The Mushroom Man. Gu masters were shocked. This is, the previous generation witch? Why did the previous generation witch save the human Gu master Green Beast? From their words, they seemed to be mother and son? So Huang Wan was chased out of the tribe because she had an affair with two clan villages' leader, she even gave birth to a son. The truth was displayed in front of everyone, soon, the cause and effect was revealed by everyone. Mother! Are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth? The bald young man's heart and mind shook, he could not control himself. For a long time, he had been a pure human, to think that he was a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human. Huang Wan sighed deeply, they are speaking the truth, mother has let you down, I hid it from you for so long. The bald young man took in a deep breath as he took a few steps back, looking at Huang Wan with wide eyes. He had never seen his mother who looked like a mushroom man, because the secret of his birth was exposed, he could not accept it immediately. Two clan villages leader looked at the bald young man deeply before turning to Huangwan. "Wan heir, is he really our son? I did not expect that after you left me back then, you stayed and hid in Two clan village. You even raised our son. It has been hard on you all these years." Huangwan snorted coldly. "You are Two clan villages leader, I am the witch of the Mushroom Man tribe, we cannot be together. But the child is innocent. There is only one reason why I stayed in Two clan village. That is for my son. He is of mixed blood, and the tribe cannot accept him. Thus, all these years, I have been thinking of letting him grow in Two clan village, and finally reveal my cards to you, allowing you to take him in." At this point, Huangwan looked at the bald young man and said softly, "When you were young, didn't you always ask who my father was? Now you know. Nyangqin has Nyangqin's plans, but man proposes and God disposes. Today's situation is absolutely not what Xianxia had imagined. Child, no matter what the result is, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you hate your father, Mother wants you to remember one thing: living in this world, no matter if you are a human, a mushroom man, or a mixed blood, you have to be happy. Don't be entangled in hatred. Only with an open mind will you be able to see the vast world. So, I named you Paradise." Meng Qiushan's heart shook. What, green beast is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? He's actually a mixed blood, but how could a mixed blood become one of the 10 great venerables of the human race? No wonder when I acted as Huangwan and killed Paradise Earth, my emotions overwhelmed me and caused the exploration to fail. It turns out that my previous deduction was wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother, don't say any more. Paradise Earth shook his head, retreating again as he looked at Huangwan in disbelief. Why are you a mushroom man? Huangwan's heart shook. Ah Lu, you have been living among humans since you were young, I know you cannot accept it, but, boom, the ground behind Huangwan broke open as a Two clan rank 4 elder broke out of the ground and attacked Huangwan's back. Huangwan was caught off guard, she was sent flying and coughed out blood in the air. This Two clan rank 4 elder used this move but had no strength to chase after her. He said with a ruthless expression, "Huangwan. Back then, it was you who rescued Huang Xiaomi, and my own brother died tragically in your hands. For today, I painstakingly cultivated this move-breaking earth-shattering life. How does it feel?" Ha ha ha. Mother. Paradise Earth subconsciously ran towards Huangwan. It was Lady Huangwan who resolved the plague of our Mushroom Man tribe. Quickly save her. Meng Qiushan shouted. It's too late, Two clan villages men, kill them all. Two clan villages leader shouted as he unleashed an all-out attack. The Mushroom Man Gu masters quickly faced the enemy, they could not even take care of themselves. Lord Village Leader. Paradise Earth could not call out father in his urgency, he protected Huangwan as he looked at Two clan villages leader in disbelief. Paradise Earth was not a 3-year-old child, he was experienced in battles and knew people's hearts. Earlier, Two clan villages leader used words to distract Huangwan. He used Paradise Earth to distract her and protect the Two clan elder, allowing the latter to succeed in his sneak attack. You still made this choice. Huangwan stared at Two clan villages leader, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent, there was no time to heal her. She decisively suppressed her injuries and quickly stood up. I am Two clan villages leader, I need to be responsible for all of my clansmen. Furthermore, exterminating variant humans is the righteous cause of humanity. Two clan villages leader snorted coldly as he charged over. You are so ruthless. Huangwan shouted as she pushed Paradise Earth away, fighting against Two clan villages leader. Bam bam bam. The two fought with a huge commotion, the shockwaves spread out as Gu masters who could not dodge in time died. Thus, the surrounding Gu masters immediately took a detour, creating a huge battlefield for these two people. Stop fighting. Paradise Earth was extremely anxious. He lost his head out of fear and shouted repeatedly. His condition was at rock bottom, he could not participate in this. Ah Lu, quickly leave. Huangwan shouted. Ah Lu, you are a mixed blood, but you are also my son. I have seen all of your battle achievements. Hurry up and help the stockade village. These mushroom men deserve to die. Two clan villages leader shouted. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Paradise Earth's body was shaking, he was completely out of his wits. A cold light flashed in two clan village heads' eyes as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Huang Wan, and the latter was ambushed and injured, allowing two clan village head to have the upper hand and control the battle. Two clan villages had purposely pressured Huang Wan to get close to a certain two clan Gu master. This two tribe Gu master had unfortunately fallen into Huang Wan's attack range, but his cultivation was only rank 2. Huang Wan did not think much, she struck this two clan Gu master and killed him on the spot. No! Paradise screamed and subconsciously ran over. It turned out that this two clan Gu master was his close comrade, they had gone through life and death together many times. Go away, Ah Lu. Seeing Lu Tu barge in, Huang Wan turned pale with fright. Two clan village head took the chance to attack, bang bang bang, 3 strikes landed on Huang Wan, causing her to faint on the spot. Mother! Lu Tu shouted as he used his body to block two clan village heads' path, protecting Huang Wan behind him. Don't hurt my mother! Killing intent surged in two clan village heads' eyes. Just as he was about to attack, a battle cry resounded from afar. It's the Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements. Their tribe leader is here too. Two clan village head squinted as he thought to himself, we did not bring many people this time, they are all elites, it is not worth it to exchange blows with these Mushroom Man army. Furthermore, so what if we win? As long as the Mushroom Man tribe's base is not found, they will not lose. Thinking of this, two clan village head ordered, retreat. What are you doing? Seeing that two clan village head was getting closer, the bald young man, Lu Tu, asked nervously. Two clan village head sighed as a gentle expression flashed across his face. Lu Tu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all. But your mother is a Mushroom Man. It's the foreign races. Two clan village head's voice suddenly rose. Do you want to join the variant humans? Two clan village head asked again. Lu Tu gritted his teeth and did not speak. All these years, how many Mushroom Men have you killed? Even if you want to join them, will they take you in? Two clan village head sneered. Lu Tu snorted coldly as he stared at two clan village head. I want my mother to live. If you do anything to her, I will not let you off. Two clan village head chuckled. You are still protecting your mother now, any later and she will die from her injuries. This? Lu Tu was at a loss. Two clan village head suddenly attacked, knocking Lu Tu unconscious with one palm strike and bringing the mother and son away. Kill. Kill these humans. Get Huang Wan back, she knows the secret of the tribe's living area. The Mushroom Man Gu masters chased relentlessly. Meng Qiushen, who was acting as Huang Xiaomi, was among them, but he was only cheering them on, he did not do anything. Because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate the next scene. The Mushroom Man Gu master's pursuit was futile, Meng Qiushen successfully arrived at the next scene. This time, he became Huang Wan again. He was chained to his shoulder blades, his primeval essence was completely depleted, he had no strength left. In the dark cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two clan villages head walked in. Meng Qiushen squinted, from the previous scene, this was clearly a formidable character. Two clan villages head laughed, he came prepared. You know my motive, but don't reject me. Let me show you this first. Two clan villages head took out an information path Gu worm. Immediately, a scene floated in the air as it started to appear vividly. In a luxuriously decorated bedroom, two clan villages had opened the door and saw Lu Tuesday. I heard from my subordinates that you woke up, so I came to see you immediately. My son. Two clan villages head had a warm expression. Lu Tu was covered in bandages, he stood up from the bed, but his body shook as he sat down on the bed. How's my mother now? Paradise Earth blurted out with an anxious expression. P.S. A portion of the previous chapter was missing yesterday, it was uploaded by mistake, it has been fixed. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese mobile version website, two clan villages head sighed deeply, your mother is a great mother. For your sake, she took the risk to live in two clan village. Two clan villages had changed the topic, but I cannot let her go, she is a Mushroom Man, a foreign race. You know that these Mushroom Men are. Those who are not of the same race have different intentions, the best outcome for these Mushroom Men is death. But you are different, you are my son. You know that I have no children, you are my only son. Ah Lu, come and help father. Only father can accept you, this two-clan village is your home. Father owes you a lot, father will do his best to make it up to you. After this battle, you have already accumulated enough merits. I know that you want the two surname. Originally, the village still needs to be examined, but father will allow it. From today onwards, you are a true two-clan member. You have the two surname, you are no longer Lu Tu, you are Tu Lu. Child, father is proud of you. This is your new life. Lu Tu laughed, his laughter was filled with mockery and sorrow. The goal that he once yearned for was finally realized, but he did not feel happy at all. I do not want the two surname, all the merits that I have made for two-clan village over these years, I will use them to exchange for my mother's life. Lu Tu shouted. But two-clan village's head was expressionless, he shook his head with a firm attitude. Lu Tu gritted his teeth, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, he pointed at two-clan village's head, if you kill my mother, I will not live alone. Moreover, I will fight you to the death. Ah Lu. Two-clan village's head shouted coldly. Lu Tu did not speak, he only stared at two-clan village's head. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. The father and son stared at each other, finally, two-clan village's head's expression relaxed. He shifted his gaze to the top of his head and let out a deep sigh. The sigh was filled with complicated emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sorrow. Two-clan village's head looked deeply at Lu Tu as he sighed, all these years, father did not notice you at all. Father has let you down, my son. If father took care of you, I would not have ended up like this. Fine. Since it's father's fault, father will satisfy your request this time. Father will let your mother go. He will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushroom Man tribe must be eradicated, not a single one shall be left alive. This is father's bottom line, it is also father's biggest concession as two-clan village head. Ah Lu, you have to understand my difficulties. Paradise Earth's expression immediately relaxed, he swallowed his saliva, Lord, as long as you let my mother go, I don't care about those Mushroom Man tribes. All these years, Paradise Earth had been fighting with the Mushroom Man tribe, the hatred between the two sides was as deep as the sea. The only person he cared about was Huang Wan. Good boy. Two-clan village head became excited, he patted Lu Tu's shoulder, but father cannot let your mother go now. You also know that although we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe settlement, we cannot truly win. But your mother knows the secret of the Mushroom Man tribe, she knows how to find the Mushroom Man tribe. Ah Lu, Dad, you have to help me. Persuade your mother, let her tell us this secret. Dad promises you, as long as we eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe and get rid of two-clan village's greatest threat, I will definitely let your mother go and let her live happily. This? Paradise Earth hesitated. Even though he wanted to eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe, he understood his mother's feelings towards the Mushroom Man tribe. Two-clan village head patted Paradise Earth's shoulder, he said in an understanding tone, Dad will not force you, think about it. You are still injured, recuperate. Dad will give you enough time to think about it, I believe in you. The video ended. Two-clan village head sneered, he approached Huang Wan, are you going to say it now? Or do you want your son to persuade you personally? Think about it, Wan Er. You can disregard your own life, but what about your son's life? If we really fall out, the two of you will not have a good time. I might not kill him either. I just need to send him to the front lines and let him fight with your tribesmen, what do you think? Meng Qiuzhen looked at two-clan village head with an appreciative gaze, you are truly despicable and shameless, you are quite a character. Ha ha ha, those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. You only saw through me now, it's too late. Wan Er. Two-clan village head laughed loudly, but he felt that Huang Wan's gaze was not quite right. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a serious expression, that is why I admire you. The laughter stopped abruptly, two-clan village head had an expression of doubt, what did you just say? Meng Qiuzhen's attitude was straightforward, his gaze was bright and energetic, you do not need to go through so much trouble, don't you want to know the location of the tribe? I will tell you directly. Two-clan village head was stunned. Meng Qiuzhen shrugged. During this period of time, he had used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate the next scene, and even the scene after that, he obtained crucial information. In any case, when Two Clan Village's army attacked the Mushroom Man base, it was definitely because Two Clan Village had found out the secret location of the Mushroom Man tribe. Or maybe, in history, Huang Wan was tortured and even threatened by Two Clan Village head using Paradise Earth. She did not reveal this secret. But this was the dream realm. Huang Wan was not the real Huang Wan, she was Meng Qiuzhen. Not only will I tell you the location of the tribe, I will also tell you that there is a small path in the tribe that is very secretive. You can use the main force to attack while sending elites to sneak attack through the small path. Meng Qiuzhen suggested. Two Clan Village head, however, had a look of doubt on his face. Meng Qiuzhen was so cooperative, he did not believe him at all. Two Clan Village head was silent for a while before smiling coldly. You are already a prisoner, you dare to play with me like this? Good, very good, you do not care about your own son, but have such a cold heart. No, listen to me. I really want to tell you the answer. Meng Qiuzhen had a sincere expression. But Two Clan Village head shook his head, his smile becoming colder. I won't listen. Do you really think I will believe you? Can you verify it if I say it? Meng Qiuzhen rolled his eyes. Two Clan Village head continued to smile coldly. Do you think I am stupid? Wasn't the previous battle a trap set by your Mushroom Man tribe? This time, it must be a trap as well. You want to make me lose my elites. Meng Qiuzhen sighed deeply. If you do not verify it, what will you do next? If you do not know the Mushroom Man tribe's location, how will you attack it? Two Clan Village head laughed loudly. I am prepared. Clap clap clap. He clapped a few times before saying, Master Wu Xiao, please come out. Wu Xiao greets Two Clan Village head. A tall and thin Gu master with a grim expression appeared from the dream realm. I will let you know, this is Southern Border's famous great doctor, Wu Xiao. Do you think I am unprepared? Two Clan Village head introduced. Meng Qiuzhen sighed, why go through so much trouble? Wu Xiao walked forward and used his Gu worms to inspect Meng Qiuzhen, reporting to village leader, this captive has tight defenses, if we soul search her, not only will her soul die, it will also cause a backlash and poison to the person who used it. Two Clan Village head nodded, precisely so, I invited you here. Master Wu, you cultivate soul path, you use the soul to heal injuries, you are one of the 6 great doctors of Southern Border. In the current Southern Border, you are probably the only one who can counter the Mushroomman's poison path while preserving their souls. Wu Xiao smiled proudly, village head is overpraising me, please watch me do it now. Wu Xiao started to use his killer move against Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen grunted, pain assaulted him continuously, his body trembled as he broke out in cold sweat. The dream realm activated at this moment, his soul foundation fell rapidly. Don't attack, don't you want to know the location? Can't I tell you directly? Meng Qiuzhen shouted. You think I will believe you? Wan Er, I know you too well, saying such words is an insult to me. Two Clan Village head waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Meng Qiuzhen purposely screamed, I am telling the truth. Two Clan Village head was furious, you still dare to be stubborn. Aha. Meng Qiuzhen showed an expression of having his guard down, I can't take it anymore, I will tell you everything. Two Clan Village head waved his hand, don't say it, I will soul search you even if you tell me. Meng Qiuzhen kept quiet. He understood now. This was the test of the dream realm that he had to endure. Some dream realms were like this, one had to expend their soul foundation to pass it. If the soul foundation was slightly weaker, the exploring Gu cultivator would die in this round. Guh. Suddenly, Dr. Wu Xiao coughed out blood. He took a few steps back, his forehead was covered in sweat as he breathed roughly, purple blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. So amazing, so amazing. Poison hidden within poison, to think that there was such an exquisite method in this world. I fell for it accidentally. It seems that I have to use my final method. Wu Xiao turned to Two Clan Village head as he reported, but there is a huge flaw in this method. What flaw? This method is considered a forceful soul search, the victim will go insane, but the words they say will be the truth. Two clan village head did not even look at Huang Wan. He said without hesitation, "Master, please use your method, there is no need to hold back." "Okay." Wu Xiao immediately started. A moment later, Huang Wan went insane, she lost her rationality. This was the first time that Meng Qiuzhen encountered such a situation. Such a state also directly affected his thinking. "Tell me, the location of the Mushroom Man tribe?" Two clan village head asked. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to tell him the truth, but he said it instead, "Oh my hometown is in my heart." He he. Huang Wan started to laugh foolishly. "How do I enter the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place?" Two clan village head continued to interrogate. "Use your legs to walk over, of course, you can crawl over too." Ha ha ha. Huang Wan started to laugh foolishly again. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version. The two clan stronghold head became anxious and interrogated. However, although Huang Wan spoke the truth every time, her answers were irrelevant. Two clan village head did not get what he wanted, so he looked at Dr. Wu Xiao with an unfriendly gaze. Dr. Wu Xiao was also shocked. Impressive. This mushroomman's will was really too strong, even though she had completely lost her rationality and was in a state of complete insanity. However, it was precisely because of this that she became even purer, and her every action was based on her heart. In her heart, she would never betray the tribe, even if the tribe expelled her. Two clan village head, forgive me for being powerless. You. Two clan stronghold head was extremely angry, but he forcefully held it in. Then I shall invite Grandmaster Wu Xiao to rest first. In the cell, only two clan village head and Huang Wan were left. Two clan village head sneered at Huang Wan, "Don't worry, even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. It's fine if I can't get you to speak, I'll capture more Mushroom Man higher-ups and let Master Wu Xiao take action. I don't believe that I can't find the location of your Mushroom Man tribe." Thus, in the next scene, Meng Qiuzhen turned into Huang Xiaomi. Beside him were the elite Gu masters of the Mushroom Man tribe. In the deep night, they had already infiltrated Two Clan village. "Big brother little me," Fong Tu secretly responded. These years, Fong Tu had been taken care of by Huang Wan and Paradise Earth. He started his cultivation path and was now a rank 2 Gu master. She had benefited a lot from Huang Wan, and because of her fortuitous encounters, she always had a good impression of the Mushroom Man race. "How is the situation?" Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked. Fong Tu answered, "Zhaiju's side has already prepared everything. Early tomorrow morning, he will publicly execute anti-Huang Wan on the execution ground. On the other side, I've already scouted out the place where Paradise is imprisoned." "Alright. We'll split into two groups. One group will go to the execution ground and lay in ambush. The other way is to save Paradise Earth and give him the set of Gu worms," Meng Qiuzhen instructed. The sky gradually brightened. Right when Huang Wan was about to be beheaded, Meng Qiuzhen led the Mushroom Man Gu masters to attack the execution ground. "You guys really came." Two Clan Stronghold head laughed. "Everything is within the Stronghold master's expectations." The clan elders praised. "Mother." On the other side, Paradise brought people to help. Two Clan village head frowned. "In the end, you still chose that side. Fine, today I will place righteousness before family and correct all my past mistakes. Kill that mother and son. Try to capture as many of the other mushroom men as possible." A chaotic battle unfolded. Two Clan village quickly gained the upper hand. This was a trap that they had set. The Mushroom Man tribe also expected this situation, but there was nothing they could do. Huang Wan was the shaman of the previous generation. She knew too many secrets of the tribe. She must not be allowed to stay in Two Clan village. Huang Xiaomi and Paradise Earth sank into a bitter battle. There were strong enemies everywhere. Never would I have expected that there would be a time where we would have to fight side by side. Lu Tu looked to Huang Xiaomi and laughed bitterly. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, our reinforcements have arrived." At the crucial moment, the dream realm changed again. Large numbers of Mushroom Man Gu masters entered the battlefield. It turned out that the Mushroom Man tribe leader decided to stake it all on one throw. He led the entire tribe to launch a frenzied attack on Two Clan village. "Succeed or die trying, cut off all means of retreat, most of Tu clan village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Tu clan village's defenses were not up to scratch. The Mushroom Man army actually broke through the checkpoints and charged straight into Tu clan village. A fierce battle broke out. The village leader and tribe leader were both rank 5, they fought against each other. Lu Tu and Huang Xiaomi's cooperation became the crucial factor in breaking the stalemate. They were too familiar with each other, even though this was their first time working together, they had great teamwork. The two had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they worked together, their strength rose sharply, even Tu clan village's leader could not resist them. Eventually, the Mushroom Man tribe won, Tu clan village lost miserably. The surviving Gu masters escaped to the dungeon, resisting and struggling at death's door. Meanwhile, Tu clan village's leader was heavily injured, on the verge of death. He was captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. "Mother, what happened to you? Why are you like this?" In the chaotic battle, Lu Tu did not hesitate to get injured. He finally saved his mother. But he found out that Huang Wan had gone completely insane. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiaomi. Son, you must live a happy and safe life. That is why I named you Lu Tuesday. Come, give your mother a smile, a smile. Mother. Lu Tu's face was covered in tears. It is all my fault. If I did not barge in, you would not have been taken advantage of by the village leader. You would not have ended up like this. At this time, Wu Xiao was brought over. He quickly begged, don't kill me, don't kill me. I know what is going on with your mother. Speak. Lu Tu shouted. Tu clan village's leader, who was heavily injured, laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, your mother is hopeless, she has gone completely insane. That's right, I am the one behind this great Dr. Wu Xiao is the main culprit. All of you will die. Lu Tu's expression was twisted, he was about to attack. Huang Wan suddenly stopped him. Don't kill, don't kill. This is not good, you need to be kind to others. You rascal. Mother, you finally recognized me. Lu Tu cried loudly. Slap. Huang Wan suddenly slapped Lu Tu, stunning him. Who is your mother? My son is here. She pulled Huang Xiaomi and patted his chest. This is my son. Look at my son. Huang Wan flaunted in satisfaction. My son is so handsome, so tall. What a great lad. Son. Huang Wan was smiling and flaunting a moment ago, but now, she was crying. Mother has let you down. Mother hid your identity, mother shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair would grow out and form a mushroom crown. You won't blame mother, right? Lu Tu howled, his tears falling like rain. Huang Wan ignored him, she only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Lu Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi with a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded, he played along. Mother, I won't blame you. You will always be my good mother. Huang Wan shed tears of joy. Rascal, thank you for understanding, mother. Don't kill your father, don't kill anyone else. Mother hopes that you will be safe and happy. Let them go. Fighting and killing will only worsen the conflict and hatred. It will make you feel empty, it will make you suffer, it will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, you are not a Lu. Everyone was silent. Even Tu clan village head was the same. You want me to not kill these people? Lu Tu's eyes were bloodshot, he clenched his fists tightly, his expression was sinister. How is that possible? He squeezed out this sentence. Tu clan village head sneered, he had already suffered a crushing defeat, he was disheartened, he was not afraid of death. But great Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted, there is hope, there is hope. Your mother regains her sanity, there is hope. Lu Tu grabbed Wu Xiao's collar and lifted him up. Tell me, what is the solution? Wu Xiao quickly said, even though your mother has gone mad, she still has a trace of spirituality. Look at her actions and words, they are all sincere, they are the purest of her heart. As long as you do not go against your mother's heart, as time passes, your mother's condition will not worsen, her spirituality will continue to grow. Then, under my care, she will definitely recover, there is hope. Wu Xiao shouted, for the sake of survival, he did not want to give up any chance. Bam! Lu Tu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. Ah! He roared at the sky, he was in great pain. Two enemies were right in front of him, he could not retaliate, but he could not take revenge. For his mother, he had to listen to Huang Wan's intentions. Alright, for my mother, I will spare the two of you today. Lu Tu gritted his teeth, he used so much force that blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The dream realm ended here. Meng Qiuxian's soul returned to his body, he sighed. To think that Lu Tu's life was so full of twists and turns. Heroes often encounter strangers. It's no wonder that his image in history was also hairless. It's just that the green beast tattoo has disappeared. Lu Tu is actually a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human? How did he become a venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was young, he had a bad temper and deep killing intent, he was no different from a normal person. How did he become like this now? The dream realm gave Meng Qiuxian even more questions. These questions could not be answered for the time being. But the increase in attainment level was real. Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level, not just that, his Poison Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Before this, Fang Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. And this dream realm left behind by Lu Tu contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Ever since Fang Yuan took the risk to help the Dream Path clone ascend, his gains were clear. Not just Food Path, Poison Path, and Earth Path attainment levels, Luck Path and Ice Path were also at Grandmaster level. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Dark Path, and others were all at Grandmaster level. After conquering Lu Tu's dream realm, there were only a few dream realms left. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to digest all of the dream realms. Basically, Fang Yuan no longer had any shortcomings in terms of paths. However, the Painting Dao, the Military Dao, and the Alchemy Dao were completely blank. There was no helping it. Spectral Soul's dream realms that Fang Yuan obtained did not have any of these paths. Maybe Spectral Soul had some reservations, but the more likely reason was that Spectral Soul could not grasp them. After all, Weapon Path and Pill Path were created. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Painting Path had always been purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it had never spread, it was even more limited than Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path inheritance. Don't forget, a portion of these Spectral Souls dream realms were obtained by Feng Kim Hong during the pursuit of Fang Yuan. But the portion that she obtained was actually very small. It was not worth Fang Yuan searching for it. After all, Feng Kim Hong had a lot of luck. After becoming Great Grandmaster in Earth Path, Fang Yuan immediately modified the original Earth Vein plan, he saved a lot of costs and shortened the time needed. Looking at the time, Xianxia and Hong should have already reached southern borders Wu Clan and met Wu Yong. Fang Yuan plotted and schemed. Southern border. Wuyi Mountain, Wu Clan headquarters. In the guest hall. Xianxia and Hong smiled as he greeted calmly. Xianxia and Hong greets Wu Clan's first supreme elder. Wu Yong sat down and smiled, "Envoy, you are too polite." Xianxia and Hong went straight to the point, "I am here to bring Fan Wind Gu. It has already been successfully refined, please inspect it." Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised, so fast? Don't tell me that Fang Yuan has some method to refine fake immortal Gu and is here to deceive me? He received it and inspected it carefully, but did not find any flaws. It is a genuine rank 8 immortal Gu indeed. But how can Fang Yuan refine a rank 8 immortal Gu in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong did not dare to be too sure. In his mind, Fang Yuan was crafty, sinister, despicable, shameless, vicious, and all sorts of other traits. This number one demon in the world could not be evaluated with common sense. "Envoy, please wait for a moment, my Wu Clan's Gu Immortals will inspect it," Wu Yong said. Wu Clan had refinement path Gu Immortals, but they were not strong. Wu Clan was not skilled in refinement path, they were most skilled in wind path. Not just in southern border, even in the 5 regions, Wu Clan was a top-tier expert in wind path. 15 minutes later, Wu Yong received news that the rank 8 Fan Wind Gu was verified, it was genuine. Wu Yong had a complex feeling. Immortal Gu were unique, rank 8 Immortal Gu were too hard to refine, they had a huge significance, ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals did not even have a single rank 8 Immortal Gu. For example, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, In order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, he destroyed his shui who blessed land that he had been managing for many years. Of course, this was also because his ambitions involved the benefits of the celestial court and longevity heaven. In recent years, heaven and earth have changed, the 5 regions have fused into one, earth veins are moving, chi tides are surging, a vast number of immortal materials are appearing. It is very likely that the number of rank 8 immortal goo will increase. But for ordinary rank 8 goo immortals, especially those lone immortals, even one goo, rank 8, is hard to find. To think that my Wu clan gained another rank 8 immortal goo. While Wu Yong was happy, he was even more afraid of Fang Yuan. Although I already knew that Fang Yuan had swallowed the entire Xianxia sect, I did not expect that he would be able to do so. But his refinement path strength is so amazing. Refining a rank 8 fan wind goo gave me a feeling of ease. Ku Xianhong continued, since the verification is over, which 2 immortal goo do you want to refine next? This time, I can bring them all back. Wu Yong hesitated. Should he give the 7-faced prestige wind goo to Ku Xinhong? If he could refine 8-faced prestige wind goo, it would be a huge boost to Wu Yong. But precisely because of this, the 7-faced prestige wind goo was very important. If he gave it to Fang Yuan, what would he do if he took it for granted? Actually, there are many choices. At once, Wu Yong felt that 3 immortal goo was too little. He wanted to raise all of Wu clan's immortal goo to rank 8 level. I did not expect you to act so quickly. I cannot make a decision now, I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay in Wu clan and wait for me for 3 days? Wu Yong said. Wu Bachong heard this and immediately added, persuading Ku Xianhong, speaking of which, this is your 3rd time coming to Wu clan, let us show our hospitality as a host. Alright. Ku Xianhong nodded with a smile, I am very interested in Wu clan's style, I will not disturb you. As for First Supreme Elder's feelings, I understand. The truth is, I have another mission. I wonder if your clan wants to make another transaction with us? What business do you have this time? Wu Yong immediately became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth, whose land could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 immortal goo, but Fang Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong's heart started to ache again. Ku Xianhong explained in detail as Wu Yong fell into deep thought. Wu Bachong shouted, what, Fang Yuan wants to take away all of Wu clan's famous mountains. The price is to refine rank 8 immortal goo for Wu clan? Precisely. Ku Xianhong nodded. Wu Bachong sneered, how can we do that? Any famous mountain is at least a large resource point. Most are giant resource points, a few are super resource points, they can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 immortal goo, it is on the basis of Wu clan's immortal goo, it is not to give Wu clan more immortal goo. Moreover, immortal goo are hard to feed, rank 8 immortal goo are even more so. Even if they are refined, they will only expend resources. Meanwhile, the famous mountain's resource points are constantly producing resources, they are almost inexhaustible. You want to take away our Wu clan's famous mountains, you are trying to destroy our foundation, what is your motive for doing this? Towards the end, Wu Bachong was almost scolding him. Ku Xianhong was already prepared, he spoke calmly, no. Elder Wu Bachong, you're thinking too seriously. Think about it calmly. Many goo immortal seeds in your clan have succeeded in their immortal ascension. But only 6 of them have been added, and most of them are outsiders. The number of goo immortals has increased, but Wu clan's territory is too big, it is not enough to defend it. Since that is the case, we might as well sell some of our territories. That way, Wu clan will not only have higher ranked immortal goo, we will also have more manpower. Furthermore, Ku Xianhong continued, immortal goo are unique, rank 8 immortal goo are very rare, Elder Wu Bachong should know this. Immortal materials can be exchanged, but can immortal goo be bought and sold casually? Immortal goo are unique, they can only be exchanged with each other. Even so, Jewel Yellow Skies is the #1 market in the world, may I ask, how many immortal goo transactions have there been over the years? The 5 regions are one, chaotic battles are unavoidable in the future. Goo immortal battle strength is the most important. Only by protecting oneself can we talk about other things. Rank 8 immortal goo can raise your clan's strength, not only can it protect yourself, you can even invade the surrounding areas, it is a huge windfall from war. This? Wu Bachong hesitated. Ku Xianhong looked at Wu Bachong, he glanced at Wu Yong without leaving a trace, he continued to increase the stakes. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters, not long ago, Chai Clan sold it to us. What? There is such a secret? Wu Bachong was very surprised. Ku Xianhong did not harp on this matter, he retreated in order to advance. If Wu Clan does not want to do this transaction, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back Immortal Gu to advance, I will also go to other clans too. Do this transaction. Wu Bachong's expression changed slightly. If Wu Clan did not cooperate with Feng Yuan, but the other clans cooperated with Feng Yuan, their battle strength would definitely rise sharply. Even if they lacked resources and lost momentum, what if these clans took the chance to expand? By then, if Wu Clan did not cooperate with Feng Yuan, they would instead be overtaken by other clans in terms of battle strength. By then, would Wu Clan fall from the throne of the number one force in southern border and be bullied by other forces? Wu Yong tapped on the table as he fell into deep thought. Feng Yuan is so domineering even when doing business, he is forcing people to do things against their will. However, even though Ku Xianhong is trying to persuade us, his words are not without reason. This transaction can be done, but we need to strictly control the extent of it. Almost at the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Gananai greets Master. Earth Extremity of the Eight Extremities knelt in front of Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Gananai was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was very deep. At this moment, she held 4 rank 8 Immortal Gu with both hands and presented them respectfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a look and was very satisfied. Gananai, as expected of my Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path Master. From the Fate War until now, you have received my orders and refined 4 rank 8 Immortal Gu. You have made a huge contribution. Gananai quickly said, everything is because of Master's luck path methods, otherwise, with my meager talent, I would not have been able to refine so many rank 8 Immortal Gu in just a few years. But because of this, Longevity Heaven's luck fell. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand to interrupt her. There are gains and losses in everything in this world. To refine these Immortal Gu, some luck is necessary. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took out one of these 4 Immortal Gu and inspected it carefully. This Gu had a strange appearance, it was square and fongxing, like a wooden block. This was Imitation Gu, ranked 8th on the current Mystical Gu list. It originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. If any other Immortal Gu in the world were in contact with this Gu for a period of time, the Gu cultivator could use Imitation Gu to turn this Gu into the corresponding Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, but Imitation Gu could take a different path and slightly break this convention. But the Imitation Gu's power could not compare to the original. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had sought Human Chi Immortal Gu from Celestial Court, but failed. Giant Sun Immortal settled for the next best thing, refining Imitation Gu and turning it into Human Chi Immortal Gu. Next, he used the transformed Human Chi Immortal Gu as one of the cores to construct 88-point Xianxia Tower. And other than this Imitation Gu, the other 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu were all Blood Path Immortal Gu, Divine Emperor City. Light flickered as the 10 children of Human Path left the painting world and returned to the real world. We are finally out. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down the 2 newly added painting territories. We were nurtured by Celestial Court this time. Now that time is up, we can only leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take them down, the situation is set. Not only did beast tamers appear in the painting world, Chi refinement warriors also appeared. Together with our solid foundation, we will not fail. That's right. After the 10 children of Human Path talked for a while, Gu immortals from their sects came to receive them and bring them away. Qin Ding Ling and the rest concealed themselves and hid at the side, watching the entire process. These 10 are the human immortal seeds of my celestial court. No matter what the result of our trip to Crazed Demon Cave is, we need to support and nurture these people. Qin Ding Ling said with concern. Yes, Lord. The celestial court Gu immortal in charge of guarding the place remembered Qin Ding Ling's words. Let's go. Qin Ding Ling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City activated, the huge city flew up again and charged towards Central Continent with an indomitable momentum. Its gaze was directed towards Crazed Demon Cave. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, several variant human men were gathered in a circle. They were doing something important. Slow down, slow down. Take it easy over there, don't be so anxious. Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Bam. A loud sound echoed. A mountain range that occupied a vast area was located on the ground. This mountain range was not tall, it was not very beautiful either. The mountain rocks were mostly dust rocks, ironclad rocks, and so on, causing the mountain range to be gray and hazy. The strange thing was, this mountain range was completely silent. Even though there were many living beings, even if Goo Immortals spoke here, their voices could not be heard. Unless they used special methods. This was Silent Hill. It was as famous as Western Desert's anti-sound desert, it was famous in the world. Here, any sound path killer move would be greatly suppressed. Silent Hill was one of the famous mountains in southern border, but because it produced few resources, it was of little value. This time, Fang Yuan sent envoys everywhere to discuss business. Silent Hill was sold to Fang Yuan like this, and these variant human Goo Immortals were a group of people responsible for moving this Silent Hill to a specific location in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. But the relocation was only the first step, the next step was to nurture its mountain roots. The person in charge of this was the Rockman Goo Immortal. He used his method, the mountain roots of Silent Hill grew rapidly, taking root in the surroundings. Deeper, deeper. The leader kept instructing and suddenly sighed. Hey, why did you stop? You can't do it again? The Rockman Goo Immortal was impatient. Leader, can you not speak? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain, I don't know how tiring it is to manipulate the mountain roots for such a mountain range. The leader, however, said, that's why I said, you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low, when can you advance to rank 8? The Rockman Goo Immortal rolled his eyes. Leader, I was only rank 6 not long ago, thanks to Master, I was able to advance to rank 7. You asked me to advance to rank 8, I want to, but it is too difficult. The other Goo Immortal spoke. Leader is right. In our team, only you can make mountain roots and make them thick and long. If you're stronger, we'll be able to complete the mission better and get more contribution points. You're in charge of the mountain roots. Your contribution has always been the highest. Hurry up. I heard that you've been sleeping recently? I haven't slept for 2 months. I've been doing mountain moving missions. Master's breadth of mind is as vast as the heavens and the sea, incomparably vast. But this plan will be completed one day. How can we not seize this rare opportunity? Look at the other teams. The more they complete, the less we have. The Goo Immortals stared at the Rockman Goo Immortal with a look of disappointment. The Rockman Goo Immortal was helpless, don't you know? We stone men have never lacked sleep since we were young. Our bodies are too heavy, and for our souls, it's a very heavy burden. I need to sleep to nurture my soul. Then let's use the liver life formation. I've already used it. Isn't there a soul path method in Master's contribution board that can increase your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path, soul path methods have little effect on me. If I use my contribution points to exchange for these, I might as well increase my earth path attainment. The leader gritted his teeth, stop arguing, let's work together and help our little brother Rockman. Everyone, gather some contribution points and increase his soul foundation. The other Goo Immortals nodded in agreement. Right now, the Rockman Goo Immortal was their team's weakness. If he got stronger, the whole team would benefit greatly. Fang Yuan's missions were all made through wisdom path deductions, the contents were simple but they were very meticulous. Be it the difficulty of the missions or the content, they often required the Goo Immortals to cooperate with others, it was hard to complete them alone. This was why the Goo Immortals of the various races cooperated closely. After working together for a long time, they would naturally develop friendship. Thus, in the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all the tribes were subtly merging into one. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others were all working together, they were working hard to build their beautiful homes. Very good, Silent Hill has also been settled. The famous mountains are scattered in the mini 5 regions. The number has reached the most basic requirement. We can start constructing the earth vein. Feng Yuan had been paying attention to the relocation of the famous mountains. Now that he found out about the situation at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the earth vein, he had already set up immortal goo formations in all the important areas of the mini 5 regions. At this moment, Feng Yuan willed as his immortal essence began to be expended intensely, the immortal formations buzzed and activated. The entire mini 5 region started to tremble. The tremors were getting stronger and stronger. Some of the variant humans living in the different regions were panicking, while others showed expressions of joy. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Most mortal goo masters did not know what was going on. Master is starting to make a move. Oh heavens, he is making a huge move in the entire mini 5 regions. The goo immortals sensed this situation and were overjoyed. They felt even more reverence towards Feng Yuan. Rumble, the ground continued to shake, but the tremors were not huge, there were not many losses. An earth vein was being pushed by the goo formations of various regions, with each famous mountain as the hub. It gradually formed. This earth vein passed through the entire mini 5 regions, covering mini southern border, mini central continent, mini eastern sea, mini western desert, and Kokitahara. If one looked from above, this earth vein was like an irregular geometric figure. The lines were very simple, it barely covered half of the mini 5 regions. After the earth vein was constructed, the ground calmed down again. All the immortal formations stopped working, they all used immortal materials as the cores. The immortal materials were almost used up, causing many immortal formations to be extremely damaged. They could not be activated again. Feng Yuan started to inspect carefully. He was very patient. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Just like the plan, the entire earth vein was constructed perfectly, there were no mistakes. Of course, this was also because the initial artificial earth vein structure was very simple, it could even be said to be crude. In fact, the biggest difficulty of the artificial earth vein plan was not the construction of the earth vein. It was how to gather enough famous mountains to act as the hub of the earth vein of the various regions. The second difficulty was the method to construct the artificial earth vein. The initial construction of the earth vein is complete, but it is quite crude. The effect on the entire sovereign immortal aperture is not instantaneous. In fact, at the start, there might even be abnormal situations that occur frequently. But after some time, when everything calms down, the sovereign immortal aperture will definitely be more stable than before. Feng Yuan estimated in his mind. He retracted his consciousness from the sovereign immortal aperture and used cooking luck pot to check his luck. Immediately, Feng Yuan's eyes shined, he showed a look of joy. Once the artificial earth vein was formed, it was a huge help to his luck. His original silver light pillar was huge, but it gave off a feeling of being loose, like clouds and mud that could crumble with a touch. But now, his silver light pillar had shrunk slightly, becoming more solid. This was a change that made him feel at ease. But the luck of the other venerables seems to have increased as well. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. At the top of the silver light pillar, there were 3 layers of clouds. They represented Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, and Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation's cloud was still firmly in control of the first layer, but it had expanded slightly. Spectral Soul was in the second layer, while Giant Sun Immortal was in the third layer. But there was a strange scene. Star Constellation's cloud was actually devouring Spectral Soul's cloud. This made Feng Yuan feel puzzled. He had many guesses in his mind, but he could not be sure of any of them. There was another change. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, there was yellow-brown dust again. The dust seemed to be protecting and stabilizing the silver pillar of light. Feng Yuan had confirmed through luck inspection that the artificial earth vein plan was very beneficial to him. He was even more determined to carry out this plan. But with the earth vein, myriad beings assimilation transformation cannot be used anymore. Feng Yuan was wary of himself. Myriad beings assimilation transformation was a supreme method of beast calamity immortal. It was the highest profundity of transformation path. It could turn the Tao marks of other paths into transformation path Tao marks. Even heaven path Dao marks could be affected, thus, all sorts of calamities and tribulations could be turned into beast calamities. Feng Yuan's main body could not be used. This move's Dao mark transformation had a huge impact on the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology. Feng Yuan had a terrifying number of Dao marks now, not counting the total, just the refinement path Dao marks alone numbered more than 6 million. If these 6 million Dao marks suddenly changed into other Dao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt. By then, a huge anomaly would occur, a severe calamity and tribulation would occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water suddenly turning into lava. The fish's outcome could be easily imagined. In the past, when Feng Yuan used myriad beings' assimilation transformation, that was because the sovereign immortal aperture's development was relatively low, there were very few living beings inside. At that time, Feng Yuan had far fewer Dao marks than now. If he used myriad beings' assimilation transformation now, he would not be able to transform too many Dao marks. Taking into account the sovereign immortal aperture, the transformation of Dao marks would be few. If there were too few, there would not be much meaning in fighting against venerables. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's main body moved from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peak that pierced the clouds was overflowing with frost energy. Its roots had already been cut and taken care of, all that was left was for Feng Yuan to take over. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, when Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and stayed in Wu clan and Xia clan had a conflict over this peak. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snow path resources. But the picturesque Frosty Peak that was covered in snow was now filled with holes due to excessive harvesting. Not only did it ruin the scenery, its production in recent years was also greatly affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Feng Yuan by Wu clan. Right now, there were many Gu immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu immortals sent by Feng Yuan, there were also Wu clan's Gu immortals, including Wu Yong. Feng Yuan, how have you been? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet with a complex expression. Author's note, there are 2 updates today, there is still one more chapter left. Pull upload next chapters. On the 15th of December, 2012, the first chapter of Gu Dao Master went viral on Qidian's website. On the 6th of January, 2013, Gu Dao Master was featured on the cover. On the 16th of May, 2016, Gu Dao Master was included in the premium channel. On the 13th of April, 2018, Gu Dao Master had its first Silver Alliance Master. On the 11th of November, 2018, Gu Dao Master logo selection results were released. On the 8th of December, 2018, Gu Dao Master S book group, Gu World, was officially established. 6 years of trials and tribulations. We walked through it together. The indignation of many reports, the happiness of new results, and the problems of water and mathematics. Whether you loved it in the past or love it now, everyone witnessed each other. In these 6 years, we grew up together. Many primary school students became high school students, many high school students became university students, and many university students had wives and children. After reading the latest chapter, many friends started to read it again. Read it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. We watched as Feng Yuan went through hardships and dangers step by step, persevering and moving forward. At the same time, we went through hardships in our own lives, tasting the tears and sweat of youth. We grew old together. Gu Dao Master S book group, Gu World, will always open its doors, welcoming friends with similar interests to communicate, discuss the plot, criticize the author, participate in all kinds of book group activities, urge for updates, and vote together. The prize for winning the logo was sent out the day before yesterday, and there were already some book friends who received it. Gu Dao Master Black Sky Group and Gu Dao Master White Sky Group will be renamed to Gu World Black Sky Group and Gu World White Sky Group. To celebrate the establishment of Gu World, there will be an additional chapter. Gu Dao Master Activity Group. Gu World, 722747201. Gu World Black Sky Group, 4972666624. Gu World White Sky Group, 3369363326. Gu Dao Master VIP Group, 2509063115. Gu Dao Master winners can join any official group, and after successful certification, they will receive the corresponding title. Finally, thank you for your support. From now on, let us work together. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fang Yuan personally. If this was right after the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. If Wu Yong got close to him, he might be killed by Fang Yuan. This was very dangerous, but it was different now. After Fang Yuan's series of diplomatic methods, he was able to conduct large transactions with all the super forces without abusing his strength. There might have been little effect at the start, but after so much, including Wu clan, Fang clan, and Chai clan, all the super forces could see the orderly side of Fang Yuan. After these super forces re-evaluated Fang Yuan, they started to cooperate with Fang Yuan. It was actually not easy to achieve this. Would a little rabbit feel at ease doing business with a big bad wolf? But this man in front of me has done this. Wu Yong looked at Fang Yuan with complex emotions. He was a formidable character of the current era, his aptitude and talent were among the top among rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's recent actions made Wu Yong sigh inwardly, he even felt a trace of admiration. He had strength, but he did not use it, he did not bully the weak, this was not an easy thing to do. On the surface, this was self-discipline, he understood the logic of those who were good at water drowning. But in essence, he was not greedy, he was not influenced by his desires. Looking at the entire world, no, looking at the river of time, looking at the history of humanity, how many people could do this, and Fang Yuan was able to make all sorts of weak forces feel at ease working with him. Initially, it was only Wu clan, but now, Wu Yong realized that almost all of Southern Border's super forces had made transactions with Fang Yuan, they sold some useless mountains in exchange for refining rank 8 immortal Gu. This was not easy. This showed Fang Yuan's superb methods. Be it threats or promises, or other methods, he managed to achieve this. Fang Yuan, this person is really amazing. Although he comes from the Devil Dao, his actions and thoughts have never been bound by such a shallow faction. He can be righteous, he can be evil, he can rule the world, he can be in chaos. All of these are his methods. Throughout the ages, this kind of demon is the most terrifying. To be able to live in the same world as such a person, I, Wu Yong, am really lucky. Wu Yong was afraid of Fang Yuan, disappointed because of Fang Yuan, and angry because of Fang Yuan. However, because of Fang Yuan, his fighting spirit was high, and he even felt that life was beautiful. Because in Fang Yuan, he saw himself, he was witnessing himself. There were too many similarities between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's actions during this period of time allowed Wu Yong to see Fang Yuan's breadth of mind, he could see his grand strategy of taking one step at a time. Since people's hearts have already been changed by Fang Yuan, why can't I cooperate more closely with Fang Yuan? After losing Hu Land, Wu Yong had this thought. What if he could not defeat the enemy, then he would cooperate with the enemy and turn the enemy into a friend. Cooperating with Fang Yuan was completely profitable, it would be a huge help to Wu clan. Wu Yong did not lack forbearance, he also had the shame of the righteous path. It was just that the shame of an ambitious person was even thinner than a piece of paper. As long as there were enough benefits, Wu Yong could casually tear this piece of paper into pieces. Therefore, Wu Yong took the initiative to come over this time to personally meet and talk with Fang Yuan. It was to deepen the cooperation between Wu clan and Fang Yuan. Looking at Wu Yong, a smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Wu Yong once chased after him, but so what, if you can kill me, you, Wu Yong, have the ability. This world is the law of the jungle. If I die because of you, it is my weakness, my incompetence, my fault, the weak are devoured by the strong, isn't this a matter of course? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's heart, there was never this kind of meaningless hatred. Wu Yong took the initiative to appear here, the intention of cooperation was clear, then it was cooperation. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, cooperating with Wu clan was absolutely beneficial. Wu Yong was the Southern Alliance Lord, and Wu clan had long sat on the throne of Southern Border's #1 force. Cooperating with Wu clan was a model for others. Like this time, when Fang Yuan transacted famous mountains with the other forces, he relied on Wu clan's transaction records to open up the situation. But right when Fang Yuan wanted to chat with Wu Yong, a Gu immortal flew over from the sky. This Gu immortal wore a grey hemp robe, he wore a conical hat, his body was muscular like a bear, his chin was wide and thick, it was Lu Weiyin. It was just that he, who had always been steady, was showing an anxious expression at this moment. Lu Weiyin saw Fang Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fang Yuan, I finally found you. Friend Lu, what are you here for?" Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin flew towards Fang Yuan and glanced at Wu Yong. He had no intention of greeting him. Wu Yong could not help but feel curious, he had never seen Lu Weiyin show such an anxious side. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Lord Fang Yuan, did you know that yesterday, Divine Emperor City brought the immortals of the Celestial Court from Central Continent to Northern Plains Crazed Demon Cave?" "Oh?" Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Lu Weiyin continued, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she works together with the Celestial Court, the situation in Crazed Demon Cave will be very bad. There is no time to lose, we need to go there and take control of the situation." "What?" Wu Yong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. What was going on? How did they get involved with the Celestial Court and Crazed Demon Cave? Wu Yong was very sharp, and almost instantly realized that this was going to be an extremely important confrontation. No matter what the outcome was, it would affect the entire Gu immortal world, it would affect the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he consoled Lu Weiyin, "Lu Wei, you are really well informed. But there is no rush, I still have matters to attend to." Saying so, Fang Yuan used a method to store Frosty Peak in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Weiyin took off his hat and stared with wide eyes, urging, "The other party is the Celestial Court, there is also Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon Cave, and the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fang Yuan, we cannot delay this opportunity." What? Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable, and Primordial Domain? The secluded domain of Heaven and Earth recorded in? Wu Yong had many questions in his mind, he became anxious. He wanted to know everything. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression, "Lu Wei, I know you want to make contributions, I have already promised you. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to revive, I will definitely help him. However, I have my own judgment of the situation, if I do not use every second to increase my strength, how can I fight against a venerable? You don't have to rush me for this." Lu Weiyin did not speak. Fang Yuan turned to Wu Yong and smiled again, "Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can increase the scale. For example, Moon Bowl, Fake Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, and so on." Wu Yong had a difficult expression, "These are all famous mountains, they are worth more than Frosty Peak. Phoenix Peak's true value lies in the time every year, all kinds of phoenixes will head to Phoenix Peak to lay eggs. If you want this mountain, it will not be worth it. And Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian and Fake Corpse Mountain are things that my Wu clan needs. Not long ago, my clan obtained the Corpse Emperor's enslavement path true inheritance, we are preparing to develop it. These 2 mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bowl, as long as your price is reasonable, we can consider the transaction." Wu Yong said with a sincere tone, but his mind was elsewhere. He had been waiting for this meeting and conversation for a long time. But because of Lu Weiyin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was elsewhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong conversed for a while, Lu Weiyin was ignored. Fang Yuan indeed needed more famous mountains. Even though the previous transactions were effective, most of them were useless mountains. If Wu clan took the lead, this huge transaction that would affect the whole of southern borders Gu immortal world would take a step further. After the conversation, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, "All right, we shall part ways here." Lu Weiyin stretched out his hand, "Lord Fang Yuan." Before Fang Yuan left, he glanced at him with a cold gaze, "I still have matters to attend to." Lu Weiyin's words were stuck in his mouth. At the next moment, Fang Yuan activated Heaven and Earth travel, vanishing on the spot. He really had matters to attend to. This time, he was going to Rotten Mud Mountain to take over this mountain. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. Wu Yong smiled, "Lu Weiyin, we have not seen each other for a long time. Why don't we?" Lu Weiyin waved his hand, "Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to, if I am free, I will visit Wuyi Mountain. Saying this, Lu Weiyin left. He did not have the mood to explain anything to Wu Yong. Wu Yong's questions were stuck in his mouth. He felt extremely uncomfortable. His gaze turned towards the variant human Gu immortals present. His smile did not change as he probed these people. But what did these variant human Gu immortals know? The leader said calmly, without the permission of the Lord, how can we subordinates speak nonsense? Please don't blame us, Lord Wu Yong, we still need to go to the next location, Moving Mountain. Wu Yong was helpless, he could only watch as these people flew away. Even though he had negotiated some matters with Feng Yuan and achieved his original goal. But Wu Yong was not happy. He acutely sensed that he was already being left behind by Feng Yuan and the rest. He did not know anything about this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. No wonder Feng Yuan wants to cooperate with the other forces. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Rebirth? His pressure is unimaginable. Maybe I should negotiate with Feng Yuan? Wu Yong understood Feng Yuan's difficulties, he felt a little melancholic. Wait. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. Lu Weiyin could have transmitted to Feng Yuan, why did he do it in front of me? Maybe I can find out more information from him. His refusal just now was just to loosen the reins only to grasp them better and take the opportunity to raise the price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly in his mind. He had a premonition that if he contacted Lu Weiyin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask about this, how would he know if there were benefits to be gained from this? Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Immemorial White Heaven. Intense winds blew, causing Feng Yuan's long hair to flutter in the wind. He prepared for a moment before using his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was continuously devoured by the Sovereign Immortal Aperture under Feng Yuan's method. Like when he devoured the aperture earlier, Feng Yuan did not devour the entire Grotto Heaven, he selectively split it into parts and placed them in different parts of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Of course, because this was a Rockman's Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions, the Mini 9 heavens only got a small portion. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. As the profound light faded, a mountain range appeared out of nowhere in Mini Central Continent. We are in, this is our tribe's Myriad Ravine mountain range. Sanbai was extremely excited. Yes, this was our former sacred mountain. But in the current Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it has become ordinary. Guabai had a complex expression, he was disappointed but also gratified. These Rockman Gu Immortals gathered together for this moment. They were originally the Gu Immortals of this Grotto Heaven, but Feng Yuan arranged for them to enter the Sovereign Immortal Aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly, they also gained many immortal Gu. He was on a completely different level compared to before. Let's go in. The Rockman Gu Immortals flew towards Myriad Ravine mountain range. Welcome back, Supreme Ancestor. The old ancestors are finally back. There were still a large number of Rockman Gu masters in Myriad Ravine mountain range, they cheered when they saw the Rockman Gu Immortals. Yes, this is our new home. Living here, our future is bright. After the Rockman Gu Immortals gave a few words of advice, they started to move. They had a mission. This Myriad Ravine mountain range was a famous mountain, it was the center of the Earth vein. Feng Yuan spent several hours annexing this Earth Path Grotto Heaven. During this process, some areas of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture underwent a huge change. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King and many other Gu Immortals were paying close attention to the movements of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. During this period of time, Master annexed several Grotto Heavens, his Dao marks increased rapidly. I can foresee that the abnormal situations in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture will become more frequent and intense. Isn't that a good thing? The more anomalies there are, the more missions we have. Sigh, when will our clan's heavenly abode be annexed by our Lord? The Gu Immortals discussed, they were looking forward to the future. Their mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past, he was very opposed to Feng Yuan annexing his own paradise. But now, things were different. Instead, he was looking forward to it. It was as if his heavenly Grotto Heaven had not been devoured, and that was why he had not obtained the Lord's approval. Many of the Gu immortals whose grotto heavens were annexed and fused into the sovereign immortal aperture felt that they were superior to those Gu immortals whose grotto heavens were still in the immemorial two heavens. Lord Feng Yuan, Lord Feng Yuan! Lu Weiyin shouted. He flew over from the horizon. Feng Yuan turned his head and smiled. Celestial friend Lu, it must have been hard on you to come all the way to Grand Earth White Heaven. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly, saying in an anxious tone, Lord Feng Yuan, you know why I am here. Quickly set off, do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal Gu house descended from immemorial Black Heaven and went to Crazed Demon Cave? Feng Yuan nodded. Many people saw this, that immortal Gu house should be the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, right? That's right. Lu Weiyin nodded as he stared at Feng Yuan. Right now, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have already made their move. If we do not make a move now, we might really lose this opportunity. Feng Yuan nodded. Alright, let's set off. Really? Lu Weiyin heard the answer he wanted the most, but he found it hard to believe. These last days, he had been using information path methods to urge Feng Yuan to set off, but Feng Yuan kept rejecting him. To think that this time, Feng Yuan was finally going to set off. I wonder when Lord Feng Yuan will set off. Lu Weiyin was still a little worried. Feng Yuan smiled. How about we set off now? Lu Weiyin was overjoyed. Lord Feng Yuan is truly decisive. This is great, let's go together. In fact, Feng Yuan really wanted to go to Crazed Demon Cave. He had already used up all of the dream realms, his attainment levels had risen immensely. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels were still Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. Great Grandmaster attainment levels were Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, and Poison Path. Grandmaster attainment levels were Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, and Ice and Snow Path. Master attainment levels were Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. The remaining paths like Bone Path had not reached master level, but they still had gains. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he had not reached Spectral Soul's level, Feng Yuan's attainment level was already top-notch. He was the number one person in the current world in terms of attainment level and breadth. After all, Spectral Soul's dream realm fell after leaving behind a dream realm, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun were not Supreme Grandmasters even after being reborn. Of course, there were areas that were lacking. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and so on were still blank. These paths were few in number. Painting Path was purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Weapon Path was created by Celestial Court Gu Immortal Che Wei not long ago. With the increase in attainment levels, Feng Yuan could annex more grotto heavens, causing the sovereign immortal aperture to reach its limit again. If he had more time to digest them, the sovereign immortal aperture would be even more stable. But the timing was not right. Feng Yuan used luck inspection and found that the situation was worsening again. Even though there was still room for improvement, it was already very bad. Without hesitation, Feng Yuan set off on the spot, going to Northern Plains with Lu Weiyin. Ever since the pursuit battle against Feng Yuan, he had been using every second he had to recuperate and strengthen himself. Now, he was finally going to fight against a venerable. After so many years, Feng Yuan came to Crazed Demon Cave again. Back then, when he came here for the first time, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by the Alliance Agreement. Now, he looked down at Crazed Demon Cave. He was going to fight against a venerable. On a flat yellow land, was the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave. This was a huge cave. The cave entrance was round and had a radius of 100,000 feet. It was exposed to the world. Inside the cave, there was a dense rainforest, yellow and green intertwined. Desolate beasts moved in groups, tree vines coiled around as they roared. It was a scene of wilderness. Let's go down, Lu Weiyin said. No rush. Feng Yuan waved his hand. These immortal materials are useful to me. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out many variant human Gu immortals. These goo immortals roared as they flew down in groups, creating a huge commotion in the first layer. Quick, there are desolate plants here. Dig them up and take them away. Oh, there is a large group of desolate beast monkeys here, let's attack together. Squeak squeak squeak. The monkeys screamed. Rocks, these are immortal materials, take them away, take them away. These are all contribution points. The goo immortals worked intensely, they were like a group of bandits that had entered a small village. Crazed Demon Cave's first layer naturally had ferocious beasts and plants, but Fang Yuan's subordinates had the advantage in numbers. There were also many rank 8 goo immortals with rank 8 immortal goo and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was ransacked just like that. Lu Weiyin stared with wide eyes. In just a short period of time, how did Fang Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Wasn't their strength rising too quickly? We have many businesses, our resources are being expended rapidly, especially when creating the Earth Vein recently. Sorry for the embarrassment. Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin waved his hand, don't mention it, don't mention it. I am quite envious of you, Lord. In the current world, only you, Lord Fang Yuan, can use these immortal materials with chaotic Dao marks. Because every once in a while, a demonic sound would appear in Crazed Demon Cave, causing the Dao marks to be chaotic, all immortal materials would become useless. Living beings would go crazy and do whatever they wanted. There was once a rank 8 goo immortal who went crazy because of this. After a while, the first layer, which was originally full of vitality, was only left with a bare surface. The variant human goo immortals were not done yet, they brought the mountain of resources back to the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin entered the second layer together. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. A vast number of volcanic rocks were piled up, some were big and some were small. The big ones were like giant elephants, while the small ones were like small rocks. The goo materials here also had chaotic Dao marks, it was just that Fire Path and Earth Path had the most Dao marks. Move them away. Fang Yuan ordered, the variant human goo immortals moved out again. They looted the area like locusts, leaving behind an almost empty second layer. Thereupon, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin entered the third layer. Crazed Demon Cave's third layer was shrouded in thick fog, there were a vast number of fogworms and cloud bamboos. These living beings had chaotic minds, they were all killed and collected by the variant human goo immortals. There was also Fog Capital here. A ghost city of the dead. The vengeful souls of the goo immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together, forming Fog Capital Ghost City. Fang Yuan had once come here and avoided it, after all, he only had rank 7 cultivation level, if he entered Fog Capital, he would definitely die, there was no way to escape. But it was different now. Fog Capital, my god. Take it away, like this, Fang Yuan finally arrived at Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer. It took much less time than before. Back then, when Fang Yuan came here, he was led by the Northern Plains lone cultivator not immortal, they had to take detours. The deeper they went, the more twisted the route, sometimes, a straight line was very short, but they had to take a huge detour. According to their strength back then, taking a detour was indeed faster than taking a straight line. But now, Fang Yuan had swept through all of them. Even if he encountered any obstacles, he would stuff them into his sovereign immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was filled with dazzling light. The rocks, soil, grass, and trees were all shining brightly. Every piece of soil and rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the Dao marks were too dense and chaotic, they had no value. Of course, this was only for most goo immortals. Fang Yuan was an exception. The demonic sounds resounded, but Fang Yuan was already prepared. Back then, he could deal with the demonic sounds, it was even easier for him now. Under the influence of the demonic sounds, the Dao marks of the same path in the 7th layer started to gather, forming a large area of dazzling colors, it was no longer as messy as before. Such a grand scene. Lu Weiyin praised sincerely. At the next moment, he saw Fang Yuan taking out Thieves' Den Immortal Goo House. Theft Dao Killer move activated, large amounts of Dao marks were stolen and turned into the corresponding rank 9 immortal materials in Thieves' Den Immortal Goo. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure, they only had one type of Dao mark, they had huge value. Lu Weiyin looked at them and could not help but click his tongue. He estimated conservatively, in just a dozen or so breaths of time, Fang Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials. Wasn't it a little too easy to obtain? Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin moved forward. Everywhere they went, large amounts of Dao marks vanished. The dazzling scene was like a huge rat that was gnawing away at it. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, there was only emptiness and darkness. Lu Weiyin's eyes turned slightly red. Fang Yuan's gains were bountiful, the benefits were so great that even he felt jealous. I'm rich, I'm completely rich. This is the first time I've seen someone obtain so many rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Weiyin muttered in his mind. He could not estimate how many rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained. In short, it was a lot, a lot. As they moved forward, the two finally arrived at the entrance to the 8th layer. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly pale. He had been controlling Thieves' Den to activate Theft Dao Killer move. The burden was not small. Especially in terms of immortal essence, the expenditure was huge. Lu Weiyin was a little worried. Lord Fang Yuan, please pay attention to your immortal essence reserves. It's fine. Fang Yuan smiled. I have the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Weiyin's expression froze before he said, impressive, impressive, as expected of Lord Fang Yuan. At the entrance, Fang Yuan once again carved out 3 paths. One path shone with golden light, luck surging. This was the path of luck left behind by the giant sun immortal. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. This was a soul path remnant left behind by spectral soul demon Venerable when he entered the 8th layer. One road was simple and unadorned, but it was virtuous. It was the path of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin had prepared a method to let him step on the path to paradise. However, Fang Yuan waved his hand and activated the Thief's Lair. These 3 paths were completely devoured and disappeared. Large numbers of rank 9 immortal materials were produced. Lu Weiyin moved his lips but did not say anything in the end. He silently followed Fang Yuan into the 8th floor. Nothingness, the vast and boundless void was like a vast ocean. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, who entered this place, were like 2 insects in the ocean. They were extremely minuscule. Fang Yuan had come here once before. This place left a deep impression on him. Within the boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, creating brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer but did not succeed. This void was clearly the profundity of Phantom Path. Fang Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then, he could not deduce the entrance to the 9th layer. But this time, he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Fang Yuan tried to use Phantom Path methods. At the next moment, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The void here seems to be different from the one I saw before. But Fang Yuan could not tell what the difference was. Even though he had made great progress in Phantom Path, he was still far from unraveling Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements in the 8th layer. Please follow me. Lu Weiyin used a certain killer move to determine the direction and lead the way. Fang Yuan followed Lu Weiyin and flew quickly. Along the way, he saw worlds that were being created and destroyed. They were extraordinary and mysterious. But unlike before, these worlds were also floating in the void at the same time. Regardless of which world it was, they were all moving in the same direction. Fang Yuan's deductions finally bore fruit. His expression changed as he said, I understand now. This void is shrinking. At the final moment, all of the worlds and all of the heaven path Dao marks will be compressed and fused together. Is this Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement? Lu Weiyin shook his head. I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World. We need to go there as soon as possible. The 2 immortals flew for another half a day before they saw their destination. This is? Lu Weiyin revealed a shocked expression because he saw not only Yellow Earth Great World, but also the great worlds left behind by Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. The 3 great worlds have merged. Not just that, there are also many small worlds around the 3 great worlds. These worlds were floating in the void, they were motionless. Each world was like a bubble. The 3 great worlds were the largest bubbles, they were green, yellow, and red. The three great worlds were connected to each other at the center. At the periphery, there were large numbers of small bubbles attached to the surface of the three great worlds' bubbles. "Oh no, Lord, please look." Lu Weiyin pointed at the large yellow bubble with an anxious expression. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was being attacked by the other two great worlds. Even though the periphery of the bubble was blurry, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin could sense that the battle inside was very intense. Especially at the border of the three great worlds, there were corpses everywhere. It was the most intense area of the battle. "Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not separate us. Let's go and reinforce them." Lu Weiyin charged in like a meteor. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. He was also covered in a layer of yellow light like Lu Weiyin. It was this layer of yellow light that allowed the two to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the entire Great World, the first thing that attracted Fang Yuan's gaze was the huge mound at the center. This mound was like a small mountain. It was very flat and orderly. It seemed to be man-made. But Fang Yuan saw through the nature of this mountain. This is the graveyard of one of the 10 Earths? What a huge graveyard. There was also a huge monument on top of this unprecedented huge graveyard. There were only 6 words on the monument: Tomb of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. As if sensing Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan, Paradise Earth's tomb shot out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light shot into the sky like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. At once, the battlefield froze as countless gazes were drawn over. The sacred graveyard is shining, heaven and earth can witness it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of silence, a huge wave of cheers erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a tsunami. The morale of Yellow Earth Great World's troops rose. They roared as they launched a counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Looking at it, there were forests and vegetation everywhere. It was lush and unfathomable. In this lush world, there was a black and white mountain range. There were rows of high back seats at the peak of the mountain range. They were arranged in order. The 2 highest seats were empty. Celestial Court Qin Ding Ling was only sitting on the 4th seat. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, they appeared after all. After receiving the information, Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin had helped Fang Yuan. Not only did he kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fang Yuan escape successfully. Lu Weiyin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. This meant that Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan's intention of cooperating was completely exposed. Paradise Earth's tomb was located at the center of Yellow Earth Great World. It was known to all 3 Great Worlds' Gu Immortals. Thus, it was not strange for Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan to appear here. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth and said softly, "Right now, we have 2 main armies. One is the main force attacking the Yellow Earth Great World, and the other is using the Demon Judgment Board to hold the line against the Savage Wilderness Great World, trying to restrain the power of the Longevity Heaven. As for the other Gu Immortals, they are attacking other small worlds in groups of 2s and 3s. Originally, we and Longevity Heaven were trying to annex Yellow Earth Great World, but now that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin have arrived, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer a juicy piece of meat. If we are not careful, we might suffer a huge loss." Saying so, Qin Ding Ling stood up and bowed to the Gu Immortal on the 3rd seat. "Lady Ming Hao, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to Yellow Earth Great World and lead the main forces to resist Fang Yuan." Qin Ding Ling was the leader of Celestial Court, but here, she was only the 4th, she had to obey the 3 fairies above her. But right now, the 1st and 2nd fairies were not here, only the 3rd fairy Ming Hao was controlling the situation. This fairy Ming Hao looked like a 3 or 4-year-old girl. She looked like she was carved from jade. Her large eyes shined with starlight. She blinked her bright and beautiful eyes, thinking for a while before saying in a childish voice, "I have heard of Fang Yuan's name long ago, but why do you need to go personally to probe him? Let them go." Saying so, she waved her small hand. A Gu worm flew out. This information path Gu worm flew to the middle of the mountain, landing in front of 2 Gu Immortals. These 2 Gu Immortals were not humans. They were not variant humans either. One was a withered tree. Its trunk was thin, its branches were thick and uneven, but it did not have any green leaves. Its roots were thin and long. There were 100 of them. The withered tree was called Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo pole, it was jade green like jade, it was called Xianxia. Xianxia floated in the air, it was swaying, it was sleeping. Mu Chaolang was lying in a cave, it looked like he was lying on a chair. The tree roots were entangled, resting on a rock, it was like a human's leg resting on a chair, it was very comfortable. Mu Chaolang received the information path Gu Worm first, he immediately got up. He stretched out a branch and patted Xianxia. Stop sleeping, the sage has sent an order. Xianxia was swaying from the pat, it did not fall to the ground. It was woken up by the pat, it straightened its body and floated in the air, to think that it is time for us to move out. Immediately, the two immortals left the mountain, each leading a group of people to the front lines. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Savage Wilderness Great World. A grand and ancient dark golden palace was floating in the sky. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. In the palace hall, Bing Sichuan was sitting on a cushion, an information path immortal Gu was quietly lying on the table. Several Gu immortals were standing on his left and right. Bing Sichuan stared at the information path immortal Gu on the table, frowning slightly. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin came together, they were a huge variable in the battle of the three great worlds. Longevity Heaven occupied Savage Wilderness Great World, what should they do? Should they retreat first, or should they send more forces to probe Fang Yuan's strength? Bing Sichuan could not make up his mind. He thought for a while before looking at the first seat on his left. There was a fatty sitting there. The fatty was sprawled on the table, he was already asleep, his saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth, onto his sleeves, and onto the table. Bam bam bam, Bing Sichuan used his knuckles to knock on the table. The fatty was woken up by this sound, he opened his eyes and asked in a daze, what is it? Bing Sichuan held in his anger, Gai Mei, you are a heaven extremity, you cultivate wisdom path. The latest information is here, I want you to deduce what we should do next. Saying so, the information path immortal Gu flew up and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not take it, he sent his consciousness into the immortal Gu in his hair, and his pupils shrunk. Ah? That demon Fang Yuan is here? The fatty shrugged, see, my deduction was correct, right? Bing Sichuan knocked on the table again, I want you to deduce how we should deal with this variable. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was the weakest, we controlled Savage Wilderness Great World, while Celestial Court controlled Green Lotus Great World, they wanted to take over Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen themselves before competing against each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin have appeared in Yellow Earth Great World, if we attack now, they will retaliate and expend too much of our strength. Bing Sichuan was not afraid of Fang Yuan's counterattack, he was worried about the overall situation. After all, the current situation was even more complicated than before, and the three great worlds were intertwined. If the two sides fought too fiercely, a third party would benefit from it. Then let me calculate it. The fat heaven extremity Gu immortal Gai Mei shook his wide sleeves, he stretched out 5 fat fingers and pretended to make a deduction. Oh, I've figured it out. Let's just continue as before, Gai Mei said. Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded, use your immortal Gu killer move and try to deduce it for real. Gale blinked. Huh? How did you know I was faking it? You found out. You're so smart. You are the one cultivating wisdom path, right? Veins popped out on Bing Sichuan's forehead, you think your southern borders Wu Yao? You don't even have a way to conceal your aura. Quick, calculate for me. Gai Mei shook his wide sleeves again, revealing his 5 thick and tender fingers. Just as he was about to pinch his fingers, he suddenly sighed and said, alas. Forget it, activating a killer move is too tiring. Why don't we just ask for Master's opinion? Bing Sichuan's eyes were twitching from anger, he shouted in a low voice, absolutely not. Master is working together with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, how can we disturb Master? Right now, that Celestial Court has already gained the upper hand, they have obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on Master to have hope of catching up to Celestial Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you look at the big picture? Gai Mei grumbled in dissatisfaction, don't call me Heaven Extremity, I don't want to be Heaven Extremity at all, it was you who forced me to do so. Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua, who was sitting beside Gai Mei, could not stand it anymore, he urged, "Brother Guy, why don't you make a deduction? This is not just a problem of Yellow Earth Great World's strength, it is also Feng Yuan's actions. This demon Feng Yuan has no awareness of being a human at all. What I am worried about now is that he will capture Yellow Earth Great World's indigenous Gu Immortals, or even Celestial Court's indigenous Gu Immortals as captives, before keeping them in his sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions, he recruited variant humans as his subordinates, he did not reject anyone. In my opinion, it is very likely that he will do that. In that case, we might ruin Master's plan." Jiaohua urged. He sounded like he was trying to persuade Guy Mei, but Guy Mei still shook his head. He smiled. "Actually, we don't need to worry too much." "We are worried, but isn't Celestial Court worried as well? Why don't we look at Celestial Court's actions?" Celestial Court has Star Constellation Immortal Venerable guarding it. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Her deductions are definitely more accurate than mine. Jiaohua's expression froze. Even so, Celestial Court has deduced that they will gain the upper hand. If we use their actions as a reference, we will fall behind again. I am not one of them. Guy Mei rolled his eyes, he sprawled on the table and went back to sleep. Jiaohua, Bing Sichuan, and the rest stared at him, but he pretended not to notice. Charge with me. Chase these guys back. Kill." Thousands of Gu masters fought on the ground, the battle lines were uneven, blood flowed everywhere. In the sky, that was the battlefield of the Gu Immortals, more than 10 Gu Immortals fought in a chaotic battle. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Master army launched a counterattack. But in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals were still suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World's Sage had already descended, the Gu Masters could activate their courage, but in a battle between Gu Immortals, just a moment of determination could not make up for the difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Gu Immortals than Green Lotus Great World. There was no helping it. The 3 Great Worlds were created one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but this Great World had a lot of internal strife. Green Lotus Great World was second, Yellow Earth Great World was last. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the last Venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had few Gu Immortals to begin with, they were also being targeted by the other 2 Great Worlds, their Gu Immortal battle strength dwindled, they were in a terrible situation. "Our sage is here, there is still hope. I want to protect Yellow Earth Great World, I want to protect my home." Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals shouted and encouraged each other. Green Lotus side sneered. "Even if your sage is here, you cannot stop me from killing you. You have a sage, but we have one already. The result of this battle will not change. We do not want to do that. But our sage has decreed that only by killing all of you and annexing all the worlds can we avoid the calamity of the apocalypse." Green Lotus Gu Immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's Gu Immortals specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely holding on, struggling on the brink of collapse. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Green Lotus Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, 2 armies appeared. The leading Gu Immortals were Xianxia and Mucha Lang. "Immortal killer move, withered tree gives spring," Mucha Lang shouted, and green spots suddenly grew on the trunk of the withered tree. Tender green sprouts flew out and landed on the Green Lotus Gu Immortals. The Green Lotus Gu Immortals did not have heavy injuries to begin with. Now that their injuries were reduced to minor injuries, their minor injuries were completely healed. The Green Lotus Gu Immortals' condition immediately rose. Immortal killer move, green targeting life. Xianxia flew with extreme speed, drawing a green light in the sky as it pierced through a Yellow Earth Gu Immortal's body. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortal was a black iron bear, it suddenly clutched its empty chest. Next, it whimpered as it fell from the sky. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals were in great pain. After Xianxia dealt the fatal blow, he looked down at these Gu Immortals and smiled coldly. "The sacred mountain has decreed that you will all die." Mucha Lang laughed loudly. "So what if a sage is here? The final victor will be our Green Lotus Great World." Another battlefield. Savage Wilderness Great World's main force was fighting against another group from Yellow Earth Great World. Kill, kill, kill. A mountain-like 6-legged black tiger charged around in the sky, finally grabbing the Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortal. "I finally caught you." The six-legged black tiger laughed sinisterly as it exerted strength with its claws. Swoosh, with a soft sound, the yellow earth goo immortal was also a giant, but he was torn into two by the six-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha ha ha. The six-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood was all over the black tiger's face, it licked it with its tongue, it was bloodthirsty to the extreme. Little Rock Lord was also killed by the black six tiger. Let's retreat, we are not their match. That's right, our sage is here. Let's retreat and ask the sage to avenge us. The Goo Master army on the ground was still fighting intensely, but in the sky, the Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortals had already lost their will to fight, they wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle's cry as white light flashed in the sky. The immortals quickly looked over. A snow-winged eagle was holding a Yellow Earth Goo Immortal in its mouth, swallowing him whole. It's Schwelly-Do. He ate another person. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were shocked and furious. Snow-winged eagle Schwelly-Do shrieked, "Want to run? With me here, none of you can escape." The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals' morale was on the verge of collapse. Below Paradise Earth's sacred tomb, King Kula pays respects to the two sages. Big Rock Lord pays respects to the sages. Please save our Yellow Earth Great World. A group of Goo Immortals knelt on the ground. They had beasts and trees. Some had strange appearances, some looked like they were casually made from mud, some looked like children's scribbles, none of them looked like humans. These Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were all injured, some had severe injuries, some were even on the verge of death. But because Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's arrival caused a huge commotion, these injured Goo Immortals were attracted here. Fang Yuan took a glance and saw a familiar person. This was a large white fish, it looked like a goldfish, but its size was like a whale. When Fang Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he encountered this fish and forcefully enslaved it, he even named it Xiaohua. Right now, Xiaohua saw Fang Yuan and had an excited expression. She wanted to say something but felt that it was not the right time, she forcefully held back her words. Fang Yuan nodded, saying plainly, "I want to meet the mastermind of Green Lotus Dao Field." "Lord Fang Yuan, don't attack casually," Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin strangely, as if saying, "Didn't you invite me here to rely on my battle strength? Please remember this book's domain name." Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version website. Lu Weiyin transmitted in secret, explaining in detail, "Lord Fang Yuan, you might not know this, but your battle strength is too strong. If you act rashly, you might trigger Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. Our arrival is so obvious, why would the Celestial Court send reinforcements to provoke us? It is to probe our strength, it would be for the best if you can make a move yourself." "What else is going on?" Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly, "I do not know the exact situation, I only know that Limitless Demon Venerable spent all his strength to set up Crazed Demon Cave in order to deduce the heavenly Tao and find the true path to eternal life. Today, it is finally time for this setup to bear fruit. Right now, the 8th layer's void is shrinking, all the worlds are being drawn to the center, merging and swallowing each other until only one great world is left. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction, it contains the answer to eternal life. If we act rashly, the battle will affect too much and disturb Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction, Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to punish us. That will be a huge loss. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see this. If we fight with Limitless Demon Venerable, the threat we pose to them will be greatly reduced. At the same time, Limitless Demon Venerable's method will be exposed, allowing them to see through more of it." Fang Yuan pondered, "In that case, we can only act after the final great world is formed? But why would the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven come here in advance to control a great world each?" Lu Weiyin explained patiently, "To be precise, with your battle strength, you cannot act for the time being. I can still act. If we can control Yellow Earth Great World and win, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. After the final great world is formed, our control over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to annex as many worlds as possible to expand our territory." After the transmission, Fang Yuan understood the situation. He could not act personally yet. If he used his full strength, the commotion would be too great, and it would disturb the Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction, triggering the limitless demon venerable's counterattack. Of course, Fang Yuan could also suppress his strength. But there was no need for that. By suppressing his strength, Fang Yuan was about the same as the other Gu immortals. At most, he would be slightly stronger, but he would not have an immediate impact on the situation. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan fought too often, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would be able to see through him, and his destiny would be depleted ahead of time. Lu Weiyin invited Fang Yuan over mainly to deal with the final battle. Once the final Great World was completed, Fang Yuan, Xianxia, and Longevity Heaven would fight for the final result of the Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, it would be their turn to make a move. Before that, Lu Weiyin could make a move. After all, he only had pseudo-immortal venerable battle power in terms of defense, and strive to make Yellow Earth Great World the final victor. This would have a huge influence on the final battle. If Lu Weiyin could do this, Fang Yuan would have the initiative. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win, we cannot let the other two Great Worlds have too much of an advantage. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully during the final battle. By then, our strongest battle strength will surpass the other two Great Worlds. Lu Weiyin told Fang Yuan about his meticulously planned strategy. To sum it up, it was to defend and counterattack. In the early and middle stages, they would defend their own territory and secretly sow discord, hoping that Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World would fight and exhaust each other, causing the difference between the three forces to be equal. Later on, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Fang Yuan would assist them and use their peak battle strength to turn the situation around. This strategy was very logical. It also suited Lu Weiyin's patient nature. But this was not Fang Yuan's style. Fang Yuan looked at the Yellow Earth Gu immortals who were kneeling on the ground. He looked at Lu Weiyin as he smiled. Passively taking a beating is not my style. Since our battle strength cannot be used casually, the Celestial Court is clearly bullying my subordinates by sending more troops. Very good. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field, then come out. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a large group of Gu immortals rushed out. Greetings, Master. Dozens of Gu immortals bowed together. Their voices were thunderous. The Gu immortals all had excited expressions on their faces. The mission board says it clearly, go. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, these Gu immortals immediately split into two groups, rushing towards the two battlefields. The kneeling Yellow Earth Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Why are there so many Gu immortals all of a sudden? These people are calling that good-looking sage master. We are saved, Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth Gu immortals reacted, they relaxed, some even cried tears of joy. Not to mention them, even Lu Weiyin was shocked. He had seen the variant human Gu immortals that Fang Yuan had sent to various places in southern border to take over. He also knew that Fang Yuan was the leader of the variant human alliance. His force was not weak. But after seeing the main force personally, Lu Weiyin was filled with shock. So many Gu immortals, there are already more than 50. And, judging from their auras, there are 18 rank 8 Gu immortals, the rest are all rank 7 Gu immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 Gu immortals? The rank 7 Gu immortals also seem to have surging auras, they are at rank 8 after all. No, it is impossible for Fang Yuan to not have any rank 6 Gu immortals. This means that these Gu immortals are not all of his subordinates? Right, at least, Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shui has not appeared yet. Lu Weiyin analyzed as the feeling of disbelief in his heart intensified. He was also somewhat worried. In such a short period of time, did Fang Yuan nurture all of his subordinates? According to his nature, he should not be so unwise. Also, even though these Gu immortals have great numbers and high cultivation level, their battle strength is still unknown. The only ones that Lu Weiyin was at ease with were Xiao Hejian, Ice Crystal Immortal, and Wang Er. Frontline. Die. Qing Haozi killed another Yellow Earth Gu immortal. But his injuries were not light. He could only slow down his charge and come to Mu Chaolang's side. Under Mu Chaolang's healing killer move, Qing Haozi's condition continued to recover. It is all thanks to you, old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Chaolang said enviously, I am only skilled in this aspect, I am very envious of you killing so many enemies. But don't charge too much and forget to defend yourself. These yellow earth goo immortals are retaliating before death. If you get hit, you will not feel good either. Don't worry. Xianxia raised his bamboo tail. I will try to kill 4 people. Sigh, take it easy. Leave a few for me to kill. Xianxia suddenly shouted as he entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of goo immortals flew over from the horizon. The leader was the Snowman rank 8 goo immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, "We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage Guyu Feng Yuan, we are here to reinforce and kill the Green Lotus Goo Immortals." The Goo Immortals were stunned. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were in a precarious situation, they were overjoyed to see a chance of survival. Meanwhile, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals' hearts started to pound. There was no helping it. Including Mu Chaolang and Xianxia, there were only 8 of them. But there were more than 20 Goo Immortals here, and there were 9 rank 8 Goo Immortals among them. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Chaolang, Xianxia, and Old Forest Fungus had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't there too many Goo Immortals here? Mu Chaolang gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Don't be scared by the numbers, who knows what will happen in a real battle." Green Lotus Goo Immortals became energized. That's right, cultivation level was only one aspect of battle strength, only by fighting could one see the details. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated, how could they face the sages on the sacred mountain? Green Lotus Goo Immortals abandoned the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals and faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group. Immortal Killer Move, Avalanche, Immortal Killer Move, Falling Boulder, Immortal Killer Move, Great Earth Collapse, Immortal Killer Move, Refinement Life, Immortal Killer Move, Layered 5 Poison, boom 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 boom. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals who were abandoned opened their mouths as they watched in shock. At the moment of the battle, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves created a huge commotion that shook heaven and earth. Green Lotus side also used killer moves, but not only were they inferior in quantity, their power was also inferior. In just one round of battle, Green Lotus Goo Immortals were completely defeated. "Retreat, retreat quickly!" Old Forest Fungus shouted. "How can this be? They have so many rank 8 Immortal Goo." Xianxia shouted. He was a rank 8 Goo Immortal long ago, but he had never possessed a rank 8 Immortal Goo. In fact, he had only seen 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo in his life. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied. He chided, "Don't attack so recklessly, it is a waste, do you understand? Most of the internal energy is used up, less than 30% is used on the enemies. Find your targets one by one, don't let anyone escape." Even though the first round of battle was huge, there was too much internal energy. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, Green Lotus Goo Immortals managed to survive. But the results of the first round were huge too. Because Green Lotus Goo Immortals were already scared out of their wits, it was their turn to retreat. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side had more people, they immediately spread out and surrounded them. The battle began again. Green Lotus Goo Immortals were soon beaten to a sorry state, they were in a pathetic state. "These Goo Immortals have too many Immortal Goo," Xianxia shouted. "We can only focus on one aspect, but they all have excellent healing methods." Mu Chaolang said bitterly. "They have too many killer moves, they are too refined." The other Goo Immortals shouted. Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment was number 1 in the world, even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven could not compare to him. After receiving a vast amount of immortal materials from the Grotto Heavens, compared to the other forces, Feng Yuan had the most Immortal Goo. This book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Immortal Goo were unique, Immortal Goo were the most basic. And after the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Goo Immortals obtained many Immortal Goo, they could easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these advantages were too obvious, they made up for their deficiency in Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals escaped with all their might. Only 3 rank 8s escaped, the rest were killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. Without a battlefield killer move, Goo Immortals are not easy to kill. Bing Yuan's side. They are not easy to kill? The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals looked at the 5 Goo Immortal corpses on the ground as their hearts jumped. Too cowardly, too cowardly. Shirzong sighed, they escaped just like that? They are truly a disgrace to their rank 8s. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals looked at each other, transmitting secretly, if I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would have to escape too, right? How can we face Master with just this bit of battle achievement? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making up his mind, chase, we will kill our way over. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals were shocked, they urged, everyone, don't be rash. There are still a bunch of Green Lotus rank 8 Goo immortals, they just did not participate in the battle. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to obtain such a great victory. We should properly defend our victory. Green Lotus Great World has several immortal Goo houses with terrifying power, Goo immortals will die on the spot if they collide with them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was unmoved, he looked at these Yellow Earth Goo immortals, we are subordinates of Sage Guyue Feng Yuan, we only listen to the sage. You can stay behind and clean up the battlefield. These dead Goo immortals, be it their immortal apertures or immortal Goo, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest did not take them. This was Feng Yuan's order. The Goo immortals and immortal Goo that grew up here were the results of Limitless Demon Venerable's deductions. Killing these Goo immortals would allow the great worlds to merge into one. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao Jian and the rest also arrived in front of He Lu Biao and Shui Li Du, so many reinforcements. Great, we're saved. Only 2 Yellow Earth Goo immortals were left. Be careful, these 2 are rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World, they are very powerful. They are good at, long-winded. Xiao Jian was the leader, he shouted and interrupted the kind reminder of the Yellow Earth Goo immortals. This mini-man Goo immortal's eyes seemed to be shining with red light, he pointed at the mountain-like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, this guy is mine, I will fight anyone who tries to snatch it. Roar, He Lu Biao's ferocious nature was aroused, you are dead, no Goo immortal has ever looked down on me like this. He Lu Biao charged at Xiao Jian like a crazed demon. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals were shaking in fear. Numbers do not mean everything. Shui Li Du sneered, charging into the group of Goo immortals. Boom 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 boom, fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky, it was too beautiful to behold. Bang. With a loud bang, He Lu Biao smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. His eyes widened as he struggled to get up. Xiao Jian was like a meteor, rushing down. 5 to 6 other rank 8 Goo immortals also attacked. Boom 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 boom, the ground shook intensely, dust clouds surged, almost covering the sky. A strong wind blew, the dust clouds dispersed. The pit became deeper. He Lu Biao was lying at the bottom of the pit, it was still on its last breath, its 6 tiger claws twitched. I said don't interfere. Xiao Jian shouted. Why? The contribution points belong to whoever kills it. The other Goo immortals shouted. Xiao Jian rolled his eyes, we all attacked, who killed it? Who knows? That's easy, we will split the contribution points. Whoever gets the most corpses will get the biggest share. No one knew who had made this suggestion. Thus, at the next moment, 5 to 6 rank 8 Goo immortals flew into the pit and dismembered He Lu Biao's corpse. The leg is mine. Pfft, just a tail. Return my butt. Head, this tiger head is good, haha, it's mine. The rank 8 Goo immortals shouted, some were happy, some were annoyed. Those who did not fight for much turned their gazes to the snow-wing eagle Shui Li Du, but Shui Li Du was killed long ago, he died earlier than He Lu Biao. His corpse was also torn apart by the Goo immortals. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals were dumbfounded. Ruthless. Too ruthless, weren't these Goo immortals the subordinates of the sage? How could they be so ruthless? Not only did they kill the Goo immortals, they even dismembered their corpses. They were so happy after dismembering the corpses. Too ruthless, too ruthless. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He advocated for peaceful coexistence, love, and unity. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, it had always been like this. The actions of Feng Yuan's subordinates were completely incompatible with Yellow Earth Great World, it was completely different from the expectations of the Yellow Earth Goo immortals. There are still some Goo immortals left. The rank 8 Goo immortals' eyes shined. But those rank 7 Goo immortals shouted, we agreed before coming, these rank 7 opponents are ours. You rank 8's got the meat, shouldn't you give us some soup? The rank 8 goo immortals pouted, then hurry up, don't waste time. Do you want me to help you and get a share of the contribution points? Don't even think about it. The rank 7 goo immortals exerted their strength. After a while, these savage wilderness great world goo immortals were all killed. Ha ha ha, these goo immortals are so stupid, none of them are running. That's right, I was worried that without a battlefield killer move, we would not be able to stop them. The goo immortals started to discuss enthusiastically. The two yellow earth goo immortals looked at each other, seeing the strange expressions on each other's faces. Savage wilderness great world's goo immortals were very aggressive and ruthless. What made yellow earth great world and green lotus great world's goo immortals most wary was that savage wilderness great world's goo immortals would fight to the death without retreating. Once they started fighting, they would disregard their lives and go crazy with courage. But in the words of these sage subordinates, why did they become stupid? How many did you take? Just this much. Oh, that's a lot. You made a huge profit. Hee, it is all because of Master, he gave us such a rich reward mission. The goo immortals calculated their contribution points and threw away the corpses in their hands. Fang Yuan had given detailed orders, be it immortal apertures, immortal bodies, or immortal goo, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to disobey. Seeing these corpses scattered on the ground, the two yellow earth goo immortals' eyelids twitched. Since they were going to be thrown away in the end, why were they fighting so fiercely? Was it just for fun? How ruthless were these goo immortals? The two yellow earth goo immortals had just mustered up the courage to express their gratitude, but it was blown away by this action. They breathed in deeply and braced themselves to greet them, but Xiao Hejian and the rest's expressions changed. Our Lord has ordered us to rendezvous with that group of people and kill our way to the Green Lotus world. Go, quickly go. Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group gain the upper hand. Swoosh swoosh. The goo immortals left in waves, leaving behind two yellow earth goo immortals who were floating in the air in a daze. They looked at the goo master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow earth's goo masters were already chasing after them, feeling dazed and at a loss. Inexplicably, they started to feel pity towards the Green Lotus Great World's goo immortals. Fang Yuan looked far away, he could see the situation of the two battlefields clearly. After those dead goo immortal corpses fell to the ground, they were quickly fused into the world. The immortal apertures were rapidly disintegrating, the goo worms inside were also the same, there were no winds of assimilation or traces of them being left behind. Fang Yuan's heart was not at ease. This is the profundity of refinement path. But Limitless Demon Venerable was not refining immortal goo, he was refining an entire world. I want to walk the path of refinement path and ascend to venerable status, this is also a blank slate for me. In his later years, Limitless Demon Venerable searched for a way to escape fate and obtain eternal life, but he could not find it in the celestial court. Thus, he set up Crazed Demon Cave and decided to deduce the method of eternal life by himself. After all, Fate Goo was still around at that time, and it was completely intact. The great world that was eventually unified might have been his achievement, it contained the method of eternal life. And now, these goo cultivators were fighting, they were the fuel and sacrifices for this deduction. After understanding this, Fang Yuan would not take in these native goo immortals, nor would he take the immortal goo here. In this world war, many goo cultivators were destined to die, be they mortals or immortals. As for how many living beings would survive in the end? Hundreds, thousands, or just one person, nobody could say for sure. But what did it matter, be it Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin, or even the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they did not care about this answer. They had their own motives. The native goo immortals who lived here fought and killed under the orders of their respective sages, they fought with their lives on the line, they were just pawns that had to be sacrificed from start to finish. Fang Yuan cast his gaze towards Green Lotus Dao Field, he saw that his two groups had gathered together and were charging into Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider goo immortal dies here, what will happen? Fang Yuan's gaze was calm as he waited to see what would happen. These goo immortals were just as pawns, when it was time to sacrifice them, Fang Yuan would not be stingy. But it is better if there are fewer innocent casualties. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said to Lu Wei-yin, "Friend Lu, please go and protect my subordinates. But if things go south, you need to protect yourself first, you can ignore everyone else." Lu Wei nodded and immediately flew away. Fang Yuan's subordinates were so fierce, he was overjoyed and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Fang Yuan's decision. They were already the weakest, with such a force, they had to catch up and make up for the gap. Savage Wilderness Great World. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Bing Sichuan looked at the information path immortal goo on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fang Yuan's force is so powerful. He Lu Biao and Xueli are both rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World, but they died so easily. But now, Fang Yuan's 2 groups have gathered and are attacking Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying this, Bing Sichuan let out a breath of air. He felt some joy in his heart. Thankfully, he did not send more troops earlier. Now, Celestial Court sent more troops. They offended Fang Yuan and his army went to find trouble with them. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. That's why I said that my divination was correct. Heaven's Extremity Guy Mei said shamelessly while drinking wine and eating peanut-like food. Bing Sichuan could not be bothered to reprimand him. He looked at the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's force is so powerful, it is truly unexpected. If he attacks me, my side will definitely be on the defensive. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World had the most Gu immortals, most of them were half-hearted and unruly. If we could unite them, our side would have long since ranked first, surpassing the Celestial Court. The Heavens Terminus rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Green Lotus Dao Field was also owned by Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. However, the Savage Wilderness Great World was created by the reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and it was only Master who obtained it. How can anyone be convinced by it? Bing Sichuan could not help but knock on the table. Let's not talk about the reason, we should focus on how to solve the problem in front of us. Everyone, do you have any good ideas to recruit those wild Gu immortals? Green Lotus Major World. Every once in a while, an information path Gu worm would fly over. Qing Dingling's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main army, they even broke through 3 of our defensive lines. Close to 20 of our Gu immortals died. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were defeated are heavily injured. They have all come to the middle of the mountain to request an audience with the sage. Oh? Fairy Ming Hao, who sat in the 3rd highest position, couldn't help but reveal a look of interest. As expected of Fang Yuan. I didn't expect him to have a knack for training his subordinates. After a pause, Fairy Ming Hao asked in a childish tone, does that mean that Longevity Heaven has also increased its forces? Yes. Qin Dingling nodded. When they sensed that Fang Yuan had merged his forces to launch a counterattack, Longevity Heaven immediately sent reinforcements to stall Lord Yuxiu's group. Perhaps this is what Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Ming Hao laughed, since they want to attack, then let them come. Withdraw all the defensive lines and let them attack. Yes. Qin Dingling immediately relayed the order and deployed without the slightest doubt. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had no obstructions along the way. They charged to the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the foot of Sacred Mountain. He looked up at the mountain and saw that it was exceptionally strange. The entire mountain was only black and white. The mountain rocks seemed to be outlined with black lines and piled up with large pieces of white paper. The creatures on the mountain also lost their sense of reality. All of them had become white paper dolls with black lines forming their outlines. A tiny white paper doll flew down from the top of the mountain. After leaving the area of the Holy Mountain, she immediately reverted to a body of flesh and blood, turning into a little girl carved from jade. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. The second half of the journey was smooth and unimpeded, which made them feel that something was wrong. Now that they were attacking the enemy's base, they only sent 1 rank 8 Gu immortal. The other party was the Celestial Court. Even if the base was empty, those rank 8 Gu immortals who escaped earlier should still be around, right? Why did they only send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had a fierce aura, they were feeling uneasy internally. This army mainly came from the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. After all, they had been holed up in their Grotto Heavens for most of their lives, trembling in fear and treading on thin ice. They were afraid that the humans of the 5 regions would find them. If not for Feng Yuan's overwhelming demonic aura, they would not have dared to attack. Furthermore, during this period of time, their strength had risen greatly, they were full of confidence and confidence, otherwise, with their previous state, they would not dare to attack like this. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia transmitted to each other. They chose a general to probe the enemy. This Gu Immortal was Xianxia. He cultivated Poison Path, he was the strongest among the Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia did not choose their own people, they chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Man race was the last to join Feng Yuan, they had not submitted to anyone yet. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia used their seniority to work together against the Mushroom Men. In fact, during this period of time, Xianxia had made many people envious. Because he had the most diplomatic missions, he was almost the only one who could gain a lot of contribution points just by talking. This made many Gu Immortals envious. Xianxia breathed in deeply, he stood up and faced Fairy Minghao. His eyes shined with bright light, he was filled with fighting spirit. On one hand, he had been on diplomatic missions many times, there was some hostility towards him, he wanted to prove himself through battle. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to gain merit, he wanted to lead the Mushroom Man tribe and become one of Feng Yuan's subordinates, he would be able to protect his own tribe in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe was the last to join Master, we were naturally ostracized by our predecessors. But we also want to have a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xianxia, and the rest, but Master does not have such intentions. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Maybe his intentions were simple at the start, but the more time passed, the deeper his intentions became. Master's subordinates are divided into two groups, one is the variant humans, the other is the humans. There are few humans, let's not talk about that for now. The variant humans far outnumber the humans, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia as the leaders, the two groups are expanding day by day, in the long run, there will be conflicts of interests, they will not be able to get rid of them, it will be disadvantageous to Master's jurisdiction. Thus, from the start, Master did not want my Mushroom Man tribe to get involved. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Isn't it because he wants to help my Mushroom Man tribe and divide the variant human forces? Xianxia sighed internally. The longer he joined Feng Yuan, the more he felt Feng Yuan's unfathomable shrewdness, as well as his shrewd and unfathomable political skills. Against the situation of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia working together to ostracize him, Xianxia had already expected it. His mental state stabilized, he collected his thoughts and focused on the little girl in front of him, cupping his fists. I am Xianxia, I have the guts to compete with you. The little girl smiled, I am called Fairy Minghao. Xianxia, I know you, did you use your poison path method like this? As she spoke, Minghao waved her hand and poison immediately flew out. Each lump of yellowish-brown poison liquid flew into the air and turned into a wild goose. Soon, a group of poisonous geese was formed, flying in the air and changing their formation continuously. Xianxia's expression was shaken, this is clearly a killer move that I created, why can the other party use it? Is she a poison path Gu Immortal? But why can she use my unique method? Xianxia forced himself to calm down, Fairy Minghao has a good method, but this move has a variation, watch. Saying so, Xianxia also used the same poison path killer move. After the group of geese formed, they cried out continuously, wherever the sound waves went, poison spread out. Minghao's eyes shined, she commanded the poisonous geese group to go forward and fight while observing carefully. After a few breaths of time, she smiled, so that's what happened, take a look, is it like this? Saying so, she also used Xianxia's variation move, the poisonous geese group under her control also started to cry out. What? This time, Xianxia was not the only one shocked, Feng Yuan's subordinates all had a change of expression. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly conversed with Xianxia, this immortal is strange, she can actually imitate other people's killer moves. But she only has rank 8 cultivation level. We have so many people, how can we stop her alone? The two had the same opinion, they immediately ordered the other Gu Immortals to go around Fairy Minghao and attack the sacred mountain behind her. Fairy Minghao sighed, you people, can't you just have some fun? Why are you in such a rush? Saying so, her aura surged, resonating with the sacred mountain behind her. Next, the sacred mountain that was covered in black lines and white paper shined with profound light. From the profound light, countless killer moves shot out. Fang Yuan's subordinates quickly defended. Bam bam bam, after a series of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinates' offense was completely disintegrated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xianxia, and the rest were shocked. What killer move is this? It can imitate all of our killer moves? This mountain is not ordinary, it is not just a famous mountain, it is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Is this the book mountain recorded in? Fairy Minghao chuckled, this killer move was created by me, it uses humility goo as the core, it is called humble reciprocation. This move can use book mountain's information to deduce and restore all of your killer moves. Every killer move that you use is a gift to me. Thank you. It really is book mountain? Humble reciprocation? This is clearly a human path killer move. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shaken, they attacked again. But Fairy Minghao used humble reciprocation again, defeating the attacks of the immortals. Fang Yuan had many subordinates, but they were obstructed by one person. Master often says, it is impolite not to reciprocate. I have received so many gifts, I should return the favor. Take this. Fairy Minghao increased her offense. The attacks were like a tidal wave, they were hard to defend against. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xianxia, and the rest had to use their full strength, they defended while retreating. At the crucial moment, a yellow light appeared, blocking most of the attacks and stabilizing the situation for Fang Yuan's subordinates. It was Lu Weiyin who took the initiative to help. Fairy Minghao looked over and smiled, you are the inheritor of Southern Border's Paradise Earth? You are finally willing to come out? Lu Weiyin frowned deeply, he greeted Fairy Minghao. Greetings, Fairy Minghao. I wonder what relationship you have with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Fairy Minghao blinked mischievously, take a guess? Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Weiyin from afar. Swoosh, a five-pointed starlight shot out, it was so fast that it reached Lu Weiyin the moment it was activated. Lu Weiyin's expression did not change, he did not dodge. When the starlight reached him, a yellow light blocked it and turned it into nothingness. Lu Weiyin sensed something, he raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised tone, carefree wisdom heart physique? You have good insight. Fairy Minghao smiled. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Starlight specks flew out from her body towards Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin flew up and fought against them. Initially, he could still interact with Fairy Minghao. But not long after, he was suppressed by Fairy Minghao. Fairy Minghao continued to use flying stars to attack. It was just that at first, her flying stars only shot out one by one, but soon, 2 to 3, 5 to 6, eventually more than 10. Her flying stars did not change in power, but when they landed on Lu Weiyin, the pressure on him increased greatly. These flying stars are very profound, they seem to be continuous attacks. The damage I am enduring will only increase. Lu Weiyin had a grim expression, he was getting tired of resisting. Both sides fought for a while longer, Lu Weiyin could only retreat while fighting, Fairy Minghao had the complete upper hand. Every time she waved her hand, a large amount of starlight specks would be shot out. The number of flying stars shot out with each wave of flying stars, breaking through 100. Starlight specks shined brightly, sounds of air being torn could be heard continuously, it was a beautiful sight. This Minghao cultivates wisdom path and star path, she definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat for now. Lu Weiyin had the intention to retreat. Fang Yuan also gave the order to retreat at an appropriate time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest let out sighs of relief as they quickly retreated. Fairy Minghao smiled, you came all the way here to die, why don't you just leave your lives behind? Fairy Minghao charged towards the immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Weiyin blocked her. Fairy Minghao giggled, her eyes shined with a strange light that shone on Lu Weiyin's forehead. Lu Weiyin immediately felt an indescribable change in his mind, he could only store a small portion of his thoughts. At the same time, his thoughts moved at a much faster speed, but each thought was cut off prematurely. It was as if all the remaining thoughts were impatient, they could not collide patiently and deduce the true result. Lu Weiyin fell into a predicament immediately. He needed thoughts to activate killer moves. The more killer moves he had, the more complex they were, the more thoughts he needed to use. But now that he had lost most of his thoughts, he could not think calmly anymore. More importantly, even if these thoughts collided, they would end hastily, unable to achieve the desired results. This was a fatal point. If Lu Weiyin's thoughts ended prematurely while he was activating the killer move, when the killer move was prepared to the end, it would be for naught. Then the killer move's activation would fail, and Lu Weiyin would be heavily injured because of him. Such a powerful wisdom path method. Lu Weiyin was helpless, he could only protect himself, he did not have the spare energy to take care of others. Fairy Minghao confirmed her absolute advantage. She immediately ordered the rank 8 Gu immortals on the sacred mountain to move out and chase after Fang Yuan's subordinates. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xianxia, and the rest were defeated. Along the way, he killed 9 Gu immortals, among them were 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures landed on the ground and were immediately absorbed by Green Lotus Great World. The immortal Gu were also completely digested. When Gu immortals died, they would leave behind their obsessions, but Fang Yuan did not find any land spirit or heavenly spirit. After Fang Yuan's subordinates retreated to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Minghao stopped chasing after them. Lu Weiyin led the immortals to meet Fang Yuan, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xianxia, and the rest immediately knelt down to accept their punishment. Fang Yuan, however, had a pleasant expression as he consoled them. This loss is not your fault. I saw it clearly. Fairy Minghao had incredible strength, she had pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could actually nurture such an existence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest were consoled, they calmed down. On the way back, they were extremely worried, they were afraid that in a fit of rage, Fang Yuan would kill them all. Fang Yuan assigned these Gu immortals to guard the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The focus of their defense was on the 2 main passages of Yellow Earth Great World, Green Lotus Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. To think that Celestial Court produced such a female immortal, she has an incredible combat system, I am not her match. Lu Weiyin had a guilty expression. Fang Yuan also consoled him. Fang Yuan knew that Lu Weiyin had probably used his full strength already. After all, in the pursuit battle, he and Lu Weiyin had fought against Spectral Soul and Celestial Court, they had almost died. In such a situation, it was impossible for Lu Weiyin to hide his strength. In the battle against Fairy Minghao, Lu Weiyin had already used all of the methods that Fang Yuan knew. But he was still not Fairy Minghao's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future, we will lose and lose our lives. This is the nature of Gu immortal cultivation, there is no need to worry about this. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle. All in all, Fang Yuan's losses were smaller than the combined losses of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. This was already a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia even forced someone like Fairy Minghao to show up. Fang Yuan learned a lot about the other party's foundation. Fang Yuan nurtured Gu immortals intensively, weren't they meant to be sacrificed? Since these cannon fodders were able to display their value, it was not a loss. The most regrettable thing is that Lord Fang Yuan lost many immortal Gu. Lu Weiyin continued, but now, Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance is right in front of us, Lord might be able to gain some benefits from it. Lu Weiyin was talking about Paradise Earth's holy tomb. Actually, there was no need for him to say it. When Fang Yuan sent him to escort the emperor, he had already secretly investigated it. Paradise Earth's holy tomb is very profound, I have no clue about it yet. Fang Yuan admitted, asking, do you have any clues? Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly, I am ashamed, I know almost nothing about it. Fang Yuan nodded, saying, that wisdom path killer move you were hit by earlier was the key to our defeat. What are your thoughts on this? This wisdom path killer move was too powerful, but since it was exposed, Fang Yuan naturally had to think of a way to counter it. Lu Weiyin thought about it, saying with uncertainty, the core immortal Gu of this move seems to be Pride Gu. Fang Yuan nodded again, I deduced the same answer. Lu Weiyin sucked in a breath of cold air, Fairy Minghao is not a simple person. She has the unfettered wisdom heart physique, she also controls Modesty Gu and Pride Gu, this makes me think of. According to what I know, There is no such person in the history of Celestial Court. She seems to have a close relationship with star constellation Immortal Venerable. Chapter 5, Section 35, Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal finally arrived in front of Qiankuan Crystal Wall after a long journey. Qiankuan Crystal Wall was straight from top to bottom, it stood in the void like a huge mirror. It reflected everything that was happening in the world. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal entered Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Countless flowers, birds, fishes, and insects formed a dazzling image that filled Great Strength True Marshal's vision. The sound of waves, thunder, and birds resonated in his ears, a refreshing, sweet, stimulating, and spicy taste lingered on his tongue. At times, he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path, at other times, he felt like he was swimming in waves, and at other times, he felt like he was falling from the sky. "Father, Father! Where are you?" Great Strength True Marshal shouted. Renzu could not hear Great Strength True Marshal's voice, he could not see Great Strength True Marshal's location, everything was white and empty. "Son, where are you?" Renzu ran, trying to find Great Strength True Marshal. Renzu continued to run. After a long time, he saw a small black dot at the end of his vision. Initially, he thought it was Great Strength True Marshal, he was very happy. But when he got closer to the black dot, it had already expanded into a mountain. This mountain was very special, the rocks and plants were made of white paper, while the mountain stream and waterfall were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village where many Inkmen lived. Renzu walked into the village and caused a commotion. This is truly a rare sight. The Inkmen spoke. Normal life forms would get lost after taking a few steps into Qiankuan Crystal Wall. They cannot resist the colorful world, the endless mortal world, they cannot reach this place. You are the first person to arrive here. Renzu was curious, why is that? The Inkman elder replied, "O human, you are only left with a skeleton, you cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. Instead, your life is preserved, you can move unhindered through the Qiankuan Crystal Wall." Qiankuan Crystal Wall had existed since the beginning of the world, it reflected everything, containing all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person entered, they would be constantly assaulted by endless information, after a long time, they would explode to death from the information. Renzu heard this and was very worried for Great Strength True Marshal, he quickly asked the Inkman elder for advice on how to survive. The Inkman elder brought Renzu up the mountain. In the Book Mountain, there was the largest waterfall of ink, and underneath the waterfall was the deepest pool. The Inkmen called this pool Literary Spring. The ink waterfall heavily smashed into the literary spring, creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air, the water droplets turned into words, they were ink texts. Humans need to continue living in Qiankuan Crystal Wall. These ink texts are your best helpers. The reason why we Inkmen are able to survive here is also because of the ink texts. The Inkman elder told Renzu this big secret. Renzu received the Inkman's guidance, he collected many ink texts and descended the mountain. Every time he walked a certain distance, he would throw down some ink texts as a marker. In this vast expanse of whiteness, the pitch-black ink characters were very conspicuous. Even though the ink texts would gradually dissipate, relying on these ink texts, Renzu no longer walked the wrong path, he finally found Great Strength True Marshal. Great Strength True Marshal obtained Renzu's ink texts, with every step he took, he would throw down a handful of ink texts. The ink texts recorded all the information that reached Great Strength True Marshal and turned them into essays. These articles were laid under Great Strength True Marshal's feet like bricks of literature. Great Strength True Marshal was freed, his eyes were no longer blurry, his ears were no longer buzzing, he could not smell the chaotic smells anymore. He stepped on these bricks and followed Renzu back to the Inkman village. Renzu asked the Inkman elder, "Oh elder, how do I find Wisdom Goo in Qiankuan Crystal Wall?" P.S. Congratulations to Dream LV and Bing, Book Friend 201812102249454184, Guyua Desaladine, the three of you are the alliance leader of this book. So, I owe 10 chapters, why did I owe so much for no reason? My heart was trembling. There was another important matter. The Goo World logo could be obtained in the Book Friend group. Everyone might have already seen that some of the Book Friends QQ and Qidian accounts have changed to the Goo World logo. There are many Goo World logos to choose from, everyone can choose one that you like. The Inkman Elder told Renzu, even though Wisdom Goo often stays in Qiankuan crystal wall, it is hidden deep inside. If you want to find it, you need to go deep into the crystal wall. To go deep into the crystal wall, just using ink text records to form bricks is not enough. These bricks only record all sorts of information. This is superficial and cannot withstand the erosion of other information. The limited ink text in the bricks will continue to change its contents and dissipate rapidly, it cannot last for long. The Inkman Elder continued, "O human, you need to refine these records into knowledge. Only knowledge can better explain more information, using ink text to describe knowledge will not be bricks, but the true path." Renzu was troubled, "How can I refine knowledge?" The Inkman Elder smiled, "There are many bookworms on Book Mountain, they record a lot of knowledge that our Inkman ancestors refined. O human, you can take a look. If you want to refine knowledge yourself, it is not hard. First, you need to use memory goo to record all the information in your mind. Then, before the Inkman finished speaking, cognition goo appeared, it said to Renzu, "Then, I can help you refine knowledge." The Inkman Elder smiled, "That's right, thinking can produce knowledge." Renzu, "Thank you so much." The Inkman Elder shook his head, "No need to be polite." Cognition goo, "Don't say that, human. We've always been good friends, and it's also good for me to do this. If thoughts do not accept new information, they will slowly age. Only by accepting new information and thinking, using the things that they have thought of to feed the thoughts, could the thoughts grow healthy and shine brightly, as if they were brand new." Renzu picked up many bookworms on Book Mountain, he obtained a lot of knowledge. Next, with Cognition Goo's help, he gathered a lot of new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink text to draw the knowledge and sprinkled it on the ground, forming a dark ink text path. Renzu in great strength True Martial followed this path and walked for a long time, further than any of their previous attempts. Sigh, I don't have enough knowledge. Renzu walked to the end of the path, feeling very regretful. He had collected a lot of ink text, but the knowledge in his mind was too little. Renzu in great strength True Martial's first attempt failed, so they could only return to Book Mountain. Great strength True Martial continued to collect ink text, while Renzu collected all of the bookworms. Using Cognition Goo's help, he extracted even more knowledge. The more knowledge he gained, the more Renzu felt that his mind was being filled up. "I have too much knowledge." Renzu was very proud and said confidently, "Let's continue. This time, we will definitely reach the deepest part of the Qiankuan crystal wall." However, their second attempt failed as well. "Why is this happening? My mind is already filled with knowledge." Renzu was very disappointed. "I can only remember so much knowledge." "No, human, take a closer look." Self-goo suddenly reminded. Renzu checked his mind and found a goo hidden in it. Renzu suddenly realized, "So it was you who occupied my mind, preventing me from filling it with more knowledge. What kind of goo are you?" This goo replied, "I am the Pride Goo." Renzu was anxious, "Then why aren't you leaving? You are occupying such a huge space, how much knowledge can I fill in?" But no matter how anxious or how Renzu persuaded, Pride Goo did not leave. Renzu had no choice. Great strength True Martial said, "Oh father, don't be anxious, don't forget that I have a humility goo. I will give it to you." Great strength True Martial took out humility goo and gave it to Renzu. Pride goo was chased away by humility goo, it flew out of Renzu's mind and into great strength True Martial's body. Strong goo was very happy, experts have their own pride. Renzu got rid of Pride goo in his mind, he returned to Book Mountain and continued to extract knowledge. After Renzu obtained humility goo, the more knowledge he obtained, the more he felt that he knew less, he wanted to fill in more knowledge. Renzu's mind was gradually filled up. Self-goo urged him, "Oh human, stop, your mind is already filled with knowledge." But Renzu said, "But I feel that it is not enough, I am certain that there is still a lot of knowledge that I do not know, I need to extract more." Renzu continued to extract knowledge, his mind was swollen and painful, he could not fill in more, but humility goo made him feel that he had too little knowledge. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. Finally, Renzu's mind could not take it anymore, it exploded from the large amount of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground, a girl stood up from within. Father, father. The girl hugged Renzu's leg happily. I am carefree wisdom heart, I am your daughter. Northern Plains. Pure child grassland. Xianxia wore a green robe, he had his hands behind his back as he stood proudly. He looked at the unfamiliar female immortal in front of him, shouting, "Who in the world are you? Why did you ask me to come here?" The female immortal in front of him wore a mask that covered her nose, mouth, and face. Only the upper half of her face was exposed. She had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a heroic aura. She was also wearing a set of black and gold armor, which made people feel a heavy pressure just by looking at her. It could be said that she had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She was definitely not an ordinary person. "You can call me Fairy Black Moon," this female immortal said. "Fairy Black Moon?" Xianxia raised his brows. "Where are you from?" Now that the 5 regions were united, Gu Immortal's auras no longer differed by region, that was why Xianxia asked this. Fairy Black Moon smiled, "Where I come from and who I am is not important. Xianxia, you are known as the Pure Sincerity Immortal, you cultivate rule path. In your early years, you had an agreement with a friend, the loser would assist the winner and acknowledge him as their master. Do I still remember?" Xianxia's pupils shrunk as he frowned. "I was arrogant when I was young, I did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, that was why I made this bet. At that time I was only a young Gu master." "Who are you? You actually know such a secret?" Fairy Black Moon sneered, "I am only asking you, Xianxia. Is this bet still valid?" As she spoke, she tossed out a token. Xianxia took a look and his expression changed again. "This token is real, where did you get it from? What relationship do you have with my friend?" Fairy Black Moon continued, "I said, these are not important." Xianxia breathed in deeply, his expression was extremely solemn. "I understand, you want to fight me, defeat me, and take me as your slave. Since you came to me, you must be very confident in your own strength. But let me remind you, even though I, Xianxia, am a lone cultivator, I have roamed Northern Plains for so many years, I naturally have trump cards that no one knows about. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master." Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily. "Everyone says that you are a pure sincerity immortal who acts according to your nature. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Let's fight." Xianxia was furious. "No matter who you are, I, Xianxia, will have a taste of your strength today." At the next moment, thunder rumbled as a battle between 2 immortals began. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Xianxia was in charge of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Swish swish swish. The water in the pool rose and fell, giving off an intoxicating sound like waves. A rank 8 immortal Gu quickly formed and landed in Xianxia's hands. "Good, all the rank 8 immortal Gu that were lost have been refined." Xianxia nodded slightly, very satisfied with this progress. For element square regret blood refinement pool had one of regret pool's abilities, any immortal Gu that was successfully refined would have a success mark left behind. When the immortal Gu is destroyed, for element square regret blood refinement pool would use the power of the tributary of the river of time and the success mark left behind to refine the immortal Gu again. The success rate would be even higher than refining a rank 8 immortal Gu normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced back Feng Yuan's subordinates, Lu Weiyin felt regret over the loss of immortal Gu. But he did not know that Feng Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably high. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal Gu that were lost. But Feng Yuan was still not satisfied with his refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Weiyin and the rest. Over these days, the 3 great worlds had been peaceful, the flames of war had subsided, there was a short period of peace. Since it was not the time to fight yet, Feng Yuan used this chance to comprehend the profundities of this place. Feng Yuan had already inspected Paradise Earth's tomb, it was filled with Dao marks, the structure was profound and huge, it could not be deciphered in a short period of time. Feng Yuan placed most of his attention on the big and small worlds themselves, he wanted to comprehend the refinement path profundities contained in them. "Sage, Savage Wilderness Great World's envoy wishes to meet you." Right at this time, a yellow earth goo immortal came forward and reported respectfully. It is Bing Sichuan. Lu Weiyin also came over, bringing more accurate information. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at the time, they should be here soon. The defeat of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fang Yuan's plan. Even though Celestial Court had lost to him before, Fang Yuan had never underestimated Celestial Court's foundation. Celestial Court placed great importance on Crazed Demon Cave. Even Divine Emperor City had come. Could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Celestial Court? In the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and Fang Yuan controlled the three great worlds, Celestial Court was the absolute leader. In the contest between the three, it was natural for the weak to resist the strong. Moreover, Bing Sichuan had come to cooperate with Fang Yuan during the Fate War. Thus, after Lu Weiyin and the rest returned, Fang Yuan had been patiently waiting for Bing Sichuan's envoy. But this time, Bing Sichuan, one of the four Desolation Immortals, actually came personally. This showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Bing Sichuan smiled. Fang Yuan, however, had a cold expression. I am cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive. Bing Sichuan, your Longevity Heaven is not wise to cooperate with us. Once the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply, we might even suppress Celestial Court. This? Bing Sichuan's smile froze. P.S. Jidian has a 2018 Golden Keyboard event. Everyone can vote for author or iconic character in the book. Thanks to everyone's support, many people voted for me. I personally do not care much about the author's achievements, but Guyue Fang Yuan, I really want to see him rise to the top. I have already voted for Guyue Fang Yuan. I suggest everyone to vote for Guyue Fang Yuan if they are interested. Let old demon fight. Bing Sichuan took the initiative to visit. His intention was clear. He wanted to ally with Fang Yuan to resist the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan did not want to waste time. He purposely said the opposite, pointing out the obstruction of their alliance. Paradise Earth's tomb was huge like a mountain. Longevity Heaven and the Celestial Court knew about it long ago. This was also the reason why they attacked Yellow Earth Great World earlier. Bing Sichuan was indeed a famous rank 8 expert. He laughed heartily, the stiffness on his face vanished instantly. Fang Yuan, do you know where Book Mountain came from? Fang Yuan had a thought, is Book Mountain not the original arrangement of the Celestial Court? Bing Sichuan nodded, that's right. Book Mountain was originally in the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, but the Celestial Court's wisdom path strength was too deep. They actually comprehended a portion of the profundities and extracted Book Mountain from the 9th layer. Oh? Fang Yuan did not deny it. Lu Weiyin's expression changed slightly at the side. Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortals did not know about this. After all, it happened in the depths of Green Lotus Great World. The Celestial Court actually has such a method? They have already comprehended the 9th layer and extracted Book Mountain? Did Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures not activate yet? Lu Weiyin asked. Bing Sichuan sighed deeply, if they activated it, we would not have come here so urgently to seek an alliance. Fang Yuan asked solemnly, have you seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan shook his head, I have not. Fang Yuan asked again, then what is the relationship between Fairy Ming Hao and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan said everything he knew. With Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, we did not use our full strength until the time was right. We did not force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable out. But the Celestial Court sent 3 female immortals, they all have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Fairy Ming Hao is one of them. These 3 female immortals are Ming Hao, Yu Xiao, and Fengya. They cultivate Wisdom Path and Star Path respectively. You already have an understanding of Fairy Ming Hao's strength. Fairy Yu Xiao is only stronger than her. In the battle a few days ago, I, Fangxing, sent more troops to tangle with her and stall her. As for Fairy Fengya, she seems to be stronger, but she has never made a move. She has always been in seclusion to deduce the mysteries of the 9th level of Crazed Demon Cave. The Book Mountain is the fruit of her labor. Lu Weiyin could not help but sigh. The Celestial Court is indeed the #1 force in the world, its foundation is unfathomable. After the fall of Duke Long, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerables. Unexpectedly, there were 3 hidden in the crazed demon cave. From this, we can see how much importance the celestial court places on the crazed demon cave. Bing Sichuan added, other than these 3 pseudo-venerables, don't forget about Qing Ding Ling's group of rank 8 elites. Besides Divine Emperor City, Celestial Court had already exposed the Immortal Gu House's Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower. With Celestial Court's foundation, it is not strange for them to take out even more Immortal Gu Houses. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. Celestial Court even moved a portion of the Immortal Graveyards to Crazed Demon Cave. These immortal graveyards were arranged by the Celestial Court after they collected the graveyards. At the crucial moment, the historical experts in the immortal graveyards will also awaken. This group of experts is quite terrifying. Precisely so. Bing Sichuan concluded, Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, we should work together. If we do not work together, how can we force out Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? How can we defeat 3 pseudo-venerables? How can we protect Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable from reviving? Bing Sichuan's meaning was clear. Celestial Court had too much of an advantage. If they did not work together now, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Celestial Court would have already won, thus, both sides had to work together. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing to work together. Longevity Heaven did not seem to fear Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's revival. It seemed to have a lot of confidence in itself. It definitely had many trump cards. But for now, Celestial Court was still the strongest. They needed to restrain its advance. Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting. Both sides sent out their main forces to attack Green Lotus Great World. Even though they allied with Longevity Heaven, the extent of the alliance was limited. Fang Yuan suggested that both sides exchange true inheritances. Using venerable true inheritances of the same value to exchange for Giant Sun's Luck Path true inheritance that Longevity Heaven had collected. Bing Sichuan rejected. His tone was polite but his attitude was firm. Fang Yuan suggested that both sides exchange immortal materials. He wanted to exchange for rank 9 Luck Path immortal materials, but Bing Sichuan rejected him. Fang Yuan's force had already expanded to such an extent. When his subordinates moved out earlier, even Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded. Bing Sichuan and the rest were very unhappy with Spectral Soul, Red Lotus, and the other venerables. In order to let Fang Yuan destroy Fate Gu, they had truly nurtured Fang Yuan too much. In just a few days, Fang Yuan's force had already expanded to such a terrifying extent. What about his own strength? To what extent would it reach? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Fang Yuan? This was no different from continuing to support the enemy. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's cooperation caused a huge change in the situation. However, Celestial Court had already expected this. They allowed the 2 sides to attack with all their might, but they were still able to defend themselves well. Occasionally, when the defensive line was about to collapse, Fairy Minghao and Fairy Yu Xiu would move out personally. They would either stabilize the situation in Celestial Court and repel the invading Gu Immortals, or seize the opportunity to counterattack Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, causing huge casualties. Fang Yuan also witnessed Fairy Yu Xiu's battle strength. Fairy Yu Xiu also had an outstanding combat system. Her offensive methods were very special. They were based on the difference in attainment level between her and her enemies. The greater the difference, the stronger her attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the foot of Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates had not achieved such results again. The 3 sides fought like this. The situation was in a stalemate as days passed. Large numbers of Gu cultivators died. Their sacrifices made the 3 great worlds grow larger and more stable with more Dao marks. The more Gu cultivators that died in foreign lands, the more the regional walls of the 3 great worlds would dissipate, the larger the connection would be. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yu Xiu gathered the Celestial Court's immortals, saying, right now, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan are working together. They are giving us huge pressure. Our forces are hidden in the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan's Wu Shui clone has not moved out yet. Longevity Heaven definitely has hidden forces as well. Since the situation is in a stalemate and everyone is wary of each other, the small worlds outside of the 3 great worlds will be the key to victory. Even though these small worlds are weak, they have Gu Immortals. If we can get them to join our side, we will have an advantage in the competition between the 3 sides. During this period of time, Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to suppress Celestial Quartz side. Celestial Quartz losses were even more severe. Zhou Xianxia side, these small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack, even though we could attack them forcefully, few Gu immortals chose to join us. Prince's Impatience added, these native Gu immortals lack intelligence and are very stubborn, most of them have enmity towards the three great worlds. They think that if their small worlds fuse with the great worlds, their homeland will be destroyed, thus they are stubborn. So. Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. 3 days later, I will hold a Dao impartation ceremony at the peak of Book Mountain. I will teach everyone regardless of background. Any Gu cultivator, be they mortal or immortal, can participate. How do we do that? Wan Zihong asked. Fairy Yu Xiu explained in detail. The celestial quartz immortals' expressions changed. Lady Yu Xiu has such a divine ability? This is truly admirable. This way, we don't have to worry about Gu cultivators not joining our celestial court. These Gu cultivators are neither fish nor fowl, they actually have the fortune to listen to Lady Yu Xiu's Dao impartation ceremony. This is too good for them. Haha, they are just cannon fodder, they will be sacrificed sooner or later. There is no harm in doing this. The celestial quartz Gu immortals discussed, the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Divine Emperor City. Qi Howling Painting World. A group of beggars surrounded Feng Dichang as they faced a huge elephant. The elephant was pure white in color, it stood on the ground without moving, it was like a majestic mountain. The beggars had been facing each other for a long time, they felt a chill in their hearts, their morale continued to fall, they gradually did not dare to fight this elephant. Feng Dichang frowned deeply, this Qi monster is formed from righteous Qi. The longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Qi monsters were of all shapes and sizes, they were formed from all kinds of Qi, they had different natures and abilities. For example, Qi monsters formed from domineering Qi were usually domineering. And Qi monsters formed from death Qi liked to roam around places where death was the most common. Qi monsters formed from life Qi had very strong recovery abilities. Qi monsters formed from luck Qi were hard to encounter, once they were killed, the benefits to the Gu cultivator would not be small. Even though Feng Dichang was Feng Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had already lost his body, he did not even have a soul. He only had a will left, residing in the human path Gu worm, beggar Gu. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant formed from righteous Qi. Thankfully, the white elephant formed from righteous Qi was not irritable, it did not attack and only faced the beggars. I'm here. Xianxia finally charged over. He quickly finished off his previous opponents and rushed over to reinforce Feng Dichang. He had fought a group of blood Qi monsters alone earlier, so he was covered in blood. Feng Dichang immediately let out a sigh of relief, he gathered the beggars and let Xianxia into the encirclement. Xianxia fought the white elephant while using human path methods. This rank 8 Gu immortal was indeed worthy of being a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster favored by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he quickly gained the upper hand. But just as he was about to get rid of this righteous white elephant, the ground suddenly shook. Rumble, a group of over 10,000 bull-shaped Qi monsters raised dust clouds as they galloped over. Xianxia and Feng Dichang's expressions changed. The righteous white elephant cried out in fear as it fled frantically. Xianxia ignored it, he directly grabbed Feng Dichang and ran in another direction. 10,000 bulls galloped like a tsunami, sweeping through heaven and earth, they were unstoppable. Xianxia and Feng Dichang barely escaped as they watched the bulls leave. These are Qi monsters formed from fighting bull Qi, the scale is too huge, who can stop them? Xianxia sighed. Feng Dichang said solemnly, the route the bulls are taking is the nearest camp. I wonder how many casualties there will be, but that camp is definitely finished. Xianxia nodded, that's right, once the camp is lost, we can only retreat to the camp behind, it will be even more inconvenient to explore. Please remember this book's domain name. Right Pen Chinese website mobile version website. The two had deduced some things earlier, so they worked together to explore deeper into the Qi Howling painting world, to contact the enemy of Celestial Court at the deepest part of the painting world. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. But Xianxia and Feng Dichang could not reach the deepest part no matter how hard they tried. The Qi Howling painting world was huge. Fang Dichang's strength had already reached a bottleneck. Although Xianxia had rank 8 cultivation level, he was severely restricted here. The difference between immortal and mortal was not obvious. The only consolation was that Xianxia's madness was greatly alleviated here. Ever since he entered the painting world, he had not gone crazy even once. According to Xianxia's deductions, the rich human path environment here should have helped him. Sigh, the 10 children of human path have left. Without them, with just the 2 of us, when would we be able to get through this painting world and see the suppressed target at the deepest part? Fang Dichang sighed deeply. Xianxia was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He cried out in shock, "This is?" Next, Fang Dichang also sensed the aura of a rank 8 immortal goo rapidly spreading towards them. The 2 could not care about the Qi Howling painting world anymore. They immediately returned to the center of the original painting world. The 2 saw a rank 8 immortal goo floating in the sky at the same time, shining brightly. Divine Emperor City was deeply hidden. It actually had such a legendary immortal goo. If I am not wrong, this should be the learning goo recorded in. The 2 conversed. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Learning goo is a human path immortal goo. This is probably the highest rank human path immortal goo in the current era. Fang Dichang exclaimed. I understand. Xianxia's eyes suddenly shined with bright light. Why were there beast tamers and qi refiners in the past? It was probably the result of this learning goo's secret operation. Of course, it is not just this goo, there should be another killer move. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had such foresight and deep arrangements. Fang Dichang frowned, but why is this learning goo activated by itself now? Did something happen in the outside world? Xianxia was vexed. He did not know anything about the outside world. But he quickly reacted, this is a great opportunity. Learning goo must be one of the cores of Divine Emperor City. No matter what happened in the outside world, Divine Emperor City took out a core to use. In this way, the originally complete structure of the Divine Emperor City has a gap. Perhaps we can find this gap and make use of it. Good idea. Fang Dichang's pupils dilated as he looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze. Let us work together to probe the secrets of Divine Emperor City. Meanwhile. Crazed Demon Cave. The 8th floor. Green Lotus Dojo, on Book Mountain. Fairy Yuxiu sat at the peak of Book Mountain. Inside her immortal aperture, the light of learning goo in Divine Emperor City spread out. Together with Fairy Yuxiu's other immortal goo, they formed a human path killer move. There was no limit to learning. There were goo cultivators at the waist and foot of Book Mountain. The killer move's light blue light spread down and enveloped these goo cultivators. The goo cultivators shook intensely. This is? The expressions of the immortals changed, their minds were shaken. Indescribable mysteries of the great Tao flowed into the depths of the immortals' hearts like a gurgling spring. The immortals' paths and realms actually began to slowly rise. There's actually such a marvelous killing move in this world. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have imagined it. This is the teachings of a sage. The sage is truly benevolent. Many goo immortals shed tears of gratitude. Some goo immortals knelt down on the ground, worshipping Fairy Yuxiu who was at the peak. These goo immortals were all unusual, but they obtained the orthodox goo cultivation method. They knew clearly how hard it was to raise one's path attainment level. This was an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. In this world, other than dream realms, there are truly other methods to raise attainment levels. Human path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already deduced this. Celestial Court's development of human path is definitely not wrong. Qin Ding Ling was extremely excited. The members of Celestial Court, who were led by her, were also sitting down and meditating with their eyes closed. Fairy Yuxiu's eyes were slightly closed as she looked down. Her forehead was covered in sweat. All the thoughts in her mind were used to maintain this move. There was no limit to learning. It was a strategic level human path method. The benefits to a super force were unimaginable. Its greatest advantage was that it did not expend the true meaning of the goo immortal who used the killer move, but created true meaning in other people's hearts. Rule path and wisdom path goo immortals were more proficient in extracting their own true meaning than other paths. After other goo cultivators extract the true meaning, their attainment level would rise rapidly. But the goo cultivator who extracted the true meaning would have their attainment level fall. The loss would be irreversible. This was the reason why true meaning was so rare in the world. Endless learning was a killer move that used Fairy Yu Xiu's attainment level, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Book Mountain, as well as learning Gu. This move could create a new true meaning in the target's heart. The moment these true meanings were created, they would be instantly absorbed by the Gu cultivator, causing their attainment level to rise. This was the greatest advantage of endless learning. It would not expend the Gu cultivator's attainment level. But at the same time, this advantage was also its weakness. Because there was a limit to how much true meaning a killer move could create. These limits were the Gu cultivators who were hit. The Gu cultivators' aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences were the conditions that restricted their creation of true meaning. The same attainment level and profundity could be comprehended differently by different people. If they reached the limit and could not comprehend the profundity no matter what, the Gu cultivator would start to hallucinate. As expected, not long after, some Gu cultivators on Book Mountain started to hallucinate. Some had golden lotuses bursting out of the ground, some had green rain falling from the sky, some were filled with blood water and a bone forest, some had colorful lights forming into phoenixes that cried out, I can't hold on anymore." A moment later, someone coughed out blood and fainted. More and more people fainted. But some Gu cultivators persisted. Because of this, the Gu cultivators' aptitude and comprehension, as well as their personal experience, started to differentiate. But in Qin Ding Ling's group, some people started to shake and sweat appeared on their foreheads, but most of the local Gu immortals of Green Lotus Dao Field had already fainted. Even though these mutants became Gu immortals, humans still have the most intelligence. Fairy Yu Xiu nodded to herself. After some observation, she had a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of Green Lotus Dao Field's Gu immortals. When Qin Ding Ling and the rest started to falter, the other Gu cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Shui fainted, Zhou Xiong also fainted, Jun Xinguang followed closely behind. Eventually, only 3 members of Celestial Court were left. They were Qin Ding Ling, Cai Wei, and Guyue Fangzheng. "Brother?" Guyue Fangzheng's eyes were bloodshot, he cried out as he fainted. Not long later, Qin Ding Ling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness. Cai Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yu Xiu nodded to herself, as expected of the creator of Weapon Path. How could I have misjudged him? Fairy Yu Xiu suddenly had a surprised expression, her gaze moved away from Cai Wei and landed on a meteorite at the foot of the mountain. This meteorite was huge like an elephant, it was also a Gu immortal. It had already fallen into a semi-conscious state earlier, but even Fairy Yu Xiu did not expect that there was some kind of power accumulated inside the meteorite. Until now, when this mysterious power reached its limit, the quantity caused a qualitative change. Rumble, with a loud sound, the meteorite exploded, golden light shot everywhere. From the dazzling golden light, a stone monkey flew out. The stone monkey landed on the ground, scratching its ears and cheeks as it jumped around, shouting, "Amazing, truly amazing." Plop. Cai Wei could not hold on any longer, he fainted. Fairy Yu Xiu's expression became even more surprised. This stone monkey was nurtured by heaven and earth, it is extraordinary. Its aptitude and comprehension actually surpassed Cai Wei. With such potential, it will definitely become someone great in the future. Amazing, amazing. What a pity, what a pity. Fairy Yu Xiu sighed repeatedly. She said amazing because she was praising Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave and deduced new Heaven Path Dao marks for over 1,000,000 years, the results were huge. The stone monkey in front of him was proof. This stone monkey's potential and aptitude actually surpassed the members of Celestial Court. It defeated Cai Wei. If this stone monkey could be nurtured and grew up, it might be able to create its own path in the future. But this stone monkey was destined to have a tragic ending, it would not live for long. It was destined to become Limitless Demon Venerable's sacrifice, Celestial Court could not contain it. Because it was a variant, it was not a pure human. This was also the reason why Fairy Yu Xiu said what a pity. The stone monkey lasted for a few minutes before it fell to the ground, fainting. Fairy Yu Xiu stopped her killer move and started to rest. Even though she did not expend her attainment level, the price of using this move was very high. Be it thoughts, immortal essence, or lifespan, they were all expended. Not long later, the Gu immortals woke up. They cheered uncontrollably. Their attainment levels rose, the problems of killer moves or immortal Gu remnant recipes that troubled them in the past were all solved. Many Gu immortals created new methods to modify old killer moves. Thank you, Sage, for your Dao teachings. Sage's Dao teachings are immeasurable. The Gu immortals knelt down. Fairy Yusho smiled, her voice spread throughout Book Mountain and out, shaking the whole of Green Lotus World. 3 days later, I will teach at the peak of Book Mountain again. The immortals were stunned, but at the next moment, they cheered loudly. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain, even the foot of the mountain was filled with Gu masters. The Gu masters could only surround Book Mountain, they could not ascend it. At the foot of the mountain, many new Gu immortal faces appeared. These Gu immortals came from all sorts of small worlds. They heard that a sage was teaching on Book Mountain. It would be a waste not to come. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fairy Yusho activated endless learning again. Illusions started to appear, each person was different. I see it, so many flowers. So many pig heads are flying. Fairy, don't run, you can't escape. He he he. That lad is dead. I said that even Gu immortals cannot save him. My lover is an unparalleled hero. One day, he will step on a rainbow cloud to marry me, even though I am a man. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing pen Chinese mobile version. The illusions were endless. Soon, the Gu masters outside the mountain collapsed, fainting in large numbers. Next, on the mountain, the Gu immortals who had experienced the first Dao imparting also fainted. They had already reached their limits when they first imparted the Dao. In just 3 short days, the extent to which they could improve their foundation was very, very small. Even the members of the Celestial Court were no exception. Finally, the remaining ones were the mutant Gu immortals from the small worlds. They had deep foundations, and it was also their first time experiencing a preaching of the Dao. Eh? Fairy Yusho was astonished once more. Among these mutant Gu immortals, she found another genius. This was a dark green hurricane. He persisted until the end. His talent and comprehension abilities were on par with the stone monkey from before. When this tornado Gu immortal fainted, Fairy Yusho stopped her killer move. When these Gu immortals woke up, she announced again, 3 days later, the third Dao imparting would be held. For the third time, even more Gu immortals came. Not just the variant humans of the small worlds, even Gu immortals from Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World came. Eventually, a lizard Gu immortal emerged. This immortal came from Savage Wilderness Great World. His aptitude was on the same level as the Stone Monkey and Hurricane Gu immortal. He was extraordinary. Fairy Yusho had preached a total of 3 times. Her influence had not only covered the 3 great worlds, but it had also spread to the other small worlds. Not only were there small worlds attached to the outer walls of the 3 worlds, but there were also many small worlds that were being drawn to the center. Fairy Yusho achieved her goal, and the effects were extremely clear. Green Lotus Great World's impression in the minds of the Gu immortals greatly improved. A large number of Gu immortals joined them. Yusho chose 3 leaders from them. They were the Stone Monkey Butian Kong who jumped out of the meteorite, the Hurricane Gu immortal Nyakwang Feng, and the Lizard Gu immortal Duan who came from Reckless Savage Great World. But most of the Gu immortals still chose to watch. Most of these Gu immortals came from small worlds, and these small worlds were still migrating. They had not landed on the 3 great worlds yet. Since the void has mutated and the merging of the worlds is unavoidable, I'll have to choose a good home. That's right. We are the rulers of our respective small worlds. We can influence the landing location of the small worlds to a certain extent. The sages of Yuanlian Great World are preaching. I wonder if the sages of the other 2 great worlds are doing the same? These Gu immortals could not help but feel anticipation. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Even though they were native Gu immortals and did not look like humans, they were intelligent and astute. From Fairy Yusho's act of imparting the Dao, they acutely sensed that she was trying to recruit them. The battle between the 3 great worlds was like a raging fire, and the consumption of energy between them was extremely fierce. This was the stage for them to display their prowess. They even directly spread the news. If the sages of the other 2 great worlds don't give us any benefits, we can only rely on Green Lotus Great World. The 3 great worlds have been united for a long time. The sages of the Green Lotus Great World are really broad-minded to be able to teach everyone without discrimination. I believe that the sages of the other two worlds are not inferior. We'll go to whichever great world offers better treatment. These Gu immortals wanted to gain as many benefits as possible. As for where it would land and which great world it belonged to, haha, let's take advantage of him first. With the situation changing like this, Lu Weiyin hurriedly went to discuss with Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin sighed, right now, Celestial Court has the upper hand again. Our alliance with Longevity Heaven was able to shake Celestial Court's position with much difficulty. But Fairy Yusho's Tao teachings made all of our hard work go to waste. Thankfully, the situation is not irreversible. Now, how do we recruit those Gu immortals who are still watching from the sidelines? Fang Yuan was silent. These wandering variant human Gu immortals were natural cannon fodder. Celestial Court had made a good move by recruiting them. Fairy Yusho's method also broadened Fang Yuan's horizons. Learning Gu, there is no end to learning. Other than Dream Realms, this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen a killer move that could raise one's attainment level directly. He did not have such a killer move in the 500 years of his previous life. From the information he gathered and Lu Weiyin's information, there were no clues or signs of such a killer move. This meant that this killer move was likely a creation of Celestial Court. Celestial Court had deep foundations, they had so many elites, they were also advancing with the times. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan as he continued, this killer move is extraordinary, it can raise the strength of an entire force, it is a strategic method. Attainment level advancement is very hard to come by, Celestial Court's bargaining chip is very tempting. There is another thing that I am very worried about. Clearly states that Renzu and the other two used true meaning to go to primordial domain. Celestial Court has the killer move endless learning, it means that they have an unparalleled method in the creation of true meaning. This method might allow them to go to primordial domain earlier, like Book Mountain, they might even be able to take primordial domain from the 9th layer. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Weiyin was able to see the bigger picture from a small clue, his words were indeed insightful. Primordial domain was the most crucial factor in the contest between the three sides, even if a venerable succeeded in rebirth and wanted to become a true Tao Lord, they would need to rely on primordial domain. It could be said that among the three sides, whoever could seize primordial domain first would have the greatest advantage and become the final victor. Fang Yuan pondered, endless learning is indeed a marvelous killer move, it is extremely powerful, but I also have a strategic method that can match it. I have already used it secretly. Lu Weiyin had a joyful expression as he guessed correctly, is it that lingering poisonous ant plague killer move? Fang Yuan nodded and admitted, saying at the same time, I have used this move once in Eastern Sea, let's see how Celestial Court deals with it. Other than that, we need to keep an eye on Longevity Heaven as well, I am very interested in their next move. Lu Weiyin thought for a while before adding, since Lord has already used lingering poisonous ant plague, we should take the initiative to attack and exert direct pressure. Heavenly Court's side will be exhausted from dealing with them, they will not have enough time and energy to resist this move. Fang Yuan, however, had already closed his eyes, I will leave this to you. I still need to deduce Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Lu Weiyin took his leave, he thought that it would be better to contact Longevity Heaven, it would be more suitable for both sides to attack together. After receiving Lu Weiyin's invitation, Longevity Heaven cooperated without hesitation. In fact, their pressure was even greater. There were many Gu immortals who defected from Savage Wilderness Great World to Green Lotus Great World, much more than in Yellow Earth Great World. The most famous was Duan Hu. This rank 8 expert was very famous in Savage Wilderness Great World, he took the lead to defect to Celestial Court, this had a bad influence on Longevity Heaven. After many days, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side sent their armies to invade Green Lotus Great World again. In the sky, Gu immortals fought intensely. Kill. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch held 2 large hammers as he charged around fiercely. His body was covered in golden fur, he had many immortal Gu and killer moves ready, his defense was tight and he had no worries when charging into the formation. The mutant Gu immortals on Celestial Court's side were disrupted by him many times. Don't be arrogant. A childlike wood-path Gu immortal with grass growing on his head gritted his teeth in anger, blocking Golden Fur Immortal Monarch. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch stopped his charge and fought with this immortal. Both sides fought for more than 10 rounds, they were evenly matched. Humph. I am Grasshead Baby, I was born with immortal goo, I have great luck. You have immortal goo, my number of immortal goo does not lose to yours. This would path goo immortal shouted with great momentum. Suddenly, his expression twisted as his body tilted. Itch, itch, itch. Suddenly, Grasshead Baby felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Waves of ants came out of his body, drilling through his turf skin. How can this be? What the hell are these things? Grasshead Baby was pale with fright, he quickly retreated. Ha ha ha, where are you going? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch saw an opportunity and chased relentlessly. Grasshead Baby was hit by the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, he was in a mess and after resisting for a few rounds, he was smashed by Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hammer, his soul perished. Similar scenes happened to the other mutant goo immortals. The Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague immediately changed the situation of the battlefield. Originally, Celestial Court's side had many mutant goo immortals, they were in a deadlock with Fang Yuan's subordinates who were well equipped. But now that these mutant goo immortals' immortal apertures were on fire, their morale was gone, they no longer had the will to fight. Run! Why are there ants on my body? Don't kill me, I surrender. A huge defeat occurred, Fang Yuan's subordinates chased after them, they had great results. This is the result of joining Green Lotus Great World. All the goo immortals who join them will be punished by Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. Kill all the captives, Master has ordered us not to take these things. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest cheered loudly in the battlefield. They fought with Longevity Heaven's group, the mutant goo immortals of Celestial Court could not put up any resistance. The mutant goo immortals who were defeated found that they could not deal with Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, they could only run to the foot of Book Mountain and pray to the sages to save them. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling frowned, Fang Yuan used this killer move after all. If we do not deal with this move, our great advantage will crumble. Many of the mutant goo immortals were watching. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, no matter how many benefits they received, they would not join. After all, no matter how many benefits there were, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Right now, Fairy Yu Shou was guarding Book Mountain, while Fairy Ming Hao went to the front lines to prevent Longevity Heaven's army from causing any trouble. Fairy Yu Shou was also troubled, regarding Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move, you have already brought information about it. This move is incredible, it contains Poison Path, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, Wood Path, Food Path, and even Heaven Path profundities. There are Heaven Path profundities as well? Qin Dingling was shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance can only alleviate this move, they cannot cure it completely. Peak of Book Mountain. Against Fang Yuan's Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move, Fairy Yu Shou continued, thankfully, Fang Yuan has already used this move in Eastern Sea, you also placed Zui Xianwing in the Righteous Qi Alliance and obtained first-hand information. Thus, I was prepared for it. But the current Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move has already been modified by Fang Yuan. My original method is no longer suitable, I need to modify it further. When Qin Dingling heard this, the serious expression on her face immediately dissipated a little. That's good. Fairy Yu Shou smiled lightly, I only need 3 days to complete the modification. During this period of time, Celestial Court will publicize Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move. Qin Dingling received her orders and left. Not long after, the mutant goo immortals learned of this, they were furious. Yellow Earth Great World Sage is too despicable. I heard long ago that Yellow Earth Great World's goo immortals are united and harmonious. To think that Yellow Earth Great World Sage is so vicious, we are truly disappointed. In comparison, Green Lotus Great World Sage is truly generous, he has the demeanor of a sage. Savage Wilderness Great World Sage is only SOSO. The spectating goo immortals were very disappointed. They were waiting anxiously, but be it Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan, they did not react in the way they wanted. Without gaining any benefits, Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World directly mobilized their armies and started a war. While these mutant goo immortals were disappointed, they also started to feel anger. The sages of these two great worlds are acting like this, are they not afraid that we will join Green Lotus Great World? Humph, the sages of these two worlds are too arrogant. Forget it, let's join Green Lotus Great World. The mutant goo immortals who were spectating almost all decided to join Celestial Court. Celestial Court's wisdom path method is truly amazing. The emotions of these mutant goo immortals are all secretly influenced. According to what I know, many goo immortals decided to join the Celestial Court out of anger. Lu Weiyin sighed to Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court first promoted Fang Yuan's viciousness and ruthlessness. Next, they used a killer move for free to alleviate the lingering poisonous ant plague of the mutant goo immortals. Finally, they secretly used a method to influence the emotions of these mutant goo immortals. Through this series of attacks, not only did they get rid of lingering poisonous ant plague's negative effects, they even retaliated. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven were in a bad spot. Right now, the Celestial Court has gathered a large number of mutant goo immortals. They have a clear advantage in numbers. Should we withdraw the army at the front? Lu Weiyin asked again. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. The Celestial Court is truly formidable. According to my deductions, this mysterious wisdom path killer move also contains heaven path profundities. It can interfere with the thoughts of all living beings like Providence. Lingering poisonous ant plague has been troubling the Righteous Qi Alliance for a long time, but the Celestial Court easily neutralized this move. In fact, I have already modified this move again. However, Longevity Heaven has already made a move. Let's observe for a while before making a decision. Gugu Luan was one of the mutant goo immortals who joined the Celestial Court. After forming an agreement with the Celestial Court, she passed through the void and returned to her small world. For several days, she set up an immortal formation. This immortal formation was naturally the support of the Celestial Court. After activating it, it could influence the trajectory of the small world and make it land on the boundary of Green Lotus Great World. The Sage of Green Lotus Great World is truly unfathomable. This immortal formation is incredible and has great power, but it expends little immortal essence. Gugu Luan praised in her mind as she activated the immortal formation. The immortal formation burst out with a faint profound light that spread out from the small world. The small world had been flying towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory. After activating it for a few breaths of time, Gugu Luan suddenly showed a shocked expression. What's going on? I clearly activated the immortal formation, but the small world is not under my control. It is flying towards another direction. Is the immortal formation ineffective? Gugu Luan quickly inspected and found out to her shock, it was not that the immortal formation was ineffective, but there was a profound and grand force that was affecting her small world. Compared to this grand force, even the immortal formation could not match it. The Bone Luan could only watch helplessly as its home flew down and finally landed on the savage wilderness Great World's boundary wall. Her situation was not unique. Most small worlds were affected. They either landed on the savage Great World or were on their way to the savage Great World. Gugu Luan and the other mutant goo immortals were dumbfounded. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their small world landed on Savage Wilderness Great World. It would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World in the future and fuse with it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable, that sage has already taken action. He can actually absorb all of the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery are spared. What do we do? Many goo immortals started to regret it. If they knew this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World in such a hurry. Peak of Book Mountain. This is Giant Sun's Heaven and Earth Luck Method. Qin Dingling sighed, fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven did not hesitate to send Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace down. It has already started to interfere with the heaven and earth luck of Crazed Demon K's 8th layer. That's why these small worlds landed on his side. It is a venerable method after all. Fairy Yu Xiao sighed, even though they saw through this method of Longevity Heaven, they could not break it. Not mentioning luck path methods, Longevity Heaven was superior to Celestial Court. This method was activated by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. To break it, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had to be destroyed. And Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was hidden deep in Savage Wilderness Great World. In the current situation, even pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength. How could they attack it? Celestial Court could not think of anything, they could only watch. This way, Celestial Court gathered most of the mutant goo immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. Longevity heaven took in most of the small worlds, savage wilderness great world continued to expand. Only Feng Yuan's side was the weakest. After losing this round, not only did they not recruit many mutant goo immortals, they also did not obtain many small worlds. Celestial Court commanded the mutant goo immortals to counterattack. The battle line that had penetrated deep into Green Lotus Great World was pushed back. Goo masters gathered into an army and slaughtered all over the mountains and plains. Immortals fought in the sky. It was an intense battle. Stone Monkey Bution rampaged in the sky. It suddenly gave a loud roar as it vanished far away. This move again. Bing Shua's eyelids twitched. He looked around nervously. Where is he? Where did he appear? But Bution Kong did not continue to attack Bing Shua. It teleported behind Shirzong. Eat my fist. Bution Kong shouted. Shirzong quickly defended, but his defensive killer move was instantly broken. Bution Kong's fist pierced through Shirzong's chest, coming out of his back. Bution Kong laughed sinisterly. Its body shook as it activated its killer move. Shirzong exploded into pieces, rocks flew everywhere. Bing Xue and Shirzong were rank 8 goo immortals. Bution Kong also had rank 8 cultivation level, but it still managed to kill Shirzong in a 1 versus 2 fight. No matter what formation this is, scatter. On the other side, Nya Kuangfeng's scream came from the Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud formation. The 6 Eggman goo immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven had created the ancient battle formation Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud. It had already trapped Nya Kuangfeng for a long time. It could not hold on any longer. It was destroyed from the inside. The 6 Eggman goo immortals spat out blood. They were either injured or dead. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Duan Hu fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was one of the 8 extremities, desolate extremity, but she was at a disadvantage. Duan Hu attacked fiercely. His body was tough like a mountain. When he charged, it was like heaven and earth were collapsing. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix Totem killer move was almost destroyed by him. These 3 immortals were born from luck. They are the luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert as well, unfortunately. Feng Yuan saw through the 3 immortals. His gaze turned towards Paradise Earth's tomb. Under his luck inspection killer move, this Paradise Earth tomb's luck was like a mountain of yellow earth. It did not move at all. It was extremely grand. These last days, the front lines had been suffering losses. Many of Feng Yuan's goo immortals had died. But Feng Yuan was still as calm as ice. The casualties were just a number to him. Stalling for time was also beneficial to him. Feng Yuan comprehended many profundities of Paradise Earth tomb. In the past, he could not create a tomb, but now, he could create a huge tomb in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It could be used as an earth vein node. Feng Yuan spent most of his time and energy on comprehending the refinement path profundities here. Ordinary goo immortals refined goo immortals, but limitless demon venerable refined worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was quickly filled by Feng Yuan. He had made great progress in it. At the same time, Feng Yuan gained a deeper understanding of limitless demon venerable's arrangements. It's time. Feng Yuan muttered softly, his gaze gazing afar with a dark and eerie gaze. Crack, a bolt of lightning struck the battlefield. The immortals were shocked. In the blink of an eye, lightning rained down. The immortals quickly stopped and retreated. Next, calamities and tribulations of all sizes appeared like rain and smoke, appearing in every corner of the 3 great worlds. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling was shocked. What is going on? Fairy Yu Shou deduced for a while and understood. This is limitless demon venerable's method. When the worlds fuse to a certain extent, calamities and tribulations descend. At the same time, Feng Yuan's gaze pierced through the surroundings, observing these calamities and tribulations. Waves of understanding surged in his mind. All calamities and tribulations are actually excellent methods to refine heaven and earth. When goo immortals manage their immortal apertures, under normal circumstances, the main source of Dao marks are calamities and tribulations. When goo immortals pass tribulations, they will obtain a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks will modify the immortal aperture, causing the environment of the immortal aperture to change continuously. This is refinement of heaven and earth. Broadly speaking, all calamities and tribulations were refinement path methods. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. At this point, he had already understood most of the refinement path profundities of refining heaven and earth. Earlier, the luck hinted at this moment. It is time to use that move. Fang Yuan activated Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. The sky was in chaos, Goo immortals were fighting intensely. Intense winds howled, wind blades shot everywhere. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment, wind blades surrounded him from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost, he snorted coldly as countless ice crystals shot out, blocking the wind blades. But at the next moment, Nya Kuangfeng appeared in front of him. Nya Kuangfeng was a green tornado to begin with, now that it was condensed into a ball, it burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already thought of dodging, but he could not make it in time, he was sucked in by Nya Kuangfeng, he could not escape. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move now. Normally, the stronger the Immortal Killer move, the longer the activation time. While fighting against Nya Kuangfeng, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find an opportunity to use this move. In a dangerous situation, he could not use this move in time. In a deadlock, using this move would expose a weakness, the enemy would be able to take advantage of it. Even if he used it, Nya Kuangfeng would be guarded against it, he could not end the battle in one move. This is my famous killer move, Sucking Life Strangulation. It took me more than 30 years to build it with great care. I spent 100 years to modify it. No one has ever survived this move, you will not be an exception. Nya Kuangfeng laughed sinisterly. Ice Crystal. Immortal Monarch had a grim expression, he could not dodge now, he could only activate his defensive killer move. Ah! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch screamed in pain. His arms were first absorbed into Nya Kuangfeng's body, even though there was a thick layer of ice on the surface of his arms, they only lasted for a few breaths of time before breaking apart. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's arms were twisted into pieces, next was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's body. This is the end of me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair, but suddenly, a black lightning bolt struck down. Nya Kuangfeng was struck by it, it suffered a huge blow, the suction force stopped for a moment. Nya Kuangfeng's wind ball strangulation fell in speed, the green wind ball was corroded by a large amount of black ink, it looked like ink. Damn it, another calamity has appeared. Nya Kuangfeng gnashed his teeth. Since a few days ago, calamities and tribulations had been appearing frequently in every corner of every major world. Especially in the vicinity of Goo Immortals, calamities and tribulations were more common. Right now, there were many Goo Immortals fighting intensely in the battlefield, it was not strange for tribulations to appear here. Nya Kuangfeng's attention focused on Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch again, die. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free but he could not resist Nya Kuangfeng's suction force, he was sucked into Nya Kuangfeng's body inch by inch. My life is over. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair again, but suddenly, a dark lightning bolt struck down. With a cracking sound, the black thunderbolt struck Nya Kuangfeng. The Nya Kuang wind became sluggish once more, and the pitch-black color within the green ball of wind grew even more intense. The power of this calamity is so strong. To think that it could cause such deep damage to me. Nya Kuangfeng sighed, he shouted at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but you cannot escape, your life is mine. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slowly absorbed by the wind again. It seems that I, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, am going to die here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed. Right at this moment, another dark lightning bolt struck down and struck Nya Kuangfeng. Nya Kuangfeng stopped moving, the wind ball distorted as if it was going to explode. What is going on? What is going on with this calamity? Why did it strike me 3 times in a row? I was so close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but he was not struck even once. Is his luck so good? I don't believe it. I'll absorb. Crack. The black lightning struck Nya Kuangfeng. Nya Kuangfeng did not believe it, I'll absorb again. Crack. I still want to absorb. Crack, 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 Nya Kuangfeng could not take it anymore. The black thunderbolts struck down continuously, all of them aimed at his head. It was completely unreasonable. Nya Kuangfeng's body almost broke apart, it could not absorb Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, getting away from Ye Feng. I actually survived? What the hell is going on? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still alive, he was filled with disbelief. Far away, the black lightning was still striking Ye Feng. No matter where Ye Feng went, the black lightning seemed to be targeting him. No, not just the black lightning, blood dragons, grey ghosts, and other calamities and tribulations also came for Ye Feng. Ye Feng was going crazy. At this moment, he felt like he was being targeted by the entire world. Of course, there were calamities and tribulations that took care of other Gu immortals, but Ye Feng had the most calamities and tribulations. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch healed himself as he observed. He soon found another person in the same situation as Ye Feng. That was the Stone Monkey Butian Kong. This unlucky monkey was fighting against Stone Warrior and several other rank 8 Gu immortals. Countless bats and white sparrows were pecking at him. The Stone Monkey's attacks were disrupted. Even though Stone Warrior and the rest were also affected by the calamities and tribulations, they were much less affected. Seeing an opportunity, these Gu immortals retaliated. The Stone Monkey was very depressed. In this situation, he could only defend. Peak of Book Mountain. What is going on? Qin Dingling stood up, her expression changing. Book Mountain was an information path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Celestial quartz methods allowed it to collect information on the two battlefields at all times. Thus, even though Qin Dingling was at the rear, she could quickly sense all sorts of abnormalities in the battlefield. Right now, Celestial Quartz troops had already advanced into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. Savage Wilderness Great World's calamities and tribulations were few in number and power. Green Lotus Great World's calamities and tribulations were normal. But Yellow Earth Great World's calamities and tribulations were not normal. Not only were they much more severe, they were also targeted at Ye Feng and Butian Kong. What is going on? Qin Dingling was shocked and uncertain. Fairy Yu Xiu had already started deducing. Now that she finished, she replied, "This Fang Yuan is truly amazing. This is his handiwork. This mysterious killer move can amplify the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, targeting the most talented living beings." Ye Feng and Butian Kong represent many small worlds in the outside world, while Green Lotus Great World, they are two of the people with the greatest luck in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, they are being targeted. Saying so, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression suddenly changed. This killer move is moving so quickly, it has already engulfed us. Oh no. Qin Dingling's expression changed again. She raised her head and looked at the sky. She saw that above Book Mountain, tribulation clouds were rumbling, covering the sky and the sun. They were layered and thick, covering the surrounding 10,000 li. The calamities and tribulations are intensifying. What is going on? Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Even someone like her could sense a trace of terror from the tribulation clouds above her. Fairy Yu Xiu's expression was grim. This calamity and tribulation is targeting Fairy Xianxia. She has talent Gu and has been in closed cultivation, deducing limitless demon venerables arrangements. When wisdom path Gu immortals make their deductions, they would also expose themselves. Thus, heaven and earth sensed Fairy Xianxia's existence and immediately prepared a calamity and tribulation to eliminate her. Fang Yuan used this mysterious killer move. He is actually using limitless demon venerables arrangements to attack my celestial court, damn it. Qin Dingling was furious. Lady Yu Xiu, please allow me to lead Divine Emperor City to the front lines and find trouble with Fang Yuan. He will not have time to use this move. No. If you do that, Fang Yuan will be happy to see that happen. Fairy Yu Xiu shook her head with a firm attitude. The most important thing now is to protect Fairy Xianxia. We need to quickly form a formation and resist the calamity and obtain the best environment for Fairy Xianxia. Almost at the same time, inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also sensed Fang Yuan's method. He praised, "This move contains heaven path profundity. It is beyond my expectations. Fang Yuan seems to be cultivating heaven path. But I wonder what this move is called." Desolate Extremity Jiao Hua said in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan has already allied with us, but he is still allowing this move to spread to Savage Wilderness Great World. Even our subordinates are starting to be affected. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled. when he made the alliance agreement with us, he had clearly considered this, thus, it was only a minor move, it is not a violation of the alliance agreement. Thus, this move is mainly targeted at that Gu immortal, Duan Hu. But it is also true that our Gu immortals are weakened by the calamity and tribulation. Jiaohua added. Immortal zombie giant Sun nodded with a deep gaze, he is also forcing me to take action. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting, then I will take action personally and take on this move. Master. The Gu immortals in the hall shouted in unison with concerned expressions. Immortal zombie giant Sun waved his hand, don't worry, the fate war has already ended for a long time, my strength has been recovering continuously. Moreover, I am not only taking action now to deal with Feng Yuan's killer move, I am also taking part in the operation of the world and gaining a deeper understanding of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. At the next moment, Lux Oppression Heavenly Palace shot out a pillar of light that soared to the sky, it was grand and golden. Good, Longevity Heaven is also taking action. Feng Yuan soon sensed the commotion in Savage Wilderness Great World. He looked over, his gaze traversing a long distance as he gained a deeper understanding of Savage Wilderness Great World. Longevity Heaven was indeed hiding a trump card. At this time, Lux Oppression Heavenly Palace has activated, creating a wave of luck path. The wave is in line with the operation of the world, complying with Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements and promoting the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings' luck. Those mutant Gu immortals under Longevity Heaven are being taken care of, the power of the calamities and tribulations that fall on them is greatly reduced. Feng Yuan observed for a while and gained a lot of insights. At his level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Although he was only observing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's move, Feng Yuan deduced many profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. This move that Feng Yuan activated was called Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses. Using Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu as the core, it was specially used to deal with those with outstanding talent. Originally, Feng Yuan wanted to use this move on Venerables, but now that he used it, the timing was extremely ingenious, it was completely in line with Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. Using Limitless Demon Venerable's strength, this move could envelop all the great worlds and greatly increase its power. It had just rained a while ago. Northern Plains sky was blue and extremely clear. A Gu immortal was flying at a low altitude, only a few meters above the ground, his gaze was constantly scanning the ground, as if he was searching for something. This Gu immortal's chest was exposed, his body was well proportioned and his muscles were firm. He had an ordinary face, his nose was straight and his lips were tightly pursed, giving off an impression of unwavering determination. The ground he was inspecting had lush grass, it was a field of green. But if one observed carefully, they would find that the ground that was covered in grass was cracked everywhere, there was something fishy about it. The Northern Plains Gu immortal had sensed some clues and started to investigate. Right now, he had already explored 100 li of land. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed past the cracks on the ground. Found you. The Northern Plains Gu immortal's gaze brightened, he pounced down with a gray shadow, like an eagle pouncing on its prey, his momentum was swift and fierce, filled with determination. Rumble, the Northern Plains Gu immortal directly crashed into the ground instantly cracked, rocks and grass flew everywhere. The Gu immortal's attack hit the target. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk. The ground cracked open, revealing a huge body hidden in the shallow layer of the ground. It looked like a huge yellow dragon. But looking closely, it was not the body of a dragon, but a huge ginseng trunk. The ginseng trunk was yellow and full of wrinkles, giving off a feeling of strength. After suffering a heavy blow, the ginseng trunk erupted with terrifying strength, like a huge dragon turning over. Rumble, the surrounding ground cracked again, grass and mud flew everywhere, the Northern Plains Gu immortal was also sent flying by this force. He flew into the air and saw the full appearance of the ginseng. Only to see that in the surrounding 100 li, there were yellow ginseng roots growing out everywhere, it was like a forest had grown out. Hundreds of ginseng roots were like yellow dragons, dancing and attacking the Northern Plains Gu immortal. The Gu immortal breathed in deeply, a gray shadow appeared around his body. Under the shroud of the gray light, his figure became blurry, indistinct. When the ginseng roots hit his body, it was like they were passing through a layer of illusion, there was no effect. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal was like the moon's shadow in the water. No matter how the water rippled, the moon's shadow was not damaged at all. The Gu Immortals thus set their footing and started to prepare their offensive methods. Once the killer move was activated, grayish-green wooden spikes, each as thick as an ancient tree, stabbed into the ginseng roots and nailed them to the ground. As the Gu Immortal continued to attack, the number of ginseng roots attacking him decreased. Good stuff. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal's name was Wu Guang. He was a rank 7 Wood Path Gu Immortal called Wood Statue Lord. The longer he looked at the ginseng, the more fervent his gaze became. This withered yellow ginseng was a mysterious species. Even Wu Guang, who specialized in wood path, did not know much about it. However, this situation was quite common recently. The 5 regions merged into one, the earth veins surged, chi tides swept, and a vast amount of cultivation resources appeared. There were a lot of strange things in it. This ancient desolate plant was the same. Coincidentally, it was discovered by wooden statue Lord Wu Guang. This ginseng was extremely valuable. If Wu Guang could successfully raise it, it would definitely be a profitable long-term business. However, it was not easy to subdue these wild ancient desolate plants. They were not like those desolate plants that were grown from seedlings. Subduing ancient desolate plants involved enslavement path methods. Wu Guang was not proficient in this. He did not want to ask for too much now. He only wanted to kill this ginseng and obtain many immortal materials. Undue delay could lead to trouble. This was the territory of the Huangjin bloodline. If these Gu Immortals found him, as a lone immortal, Wu Guang would not be able to gain any benefits. Immortal killer move, decaying wood dead ashes. After the number of ginseng roots attacking Wu Guang decreased to a certain extent, Wu Guang pushed with his palms. With a loud sound, a gray pillar of light tore through the sky and hit the ginseng's trunk. The ginseng's trunk was pierced by the gray pillar of light. A huge hole was formed. The ginseng roots that were still attacking Wu Guang seemed to have lost all their strength and instantly fell to the ground. They were like soft caterpillars, no longer as strong and firm as before. It's over. Wu Guang smiled lightly, but his expression changed immediately. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook, heaven and earth turned upside down. Over 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at the same time. Each root was at least 30 meters long. The roots covered the sky, casting a shadow over Wu Guang's body. Wu Guang was shocked to find that the ginseng's trunk that he had identified earlier was not the main body, it was just a larger branch. This ancient, desolate plant might have over 10,000 years of history. It is already close to rank 8, it is at the peak of ancient desolate plants. Wu Guang's heart shook. Countless ginseng roots smashed down. Wu Guang quickly dodged. But at this time, a wild immortal Gu residing in a certain part of the ginseng activated, causing Wu Guang's speed to fall sharply. Wu Guang was hit by the ginseng roots again and again. At the crucial moment, the gray shadow appeared again. Over 1,000 ginseng roots were like violent whips, whipping and stirring the air, causing air currents to surge endlessly. Wu Guang's body was shaking, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Oh no! Wu Guang could smell the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence reserves would not last for long. He relied on his defensive method to preserve his life. But this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once it was activated, the Gu Immortal could not move at all, they could only stay on the spot. Wu Guang was in danger. The situation was changing too quickly, it was a moment of life and death. Wu Guang felt bitter internally. He had been too careless this time, he did not investigate more carefully. The truth was, the ginseng moved underground, it was not easy for Wu Guang to chase it, it was not easy to catch it. If he had the time to investigate it thoroughly, the ginseng would have escaped long ago and gone underground. It is too late to say anything now, to think that I, Wu Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient desolate plant. Immortal essence started to dry up, Wu Guang gradually fell into despair. Roar! Right at this time, a fierce tiger pounced. The tiger's body was pitch black, it gave off a metallic luster, it was huge like a mountain, its claws and teeth were extremely powerful, easily tearing the ginseng roots apart. What ancient desolate beast is this? No, that's not right. This is a killer move. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, surprised and curious. The black tiger fought against the ginseng roots, the two were in a deadlock, they were evenly matched. Rumble, at the next moment, the ground shook fiercely. The ginseng roots suddenly straightened, and then fell to the ground with a thud, never to move again. What, this is an immemorial desolate plant, mysterious ginseng, it was actually killed in one move. Wu Guang was shocked, his face was filled with worry and solemnity. Many times, humans were much more terrifying than wild beasts and plants. Wu Guang did not need to think to know, the Gu immortal who killed this ancient desolate plant was very strong, extremely strong. Wu Guang escaped and saw a green-robed Gu immortal. Wu Guang recognized this person, he cupped his fists, so you were the one who saved me, Chen Qing. Gu immortal Chen Qing waved his hand, I only assisted you, the one who truly saved your life was my master. Master, whose servant did you become? Wu Guang was shocked. Right at this time, the ground split open, a figure flew into the sky. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, he saw that this female immortal was wearing a half-mask, the mask covered her nose and chin. Her brows were sharp, her eyes were shining brightly, she wore a black gold armor, a domineering aura lingered around her, intimidating people's minds. It was He Lulan, who had just entered the ground and killed the mysterious ginseng. Roar, the black tiger roared as it returned, turning into a tattoo that landed on He Lulan's body. It was the totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Tiger. Wu Guang had never seen or heard of this killer move before. Seeing this scene, he was even more shocked. He Lulan looked down at him, I saved you, how are you going to repay me? Wu Guang's body shook, he quickly bowed and thanked, I will never forget the favor of saving my life. I wonder if I can do anything for you, Lord? As long as you say the word, I will do my best to fulfill it. He Lulan laughed, looking at Chen Qing, it seems you know him, what can he do? Chen Qing said, Master, we are going to Half Moon Hill to challenge Yin Wu Quebec. This person has a close relationship with Yin Wu Ke, he can lead the way for us. Wu Guang quickly said, I do know Brother Yin, but the challenge, Chen Qing laughed, explaining, Master's cultivation was successful this time, she came out of seclusion to challenge all the experts in the world. I lost to Master, according to the bet, I became her slave. Wu Guang took a deep breath, so that's it, he was hesitant. He and Yin Wu Ke were good friends, if he led this expert to fight with his friend, regardless of the outcome, Wu Guang would feel troubled. But He Lulan did not care about Wu Guang's feelings, she said, then lead the way. Wu Guang's heart shook. He Lulan's tone was filled with unquestionable dominance. Wu Guang was certain that if he went against this person, he would end up like that ginseng. Benefactor, please follow me, fellow Taoist Chen Qing. Wu Guang led the way under his strong will to live. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, milky white seawater rose and fell, the surface of the sea was covered in fog, one could not even see their own fingers. In this milky white fog, there were tens of thousands of figures walking and flying. Shizong's mind was in chaos, he was in a daze, sometimes in the seawater, sometimes in the white fog. He could vaguely hear a voice calling out to him, Shizong, since you are awake, why aren't you coming out? Thus, following this voice, Shizong walked out of the seawater, stepping onto the shore. He was naked from head to toe. After he left the crowd, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the thick white fog and sea around him, he inspected his body. He shouted in disbelief, didn't I die? You have successfully revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, Shizong. But your cultivation level is gone, you are immortal now, you need to cultivate again. The Gu immortal who guided him smiled. Shizong was speechless, after a while, he knelt down on the beach. I can revive because of Master's benevolence and kindness. Shizong raised his head and shouted, tears flowed down his cheeks. Before Feng Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, had already been completed. In order to create the complete human sea, Feng Yuan ordered the slaughter of countless humans, the sin of killing was unimaginable, his hands were stained with blood, but he also got what he wanted, he was getting the desired result at this moment. One could imagine, if the news of the dead Gu immortals reviving in human sea spread, the morale of Feng Yuan's subordinates would rise greatly. In fact, in Feng Yuan's 500 years of memories, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, was used by Eastern Xianxia clan. In Feng Yuan's 500 years of memories, Xia clan's Gu immortals would not die completely when they died, they could revive in human sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would vanish, Xia clan's Gu immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea Xia clan thus displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia clan, causing Chai clan to imitate human sea and create human mountain secluded domain. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Fate Gu was only damaged, it was not completely destroyed. The current situation was that Fate Gu was completely destroyed. The difficulty of using human sea to revive Gu immortals was greatly reduced. But Fang Yuan did not let the dead Gu immortals revive with Gu immortal cultivation level. Firstly, reviving Gu immortals with their cultivation level was a huge expenditure on human sea. It would not take long before countless human and variant human lives were slaughtered. It was not that Fang Yuan could not bear to do so, but he was afraid of trouble. Secondly, if these Gu immortals could return to the mortal realm and cultivate again, it would be of great value to Fang Yuan. Firstly, these revived Gu masters were Gu immortals to begin with, they had abundant cultivation experience, they were almost certain to succeed in the crucial part of immortal ascension. These were all good opportunities to resolve Fang Yuan's doubts. Secondly, when these Gu immortals cultivate again, every time they undergo tribulation, Fang Yuan could help them obtain heaven path Dao marks. Finally, after these Gu immortals cultivate again, they might be able to innovate and modify killer moves. In the process of recultivating, they would be more dependent on Fang Yuan, which meant that they would be under Fang Yuan's deeper control. But at this time, when Fang Yuan activated the killer move Human Revival C, his heart pounded as inspiration flashed in his mind. At this moment, he made a crucial breakthrough in refinement path. So the human body Gu refinement method is like this. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as a faint joy emerged in his heart. The so-called human sea revival method was essentially using Gu cultivation methods to refine a human body and human soul. This was indeed a human path method, but it was also using Gu to refine people. Fang Yuan was lacking in human body Gu refinement. When he researched the Ni clan earlier, he noticed that the human body Gu refinement technique was related to blood path and so on, so his conclusion was not wrong. Using humans to refine Gu and using Gu to refine humans, the two are essentially the same. The two were two sides of the same coin. Like looking into a mirror, they reflected each other. The true core was the fusion of human and Gu, like sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it was a Gu worm that could turn into a human body after activation. But it did not provide a soul, instead, it allowed the Gu cultivator's soul to turn into the sovereign immortal body that was most suitable for a particular soul. Fang Yuan was using human sea to revive Gu immortals, he was creating both a human body and a human soul. Looking at the legendary immemorial desolate beast Qing Chou, it was originally a killer move that turned into a living being. By extension, any living being could be created using the Gu cultivation method, this was completely true in theory. In fact, this was already stated in Chapter 3, Section 14, had a clear record of this. All living beings were originally Gu worms in secluded domains of heaven and earth, the blue sea of life. When these Gu worms were washed ashore by the waves of the blue sea, they would turn into all kinds of living beings. All methods returned to the same origin, different paths led to the same destination. Using Gu to refine humans, using humans to refine Gu, human and Gu were one, even though Fang Yuan knew this principle, only now did Fang Yuan understand the true meaning of this principle. This enlightenment was like breaking through the final layer of paper, Fang Yuan's vision became clear. He only needed to make some deductions now to design a killer move that could break Ni clan's Gu immortals methods and extract all kinds of immortal Gu from them. It was not easy to achieve this step. Fang Yuan had a foundation in this aspect to begin with. In his previous life, he had been using the human isolation style Gu refinement method. After rebirth, he had gone through all kinds of fortuitous encounters, he had some foundation in this aspect. Even though Ni clan did not become his breakthrough point, investigating Ni clan provided Fang Yuan with a solid foundation. Eventually, the quantitative change turned into a qualitative change. Fang Yuan unexpectedly succeeded in breaking through in human sea. Since ancient times, refinement path had two paths. The first was the Hairy Man Nature Goo Refinement Path, using nature and Tao marks to refine goo. In contrast, Limitless Demon Venerable used goo worms to refine nature. The second was the Human Isolation Style. Ni Clan's Goo Immortal Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Ni Rin used humans to refine goo, implanting all kinds of immortal goo in the bodies of Ni Clan descendants. In contrast, Sovereign Immortal Fetus, Human Sea Rebirth, and Blue Sea of Life used goo to refine humans. The attainment level of Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster is probably these four. Right now, I have already comprehended the human goo refinement method, I only lack the final using goo to refine heaven and earth. And for this, using Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, I have already broken through, there are no more obstacles now, I only need to move forward and comprehend all the profundities. Fang Yuan evaluated. Jewel Yellow Skies. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was searching inside. She was selling immortal materials. Ever since she accidentally witnessed Fang Huan's rebirth and killed him, Bai Ningbing obtained a large number of Desolate Beast and Ancient Desolate Beast corpses. She even obtained the true inheritance from Fang Huan's soul. Bai Ningbing's immortal materials were almost all sold. Only the final portion was left. How are you selling these immortal materials? At this time a divine sense came and asked for the price. Bai Ningbing told her the price. Little immortal Xing Luo heard the price and shrunk back, she gritted her teeth and wanted to bargain, can you make it cheaper? Next, little immortal Xing Luo gave a price and added, if it's this price, I will buy it directly. Bai Ningbing planned to refine goo herself, she created the killer move Breath Concealment Ice Pearl, if she could refine an Ice Pearl immortal goo, it would be greatly beneficial to this move. Right now, the immortal materials were almost all gathered, Bai Ningbing was not good at doing business, she was just about to nod and make the deal when another divine sense approached her. There is actually a mala duck's neck here? This food path ancient desolate beast is very rare, where did you get it? The divine sense asked. Bai Ningbing did not want to expose any clues related to her, she asked directly, are you buying or not? What price? After Bai Ningbing gave her price, the divine sense said, I will buy it, I will accept all of it. Do you need immortal yuan stone or other immortal materials? Bai Ningbing reported the ice and snow path immortal materials she needed. The divine sense smiled, I have all of them, please wait a moment. Eastern Sea. Zhui Xianwen retracted his divine sense and contacted the Righteous Qi Alliance. The Righteous Qi Alliance had a rich immortal material storage, Zhui Xianwen used his contribution points to take out a batch of ice and snow path immortal materials. After sending these immortal materials to Jewel Yellow Skies, Bai Ningbing and Zhui Xianwen completed the transaction. After getting the immortal materials she wanted, Bai Ningbing immediately left Jewel Yellow Skies. Central Continent's little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense was still lingering, it is such a pity. She had lost the immortal material she wanted the most. Little immortal Xing Luo was a lone cultivator, she had always fought alone, she only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her wealth could not compare to Zhui Xianwen, not to mention that Zhui Xianwen could take out the ice and snow immortal materials that the seller wanted. Let's wait and see. Little immortal Xing Luo was very disappointed, she was unwilling to give up, she used her divine sense to explore Jewel Yellow Skies. What is this? Not long later, she was shocked to find that a valley had appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies. Who placed an entire valley here? Sensing this situation, little immortal Xing Luo stared with wide eyes, this was the first time she had seen such a huge transaction. The valley's appearance immediately caused a small commotion. Many divine senses came over, and many Gu immortal wills also gathered to observe. Who is so talented as to sell an entire valley? It is not easy to do this, it requires deep earth path attainment. This valley is not bad, it has abundant moon path Dao marks. But such a large-scale resource point has high value, can it be sold? If we want to sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies, we will need to pay Xian Yuan stone. These discussions had just started when the valley vanished. Someone really bought it. It seems that this transaction was made beforehand. That valley earlier seems to be Southern Border's Moon Bowl? It was indeed Southern Border's Moon Bowl Valley. Fang Yuan had left behind a group of Gu immortals in Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and other places. After negotiating with Wu Clan, Moon Bowl was sold by Wu Clan and transported into the sovereign immortal aperture through jewel yellow skies. Moon Bowl is here, catch it, catch it. Good, good, a little to the left, a little to the right. Rumble. The earth trembled as the moon-worshipping bowl fell to the ground. Rockmangu immortals immediately went forward and used a killer move to control Moon Bowl's mountain root, causing it to take root in the ground and act as an earth vein node. The other variant human Gu immortals were free now, they watched as they conversed. Did you hear? Shirzong revived. Not just Shirzong, all the Gu immortals who died in the outside world revived through human sea. Master is mighty, he is omnipotent. Reviving us Gu immortals is easy. But our cultivation level is gone, we need to cultivate again. As long as we are alive, there is hope. So what if we become mortals? We can just cultivate again. If only I could take on combat missions. Don't think about it, those Gu immortals who can take on combat missions have strong battle strength. Even though you have rank 7 cultivation level, you have just advanced, you do not have all your immortal Gu yet. That's right, we need to take things one step at a time. We should focus on completing these missions and raise our strength. A portion of the elites under Feng Yuan were fighting outside, while the rest of the Gu immortals were managing the sovereign immortal aperture. They were working hard and putting in a lot of effort. Even though strange things were happening inside the sovereign immortal aperture, everything was still in order. P.S. I recommend, this book is quite interesting. Northern Plains. An intense battle had just started for a few rounds. Yin Wuke continued to retreat while pointing his finger at He Lulan. Immortal killer move, crescent stab, clang. At the next moment, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed, a translucent light blue crescent shot out of the ground like a blade, slashing towards He Lulan. He Lulan was prepared, she jumped up at almost the same time, dodging it. Yin Wuke's pupils shrunk, this attack was very fast, ordinary Gu immortals could not dodge it. But He Lulan dodged it successfully, this showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. This method of mine has only failed on Xianxia Xian and Tian Yizi. The former is a wisdom path Gu immortal, he has the ability to make deductions, the latter cultivates time path and has investigative methods that can predict the future. To think that I would fail on this mysterious female immortal again. Even though she cultivates strength path, she cannot be underestimated. Several thoughts flashed past Yin Wuke's mind, at the same time, he was still retreating. Rumble, He Lulan exerted strength, her body was like a meteor, she tore through the air and got close to Yin Wuke in a few breaths of time. Yin Wuke gritted his teeth, he raised his hands and used a killer move, Moonrise. A trace of moonlight appeared above his head and floated up, but before he reached the top, He Lulan's fist had already arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Yin Wuke was sent flying by He Lulan like a rubber ball. His thin body flew far away, he crashed on the ground and was dragged more than 10 steps away by the inertia, a deep trench was left on the ground along the way. When he raised his head again, Yin Wuke saw He Lulan's figure again, as well as her fist. Yin Wuke's heart jumped. That punch earlier, even though Yin Wuke had defensive methods, he was still heavily injured. He did not want to take a second punch. You fell for it. Yin Wuke suddenly smiled, he stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at He Lulan. Chong, 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 chong. In an instant, 5 light blue, translucent moon blades appeared out of thin air and aimed at the center from all directions. He Lulan stabbed forward. He Lulan's eyes shone with a cold light. She didn't dodge or evade, and continued to throw her fists forward. Yin Wuke's smile froze. He watched as the fist grew bigger and bigger until it finally landed on his eye. Boom! Yin Wuke was originally lying on the ground with his head slightly raised. After receiving this punch, his head smashed into the deep pit below him with terrifying momentum. The earth trembled and rocks flew everywhere. Wooden statue Lord Wu Guang and pure sincerity immortal Chen Cheng's eyes twitched. Just seeing Yin Wuke being beaten up made them feel pain. Yin Wuke was directly smashed into the ground by this attack, and he was a few meters away from the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, but He Lulan did not give chase. Instead, she quickly retreated, clang, 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 endless moon blades seemed to have gone crazy, they were created continuously and slashed at He Lulan. He Lulan had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her movements were simple and extremely nimble. Most of the crescent blades were dodged, and a few were shattered by her two fists. Inwok's crazy attacks finally gave him a chance to catch his breath. He flew out of the deep pit and into the sky. Right now, his face was covered in dust, one of his eyes was cracked, his eyelid was swollen and was purple. His vision was extremely blurry, his gaze flickered with lingering fear. Those two punches just now almost made me lie on the ground. So dangerous. Thankfully, I succeeded in moon ascension. Inwok let out a breath of turbid air. The moon aura that had emerged from the top of his head had already condensed into a crescent moon that hung high in the sky under the bright sun. The moon blade killer move was still being used. Hei Lulan dodged as she split a portion of her attention to look at the crescent moon in the sky. Previously, the moon blades could only be created from the ground. But now, they can be created from thin air. Is this the effect of this crescent moon? Hei Lulan thought rapidly. Her thoughts collided in her mind like sparks. But this kind of amplification is not worth Inwok paying such a huge price. He would rather take two of my punches head-on in order to activate this crescent moon first. Hei Lulan's mind was as calm as ice. Previously, she was attacking, now she was defending, she could advance and retreat as she pleased. Inwok was still activating the crescent moon killer move. Crescent moons continued to be created, his attacks were relentless, but Hei Lulan defended stably. At the same time, she used her fist force to attack the crescent moon in the sky. The crescent moon in the sky was attacked by the fist force, but it only shook like a mirage. The crescent moon is growing? A bright light flashed in Hei Lulan's eyes, she acutely discovered something. So that's how it is. Hei Lulan understood. She stomped on the ground as she charged out, enduring the crescent moon's attack as she attacked Inwok. Inwok's heart jumped. This female immortal's battle consciousness is too strong, she seems to have seen through my combat system. Inwok had an immortal opportunity in his early years, he inherited the inheritance of a certain Guyue Path Gu immortal grade expert, thus, he had a stable and complete combat system. The crescent moon in the sky would amplify all of Inwok's moon path killer moves. At the same time, Inwok's moon path killer moves would be broken, the shattered moon path Dao marks would be absorbed by the crescent moon, gradually filling up the crescent moon. The crescent moon would turn into a half moon, before becoming a full moon. Once it becomes a full moon, Inwok's offense and defense would be amplified to their strongest state. Hei Lulan saw through this, she started to attack fiercely again. Inwok had already noticed that he was not Hei Lulan's match, he wisely chose to stall for time, he moved while parrying her attacks. Hei Lulan chased after him with all her strength. The two immortals chased as they fought intensely, everywhere they went, rocks flew and humans died. Immortal killer move, 8-directional strength battle, Hei Lulan shouted, her body flickered as 8 figures appeared, surrounding Inwok. Inwok was caught off guard, he was surrounded in the center. Oh no! Inwok was shocked. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to spread out in the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge, it was not easy to scan it. He needed to extend his divine sense for a long time before he could see the entire immortal aperture. There were still strange things happening everywhere, but with Star Collection City's control, Gu immortals were everywhere. This was no longer a problem, Fang Yuan was focusing on the Earth Vein this time. Originally, the Earth Vein had been constructed, but it was very crude and simple, it was just a line formed by a dozen or so points. This line made a circle in the mini 5 regions, connecting from end to end. But after this period of operation, even though the Earth Vein was still a single loop, there were already many branches growing from this loop, it was no longer as thin as before. After some time, the nodes at the ends of these branches will connect to form a second, larger outer loop. The entire Earth Vein will then have 2 layers of loops. Right now, in the 5 regions, not only were Southern Border's super forces transacting with Fang Yuan, Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance was also preparing for this under Qi Si ancestors' orders. 2 islands had already been sold to the sovereign immortal aperture through Jewel Yellow Skies, they were used as the nodes of mini Eastern Sea's Earth Vein. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces were still in the dark. They did not know that the target of this transaction was Fang Yuan. They had a lot of profits to make, thus they were very proactive. Fang Yuan had a lot of capital, he had been lacking resources earlier, but that was no longer the case now. Fang Yuan had a vast amount of immortal materials. He used these immortal materials to purchase the islands and mountains. The immortal materials in the first 6 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had chaotic Dao marks, they could not be traded. But the 7th layer's Dao marks were all stolen by Fang Yuan through Thieves' Den. They turned into pure rank 9 immortal materials. Each of these rank 9 immortal materials had extraordinary value, they were hard to calculate. Fang Yuan's wealth rose sharply, he was very confident. In fact, if they were not used to refine goo, these rank 9 immortal materials could only be sold to rank 8 goo immortals or these super forces. Rank 6 and 7 goo immortals could not reach the level of rank 9 immortal materials. These immortal materials were too high level, even most rank 8 goo immortals could not use them. Only those super forces would want to hoard some. After inspecting the earth vein and seeing that there were no mistakes, the development was going well, Fang Yuan retracted his divine sense. Turning his attention back to himself, Fang Yuan willed, cooking luck pot shook slightly. Fang Yuan started to inspect luck. At this moment, his silver pillar of light had changed quite a bit. The silver pillar of light had become more solid. Its size was half of its previous size, but it was at least 5 times more solid, be it the earth vein structure or Fang Yuan's refinement path attainments, they were the reason why the silver pillar of light had become solid. The 3 clouds that represented star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun were still covering the top of the pillar, they were suppressing and obstructing it. At the bottom of the silver pillar of light, the surrounding dust had already condensed into the shape of a graveyard, wrapping around the silver pillar like it was supporting its foundation. I have been comprehending Paradise Earth's tomb recently, I have made some progress, I now have the ability to construct a graveyard. Through the graveyard, goo immortals can be reborn. Even the immortal goo of the goo immortal when they were alive can be reborn. Looking at this luck, if I can comprehend Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance, it will be of great help to me. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, there was a huge change in luck again. At the top of the silver pillar of light, a bright star appeared between the 3 clouds. This star's silver-white radiance penetrated the clouds and shone on the surface of Fang Yuan's silver pillar. It was also a silver radiance, it seemed to be greatly beneficial to the silver pillar. What is going on? Fang Yuan's body shook, so it was like this. I understand now. He looked far away, piercing through the distance of 10,000 li, towards the central area where the 3 great worlds intersected. There, a small world appeared, emitting the strong aura of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This was Thieving Heaven's space, there was probably a Thieving Heaven true inheritance inside. P.S. Congratulations to Eating Melon for becoming the leader of this book, my eyes are watery with tears. I still need to update 12 chapters, the pressure is huge, in the past, I could update 7 chapters at once. But update 12 chapters at once? I can only vent my anger and vomit blood, I can't update anymore. The difficulty is too high. Everyone, take it easy, take it easy. I'm a little afraid. I want to have a good Christmas and a good New Year. Bam 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 bam, a series of fierce attacks sent Yin Wuke to the ground. Yin Wuke hugged his head and curled into a ball, activating defensive killer moves with all his might, but under all sorts of punches and kicks, his defensive methods crumbled rapidly. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Yin Wuke shouted anxiously. Fairy Black Moon, it's best to forgive and forget. Wu Guang hurried over to persuade her. Hei Lulan was only sparring, she did not have much killing intent, hearing this, she stopped. She turned to Chen Qing, Yin Wuke has lost. Who is his next opponent? While she was asking, 2 goo immortals flew over from the sky. 2 immortals, 1 male and 1 female. The male was tall, he had a shoehorn face and bean-sized eyes, he gave off the aura of a rank 7 light path goo immortal. The female immortal had the appearance of a young girl, her eyes were round and bright, she had a petite and cute body, she was a rank 7 wood path goo immortal. They were Lu tribe's goo immortals, Lu Chong and Lu Luo. Chen Qing, Wu Guang, and the rest looked at each other, they did not speak. But Lu Luo asked first, what is going on? No one answered her, Lu Luo looked at Yin Wu Quebec. Yin Wuke was still lying on the ground, being healed by Wu Guang, he smiled bitterly, this very black moon came to challenge me, she has powerful methods, I am not her match. Lu Chang heard this and his eyes brightened, he smiled, Fairy Black Moon? May I know your name? To think that Northern Plains Gu Immortal World would have such a heroine. Lu Luo mocked Yin Wu Kei, now you know the pain of being a lone cultivator, right? Our Lu family recruiting you as a guest Grand Elder will also be of great benefit to you. At least, after you join our tribe, any Gu Immortals who challenge you will have to consider the consequences of angering our Lu tribe. Yin Wu Kei smiled bitterly and shook his head, thank you for persuading me so many times, but I am used to living a carefree life, I have no intention of joining any super force. Lu Luo frowned, you still don't know how to appreciate favors? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare for the Five Regions Chaotic War, Longevity Heaven ordered the Huangjin tribes to unite Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Many Gu Immortals were recruited by these Huangjin tribes, while many demonic cultivators were also killed. On the other side, He Lulan had no intention to answer Lu Zhang's question. She said to Chen Cheng, let's go. Wait. Lu Luo shrieked and tried to stop her. Then, she looked at He Lulan. Female immortal, you're too daring. Don't you know that Yin Wuk was recruited by my Lu family? Now that you've injured him, you want to walk away? Sister. Lu Chang tried to persuade her, feeling a little helpless in his heart. Lu Luo had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7, the rise in her strength also caused her emotions to be somewhat restless. If she was alone, perhaps her attitude would not be like this, but now that her brother Lu Chang was by her side to rely on, Lu Luo's attitude became somewhat casual. But Lu Chang had always loved this sister of his, he did not scold her, instead, he stared at He Lulan, Fairy, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you interested in joining our Lu family? If I become the Lu family's supreme guest elder. Shut your dog mouth. He Lulan said plainly. Huh? Lu Chang was stunned. Lu Luo stared with wide eyes, she was shocked and furious, how dare you? You shrew. Before she finished, He Lulan interrupted her, two dogs blocking the way, if you bark again, I will kill you. Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Chen Chen quickly stopped her and tried to mediate. Lu Luo shrieked, I will not let today's matter rest, I want to see, boom. He Lulan attacked fiercely, a strength path phantom suddenly appeared in front of Lu Luo and punched the latter's face, sending her flying. Sister! Lu Chang was furious, he was about to attack. With a loud sound, he was also sent flying by He Lulan. Lu Chang was a famous rank 7 expert in Northern Plains, his strength far surpassed Lu Luo, he quickly stabilized himself, you dare to attack my Lu tribe's Gu Immortals? You! Boom boom boom, He Lulan was surrounded by 8 strength path phantoms, she activated the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem at the same time, causing the Lu tribe siblings to flee. This. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. There is no way to resolve this. Wu Guang was tongue-tied, he looked at Yin Wu Kei and smiled bitterly, so Fairy Black Moon's personality is like this. Brother Yin, you are really lucky to be alive from this person. Yin Wu Kei snorted, if this Fairy Black Moon really killed the Lu tribe siblings, do you think Lu tribe and Longevity Heaven will let us go? Wu Guang was stunned, his expression turned extremely ugly. Do we still have to help the Lu tribe siblings? Wu Guang asked in a daze. Yin Wu Kei gritted his teeth, you want to lick Longevity Heaven's boots? Ever since Giant Sun Immortal set up the Imperial Court contest, Northern Plains has become his territory. For the last 300,000 years, how much suffering have the lone cultivators of Northern Plains suffered? The truth of the Imperial Court contest was known to all Gu Immortals. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators had a bad impression of Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Five Elements Grandmaster, who thought that he was a lone immortal, invaded Longevity Heaven, that was the proof of this attitude. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, but it was very difficult. Many Gu Immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huangjin tribes, they did not want to listen to these people that they hated in the past. Unless there were two situations. One was when the Five Regions Chaotic War started, Northern Plains Gu Immortal World faced huge external pressure, these Gu Immortals had no choice but to unite. The second was when Giant Sun Immortal revived successfully and subdued these demonic cultivators and lone immortals with irresistible strength. In fact, even in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world because of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was strengthened by fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. On the surface, he looked like a rising star of humble origin, thus he united many of Northern Plains' lone and demonic immortals. But the truth was, he was a pawn of Longevity Heaven, an arrangement made by Giant Sun Immortal. Because of this indirect method, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world after a period of 5 regions' chaotic war. Now that the 5 regions' chaotic war had yet to start, and Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan, it was extremely difficult for Longevity Heaven to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely return the humiliation of today's defeat. Lu Chang brought Lu Luo and escaped angrily. He was very strong, but he could not use it. He Lulan was always targeting Lu Luo. Lu Chang was very wary, he could only take a beating most of the time, he felt very sullen. They finally escaped. Chen Qing let out a breath of air, he had been very worried earlier. They can't escape. After I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huangjin tribes one by one, I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my name. He Lulan smiled coldly. Chen Qing felt a headache, he did not expect his master to have such great ambitions. Not just those lone and demonic immortals, she also wanted to challenge the overlords of Northern Plains, those super Huangjin tribes. Fairy, if you have such intentions, then I, Yin Wu Kei, am willing to travel with you, to strengthen your reputation. Yin Wu Kei walked towards He Lulan with Wu Guang's help. Oh? He Lulan raised her brows slightly. Yin Wu Kei smiled bitterly, to speak the truth, if I do not travel with you, when Lu tribe's Gu immortals come to settle the score, they will not let me off. I do not want to become a member of the Huangjin tribes. All right. He Lulan nodded, in the past, Chu Du had fought against these Huangjin tribes. I cultivate strength path with him, why can't I defeat him? Let's go together. I will come too. Wu Guang said, this is such an interesting matter, I want to witness it personally. Thus, He Lulan's group grew stronger again. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. 300,000 years ago. In the void, worlds were being created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, iron chains appeared one after another. With a clattering sound, they formed an area where chains intertwined with one another in the blink of an eye. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised, he was forced to show himself. Limitless Demon Venerables will appeared, stop, new Venerable. There is no space door here that you are looking for. Saying so, countless chains shot towards Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable moved like lightning, he moved through the chains like a nimble flying fish. Limitless Demon Venerables will? His eyes shined with excitement, how do you know that I am looking for space door? Are you saying this because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You have hidden the 9th layer too deeply, I cannot figure it out immediately, why don't you invite me in, as long as there is no space door inside, I will leave immediately. Limitless Demon Venerables will said, Thieving Heaven, even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave, I know many things in the world. The current you cannot even control yourself, how can I let you enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself? Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised his eyebrows, I only want to return home, I only want to see my family and friends, but all of you want to stop me. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly agitated. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent, the chains attacked even more urgently. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable snorted coldly, he stopped far away and stopped dodging. A dazzling sapphire blue light blossomed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable activated a killer move, the blue light faded as a huge armor covered his body, he turned into a steel giant. The steel giant was covered in sparks, it charged towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The chains that filled the sky came to obstruct it but were all destroyed by the steel giant. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable controlled the steel giant and charged forward, he reached the center of the millions of chains and grabbed Limitless Demon Venerable's will. But at the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable's will dissipated on its own. Almost at the same time, another Limitless Demon Venerable's will appeared far away, he said calmly, this is Crazed Demon Cave, my will is endless here. Is that so? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled coldly, then try my next move. Boom boom boom, an earth-shattering battle erupted. The worlds in the void were affected, countless of them were destroyed. Limitless Demon Venerables will had the terrain advantage, he was evenly matched with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable at first. But as time passed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stronger, he gradually gained the upper hand. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead after all, only his will was left to control Crazed Demon Cave. The lightning giant rumbled, every move it made was emitting boundless radiance. Millions of chains danced in the air, locking down Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The aftermath of the battle between the two venerables continued to spread, the entire void was shaking slightly, it seemed like it could not hold on for much longer. Small worlds were affected, they were quickly destroyed, they could not last for more than a few breaths of time. Inside the lightning giant, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly twisted, his eyes became more bloodshot, he revealed an increasingly brutal aura. Eat my move. Thieving Heaven roared, the lightning giant's mountain-like body froze on the spot. Its surface quickly changed shape, and with the crisp sound of metal clicking, cannons extended from its body one after another. Boom, thousands of cannons fired at the same time, beams of light tore through the void, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple were extremely colorful, it was a stunning sight. The beams of light moved across hundreds and thousands of li, destroying everything in their path, countless chains controlled by limitless demon venerables were destroyed. This move contains metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and many other paths, each color of the light cannon represents a path. Oh no! Limitless Demon Venerables was shaken. The defensive line that he painstakingly created was pierced, revealing the two great worlds that he had been protecting. One world was filled with wild beasts, the other world was filled with lush forests. They were Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World. Most of the light cannons were blocked, but there were still over 100 that shot towards the two great worlds. What? These two worlds contain life? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's heart shook. He finally saw it clearly. His twisted and ferocious expression suddenly became sluggish, and his bloodshot eyes also revealed a clear color. When he explored the void earlier, he saw that the small worlds were deathly still, they had no life. Thus, he did not care about the life and death of these small worlds. But Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World had life. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not want to become a bloody butcher. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable gritted his teeth, he controlled the lightning giant to change the direction of the cannons. All of the light cannons brushed past the two great worlds. Guh. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully changing the direction of the attack made him suffer the backlash of the killer move. The powerful lightning giant was no longer dazzling, it became much dimmer. The battle between the two venerables came to an abrupt end. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable breathed roughly, while Limitless Demon Venerables was surrounded by countless chains, he showed a contemplative expression. At this critical moment, one's true nature was revealed. I can open the passageway and let you take a look. After a while, the Limitless Demon Exalts will suddenly said. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised. But he soon understood the reason. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable still had traces of blood at the corner of his lips, his injuries were heavy and could not be healed in a short period of time. He chuckled. Then what are we waiting for? Limitless Demon Venerables will opened a path and led Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable into the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable first saw a black and white mountain. This is the book mountain recorded in? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable dispelled the lightning giant killer move with a shocked expression. The Limitless will smiled, the book mountain is one of the cores. It is precisely because of it that this mad demon 9 void formation can continue to grow. Every time a talented goo cultivator appears in the world and pushes for the development of a path, the book mountain can receive this new knowledge and allow the mad demon 9 void formation to grow with time. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small, there was no world at all. But later on, as Rule Path, Phantom Path, Refinement Path, and others continued to develop in the 5 regions, the void here also continued to expand. First, small worlds appeared, then more and more small worlds appeared. Reckless savage demon Venerable left behind the savage wilderness great world and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created green Lotus Dao field, greatly boosting the mad demon 9 void formation. In time, living beings will be born and destroyed in other small worlds, they will no longer be limited to these 2 great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper and saw floating ice of all sizes, they were of all shapes and sizes. These are truthful floating ice? No wonder I did not find them when I explored the River of Time. So you found them and hid them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. Finally, he arrived at the lowest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a dim expression, he was very disappointed, there is no space door here after all. Limitless Demon Venerables. Will did not lie to him. Limitless Will said, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you don't believe me, you can continue looking. There is indeed no space door here. How can I find space door? That is my only hope of returning home. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked. Limitless Will shook his head, if I knew, why would I need to fight earlier? Oh Thieving Heaven, please return, there is nothing you are looking for here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stunned, he was speechless for a long time. No, maybe, this is what I am looking for? Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable laughed strangely. His expression was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, even his tone changed, it became hoarse and deep, as if another person was speaking. Oh no! Limitless Will's expression also changed. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse and deep voice, if I am not wrong, this is the weakest place in the Goo Cultivation world's boundary. Oh Limitless Demon Venerable, your mad demon 9 void formation is using this place to pierce through the boundary of the world, allowing the things outside the world to enter as raw materials. That is why there are 8 layers of worlds, right? Say, if I break this place and leave the Goo Cultivation world, will I be able to find my hometown? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said this as his eyes opened wide, the excitement on his body intensified. Limitless Will said in a deep voice, impossible. You are already a Goo Venerable, how can you not know the power of the things outside the world? You have already experienced their power, haven't you? How long do you think you can last outside the world? Venerables are the strongest people in the world, no matter how long you last, there will be a limit. Can you guarantee that you will coincidentally find your hometown within that limit? You should know, you are not the only otherworldly demon, the world outside the Goo Cultivation world is not just your hometown. But... Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable suddenly raised his head and raised his arms, shouting, but do you know? Do you know how much I want to return home? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable lowered his head, his fingers were in a daze as he muttered, do you know how tormented I am? When I was a mortal, I told myself that I might be able to find the way home after becoming a Goo Master. When I became a Goo Master, I told myself that I would definitely find the way home after becoming a Goo Immortal. And when I became a Goo Immortal, I told myself that I would be able to return home after becoming a Venerable. But I am already a Venerable now. I cannot find Space Door, Space Door. Where is Space Door? Even if I find Space Door, can Space Door really bring me home? Goo Venerables are already the strongest. There is no path in front of me. Sometimes, I will dream of Space Door, I will dream that I have found Space Door, but I will find that Space Door is useless. Every time I wake up from such a nightmare, I will be covered in cold sweat. I admit that I am afraid that I cannot find Space Door, but I am also afraid that I will fall into despair after finding Space Door. Can you understand this feeling? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's breathing became heavier, he looked at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave, the place where the world boundary was the weakest. He suddenly laughed, his eyes were shining as he said in a hoarse voice, so let me take a risk. I will break through this world. Stop. Limitless Will shouted. He was already on guard, he stopped him with all his strength. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was instantly bound by the chains. But at the next moment, another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable appeared in front of him, he raised his arms and slammed them down. Boom, with a loud sound, the world boundary was broken, the most terrifying tribulation in the world descended, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable charged out of the hole. Limitless Will had no time to chase him, he tried to seal the hole with all his strength. But the tribulation that spewed out of the hole was terrifying. Limitless chains were forced back, they could not even get close. After a few breaths of time, the hole expanded to twice its original size. The situation is urgent. If we do not seal the hole now, the entire world will be destroyed. Fellow immortals, please lend us a hand. The limitless will shouted loudly. Reckless savages will flew out of savage wilderness great world, bringing along countless wild beasts. Genesis lotus will flew out of green lotus great world, bringing along countless plants. The combined power of the three venerables could only maintain this situation. They could not seal the hole did not expand, but the three venerables were already dead. There was no hope of victory with just the power left behind by their main bodies. The three venerables' power weakened rapidly, their expressions were ugly. To think that the world will be destroyed because of this. Genesis Lotus will smiled bitterly. Limitless will sighed, I was not willing to take the risk and let him in. No. Reckless savages will said solemnly, in that situation, even if the three of us attacked together, we were not thieving heaven's match. Because we could not keep him alive. Even if we forced him back 2 or 3 times, he could charge in again and again until we expend all of our strength. This is all my fault, Limitless, let me go, I can help you. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said hatefully. One Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left through the hole, there was still another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable trapped by limitless chains. You? Genesis Lotus was slightly stunned. Who was the one who left earlier? Reckless savages will asked. That was Xiao. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled bitterly, my Tao Guardian. At the same time, the situation was urgent. Limitless will interrupted him, asking, what method do you have? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said, do you know why Fate Gu's restriction on otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon that comes to this world carries the mark of their homeland. Those are the Tao marks of otherworldly demons. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path Tao marks in my body to create space and forcefully seal the hole. Use this chance to make up for it. Without hesitation, Limitless will took back the chains, please. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. Big and small worlds were merging rapidly, all sorts of calamities and tribulations were wreaking havoc in the world. The battles between Gu immortals were also extremely intense. The weak died innocently in the aftermath, while the stronger ones were in a precarious situation. They were like small boats in a raging sea. If they were careless, they would capsize and lose their lives. Weak, too weak. Who can stop me? Die. Ha ha ha. Butian Kong continued to clamor, it was unstoppable in the battlefield. It was originally favored by Crazed Demon Cave's luck. After using the killer move Endless Learning, its attainment level rose sharply. Next, with the help of the Celestial Quartz Immortal Gu and killer moves, its strength rose sharply. Like him, Nie Guangfeng and Duan who were the same. At once, the three of them became the strongest Gu immortals in the battlefield. Evil beast, don't try to show off your might. Fang Yuan's 4 rank 8s surrounded the stone monkey Butian Kong. Butian Kong felt pressure, it stuck out its tongue and licked its lips, its eyes shining with excitement and ruthlessness. Good, you have a lot of people. Who are you? Du Lei. Du Lei warrior said as he activated a transformation. Path killer move, turning into a Du Lei lion with a lion head and a human body. Remember, my name is Duo Luo. Duo Luo warrior also used Duo Luo lion transformation, turning into a lion head and a human head. Steel Rush. Steel Rush warrior turned into a rhinoceros. Frost Butterfly. Frost Butterfly warrior shrunk to the size of an adult's fist, it had butterfly wings in human shape, emitting cold air. Battles between Gu immortals were usually fought alone. But these 4 Gu immortals cultivated transformation path, their Tao marks did not conflict, and they were familiar with each other. They came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. They had rank 7 cultivation level, but with Fang Yuan's help, they advanced to rank 8. Immediately, the 4 warriors surrounded Butian Kong and fought. They fought until the sky turned dark, the sun and moon lost their light. Butian Kong was surrounded, its injuries increased, but it fought fiercely. Its fists, legs, head, body, elbows, knees, and others became Butian Kong's weapons. Fist shadows flew everywhere. Every time they clashed, Butian Kong would be sent flying. But the 4 rank 8s cultivated transformation path. Their bodies were tough and strong. Even though they were sent flying, they would quickly attack again, maintaining the encirclement and giving Butian Kong huge pressure. The 5 fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground back to the sky. Everywhere they went, the other Gu immortals dodged them. Awesome, awesome. Come, come, come. Butian Kong's killing intent was aroused. It felt its mind becoming clearer. All sorts of killer moves flowed in its mind. The bottleneck that had troubled it in the past also started to loosen. He was one of the 3 children of Providence, and his talent and aptitude were even more extraordinary. The powerful pressure from the outside world was actually an opportunity for him, squeezing out even more of his potential. The more the stone monkey fought, the more ferocious it became. Initially, it wasn't very proficient in the killing moves it had obtained from the heavenly court, but now, it was already very proficient in using them. In fact, it even started to fuse them into its original style. Goo 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 even with, and of goo goo, of, we cannot, he, Ling King of Su, Tian and, one imd, although they were still surrounding the stone monkey, they felt as if they were suppressing a volcano. The volcano was constantly accumulating power and brewing, turning the external pressure into internal power. Once it reached its limit, the volcano would erupt. It would definitely shock the gods and shock the immortals. It would set off a fatal counterattack. Quick, kill him. With the help of the Lord, let the calamities and tribulations wear him down. The 4 immortals quickly conversed in secret, their coordination becoming more and more adept. From start to finish, Fang Yuan's Heaven Envy's heroic genius's killer move was in effect. The tribulation was used to attack Butian Kong, Nyequang Feng, and the others. Of course, most of the calamities and tribulations were a kind of refinement path method, constantly refining various small worlds, as well as the tangled down marks in the large worlds. This was especially so when calamities and tribulations occurred frequently inside and outside the small world. Under the bombardment of the various calamities, the small worlds were destroyed and completely integrated into the 3 great worlds. During this process, the savage great world naturally benefited the most. However, there was still a small world that was unique. Compared to all the other small worlds, it was fresh and refined. No matter how the catastrophe raged, it remained unmoved. It was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were round or oval-shaped bubbles, but Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space looked like a squarish block with sharp edges from the outside. No matter how the calamities and tribulations tempered it, it remained in its original state. Within Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant Sun's gaze was already on this Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Otherworldly demon. He snorted lightly. Memories that appeared in his mind made him slightly unhappy. In the past, Giant Sun became an immortal venerable and entered the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He learned about the inside story of the 4 venerables mending the heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable disregarded the Gu cultivation world for his own selfishness and almost destroyed the 5 regions. Even though at the final moment, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable extracted his own space path down marks to create a Thieving Heaven space and block the hole was too big to be mended. The other 3 wills did their best and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless Will, Genesis Lotus Will and Reckless Savages Will had no choice but to go into hibernation afterwards. Giant Sun Immortal thus took the chance to exterminate Reckless Savages Will and obtain the ownership of Savage Wilderness Great World. Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance back then. Other than suppressing the whole, there was a deeper motive. It was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later, Guyue Fang Yuan. However, I have already made a move in advance and destroyed a portion of the true inheritance. I obtained the killer move Perfect Pair and Imitation Gu. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a price to block the hole back then. The hole that appeared was not perfect. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun calculated the situation. Since Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is here, Fang Yuan has my self-luck true inheritance. He can definitely inspect luck and know that this place is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go. And Celestial Court will definitely send troops to obstruct Fang Yuan. The enemy is still Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the upper hand and maintained their advantage. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun cultivated Luck Path. He was not as proficient in deductions as Wisdom Path. Immortal zombie giant Sun decided to watch Fang Yuan and Celestial Court fight. He would reap the benefits later. The main point was to deal a blow to Celestial Court, peak of Book Mountain. Fairy Yu Xiao, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space has appeared. Since it could block the whole back then, it will not be destroyed by the tribulations in these worlds. We need to resolve it. It has already become our obstacle. Fairy Yu Xiao said. Qin Ding Ling suddenly received an important piece of information. She quickly said, "The spy in Yellow Earth Great World reported that Fang Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet, there is no movement." Fairy Yu Xiao was not surprised. Of course he will go. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance back then to leave it for him. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he will definitely come. Saying this, Fairy Yu Xiao smiled. Qin Ding Ling's subordinate is here. Qin Ding Ling had a solemn expression. Let's go. Come with me to meet Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Fairy Yu Xiao slowly stood up. Qin Ding Ling revealed an excited expression but was also a little suspicious. We don't need to be wary of Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures? Don't worry. This Thieving Heaven space is not Limitless Demon Venerable's original arrangement. He needs us to destroy this small world or wait for Fang Yuan to inherit the true inheritance and destroy the space. This Thieving Heaven space is also an obstacle for limitless deductions. We will destroy it, that is what he wants. Fairy Yu Xiao answered. Celestial Court's army moved out. Divine Emperor City carried Fairy Yu Xiao, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest and set off from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved out. Fairy Ming Hao, Guyue Fangxing, and the rest were also mobilized from the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan, thanks to Fairy Yu Xiao's previous contributions, Celestial Court gained many mutant Gu immortals like Butian Kong, Niequang Feng, and Duan Hu. These Gu immortals caused Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World to fall into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Blade Leaf, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless flying leaves were like blades, flying towards Niequang Feng from all directions. Niequang Feng laughed loudly. His figure moved around agilely as he dodged the flying leaves. If he could not dodge, he would crash into them. He had turned into a whirlwind. The wind blades around the whirlwind were like sharp teeth. They were extremely sharp. Xiao Hejian gritted his teeth as he looked at Niequang Feng getting closer. The pressure in his heart intensified. He and Niequang Feng had been fighting for several minutes already. Even though Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses could restrain Niequang Feng, it could not kill him. Niequang Feng obtained Celestial Court's help and quickly recovered. It treated Xiao Hejian as its prey. Die for me. Niequang Feng shouted. You fell for it. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao Hejian. One was also a mini-man Gu immortal, Green Forest Great Sage. The other was Black Locust, the owner of Great Locust Grotto Heaven. He also cultivated Wood Path. Xiao Hejian's killer move immediately changed. The three immortals attacked at the same time, causing the killer move's power to rise sharply. The flying green leaves turned into seeds that were planted on Niequang Feng's body. Countless vines grew out and bound Niequang Feng tightly. Niequang Feng was originally a tornado, but these vines bound him from the inside out. They interfered with his immortal essence infusion. Thus, Niequang Feng's killer move lost the support of immortal essence. It became intermittent. Its power fell to rock bottom. The vines increased in number. They grew denser and denser, almost covering Niequang Feng in layers. Don't force me. Niequang Feng struggled, but its strength was weakening. We finally caught this monster. Black Locust was overjoyed. The three Wood Path Gu immortals looked at each other, showing expressions of joy. Xiao Hejian was overjoyed internally. Earlier, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch lost to Niequang Feng, but now, he defeated him. Comparing the two, Xiao Hejian finally suppressed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But at this time, Niequang Feng's aura started to become strange. The vines had already turned into a huge ball of vines, but Niequang Feng's voice could still be heard. I am demonizing. Whenever I am in a desperate situation, I will demonize. I do not want to demonize. Once I become demonized, I will not be able to wake up. Unless I destroy all the living beings in the world I am in, I will not be able to wake up. But you forced me to do this, you forced me to do this, ah. P.S. I recommend, it has a different feeling, it is an exciting fantasy novel. Li Qi was thrown into another world by the revolution goddess. This world was filled with gods and demons, there were as many mortals as dogs, it was hard enough for him to have a good life, but the goddess wanted him to create a revolution of mortals here. Ah! Nie Guangfeng screamed, its voice became louder and louder as its aura surged, reaching a terrifying level. Boom, with a loud sound, the vines exploded into countless pieces. Nie Guangfeng regained its freedom. But now, it was not a dark green tornado, it had turned into a reddish-brown demonic wind. The wind howled, it instantly crossed thousands of steps and arrived in front of Green Forest Great Sage. Green Forest Great Sage had already activated a defensive killer move, but after being devoured by the reddish-brown demonic wind, his aura weakened rapidly. After a few breaths of time, he no longer had any signs of life. The demonic wind paused for a moment. Then, like a demon shark that smelled blood, it charged towards Black Locust who was closest to it. Be careful. Xiao Hejian quickly helped. But after a few rounds, the demonic wind still managed to kill Black Locust. The demonic wind finally pounced at Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian could not match Nie Guangfeng, he retreated while fighting. After a few rounds, his tiny face was extremely grim, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The aura of defeat was getting thicker. Rumble, lightning tribulations continued to descend, but Nie Guangfeng ignored them, it was so strong that it made people feel despair. At another location. Stop! Lu Weiyin shouted. But Butian Kong still punched, smashing Steel Rush Warrior's head into pieces. Next, Butian Kong growled and shattered Steel Rush Warrior's soul. Steel Rush Warrior's soul dissipated, his headless body fell down from the sky like a broken sack. Be it his body or immortal aperture, they would be absorbed by the great world as nourishment. Who else? Butian Kong raised its head and roared, its battle intent surged into the sky like a beacon, shaking heaven and earth. At this point, the 4 rank 8 Gu immortals that attacked it were all dead, they were brutally killed by it. Lu Weiyin sighed as he flew towards the stone monkey. The stone monkey stared at him fiercely. Are you the next one? Very good, even if you are a sage of Yellow Earth Great World, I will kill you. Lu Weiyin shook his head, I am not a sage. Butian Kong, your killing intent is too strong. Lu Weiyin had no choice but to attack Butian Kong. Butian Kong had killed too many Gu immortals, if it was not stopped, this Gu immortal level battle would gradually end. Boom boom boom, Lu Weiyin and Butian Kong fought. This time, Butian Kong was finally suppressed. Although he was strong and could kill many rank 8 Gu immortals, he was not a pseudo-venerable. In contrast, even though Lu Weiyin's overall strength did not reach that level, his defense was at pseudo-venerable level. Lu Weiyin withstood Butian Kong's fierce attacks with ease. You're not a real sage, but you're already so powerful? Very good, very good. Attack me. Kill me. It's been a long time since I've experienced killing intent. Why not? Why only defense? Is your attack so weak and powerless? What a disappointment. The stone monkey kept on bellowing, its figure shooting through the air like a bolt of lightning. Its attacks were like furious thunderbolts, and its prowess kept on rising. Lu Weiyin was distracted. Because he knew that Fang Yuan had already left for the thieving heaven true inheritance space at the center. Not good. Lord Fang Yuan, please stop. Even though that small world might contain thieving heaven's true inheritance, it will definitely be attacked by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Celestial Court has already sent out their main force, there are many immortal Gu houses and Gu immortals. Longevity Heaven has also sent Calamity Luck Altar. It is not time for the decisive battle yet. What if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Paradise Earth Tomb while you are not here? Lu Weiyin transmitted his voice, but Fang Yuan did not even reply. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, his expression turning ugly. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is only a pseudo-venerable, he is not a venerable. I need to help. If star constellation immortal venerable appears and kills him, who can protect paradise earth tomb and stall for time? Just as he thought of this, Lu Weiyin's vision turned dark. Bam! At the next moment, stone monkey Bu Tiankong's fist landed on Lu Weiyin's face. You dare to be distracted? You are looking down on me, you will pay a terrible price. Bu Tiankong roared. Bu Tiankong flew towards Lu Weiyin, both sides got closer again. Lu Weiyin was sent flying, he immediately activated a killer move. Suddenly, rain started to fall from the sky. The tribulation rain landed on Bu Tiankong's body, greatly slowing its speed and corroding its defenses. At the same time, Lu Weiyin's killer move showed its effect. Yellow-brown smoke quickly appeared on Bu Tiankong's body, the smoke rumbled and sealed it. Get lost, get lost. Bu Tiankong roared, it activated all sorts of killer moves, sweeping away the tribulation rain and the yellow smoke. However, these raindrops and dust increased in number, and finally, he was sealed. A lump of soil wrapped around Bu Tiankong, it fell to the ground like a meteor and turned into a yellow mountain. Just stay inside. Lu Weiyin immediately rushed to thieving heaven's space. No. I am not resigned to this, these things can't trap me. Roar. Bu Tiankong roared, its voice was like thunder that shook the battlefield. With a loud sound, the mountain was blown away, dust and rocks flew everywhere as it flew out like lightning again. What? Lu Weiyin was surprised. Bu Tiankong's performance was out of his expectations, how could it escape so quickly? Bu Tiankong resisted all sorts of tribulations while flying to catch up to Lu Weiyin. Boom, the two killer moves clashed, Lu Weiyin was restrained again. This monkey's killer move has become much more powerful, so that's why. Lu Weiyin realized. The tribulations were taking care of Bu Tiankong, but as long as it could not be killed, it would continue to undergo tribulations and increase its down marks, thus, Bu Tiankong became stronger as it fought. I want this heaven to no longer be able to cover my eyes. Bu Tiankong roared, a rainbow light pierced the sky and swept away the dark clouds within 500 li. I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart. Bu Tiankong roared, it stomped on the ground and the mountain collapsed, revealing Lu Weiyin whose defenses were shattered and who had a shocked expression. Bu Tiankong had already fallen into a frenzy, it discovered Feng Yuan who was not far away, it gave up on Lu Weiyin and charged at Feng Yuan. Be careful. Lu Weiyin quickly warned, this monkey is not simple. Feng Yuan did not turn around, as if he did not hear it, he only focused on the space in front of him. Bu Tiankong teleported and appeared behind Feng Yuan. I want all living beings to understand my intentions. I want you, a sage, to vanish into thin air. Bu Tiankong roared, using the strongest killer move in its life. Wind and clouds rumbled, heaven and earth changed color. Feng Yuan turned around slightly and waved his hand behind him. At the next moment, Bu Tiankong traversed the entire battlefield like a meteor, crashing through several mountains along the way. With a series of loud explosions, it created several thousand feet long gullies on the ground. Finally, it laid on the ground, its eyes were wide open, it did not move. He died. The chaotic battle continued without end, and the battlefield that was in full swing became silent. The unstoppable Nya Guangfeng saw this, his reddish-brown demonic wind suddenly froze. Feng Yuan turned around and looked at him. Nya Guangfeng shuddered. At the next moment, boundless fear gripped his entire body. I will die, I will die, I am going to die. He exited the demonic state, he regained his clarity. Escape. He quickly escaped, leaving behind his opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and on the verge of death, he had no strength to retaliate, just one attack and his head would be gone. He watched with a dumbfounded expression as Nya Guangfeng left the battlefield in a frenzy. Feng Yuan turned around slightly, facing thieving heaven's true inheritance space again with a calm expression. His gaze turned towards Celestial Quartz Army. Divine Emperor City and Demon Judgment Board flew over like a mountain. He looked to the other side. Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar shined with golden light as it rushed over. A cold light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, he turned into a white ray of light and entered thieving heaven's true inheritance space first. Charge in, we will fight inside. Fairy Yusho quickly ordered. Celestial Court's immortal goo house also entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not convenient to use their full strength outside. If they used too much strength, Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures would be triggered. At the same time, it would be easier to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Fang Yuan's vision changed. He looked around and saw that he had already entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could be seen as an artificial secluded domain. This was a strange space. The light inside was gentle, there were no mountains or rivers, there was no wind or land, it was completely empty. But this place was slightly different. Pitch-black lines spread and covered almost every inch of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. These black lines were thick and thin, they all gave off auras that made Fang Yuan's heart palpitate. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with these auras. He quickly thought of the mysterious black fire in the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Even though Fang Yuan did not know what happened 300,000 years ago, he quickly understood after seeing this. It seems that this Thieving Heaven true inheritance space is about to collapse. I need to comprehend the profundities within and find out where the true inheritance is hidden. The last time he entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, he inherited ghostly concealment. At that time, Fang Yuan used open door goo and closed door goo to enter. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was very stable, there were many winds of assimilation. Only when otherworldly demons touched it would the winds of assimilation disappear. Fang Yuan accidentally saved Feng Jioge because of this. After the tornadoes of assimilation disappeared, Fang Yuan successfully inherited ghostly concealment. It was a smooth process. But this Thieving Heaven space was clearly different. There were no winds of assimilation. Even if Thieving Heaven's true inheritance existed, it was hidden deep inside. Fang Yuan had to deduce it. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to deduce. He took out a formation from his immortal aperture and placed it in this Thieving Heaven space. It was the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation activated, spewing out 5 colored smoke. In a few breaths of time, the 5 colored smoke spread and covered the surrounding tens of li. The 5 chi was so dense that one could not even see their fingers. After the Celestial Court's army charged into the Thieving Heaven space, they entered the 5 colored smoke and were immediately suppressed. This is the 5 regional walls? P.S. I recommend, it is quite interesting, everyone can read it if you are interested. Burning luck could allow one to travel through the heavens. Chui opened his eyes and found himself lying in the cleansing room. An old eunuch was holding a knife and slicing at his crotch. Why are there 5 regional walls mixed together? Is this an arrangement in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space? No, this is Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi, but he modified it. It is like the 5 regional walls have been reborn. Fairy Yusho quickly deduced. Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and 5 regional limit formation were exposed in the Fate War. With these clues, it was not a problem for a wisdom path grade expert like Fairy Ming Hao. Boom, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared, a killer move slammed onto Demon Judgment Board. The Demon Judgment Board was instantly blasted deeper into the fog. We cannot fight here. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he is not restricted. Guyue Fangjing shouted. Originally, the 5 regional walls had completely vanished. To think that they would reappear in Fang Yuan's hands. It seems that he has prepared a lot for this battle. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth, ordering, find the 5 regional limit formation and destroy it. Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Chi, Central Restriction White Gold Sacred Light Chi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Chi, Western Restriction Scarlet Raging Fire Light Chi, and Eastern Restriction Blue Water Light Chi. These 5 were no longer the same as before, they had all been enhanced, they were almost the same as the 5 regional walls of the past. Back then, Tao Zhu researched the 5 regional walls and created 5 restriction profound light chi and the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan made a breakthrough on the basis of his life's research. He reached a height that even Tao Zhu could not reach in his life. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, he was not restricted by the 5 regional walls. In contrast, other Gu immortals were suppressed by the regional walls. No matter what Gu worms they used, they would suffer backlash. As a result, Fang Yuan's advantage was too huge. This was something the Celestial Court immortals did not want to see. In the past, they would not be suppressed by central restriction white gold sacred light chi, but it was different now. After the 5 regions merged, chi tides swept through the world and cleansed it. After the 5 regions merged, Gu Immortal's auras were no longer differentiated. And this aura was the combination of the 5 regions, it did not belong to any of the previous 5 regions. Thus, no matter which region Gu Immortals came from, they would face 5 layers of suppression in 5 restriction profound light chi. Boom boom boom, Fang Yuan aimed a vicious attack at the city of God Emperor, causing the green radiance on the surface of the majestic city to tremble violently. But the Divine Emperor city was too big. It was hard for Fang Yuan to shake it in a short period of time. A female immortal rushed out from God Emperor city. She had the appearance of a young lady and was pretty. It was very Yusho. Her fighting spirit was strong, and she took the initiative to face Fang Yuan. Gu Yue, Fang Yuan, do you dare to fight? Right at this time, another immortal Gu house entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was the Calamity Luck Altar of Longevity Heaven. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan transmitted, Immortal friend Fang Yuan, why don't we work together and destroy this Divine Emperor city? Fang Yuan smiled and replied, no, the Demon Judgment Board has already been smashed into the 5 regional walls. The God Emperor city is too majestic and cannot be easily shaken. You stall Divine Emperor city, I will go in and destroy the Demon Judgment Board. Immortal friend Fang Yuan. Bing Sichuan wanted to persuade him again. But Fang Yuan turned around and entered the 5-colored fog without hesitation. Ignore him, our target is Divine Emperor city. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was sitting on the main seat of Calamity Luck Altar as he ordered. Yes, Master. Bing Sichuan immediately activated Calamity Luck Altar and charged towards Divine Emperor city like a golden meteor. Fairy Yusho gritted her teeth, she had no choice but to defend. Lu Weiyin also entered at this time. Lord Fang Yuan. He only saw the final scene of Fang Yuan's figure disappearing into the 5-colored fog. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply, he did not dare to enter the 5-colored fog, he could only inform Bing Sichuan who was inside Calamity Luck Altar to attack Divine Emperor city first. The 5 regional limit formation continued to activate, the 5-colored fog continued to spread. Within the fog, Demon Judgment Board roamed around, trying to find the location of the formation. And outside the fog, there was an intense battle between Divine Emperor city and Calamity Luck Altar. Found it. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fairy Ming Hao suddenly opened her eyes. She was a pseudo-venerable wisdom path great expert, her full strength was no small matter. But this deduction caused her to suffer a lot of damage, after all, she was using a wisdom path killer move inside the 5 regional walls. Good, destroying this formation is equivalent to destroying one of Fang Yuan's trump cards. Guyue Fangjing's morale was high, he controlled Demon Judgment Board to fly forward with all his strength. The 5-colored fog became denser, Demon Judgment Board's radiance became dimmer, Guyue Fangjing was enduring a huge backlash, his expression soon turned pale, blood started to seep out of his mouth. Boom boom boom, Fang Yuan found them, he continued to use killer moves with terrifying power. Demon Judgment Board resisted with difficulty, it staggered forward. Ignore him, destroy this formation first. Fairy Ming Hao's childish face was filled with determination and decisiveness. Demon Judgment Board paused for a moment before shooting out a blood-red pillar of light. The blood light was extremely grand, it shot towards the formation with the momentum of wind and lightning. The 5 regional limit formation's surface shined with 5-colored light, it shook slightly but it did not fall. How can this be? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fangjing was very shocked. He knew the power of this move, even in the 5 regional walls, it should not be like this. But Fairy Ming Hao saw through it, her pupils shrunk, Fang Yuan invested a lot in this formation, there are at least 5 rank 8 immortal Gu houses, its defense is very strong, we won't be able to destroy it in a short period of time. The 5 regional limit formation originally used Boundary and Limit Gu as the cores, with a vast number of Mortal Gu as support. But later, Fang Yuan added Earth Vein Immortal Gu, followed by 2 Immortal Gu, Formation Spirit and Formation Flag. During the Fate War, most of these Immortal Gu were rank 7. But Fang Yuan was different now, during this period of rest, not only did he modify the 5 regional limit formation, other than increasing its defense, He even raised all of the immortal goo in the formation to rank 8. He was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end. Demon Judgment Board's full-strength attack could not even scratch a layer of the 5 regional limit formation skin. Instead, because the killer move was activated too fiercely, the backlash was even greater. This famous rank 8 immortal goo house was covered in cracks, it was showing signs of breaking apart. What do we do now? Guyue Fangjing was panicking internally. Fang Yuan was bombarding it from outside, he felt great pressure. The goal of destroying the 5-realm limit formation had also been declared a complete failure. I suggest we retreat. Fangjing gritted his teeth, suggesting to Fairy Minghao. Fairy Minghao nodded, we are at too much of a disadvantage if we fight here. But it is fine. Destroying this formation is just an attempt, if we fail, it will not affect the overall situation. Let's go. Fairy Minghao came out of Demon Judgment Board, opening her immortal aperture's entrance and quickly storing this house. Next, under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, she vanished on the spot. Soon, Lu Weiyin, who was fighting outside, transmitted to Fang Yuan that Fairy Minghao suddenly appeared beside Fairy Yu Xiu. He asked about Fang Yuan's situation. Minghao and Yu Xiu, these two pseudo-venerables, can they teleport to each other and reinforce each other? Instantly? Fang Yuan guessed. Fairy Minghao and the rest did not destroy his 5 regional limit formation, while Fang Yuan did not dismantle Demon Judgment Board. In essence, both sides were evenly matched. Fang Yuan might have a slight advantage. But the battle was still in a deadlock. As long as the 5 regional limit formation continues to work, the 5-colored smoke will spread and fill the entire Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. But if this takes too long, be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they will not allow themselves to stay in the smoke. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. The 5 regional limit formation was not a battlefield killer move, it could not restrain these people, they could still move in and out freely. The 5-colored smoke would take too long to fill the entire Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. During this period of time, Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance might be discovered by someone, or the space might collapse due to the intense battle. Fang Yuan flew out like lightning, leaving the 5-colored smoke. He rushed towards the battlefield of Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. On one hand, he was wary of Celestial Court's deduction ability, it was like his refinement path attainment. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment had a huge advantage over him. Fang Yuan had to restrain these people, they could not deduce the location of the true inheritance. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had to fight while making deductions in his mind. Divine Emperor City floated in the sky, green light spread, it was majestic and unmoving. Calamity Luck Altar was like a golden meteor that was pushed to its limits by Bing Sichuan, it flew around Divine Emperor City while launching all sorts of attacks. And between the 2 immortal goo houses, Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, Yu Xiu, and Minghao, for pseudo-venerables, fought. Both sides were in a deadlock at first, but not long after, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's side fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Minghao and Yu Xiu both had extremely outstanding and mature combat systems. Fairy Minghao's flying star attacks looked like a single attack, but they were actually consecutive moves. Under the situation of consecutive hits, Fang Yuan suffered higher and higher damage each time. Meanwhile, Fairy Yu Xiu's methods were very profound, she used her attainment level to suppress others. Ordinary goo immortals could not defend against it. Under Fairy Yu Xiu's care, Lu Weiyin fell into a tough battle. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had a taste of Fairy Minghao's pride goo. The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind collided, there was a huge problem, many powerful and complex killer moves could not be used by Fang Yuan, the risk was too high. And most importantly, Minghao and Fairy Yu Xiu had great teamwork. This level of teamwork was extraordinary, this was the first time in Fang Yuan's life that he had seen something like this. In this aspect, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's teamwork was completely suppressed by the 2 fairies. Yu Xiu and Minghao's teamwork has already undergone a qualitative change, if I fought them alone, I would have lost already. Lu Weiyin had a heavy heart. The other side had incredible teamwork, this level of teamwork was beyond the realm of mortals, it gave off a feeling that it was natural and natural. Other than fighting against Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, Yu Xiu and Minghao even had the strength to help Divine Emperor City deal with Calamity Luck Altar. Fang Yuan, you want the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance? Fairy Yuxiu smiled. Then do you know that giant sun immortal had once come here and destroyed thieving heaven's world, forcefully taking out a portion of the true inheritance? Thankfully, you are allies now, you can ask for it. Fairy Yuxiu smiled sweetly, sowing discord. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He said to Lu Weiyin, go deal with Divine Emperor City, I will deal with these two. Lord Fang Yuan, without me, you are alone. Lu Weiyin hesitated. Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly, go, you are hindering me. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, he had to fly away from Fang Yuan. Fairy Yuxiu and Ming Hao immediately saw their weakness, they looked at each other before attacking Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out a young Gu immortal. It was rank 8 transformation path Gu immortal Zhan Budu, immortal killer move, incomplete freedom transformation, the young man shouted, a blood-red cloak fluttered behind him. I became more handsome and stronger. Zhan Budu clenched his fists, staring at the two female immortals with a bright gaze and surging battle intent. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. In Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, the battle between the two immortal Gu houses had been going on for some time. The battle was intense. Come and fight. Zhan Budu shouted, he was like a rampaging dragon, charging towards the two pseudo-venerables of Celestial Court, Ming Hao and Yuxiu. Yuxiu and Ming Hao split up, retreating at the same time, hiding far away. Zhan Budu missed again, he snorted coldly, feeling a little angry. He was one of Fang Yuan's clones, he cultivated transformation path, his cultivation level was rank 8 and he had totem killer moves. But his battle strength was still far from peak rank 8, he was not the match of experts like Qin Dingling and Wu Yong. But once he used incomplete freedom transformation, he rose to pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Incomplete freedom transformation was not a small matter, it was extremely profound. This move was made up of 3 moves, they were, Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, and Internal Breath Green Fish Transformation. After Zhan Budu used Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he immediately gained the advantage of the 3 killer moves, he did not have any shortcomings in other aspects. He could move like lightning, he could breathe out lightning bolts, he had strong recovery and regeneration abilities, he could also devour all attacks. Even though he had a human body, his movements were filled with monstrous strength that could scare even ghosts and deities. He directly suppressed all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts, he turned into a human-shaped dragon that fought heaven and earth, rampaging unhindered, even Yuxiu and Ming Hao did not dare to fight Zhan Budu head-on, they only fought while moving around. However, all sorts of killer moves flew towards Zhan Budu, he would either devour them or endure them, his injuries would heal rapidly. After the first few rounds, Yuxiu and Ming Hao lost their temper towards Zhan Budu. This opponent's skin was too thick, but he was extremely fast. Fortunately, he was slightly weaker in Wisdom Path, but Yuxiu and Fairy Ming Hao were the most proficient in this path. Thus, Yuxiu and Ming Hao used Wisdom Path killer moves to weaken Zhan Budu while helping themselves to deduce and evade Zhan Budu's attacks. It was undoubtedly a wise decision for Fang Yuan to hand over incomplete freedom to Zhan Budu. He himself was a pseudo-immortal venerable, so it was a bit of a waste for him to use his incomplete freedom. Handing it over to Zhan Budu immediately gave him another pseudo-immortal venerable to assist him. After Zhan Budu made his move, the situation changed. Fang Yuan and Zhan Budu joined hands and fought fiercely against Yuxiu and Ming Hao, regaining control of the situation. The Celestial Court lost their previous advantage, and both sides fell into a stalemate again. Zhan Budu frowned deeply, these two are very slippery, they play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, they are not letting me use my advantage at all. Moreover, their coordination is too good, my main body and I are the closest. But our coordination is actually not as good as theirs. This is likely related to the fact that they are both Wisdom Path grade experts. Rumble, while moving and turning, both sides exchanged killer moves again, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Fang Yuan's main body had a cold expression from start to finish. Yuxiu and Ming Hao were also secretly scheming. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan has not used his full strength, he is deducing while fighting. He wants to deduce the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fairy Yuxiu had a deep understanding of the enemy's situation. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth, he still has the Qi clone, that also has pseudo-venerable battle strength. If he lets it out, it will be troublesome. If we work together, we can block the three of them, but the crafty Feng Yuan will definitely make use of his advantage in numbers. He will let us go and focus on Divine Emperor City. The Celestial Court actually knew about Qi ancestors' true identity. It turned out that Qin Dingling had already found out about this secret, but she pretended not to know. During the pursuit of Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court did not notice it. But after the pursuit, Qin Dingling learned of this truth from the Celestial Court Grotto Heaven. After all, the Qi clone was formed in the Celestial Court. He even used the Qi harvest fruit that the Celestial Court produced. The Celestial Court had stood for 3 million years without falling. It naturally had its methods. Precisely because of this, the Qi clone used the name of the Righteous Qi Alliance to invite the Celestial Court to send Gu immortals to deal with Feng Yuan, but Qin Dingling brushed it off. Fairy Yu Xiu transmitted, Qin Dingling is a qualified leader of the Celestial Court. Back then, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. If she did not act, Feng Yuan would misjudge the situation and not expose the Qi clone. In this battle, we will benefit from it. Fairy Minghao nodded to herself. In a hurry, Feng Yuan cannot be killed. We cannot let Feng Yuan obtain the Thieving Heaven true inheritance here. We need to focus on this Thieving Heaven space and destroy it from the inside. The battle was intense, but strangely, none of the Gu immortals in the battle treated the other party as their main target. Feng Yuan had been deducing in secret. He did not use his full strength. Zhang Budu was released to restrain the two pseudo-venerables of the Celestial Court. After all, his clone's cooperation was much better than Lu Weiyin's cooperation. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court's main goal was to destroy the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. As for Longevity Heaven's side, Calamity Luck Altar had been looking for trouble with Divine Emperor City. It used all sorts of killer moves without restraint, not caring about the Thieving Heaven true inheritance space. Evidently, no matter what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's main motive was, he definitely wanted to destroy this space in advance, so that Feng Yuan could not obtain anything. Even though Longevity Heaven allied with Feng Yuan, it was only because of the pressure from the Celestial Court. They did not want to see Feng Yuan receive funding again. Especially when this funding came from the venerable Thieving Heaven. Outside Divine Emperor City, the jade green light was still dense, firmly protecting it, no matter how the outside world attacked. Divine Emperor City was not just defending, it had both offense and defense. Immortal Killer Move, Divine Bean Soldiers. The yellow bean soldiers charged at the front, the green bean soldiers rained down arrows, the red bean soldiers self-detonated, and the black bean soldiers were the core of the army. There were also blue bean soldiers and white bean soldiers mixed in, each of them had their own role. Every time Lu Weiyin charged towards Divine Bean Palace, he would be attacked by these Divine Bean soldiers. Lu Weiyin used an offensive killer move. These Divine Bean soldiers suffered heavy losses, only 1 out of 10 survived. This result shocked Lu Weiyin. Even though he was more skilled in defense, his offensive methods were definitely at the peak of rank 8, to think that he could not completely eliminate these Divine Bean soldiers. The reason was Divine Emperor City's other move, Graft Wood. This move allowed the Divine Bean soldiers to connect with each other. The damage they suffered would be shared among them. Most of the damage would be shared with Divine Emperor City, while the rest would be distributed to these Divine Bean soldiers. Thus, the Divine Bean soldiers were very tenacious in this battle. Lu Weiyin spent some effort to break out of the encirclement. When he got close to Divine Emperor City, countless lightning bolts attacked him. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Countless lightning bolts moved like snakes and dragons. There were also jade green lightning balls that bombarded him. After the lightning balls exploded, the scattered wood path down marks remained in the surroundings, gradually transforming this battlefield. Thankfully, this was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not the ordinary 5 regions. This move's prowess could not be fully displayed. And when Lu Weiyin endured the lightning bolts and got closer, the jade lights outside Divine Emperor City would turn into whirlpools that shot out painting path killer moves. These paintings were complex and varied. They involved flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. They were extremely flexible and gave Lu Weiyin a lot of trouble. Painting path is a whole of its own. My attacks cannot block them, my defensive methods cannot conceal them completely either. This is truly troublesome. Painting path was hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable after all. Lu Weiyin was at a loss in this battle. Lu Weiyin could not break Divine Emperor City's defenses. Calamity Luck Altar was the same. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 luck path immortal goo house. It was personally created by Giant Sun Immortal when he was alive. It displayed unparalleled might during the Fate War. But now, it was hard to gain any results against Divine Emperor City. Because Divine Emperor City would shoot out a faint white light from time to time, Calamity Luck Altar would have to evade it every time, not daring to be hit by it. This was the human path killer move, Ruined Family. This move countered immortal goo houses. Back then, during the Fate War, Immortal Goo House Chicken Dog Coop was only hit once before the entire Immortal Goo House was destroyed on the spot. None of the Goo Immortals inside survived. This was a human path offensive killer move created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Calamity Luck Altar was restricted because of it. At once, Calamity Luck Altar only dared to patrol outside. This 3-layered round altar had many pillars, white jade railings, and golden light, but right now, it gave off the feeling of a powerless and irritated fly. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Calamity Luck Altar displayed its might earlier, but it was mostly fighting against Goo Immortals. In fact, its most valuable method was the killer move, Tribulation Operation Freedom Wheel. This move could transform all sorts of calamities and tribulations into something that did no damage to the immortal aperture. It could even turn into a rain dew that nourished the immortal aperture. Longevity Heaven relied on Calamity Luck Altar to safely survive calamities and tribulations and grow stronger. This was Calamity Luck Altar's position. Giant Sun Immortal left it in Longevity Heaven before his death for this reason. Divine Emperor City's Painting World. Fang Dichang and Xianxia worked together to comprehend the profundities within. There must be some problems in the outside world. A huge battle is likely to occur. Divine Emperor City has Emperor City and Divine Bean Palace's various methods. These methods are being used frequently now. It shows that the Goo cultivator attacking Divine Emperor City has extraordinary battle strength. Xianxia said. To them, this was a great thing. The more these methods were used, the clearer they could see and comprehend the profundities of wood path, painting path, and human path. Could the one attacking the Divine Emperor City be his main body? Fang Dichang guessed, or is it trying to save the existences in Qi Howling Painting World and Beast Howling Painting World? At this time, Xianxia and Fang Dichang's expressions changed drastically. They stood up in shock. Their gazes penetrated the secret room and looked at the sky in the painting. In the sky, wisps of golden light suddenly gathered and condensed into 2 large hands. These 2 giant hands covered the sky and covered the earth. They were unimaginably large. The left hand grabbed the roaring Qi mural and the right hand dug out the roaring beast mural. Genesis Lotus will roared furiously. The power of the painting path erupted, suppressing these 2 giant hands with all his might. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. The battle reached the final juncture. The entire thieving sky was covered in black cracks. It was on the verge of destruction. Jean Budu gritted his teeth anxiously. My main body has yet to deduce the location of the true inheritance. I'm afraid it's really too late. The time has come. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun glanced at Fang Yuan and stepped out. In the next instant, he appeared on the battlefield. P.S. Congratulations to Sanchin Dazzling World and Yusin Daoist for becoming the 2 new alliance masters of this book. Cough cough. Dumbfounded. Can anyone tell me how many chapters 10? Pull upload next chapters Giant Sun Immortal? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Even though he had guessed it, he was still shocked internally. Golden light shone in the battlefield. Divine Emperor City shook intensely as if something was about to break out of it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. Inside the painting world, countless citizens stared at the sky with dumbfounded expressions. They saw 2 giant hands flying through the air and creating 2 huge black holes in the painting world. The 2 giant hands flew out of Divine Emperor City and disintegrated on the battlefield, revealing Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Qiu. I'm saved? Demon Immortal Qi Ju was overjoyed. Master. Mao Li Qiu saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and started crying. I knew you would come to save me, woof. Mao Li Qiu shrunk rapidly, becoming small and exquisite as it entered Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's embrace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun revealed a doting smile as he patted Mao Li Qiu's head. You are still the same, barking like a dog when you are happy. Woof woof woof. Mao Li Qiu looked up at its master, barking as tears rolled down its face. Giant Sun immortal? He has already recovered to this extent. Fairy Minghao was shocked. Ignore him, stall Feng Yuan with all your strength, thieving heaven's true inheritance space is about to be destroyed. Fairy Yuxiu reminded. Feng Yuan snorted coldly as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Qi ancestor flew out. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi. At once, a grand and boundless aura surged over. Minghao and Yuxiu were obstructed by this move. Feng Yuan took the chance to escape into the five-colored smoke. This is the place. He found the location of thieving heaven's true inheritance. The five-colored smoke had already corroded it. Feng Yuan instantly broke through and took away the remaining thieving heaven true inheritance. Almost at the next moment, thieving heaven's true inheritance space collapsed. Quickly leave. Lu Weiyin and the rest quickly retreated. After Feng Yuan kept the 5 regional limit formation, he was the last to come out. Thieving heaven's true inheritance space vanished at almost the same time. In the end, he still succeeded. Fairy Minghao sighed. Fairy Yuxiu laughed. Half of this true inheritance has already been destroyed. It is fine, we have already achieved our goal in this battle. Let's go. The next part is the key. Fairy Yuxiu put away Divine Emperor City and the 2 immortals instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuan revealed a thoughtful expression. Lord Feng Yuan. Lu Weiyin hurried over and met up with Shan Budu, Qi ancestor, and Feng Yuan. On the other side was Calamity Luck Altar and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Both sides did not speak. Although they were allies, both sides were well aware of the reliability of such an alliance. For pseudo-venerables, Bing Sichuan, who was in Calamity Luck Altar, was speechless. In such a short period of time, Feng Yuan's strength actually rose to such a level. Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals were not fools. Once Qi ancestor appeared, they guessed that this was Feng Yuan's clone. Giant Sun immortal. Feng Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun with narrowed eyes, remaining silent. Even though the other party was clearly an immortal zombie, he had extraordinary strength and profound methods. He immediately broke Divine Emperor City and saved Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Liqiu, who were sealed in the painting world. Right now, Mao Liqiu was curled up in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arms, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Where was the majesty of a legendary immemorial beast? As for Demon Immortal Qi Ju, he was hovering at the side with a hesitant and doubtful expression. He was saved by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but right after he was saved, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Feng Yuan fought, and then Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. What happened to this world in the end? The situation was quite complicated. Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not accept it immediately. Feng Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded at Feng Yuan and spoke first. This is Celestial Court's scheme. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? What scheme? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun pointed at the place where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. According to what I know, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was added after the event. It was used for emergency purposes. It greatly hindered Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction, thus Limitless was happy to destroy this place. At the same time, Celestial Court's Feng Ye's deduction of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements was obstructed by the space. Now that this place is destroyed, her side is basically a piece of flat land. When I deduced Limitless arrangements earlier, I fought with her from afar. This immortal is the strongest wisdom path expert among the 3 pseudo-venerables. She has already touched the other core of the 9th layer, primordial domain. Celestial Court came this time to obstruct you, Feng Yuan, from obtaining Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, but the truth is that they are using the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure me into taking action. Without my obstruction, Feng Ye did not show up. It is very likely that she has already made a breakthrough. Her original lead is already huge. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had just finished speaking when Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. The other immortal's pupils shrunk. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun turned to look at Green Lotus Great World. The immortal's gazes pierced through 10,000 li. They saw that at the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the peak of Book Mountain, a lump of light appeared. This lump of pure white light was extremely huge, far larger than Book Mountain. It was like a sphere, but it was shining brightly inside. Faint white light flickered continuously. The immortal's hearts shook. Lu Weiyin's expression was unsightly, he blurted out, Primordial Domain. Chapter 5, Section 36 Carefree Wisdom Star was born. She was very smart and quick-witted. Renzu liked his 8th child very much. But at the same time, Renzu was very troubled. My mind is broken, what do? I cannot fill it with more knowledge. Sigh, it seems that only the two of you can help me. Thus, Carefree Wisdom Star and Great Strength True Martial Kai used their minds to fill up with knowledge. They filled their minds with knowledge and went on their way with Renzu. Renzu and his son and daughter made their 3rd attempt. Before they moved, they would scatter ink texts and knowledge. The ink texts described the knowledge and formed a black path. Renzu and his children walked on this small path and walked forward. But when they used up all of their knowledge and reached the end of the ink text path, they did not see wisdom Gu. Renzu's 3rd attempt failed again. Great Strength True Martial shrugged, saying in disappointment, what do? We have already tried our best, but our knowledge is not enough. But we can't bring any more knowledge. Renzu sighed, feeling helpless. At this time, Hope Gu flew out. Oh human, don't be disappointed, I am here. Renzu was curious, what can you do? Hope Gu replied, oh human, I can help you awaken your aperture. Hope Gu could awaken one's aperture. Hope Gu exerted its strength, opening an aperture for Renzu. Modesty Gu laughed, then let me help you as well, human. Oh human, with humility, you will be more open-minded, you will be able to store more things. Thereupon, the aperture became much larger. Renzu obtained this aperture and was very happy. This is so huge, I can store countless knowledge. This is amazing. Renzu and his children returned to Book Mountain again, refining knowledge and collecting ink texts. Renzu stuffed a lot of knowledge into his aperture, to the point that he did not even know how much he had. Renzu and his children set off for the 4th time. They walked on the ink text path and went deep into Qiankuan crystal wall. They went very deep, they searched many places and changed directions, but they could not find wisdom Gu. They had no choice but to return to Book Mountain again. Because this exploration took too long, the ink text path that they set off could not withstand the flood of information. Many of them had already disappeared. Renzu found an Inkman elder and asked, why can't we find wisdom Gu? The Inkman elder said, sometimes, when we Inkmen go out to explore, we will see wisdom Gu by chance. But the 3 of you have searched almost the entire Qiankuan crystal wall and did not see wisdom Gu. It is likely that it is hiding and does not want to see you. Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly asked, then where is wisdom Gu hiding? The Inkman elder pondered, oh humans, you have searched almost the entire Qiankuan crystal wall. But if wisdom Gu is still in Qiankuan crystal wall, then it can only be hiding in one place. This place is called Primordial Domain. It is the most mysterious place in Qiankuan crystal wall. Qiankuan crystal wall reflects everything that happens in the world. It contains endless information. And Primordial Domain contains the information of the beginning of heaven and earth. It also contains the information of the end of all living beings. It is the starting point and also the end point. It has nothing, but it contains everything. Great Strength True Martial was overjoyed. We have never been to Primordial Domain. Oh Inkman Elder, please tell us how to go to Primordial Domain. The Inkman Elder shook his head. It is not that I do not want to help you, but we Inkmen have only heard of this place, we have never been there. Oh humans, we Inkmen admire you. The knowledge that you possess has long surpassed ours. So, if you want to go to Primordial Domain, you can only rely on yourselves. Renzu and his children could only research on their own. Carefree Wisdom Heart had a discovery. She cried out in joy, I found it, I found it. Oh my daughter, what did you find that made you so happy? Renzu asked curiously. Carefree Wisdom Heart spread out her 2 palms. I found the pear Gu in my right palm. I found the error Gu in my left palm. These 2 Gu grew out of your body. They look ordinary, they are not as good looking as my authority Gu. How can they help us? Great Strength True Martial was very proud, he did not mind. Carefree Wisdom Heart replied, these 2 Gu can allow us to differentiate knowledge. Look at this knowledge, many of them are correct now, but after some time, they will be wrong. There are also many that are correct here, but wrong there. I feel that if we find the knowledge that has always been correct and use it to create our path, we will definitely be able to reach Primordial Domain. Renzu nodded, you are right. Let's give it a try. But no matter how they searched, they could not find such knowledge. Great strength, true martial, strong Gu said proudly, "O humans, it is futile to search like this. Because in this world, there is only strength and weakness, there is no right or wrong. Only people like you are doing unnecessary things, there is no right or wrong." Author's note: congratulations to Heavenly Primordial Sea for becoming the new Alliance leader of this book. Congratulations to the Alliance leader that I missed earlier. Congratulations to Reality Enchantment Life for becoming the new Alliance leader of this book. Recently, because of the inspiration from, the progress was greatly delayed, and because of the new chapter, the outline was secretly changed. Thus, Jiao Gung could only stay behind. Pull upload next chapters. Venomous Gu Master is taking a day off. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Xianxia crystal wall reflects everything that happens in the world, all of the information is real, there is no fake information. Using right and wrong cannot filter them, because they exist, or rather, they existed before, then they are all logical. Carefree Wisdom Heart was criticized, but her eyes were shining brightly. I understand, the existence of all things in the world, be it right or wrong, they are all logical, they have their true meaning. This is true meaning. Be it information or knowledge, they are a form of expression of true meaning, a form of confession. If we can grasp true meaning, not only can we explain what is right, we can also explain what is wrong, we can understand everything. Let us find it together. The three of them began to dig out the true meaning from the sea of knowledge. Great strength, true martial was impatient. Renzu also could not persevere, only Carefree Wisdom Heart was still meticulous, she had a solemn expression. After a long time, Great strength, true martial suddenly pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart, saying in surprise, "Look, another Gu grew out of your body." The newly born Gu was called Serious Gu. Carefree Wisdom Heart was very happy after hearing this. With this Gu, I can recognize true meaning better. After a long time, Renzu also pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart, "Look, another Gu grew out of your body." The second Gu was called Learning Gu. Carefree Wisdom Heart started to learn knowledge, transforming it into her own understanding, instead of using Memory Gu to memorize it. She understood more and more knowledge. A third Gu grew out of her body. The third Gu was called Talent Gu. I found it, I found it. On a certain day, Carefree Wisdom Heart cheered. With the help of Serious Gu, Learning Gu, and Talent Gu, she finally found true meaning from the knowledge. Quickly tell me, what is true meaning? Great strength, true martial was very happy, he quickly asked. But Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head, there is true meaning in it, but I cannot decipher it. Then use ink to express it. Great strength, true martial thought about it and reminded her. But Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head again, it can only be understood, it cannot be written. Renzu waved his hand, forget it. Since you have a true intent, let's go. Free and unfettered Wisdom Heart was filled with true intent. Setting off from Book Mountain, the ink runes sprinkled down along the way formed a path of ink runes that was far more spacious and sturdier than before. The human ancestor and his children stepped onto the Great Tao and reached the Origin Realm. In Primordial Domain, they saw Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was helpless, it had already hidden so deeply, but Renzu still came to find it, it could not avoid it and was eaten by Self Gu. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th floor. At the center of the Green Lotus Grand World. The high seats at the peak of Book Mountain were rarely full. Che Wei was 5th, Qin Ding Ling was 4th, Fairy Ming Hao was 3rd, Fairy Yu Xiu was 2nd, and Fairy Fonya was 1st. This Fairy Fonya had her hair coiled into a bun. She was rather old, but her beauty was not waning. She was graceful and gorgeous. Her whole body was shrouded in a layer of light, it was the sign of having talent Gu. This time, it was precisely because of her that the primordial realm finally showed signs of appearing above Book Mountain's head. After Thieving Heaven's space was destroyed, Fairy Yu Xiu and Fairy Ming Hao brought all the troops and returned to Fairy Fonya's side. Fairy Ming Hao sighed, to think that Giant Sun Immortal's painting path attainment would be so deep, he could save Mao Li Qiu so easily. The Celestial Court wanted to use Mao Li Qiu and the rest to lure Giant Sun Immortal. The Celestial Court was very clear about Giant Sun Immortal's protective nature. But out of Celestial Court's expectations, Giant Sun Immortal actually succeeded and saved the captives. The other party is a former immortal venerable after all. It is not strange that it is unexpected. Qin Dingling said. Furthermore, we are the ones who benefited the most from this battle. Fairy Yu Xiao, however, was hesitant. We cannot tell which side benefited the most now. We expanded our advantage. Giant Sun Immortal took back Mao Li Qiu, while Fang Yuan obtained the remaining Thieving Heaven true inheritance. For some reason, I feel uneasy in my heart. Fairy Fengya looked at the primordial domain in the sky. The situation is clear now. Fang Yuan and Giant Sun will definitely attack us with their armies. Our side will wait patiently. As long as we defend, we will grasp the key to this battle and return victorious. We will regain the glory of Celestial Court. Are you confident? The other Celestial Court Gu Immortals heard this and spoke excitedly. It is all thanks to Lady Fengya's planning that we have such a good situation. We must defend this time. We cannot make the same mistake again. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will not hesitate. In my opinion, even though they have many enemies, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun will not work together. They will be wary of each other instead. Yellow Earth Great World. Lu Weiyin saw Fang Yuan and frowned. Primordial domain is showing signs of progress. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment is truly amazing. We cannot compare to them. This situation is truly terrible. Primordial domain had already been leaked, but only half of it had been taken by Celestial Court. It had not truly fallen into Celestial Court's hands yet. Even so, Celestial Court's advantage was huge. Because Primordial Domain was more important and crucial than Book Mountain, as long as a Venerable reached Primordial Domain, they would immediately replenish their attainment level and become a Tao Lord again. Whoever could enter Primordial Domain first would be able to turn their advantage into victory, and become the final victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Not only that, after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the Venerables who became Tao Lords would return to the 5 regions and dominate the world. They would likely become the final victor of the 5 regions' chaotic war, and become the ultimate master of the world. Lord Fang Yuan, Celestial Court is about to obtain Primordial Domain. We need to attack with all our strength. If we cannot stop Celestial Court, we will taste defeat this time. Lu Weiyin had a resolute expression. He had originally planned to defend first and then attack, but now, he had no choice but to take action. How do we attack with all our strength? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin had a difficult expression. Celestial Court had an obvious wisdom path advantage. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Celestial Court had always held the initiative and maintained their advantage. Celestial Court's 3 pseudo-venerables all cultivated wisdom path. This advantage was not lost under their strategies, but instead expanded. Now, Celestial Court had actually drawn out the other core of the 9th layer, Primordial Domain. What was more terrifying was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any countermeasures. This meant that Celestial Court had already understood many of the mysteries of the 9th layer, and had cleverly avoided limitless methods. From start to now, Fang Yuan had not seen limitless will. It was most likely dead. Lu Weiyin sighed and said with admiration, in the past, Limitless Demon Venerable killed his way into Celestial Court, forcing star constellations will to play chess with him. Both sides comprehended and deduced together, obtaining all kinds of Heaven Dao results that were secretly sent to Crazed Demon Cave to help this place deduce. However, at the same time, Celestial Court's methods also infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave. When Celestial Court drew out Book Mountain from the 9th layer, I already felt that something was wrong. Now, they want to draw out Primordial Domain. This level of wisdom path truly leaves me in the dust. Now, Celestial Court has the advantage, forcing us to attack with all our strength, while they are waiting. The worst thing is that we cannot truly use our full strength. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. This is what I am worried about. Celestial Court's wisdom path is outstanding. Don't they know that this will provoke attacks from both sides? But they still did this. This means that they have the confidence to resist the attacks. And this confidence is likely to come from this Crazed Demon Cave. Celestial Court could draw out Book Mountain and now draw out Primordial Domain to avoid Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Firstly, it was because of their amazing wisdom path methods, and secondly, they had already come into contact with Crazed Demon Cave for over 1,000,000 years. They had a deep foundation. Fang Yuan clearly could not reach this level. If he truly used his full strength, limitless methods would be triggered. That was to say, Celestial Court was still making use of limitless demon venerable. This is the problem of fighting against such a wisdom path expert. Lu Weiyin frowned deeply. In fact, he had a deep worry in his heart, but he could not say it out loud. That was Gu Yue and Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan was indeed a pseudo-venerable with outstanding strength. He was the strongest person in the world before this trip to Crazed Demon Cave. But now, he was facing Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's appearance shook Lu Weiyin's heart intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had not appeared all this while, was giving him more and more pressure. Could Fang Yuan fight against these two existences? To speak the truth, Lu Weiyin had no confidence. Venerables were invincible. This was the truth of humanity's hundreds of years of history, the truth that was witnessed by the vast and endless river of time. It was precisely because Lu Weiyin had no confidence that he set up the defensive counterattack strategy earlier. Fang Yuan might be able to resist a venerable for a while, but only a venerable could deal with a venerable. This was Lu Weiyin's true thought. Similarly, this was the thought of Fang Yuan's subordinates. Even though these subordinates worshipped him fervently, they would not be arrogant enough to think that Fang Yuan could defeat a venerable. Venerables were invincible. Back then, when primordial origin became venerable, variant humans were the overlords of the world. Did they not have pseudo-venerable battle strength? They did, and there were many of them. But they never had any hope of defeating a venerable. Yes, Fang Yuan's strength was unfathomable. He could even easily defeat other pseudo-venerable Gu immortals. But this was not strange. Even though pseudo-venerables were at the peak of rank 8, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan fought against a venerable, no one would think highly of Fang Yuan. They would only hope that Fang Yuan could last for as long as possible. As long as Fang Yuan can last until Lord Paradise Earth revives, that will be our chance of victory. But now, the Celestial Court is forcing us to make a move. If we fight now, we might not be able to wait for Lord Paradise Earth to revive. Lu Weiyin felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Fang Yuan looked at Primordial Domain expressionlessly. The situation is like this, we can only attack head-on. Just follow the agreement with the Longevity Heaven and send out all your subordinates. Pull-up-load next chapters, Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. The illusion of the Origin Realm hung high in the air, growing more and more lifelike. The Green Lotus Great World, the Yellow Earth Great World, and the Savage Wilderness Great World had fused more and more deeply. Now, only a small portion of the Earth Wall remained, preventing the three worlds from communicating. The various small worlds had long since merged with the three great worlds. Among them, the Savage Great World had benefited the most. It was also the largest great world. This was all thanks to the Giant Sun Immortal's fate of heaven and earth, which allowed most of the small worlds to fall into the Savage Great World. Fang Yuan sent almost all of his Gu cultivators towards Celestial Court's Book Mountain. The Longevity Celestial Sect also mobilized their army. Their military might was vast and mighty. The Celestial Court was already on standby. They were led by Duan Hu and Ya Guangfeng respectively. As long as it's not a sage, none of you are a match for me. Ya Guangfeng roared. His body danced in the air, stirring up gales that stretched for thousands of miles. The gale swept through the battlefield, vast and mighty. The enemy is here, we need to cooperate to have a chance of victory. Xiao Hejian looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, the latter nodded with a solemn expression. In the previous battle, these two variant human Gu immortals had fought against Ya Guangfeng. They had both lost. Not only did many Gu immortals lose their lives, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were also in a sorry state. They managed to survive. After this recuperation, their strength had recovered to its original state. Now that they were facing Ya Guangfeng once again, they decided to put aside their personal grudges and fight together. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand as Frost Chi surged out, enveloping Ya Guangfeng and slowing his movement, slowing his speed. Xiao Hejian, on the other hand, shot out green leaf blades that covered the entire sky with astonishing power. The violent gale swept up the long gale, blowing the sky and earth until it changed color, and the green leaves and cold wind scattered in all directions. Immortal Killer Move, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted as he concealed his aura, not letting it leak out. In the next moment, with a loud bang, his body exploded into countless rays of cold light. Cold light shot out, extremely cold. Wherever it went, the atmosphere froze and turned into pieces of floating ice, which then fell to the ground. Eh? Nye Guangfeng's heart palpitated. He hurriedly dodged, but how could he make it in time? He was shot by countless ice crystal lights and sealed in the mountain like ice. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light shot from the outside will be. Nye Guangfeng was unable to struggle free. Under the pressure of death, he once again fell into a trance. Gotcha! From the inside out, countless cracks quickly appeared on the solid ice and spread outwards. Oh no, I cannot trap him anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sensed something amiss. Xiao Hejian finally succeeded. Immortal Killer Move, Cutting Grass. Xiao Hejian's palms were like blades as he aimed at Nye Guangfeng, who was trapped in the ice, and gently sliced downwards. Immediately, 2 blades of grass condensed and fell down leisurely. They drilled into the cracks of the ice and shot into Nye Guangfeng's body. Nye Guangfeng's body immediately trembled twice. Xiao Hejiao appeared again and again, causing Nye Guangfeng's body to tremble unceasingly. The green mass of wind became increasingly sparse and weak, until its resistance became weaker and weaker. I'm willing to surrender. Nye Guangfeng weakly shouted. Master's orders are not to be surrendered. Xiao Hejian said coldly. In the end, Nye Guangfeng lost its life under his and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's joint attack. Once Nye Guangfeng died, the mutant Gu Immortals lost their leader, they were heavily injured and escaped in defeat. Fang Yuan's army advanced and attacked all the way to the base of Book Mountain. On the other side, Space Extremity and Desolate Extremity of the 8 Extremities in Longevity Heaven worked together to kill Duanhu. The 2 armies met at the center of Green Lotus Great World. Celestial Court had only obtained Book Mountain for a short period of time, they could only set up a formation around Book Mountain. This formation was called Four-Way Star Formation. It had 4 sub-formations in 4 directions, completely surrounding Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengye activated her killer move day and night, drawing out the primordial domain in the sky. After the 2 armies discussed for a while, they split up to attack the 4 sub-formations. Mao Liqiu led the way into the western sub-formation. Dai Liqiu led the way into the northern sub-formation. Xiao Hejian led the way into the eastern sub-formation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch led the way into the southern sub-formation. The remaining troops were led by Bing Sichuan and Lu Weiyin, they were the vanguard of the 4 groups. Mao Liqiu entered the formation, countless starlight beams rained down like a storm. Mao Liqiu roared, its body expanded and became extremely huge, its purple fur was smooth and tough, the starlight could not penetrate it. It rampaged through the sub-formation, the other Gu Immortals followed behind, killing and destroying everything in its path. Evil beast, you are causing trouble again. We will kill you this time. The star formation shook, 2 Gu Immortals flew out. One was 9 Spiritual Fairy, the other was Prince's Impatience. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast, blocking Mao Liqiu. The fake immemorial desolate beast was stronger than the real immemorial desolate beast. Mao Liqiu was soon suppressed, its flesh was sore and it was exhausted. Prince's Impatience used fire path killer moves, all kinds of yellow bird flames flew everywhere, killing the mutant. Gu Immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World, more than 10 of them died. Mao Liqiu was impatient, it had to retreat. On the other side, Gaiga faced Zhou Xiong and Jun Xinguang. Zhou Xiong used an information path killer move to attack, while Jun Xinguang turned into a rainbow, supporting him from the side. One main and one supplementary, they complemented each other. Yellow Extremity Jiao Hui used a totem killer move to fight with Zhou Xiong, they were evenly matched. Just as they were about to fight, Gaigu was shouting loudly, he was fleeing from Jun Xinguang's attacks. Leave, leave. Gaiga grabbed Jiao Hui's shoulder, ignoring the latter's stare, he dragged him away. Longevity Heaven's 2 groups returned in defeat, Fang Yuan's 2 groups were in an even worse state. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were trapped, they could not escape even if they wanted to. These 2 immortals collided with Celestial Court's Che Wei and Wan Zihong, the situation is dangerous, I hope you can save them quickly. The letter requesting for help had already been sent to Lu Weiyin. Che Wei created weapon path, his methods were becoming more mature, his status was only below Qin Dingling now. Wan Zihong was originally a Western Desert demonic cultivator, she was recruited by Celestial Court. She had a good performance in the Fate War, now that her immortal Gu Qi Bei had recovered to its peak, she was extremely powerful. Bing Sichuan and Lu Weiyin discussed urgently, this surrounding star formation belongs to Star Path, we are not proficient in it. If we want to forcefully break it, Celestial Court has elites guarding it, it will be very difficult. Lord Feng Yuan's item can even break the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, this formation will definitely be easy to break. Bing Sichuan was talking about the 5 regional limit formation. Lu Weiyin nodded, he was about to speak when a Gu immortal came from Yellow Earth Great World. This female immortal had snow-white skin, rabbit ears, and blood-red eyes, it was Lady White Rabbit. Under Feng Yuan's guidance, Lady White Rabbit had genuine rank 8 cultivation level. Lu Weiyin laughed heartily, saying to Bing Sichuan, I have already asked Lord Feng Yuan for help, we will borrow the 5 regional limit formation and use it to break the formation. Lady White Rabbit, it has been hard on you. Lady White Rabbit smiled, I have to do my best for Master, I have to disregard my life, this is nothing. But Master did not bring the 5 regional limit formation this time. Master said that this formation has no status, its effect is slow and cannot be used in an emergency. Thus, I brought some other methods. Bing Sichuan was curious, Lord Feng Yuan's methods must be extraordinary, please let me take a look. Thus, Lady White Rabbit took out an immortal Gu house from her immortal aperture. Rising Cloud City, Frost House, Unbreakable Fortress, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, Red Heavenly Altar, and Scarlet Palace, a total of 7 immortal Gu houses, each of them was rank 8. Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded. Master said that he could only create this many immortal Gu houses in a short period of time. Master has ordered us to use these immortal Gu houses to charge the formation. Lady White Rabbit said. As it turned out, ever since Feng Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave and collected a vast amount of immortal materials, his Time Path clone He Chen Chiu had been using 4-element square regret blood refinement pool to refine immortal Gu. After all the rank 8 immortal Gu were refined, he started to construct the immortal Gu houses. Feng Yuan originally did not intend to build immortal Gu houses, because they were not practical for him. But after arriving in the Great World, he could not casually make a move at his level, thus, he started to prepare for a rainy day and started to arm his subordinates. They were indeed pressed for time. These immortal Gu houses were modified by Feng Yuan from Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare News Dark Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, and other immortal Gu houses. Strictly speaking, they were half new and half old. If it was the Celestial Court, even with 3 Wisdom Path pseudo-venerables, they would not be able to break it easily, they would need to spend time to deduce it. That was enough, Lu Weiyin was overjoyed, he sent the immortal Gu houses to break the formation and save Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Jian. Next, 7 rank 8 immortal Gu houses entered the battlefield and destroyed the other 2 subformations. 2 groups of people charged towards Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengye's eyes were shut as she controlled her methods. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao were in charge of the situation. Seeing so many immortal Gu houses, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression turned grim, Feng Yuan is so rich, his refinement path methods are terrifying. I'm afraid he is plotting something in refinement path. Thankfully, he cannot match us in wisdom path, so these immortal Gu houses are half new and not old, we can still use them. Fairy Ming Hao said as she activated a killer move. Human path killer move, humble reciprocation, Book Mountain shook, countless killer moves blossomed like dazzling fireworks. In the sky, primordial domain floated in the sky, tribulation clouds rumbled, calamities and tribulations were everywhere. On the battlefield, countless killer moves filled everyone's vision, surging like a tidal wave, raining down from all directions. Under such a vast number of killer moves, Feng Yuan's subordinate Gu immortals hid inside the immortal Gu houses, going against the flow. Longevity Heaven had many Gu immortals, they could not all enter Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sichuan took out 5 immortal Gu houses. One was Broad Summer's harem, one was Heart Delight's harem, one was Red Bean's harem, one was Yearning's harem, and one was Peach Heaven's harem. These were the 5 harem that Giant Sun Immortal had set up in the 5 regions when he was alive. They were all at rank 8 level. The foundation of an immortal venerable was on full display at this moment. My lifetime's accumulation still cannot compare to Feng Yuan. Rank 8 immortal goo are actually overflowing in his hands. Is he trying to become a venerable through refinement path? Immortal zombie Giant Sun looked at the battlefield as he deduced. Feng Yuan observed the battlefield while comprehending Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. This Thieving Heaven true inheritance originally contained Imitation Goo, the Killer Move Duo pair, and so on, but Feng Yuan only obtained a small portion of the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. However, this small portion was extremely important to Feng Yuan. The true inheritance's content involved refinement path. It described how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable forged Qian Kuan Crystal Wall back then, how he forged Immortal Goo, and so on. Other than the 4 refinement path domains that I calculated earlier, there is also this one. Refining Fake Goo, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left this true inheritance to me with deep intentions. Pull up load next chapters. Surrounding the Black and White Book Mountain, Goo Immortals fought intensely, their figures could be seen everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Single Chi Cloud Explosion, Demon Immortal Chi Ju stretched out his finger and pointed. Instantly, the air in front of him surged and condensed into a lump. Hundreds of milky white chi lumps shot out like meteors, dispersing the attacks of Book Mountain. Fairy Ming Hao had been using Book Mountain to activate humble reciprocation. Using this terrifying method, she was able to suppress the fierce attacks of Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven. These killer moves originated from Book Mountain's records. There were many types, they were human path killer moves in essence, but they imitated the power and effects of various paths. Demon Immortal Chi Ju fought attacks with attacks. After destroying the attacks in front of him, he sighed and retreated. After he was dealt with by Giant Sun Immortal, he did not interact with Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan's side. He moved freely and understood the situation. Celestial Court wanted to obtain Primordial Domain. That was something Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not want to see. He naturally wanted to enter Primordial Domain and raise his Chi Path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. How could he allow others to get there first? Demon Immortal Chi Ju was alone, he could not affect Celestial Court's momentum. But now that Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven were attacking him, if he did not make use of this external force, he would not be Demon Immortal Chi Ju. To think that attacking Book Mountain would be so dangerous, we can't even reach the middle of the mountain. Demon Immortal Chi Ju frowned. When he was suppressed in Divine Emperor City, he lost a lot of Chi Path Dao marks. Not to mention the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi Land, which he had been relying on, only had 30% of it left in the pursuit of Feng Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, like a tsunami, another wave of attacks crashed down like a waterfall from the mountain peak. Demon Immortal Chi Ju could only retreat again and again. Charge, charge. A rank 8 Immortal Goo House passed by, ignoring Demon Immortal Chi Ju. That was Feng Yuan's subordinate rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Unbreakable Fortress. The Goo Immortals in the fortress saw Demon Immortal Chi Ju but ignored him. When Demon Immortal Chi Ju first appeared, he attracted a lot of attention, but seeing that he was attacking Book Mountain, Feng Yuan's subordinates understood Demon Immortal Chi Ju's standpoint. Demon Immortal Chi Ju watched as the Unbreakable Vajra Fortress charged forward and forcibly resisted the waves of killer moves. He could not help but reveal a look of envy. In this battle, the importance of Immortal Goo Houses was very obvious. Immortal Goo Houses provided the Goo Immortals with ample protection, otherwise, how could the Goo Immortals move forward against the endless tribulations and killer moves? The Vajra Fortress charged all the way to the waist of the mountain when a bloody figure suddenly appeared in the smokescreen of the killer move. The next moment, a huge blood shadow rushed over, revealing its true appearance. This was a giant crimson tombstone. All kinds of characters were moving about on the tombstone, and the aura of the blood path was extremely dense. This was the Demon Judgment Board. Don't even think about taking another step forward. Guyue Fengjing was the one controlling the Demon Judgment Board. Boom. With a loud sound, the 2 Immortal Goo Houses collided directly. The Unbreakable Vajra Fortress's momentum stopped. Demon Judgment Board shot out a bloody light. The bloody light was like a pillar that shot towards the Unbreakable Vajra Fortress. The unbreakable Vajra fortress activated its defensive method. Even though it blocked the bloody light, it was pushed down the waist of the mountain by an unstoppable force. Even though the unbreakable Vajra fortress was a rank 8 immortal goo house, it was still inferior to a peak immortal goo house like Demon Judgment Board. Guyue Fangjing breathed roughly. Celestial Court had few immortal goo houses. Including Demon Judgment Board, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and Divine Emperor City, it only had 6. Right now, these 6 immortal goo houses were used to defend against the attacking immortal goo houses. On Longevity Heaven's side, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace did not move, but Calamity Luck Altar and the 5 concubines had 6 immortal goo houses. They were already equal to Celestial Court in terms of immortal goo houses. On Feng Yuan's side, 7 immortal goo houses suddenly appeared. This was out of Celestial Court's expectations. They had thought that Feng Yuan would likely rebuild Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, but to think that Feng Yuan would start anew and take out 7 immortal goo houses like the unbreakable Vajra fortress. Not only did he take them out, but these immortal goo houses were all rank 8. 7 rank 8 immortal goo houses immediately gave Celestial Court a huge pressure on their defenses. The immortal goo houses on Celestial Court's side were only half of the enemies. Moreover, Longevity Heaven's Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Feng Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress did not participate in the battle. This made the Celestial Court's goo immortals feel even heavier. Under Fangjing's control, Demon Judgment Board attacked everywhere, forcing back the invading immortal goo houses and defending themselves. The enemies are too strong. Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and my side are the pillars that can hold on. But at this rate, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Guyue Fangjing's expression was pale, but he understood in his heart. He could already feel that he was reaching his limit. The battle was too intense. Demon Judgment Board not only had to attack everywhere and defend against the immortal goo houses, it also had to resist the bombardment of killer moves and calamities and tribulations. The immortal essence expenditure was so intense that even Fangjing was shocked. Demon Judgment Board's damage was also becoming more severe. Earlier in Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance Space, Demon Judgment Board was heavily injured by Feng Yuan. It had already recovered. These damaged areas were all newly added. If it was just Fangjing alone, he would be in a difficult situation. He would not be able to deal with it. Fortunately, Demon Judgment Board had the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords. These wills helped Fangjing repair the immortal goo house's damage. Since when did my Celestial Court's foundation lose to others? At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao maintained the killer move Humble Reciprocation as she sighed. As far as Celestial Court was concerned, the situation was not looking good. Even though Celestial Court's goo immortals were fighting with their lives on the line, the defensive line was in danger. An immortal goo house might break through at any moment and reach Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengya was still using her killer move to get to Primordial Domain. She could not be interrupted. Fairy Ming Hao and Fairy Yu Shou looked at each other. The latter waved her hand. Go. A tiger's roar and crane's cry resounded in the battlefield. 2 legendary immemorial beasts, Shabi 95 and Ruandan, charged down the mountain. Even though Celestial Court did not have an immortal goo house, it had 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beasts had thick skin and flesh. Legendary immemorial beasts were even more so. Shabi 95 and Ruandan charged towards Rising Cloud City while enduring the killer moves and tribulations in the sky. Rising Cloud City was controlled by Fairy Miaoyin. She was about to enter the battlefield when she saw the 2 legendary immemorial beasts pincer attack. Fairy Miaoyin quickly activated her killer move. Rising Cloud City spewed out countless cloud chi that lifted the immortal goo house up. But Ruandan flapped its wings and flew above Rising Cloud City, activating its killer move and clawing at the roof of Rising Cloud City, destroying countless mortal goo. Bam! At the next moment, Shabi 95 charged fiercely. Rising Cloud City was knocked over and rolled down the slope. Fairy Miaoyin's body staggered. She wanted to control Rising Cloud City to fly up again, but Rising Cloud City did not listen to her. There was no response when she injected immortal essence into it. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was nearby. Seeing this, he immediately flew over. He shouted as the silhouette of Shi-Land appeared above his head. Immortal killer move, Shi-Land erupted with a fierce suction force. The chi rings on the surface of Rising Cloud City were all sucked into Shi-Land. Rising Cloud City regained its freedom after being freed. Thank you. Fairy Miaoyin thanked him. She was about to activate the immortal goo house to attack again when she heard Feng Yuan's command. Fairy Miaoyin was stunned. But soon, she reacted and brought the other goo immortals out of Rising Cloud City. Lord Qiju, my master has ordered me to gift this Rising Cloud City to you. Fairy Miaoyin said. Oh? Demon Immortal Qiju was stunned before laughing loudly. Feng Yuan is truly generous, I will accept it. Demon Immortal Qiju did not stand on ceremony. He entered Rising Cloud City as the ladder flew up and attacked towards the waist of the mountain. At the waist of the mountain, Shabi 95 and Wandan worked together to attack Dragon Soul Dark Castle again. Lady White Rabbit led the immortals inside Dragon Soul Dark Castle. They were not in a hurry to attack again. They landed at the foot of the mountain to receive Fairy Miaoyin and the rest. Demon Immortal Qiju finally reached the waist of the mountain. Seeing Shabi 95, his eyes shined. Good beast, I lack a mount. Demon Immortal Qiju stored Rising Cloud City as he attacked Shabi 95. After a few rounds of fighting, Shabi 95 fell into a disadvantage. It quickly called for help. This legendary immemorial beast belonged to Qi Path. It was completely countered by Demon Immortal Qiju. Don't panic, I'm here. Wandan came to its rescue, spitting out a red pill. What path is this? Demon Immortal Qiju saw that the pill's aura was mysterious. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly released Rising Cloud City and entered it. Boom, the pill crashed into Rising Cloud City and self-detonated. Shockwaves from the explosion spread everywhere. A corner of Rising Cloud City was directly blown up. Even though Pill Path did not specialize in offense, it was a new path after all. Rising Cloud City could not defend against it. Ha ha ha, 95, you owe me a favor. Wandan laughed proudly. Shabi 95 curled its lips. It was about to reply when its expression suddenly changed. It shouted, be careful. Wandan's heart palpitated. It quickly pounced forward. But the mysterious enemy was even faster. Can you escape? A voice came. Wandan immediately felt a small hand grabbing its neck. Compared to its mountain-like body, a normal person's hand was small and exquisite. But Wandan's hair stood on end when this hand grabbed its neck. It screamed in shock. Because it turned around and saw a young man wearing a red cloak standing on its back. It was none other than Feng Yuan's transformation path clone Zhan Budu. At this moment, he had already activated Incomplete Freedom Transformation. His battle strength rose to pseudo-venerable level. Wait. Wandan shouted anxiously. But Zhan Budu laughed sinisterly and exerted strength. At the next moment. Boom, there was an intense explosion that sounded like thunder. The book mountain shook, and black and white stones flew in all directions. In an instant, a huge crater appeared. Wandan was knocked unconscious by Zhan Budu's punch. Its body was embedded in Book Mountain. Its mouth was wide open as it spat out blood. Its body was motionless. But immediately, Wandan's body shone with resplendent light. Its wounds quickly healed. It regained its consciousness. Thankfully, I have a killer move, life-saving recovery pill. Wandan regained its senses and wanted to struggle. But Zhan Budu had already raised his fist. Bam bam bam, with a series of punches, Zhan Budu landed on Wandan's head again and again, causing Book Mountain to shake. Zhan Budu only stopped after Wandan's head cracked and brain matter flowed out. Pull up load next chapters. In front of Zhan Budu, the great legendary immemorial beast Wandan could not retaliate at all. But at the next moment, a bright light shone and enveloped Wandan's corpse. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. Under the killer move, Wandan's broken skull quickly healed. He soon revived. Pill Path. Zhan Budu also had a strange expression. Wandan's healing killer move was truly amazing. It could actually revive him again. Even with Zhan Budu's pseudo-venerable battle strength, he could not break it immediately. After all, even his main body did not know much about Pill Path. Since I can't break it, I won't. I want to see how many times you can revive. Zhan Budu showed a ruthless expression. Bam bam bam. He swung his fists again, punching heavily, killing Wandan once more. The pitiful Wandan had just revived. Before he could react, his skull was smashed and he died again. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. A few breaths of time later, the healing method on his body activated again. But this time, the killer move's radiance was much dimmer. "Hold on, Ruan Dan, I will save you," Shabby 95 shouted, rushing to save him from another direction. Even though it did not get along with Ruan Dan normally and often quarreled, the two had a deep friendship. Especially in battles like the Fate War, they fought side by side, their friendship was very deep. Even against Jean Boudou, Shabby 95 did not care, it only wanted to save its friend. "Humph, you want to leave now? Do you think I am just a decoration?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snorted angrily, activating a killer move that hit Shabby 95's back. Shabby 95 suffered a heavy blow, it growled in pain as it fell from the sky. Seeing that Ruan Dan died at Jean Boudou's hands again, on the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao frowned even more deeply. An opponent like Jean Boudou gave Ming Hao, Yu Xiao, and Fengye a headache. His monstrous strength was terrifying, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. Combining all the advantages of the Thunder Rush Yellow Bird transformation, the Devouring Blue Leopard transformation, and the Internal Breath Green Fish transformation, Jean Boudou had no shortcomings at all. The three immortals had no way of attacking him. If it was a field battle, the three immortals could use guerrilla tactics to attack Jean Boudou from afar, restrain him, and weaken him. But now, the Celestial Court was determined to defend the Book Mountain. This was a defensive battle. And what a defensive battle feared the most was existences like Jean Boudou. Once he was allowed to rampage and break through the defensive line, it would be disastrous. But luckily, the three immortals had already planned and had a plan to deal with Jean Boudou. Immediately, Fairy Ming Hao sent a voice transmission to Genesis Lotus while in Divine Emperor City. In the next moment, a vortex appeared on the surface of Divine Emperor City. A giant flew out from the center of the whirlpool. The giant even wore greenish gold armor. He held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. His aura surged violently and was full of vitality. The giant let out a long roar, 100,000 Yojiao hate without end. Killing the enemy leader with his broken body. Divine Emperor City opened its eyes again. Qingqiu was under the Karma Tree. It was the legendary immemorial desolate beast, Qingqiu. During the pursuit battle with Feng Yuan, Qingqiu killed Spectral Soul, but because of Spectral Soul's self-detonation, its body was shattered into countless pieces. But Divine Emperor City retrieved these pieces of flesh, reviving Qingqiu. The current Qingqiu was no longer the original tortoise shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, snake neck, bat wings, and human head. It had truly turned into a fully armored battle general. Qingqiu charged towards Jean Boudou, its huge body pressed down like a mountain, its spear tore through the air as wind howled, it was like a giant dragon was attacking. Good timing. Jean Boudou advanced instead of retreating, his figure vanished and appeared in front of Qingqiu's forehead. Jean Boudou punched Qingqiu's helmet fiercely. With a loud sound, a huge force surged towards it, Qingqiu was pushed back, its mountain-like body fell down from the middle of the mountain, causing Book Mountain and the surrounding ground to shake. Jean Boudou pounced down, fist shadows shot out like a storm, they were extremely fierce. If Qingqiu allowed these fist shadows to wreak havoc, it would end up like Ruan Dan. At the crucial moment, Qingqiu's green hair suddenly turned into a giant tree, absorbing Jean Boudou's fist shadows. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, the divine tree shook, countless fist shadows shot out from the leaves. It was Jean Boudou's previous attack. This move had once been difficult for Spectral Soul to deal with, even more so for Jean Boudou, he was forced back by the fist shadows. Qingqiu took the chance to stand up, while Jean Boudou floated in the air, defending against Fairy Ming Hao's humble reciprocation killer move while regaining his footing. Qingqiu roared as it took 2 steps forward, arriving in front of Jean Boudou in just 2 steps, waving its spear as it attacked. Rumble, 2 figures continued to fight intensely, exchanging blows and causing mountains to shake, the commotion was intense. I get it, so this was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable scheme. Qingqiu has already been subdued by Divine Emperor City, it has become the commander of the Divine Bean Soldiers. He is the strongest Divine Bean Soldier. Jean Boudou realized in his mind. After a few rounds, he gained the upper hand again. Qingqiu was not an ordinary legendary immemorial beast, but Jean Boudou relied on incomplete freedom transformation, pseudo-venerable battle strength was the real deal. Qing Chou had no chance of winning. Celestial Court also did not expect it to win. Ming Hao and the other immortals were only trying to stall for time. Just like how Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable invited Feng Yuan to stay, it was to stall for time. As long as time passed, Celestial Court would obtain primordial domain, their advantage would increase again, they would be able to secure victory. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi Si. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. The Qi Si was grand and vast, it surged forward and covered the sky. It was Qi Si Ancestor. Seeing that Zhang Budu was obstructed for a while, Qi Si Ancestor chose another direction and attacked the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, Fairy Yu Xiu sighed. She had no choice but to make a move. She flew down the mountain and fought Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si versus Yu Xiu. One was a Qi Path Pseudo-Venerable, the other was a Wisdom Path Pseudo-Venerable. The former attacked fiercely, wanting to destroy Celestial Court's attack. The latter was determined, even if it cost him his life, he would defend his foundation. Qi Si Ancestor's attacks were grand. Qi tides swept the area, white Qi pillars shot out from time to time. Fairy Yu Xiu moved like a fairy, she dodged the attacks in the sky agilely while activating all kinds of Wisdom Path killer moves. She had an outstanding combat system, her method of using attainment level to suppress others was extraordinary, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was suppressed by this move. But her opponent was Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor was Feng Yuan's clone, the clone shared attainment level with the main body. Fairy Yu Xiu's methods were effective, they were not difficult to resist against for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was a master in Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. He had a Grandmaster foundation in Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, and Ice and Snow Path. He was a great Grandmaster in Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Qi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, and Poison Path. And he was a quasi-supreme Grandmaster in Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. How could Fairy Yu Xiu suppress him with such attainment level? Fairy Yu Xiu had no choice but to use other methods to deal with Qi Si Ancestor. Fairy Yu Xiu could not display her full battle strength, but thankfully, she was familiar with Qi Si Ancestor's methods. Even though Qi Si Ancestor had Primordial Origin's True Inheritance, the killer moves in the True Inheritance could not be used in front of the Celestial Court. As for his other killer moves like Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe, Yin Yang Great Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si, and others, they were all known to the world. Let me lend you a hand. Lu Weiyin flew over to help Qi Si Ancestor. Fairy Yu Xiu used her signature killer move. Lu Weiyin was suppressed by their attainment level, his strength immediately weakened. But with help, Qi Si Ancestor had an even greater advantage, he gradually closed in on Book Mountain. Right at this time, Calamity Luck Altar suddenly spewed out a golden light. The golden light surrounded Book Mountain, spreading over the battlefield like vines. Everywhere the golden light went, calamities and tribulations changed and attacked the peak of Book Mountain. Meanwhile, Book Mountain was also penetrated by the golden light, it shook continuously. Fairy Ming Hao's body became unstable, her expression turned pale as her pupils shrunk. This is definitely Giant Sun Immortal's handiwork. To think that Humble Reciprocation killer move was only used once, it was actually broken by the enemy the second time. She gritted her teeth, even though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to cancel her killer move Humble Reciprocation. If she continued, she would only lose her life. Earlier, when Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin had just entered Yellow Earth Great World and led the army to attack the base of Book Mountain, they were stopped by Fairy Ming Hao's Humble Reciprocation killer move. Giant Sun Immortal was extremely talented, in a short period of time, he thought of a method to break it and used it in front of him. Without the obstruction of the calamities and tribulations, Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven's immortals could see clearly. Many immortal Gu houses shouted excitedly as they attacked from all directions. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth, Fairy Fonya did not have the strength to fight, while Fairy Yu Xiu was fighting outside, she could only rely on her in this situation. Immortal Killer Move, People's United Hearts. Immortal Killer Move, People's United Hearts. Immortal Killer Move, Heroes Among People. The scene from the Karmic War replayed itself. Light spread and attached to the celestial quartz immortals, causing their strength to soar, but this was not enough. Celestial quartz goo immortals and immortal goo houses were too few in number. Then wake up. Fellow immortals of the heavenly quartz, fellow Taoists. The humans of the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you, celestial court needs you. Fairy Ming Hao shouted loudly. An immortal graveyard appeared at the northwest of Book Mountain, shining with endless light. 2 figures walked out of the light. One was an old man with a kind expression. His eyebrows were very peculiar, they were like 2 small dark brown roots that extended from his eyebrows to his chest. The other was a middle-aged man with a muscular body, his skin was like brass, emitting a cold metallic luster. I heard the summoning. The old goo immortal Duke Mei squinted. Where are the enemies? The middle-aged goo immortal Duke Tong's gaze pierced through tens of thousands of li, locking onto Calamity Luck Altar. All the relevant information instantly flowed into the minds of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. When the 2 of them saw the battlefield with their own eyes, they knew the whole story at the same time. Duke Mei sighed. Duke Long, back then, when he first saw Duke Long, the other party had black hair and a young appearance. Duke Long had just joined the celestial court, he paid his respects to Duke Mei. Even though Duke Mei was old, he quickly returned the greeting. You are a Tao guardian, the welfare of the people of the world rests on your shoulders. Duke Long had a solemn expression. I will do my best, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate. With the passage of time, when Duke Mei woke up and returned to the 5 regions, Duke Long had already died, he had already left. Duke Long, you died a worthy death, you never went back on your words in your life. Duke Mei sighed as he flew forward, and now, it is our turn. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's eyes shined with bright light, immortal graveyard, so it was hidden nearby. Celestial Court has good methods, we searched many times but did not find it. Be it Longevity Heaven or Feng Yuan, they both knew about the immortal graveyard's information long ago. Thus, the awakening of the goo immortals in the immortal graveyard was within their expectations. Look, Feng Yuan's side is making a new move. Chang Bai, one of the 8 extremities, reminded. Bing Sai Chuan quickly shifted his gaze, he saw that Frozen Frost House, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, and Red Heavenly Altar, these 4 immortal goo houses had turned around and flew down the mountain. Bing Sai Chuan could not help but feel bewildered. It seems that Feng Yuan's side already has a plan, but isn't it too much to mobilize 4 immortal goo houses at once? Feng Yuan had a total of 7 immortal goo houses. Now that Rising Cloud City was given to Demon Immortal Qi Ju and 4 were gone, only Unbreakable Steel Fortress and Scarlet Palace were left on the mountain. The most important thing now was to get to the peak of Book Mountain and destroy Celestial Court's killer move, to prevent them from obtaining Primordial Domain. Right now, Feng Yuan had sent most of his forces to kill the goo immortals in the immortal graveyard, it was too reckless. But at the next moment, the 4 immortal goo houses split up. Frozen Frost House and Red Heavenly Altar charged towards Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Bing Sai Chuan realized at once, he praised in his mind, Immortal Feng Yuan. Bing Sai Chuan realized at once, Zhang Budu, immortal goo means Zhang Budu. Zhang Budu had incomplete freedom transformation, he had monstrous strength and thick skin, he was the crucial battle strength for Feng Yuan's side to reach the peak. Immortal Sai Kama Feng. Zhan Feng Feng was divine. Zhan had Ming Kama within in. Divine Emperor City at the waist of the mountain was even more of a problem. It had the killer move Family Destruction, it countered these immortal goo houses the most. Thus, letting Zhan Budu charge forward was the wisest tactical arrangement. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar were extremely fast, they soon arrived in front of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Duke Mei breathed in deeply, he stretched out his arms and aimed his palms at the 2 immortal goo houses. Suddenly, vines grew on the surface of Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar, these vines were dry and tough, they coiled around the 2 immortal goo houses. Oh no, the immortal essence stored in the immortal goo houses are being absorbed by these vines. Feng Yuan's subordinates realized this and shouted in anger. The 2 immortal goo houses started to retaliate. Red light shined on the surface of Red Heavenly Altar, the dry branches within the light melted. Dragon roars could be heard from Dragon Soul Dark Castle, the branches around Dark Castle broke and fell. But after being delayed for a while, Duke Tong had already prepared his killer move. Two huge bronze rings of different sizes quickly condensed and bound the two immortal goo houses. They rotated rapidly and emitted loud buzzing noises. The bronze rings flew extremely quickly, leaving behind afterimages as they restrained the immortal goo houses at the center like two bronze balls. The heavenly courts could be said to have learned from their mistakes. During the Fate War, because of the method left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven had directly charged into Celestial Court and caught Celestial Court unprepared. During that battle, even though Celestial Court's goo immortals woke up, they could not display their full strength because they did not have enough immortal goo. But here, Celestial Court had already prepared all the immortal goo for the slumbering goo immortals. Thus, Duke Tong and Duke Mei took action and restrained the two rank 8 immortal goo houses. However, good times did not last long. Dragon souls suddenly emerged from immortal goo house Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The dragon souls failed several times and broke the bronze rings. Next, Fairy Meow-een and Lady White Rabbit flew out of the immortal goo house and attacked Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fairy Meow-een activated her killer move Wondrous Hand Profound Sound, her 8 arms stretched out as she moved gracefully. Lady White Rabbit was surrounded by lumps of light, she had an aggressive aura. The two immortals charged while Duke Mei blocked them first. After a few rounds, Lady White Rabbit found a flaw and went around Duke Mei to fight Duke Tong. Duke Tong was disrupted, he had no choice but to cancel the Bronze Ring's killer move and fight White Rabbit. The four immortals separated and regrouped, they were locked in battle. Duke Mei and Duke Tong had rank 8 cultivation level, even though their battle strength was on par with Qin Ding Ling. They were not pseudo-venerables like Duke Long. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar regained their freedom. They charged towards the immortal graveyard and wanted to destroy it first. Rumble. These two immortal goo houses had just charged forward when they were repelled by a goo immortal. This goo immortal had a calm gaze, he had a high nose and deep eyes, his shoulders were like two small mountains on them. With me, Uncle Feng, here, don't even think of destroying the immortal graveyard. Uncle Feng blocked the path of the two immortal goo houses, he gave off an aura of being able to defend against 10,000 enemies alone. Feng Yuan's subordinates were not resigned to this, they continued to control the immortal goo houses to attack. But Uncle Feng's style was similar to Lu Wei-yin, they were both skilled in defense, even when the two immortal goo houses charged forward, he could barely block them. What do we do now? The goo immortals in Red Heavenly Altar were troubled. Right now, Fairy Meow-een and Lady White Rabbit were fighting against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. The heavy responsibility of destroying the immortal graveyard was left to the two immortal goo houses. No matter, he has already been hit by our method. The immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle snickered. Guh. The moment he said that, Uncle Feng's expression turned ashen, he spat out pieces of soul fragments. This is a soul path method? Uncle Feng frowned. In his era, there was no such thing as soul path. At this time, a newly awakened goo immortal flew out of the immortal graveyard. It seems that I woke up at the right time. This female immortal was a soul, she did not have a body. She blew a breath of air at Uncle Feng. As soon as the grayish-blue aura touched Uncle Feng's body, it quickly fused into his soul. Uncle Feng felt a sense of relief, the injuries on his soul healed rapidly. Oh no, this is a soul path great expert of spectral souls era Celestial Court, she is on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, very charming soul. She is most skilled in healing methods. The goo immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle changed expressions. The immortals in Red Heavenly Altar gritted their teeth, kill this healing goo immortal first, otherwise, no matter how hard we work, she will destroy us. The battle started again, the two immortal goo houses targeted Fairy Charming Soul. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed, Uncle Feng resisted with all his might, the two sides fought intensely, winds blew everywhere. During the stalemate, another immortal woke up and joined the battle. This immortal had a round head and large ears, he wore a loose robe, his chi path aura was overflowing. Boom boom boom, with a huge explosion, the chi path immortal charged into the middle of the two immortal goo houses. Take my move, jagged fiendish chi. The chi path immortal roared, his sleeves fluttered as countless fiendish chi blew out. These fiendish chi condensed and formed into huge rocks, forming strange mountains that surrounded the two immortal goo houses. Red Heavenly Altar and Dragon Soul Dark Castle charged forward at the first moment, destroying countless fiendish chi mountains. But after these mountains were destroyed, they gathered together again, blocking the two immortal goo houses. This is Senior 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. Uncle Feng and Fairy Charming Soul were overjoyed. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch was a famous chi path expert. After becoming rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish chi springs and refining fiendish puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 fiendish puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These fiendish puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves. They had countless uses and were almost unstoppable in that era. The current Shabi 95 was one of them. After a long time, its strength had grown to legendary immemorial beast level. With 7 fiendish primeval monarchs' help, Celestial Court finally defended the immortal graveyard. Next, more and more goo immortals woke up. Celestial Court got through the initial danger and started to counterattack. Many goo immortals went around the small battlefield and went to reinforce Book Mountain. Giant Sun Immortal. Are you inside? Come out and see me. Golden Hooped Immortal Wanda shouted furiously. He had once invited Giant Sun Immortal to tour Celestial Court, but at that time, Giant Sun Immortal used this method. During the Fate War, when this method was used, it allowed Longevity Heaven to launch a surprise attack on the Celestial Court's territory, causing great damage. 95, come here. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch blocked Demon Immortal Chi Ju as he beckoned to Shabi 95. Master. Shabi 95 was filled with respect and fear. It came to 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch with injuries all over its body. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch caressed it lightly. Shabi 95 immediately felt refreshed, its injuries were almost healed. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had a grim expression. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch's appearance destroyed his hopes of capturing Shabi 95 alive. Stop him. Right at this time, Fairy Minghao shouted. Jean Boudou was like a mad dragon that had appeared. He had already killed his way from the southeast corner to the middle of the mountain. Behind him, Qingzhou chased with all its might, but it was obstructed by Frozen Frost House and Red River Pavilion. It could not catch up to Jean Boudou. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch breathed in deeply. He is one of the clones of the current generation giant demon Feng Yuan. I want to meet him. Just as he was about to move, he was stopped by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The latter snickered coldly. You think you can leave? 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch had a solemn expression. Since Senior insists, I will risk my life and ask for your guidance. Where do you think you're going? Guyue Fengxing shouted. Demon Judgment Board, which was fighting everywhere, quickly arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Demon Judgment Board was knocked over by Unbreakable Fortress. Protect Jean Boudou and kill his way up the mountain. The other goo immortals saw the opportunity. They attacked with all their strength, blocking the obstructing Celestial Court goo immortals for Jean Boudou. Fairy Minghao saw this and sighed deeply. She had no choice but to move. She flew down and blocked in front of Jean Boudou. Wait, get lost. Jean Boudou shouted as he swept his arm. Bam! Fairy Minghao's body shined with starlight. Even though she blocked this attack, her entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. She crashed through a large number of rocks on Book Mountain before stopping. Author's note: I recommend a book, it is quite interesting. A storm-like spear tore through the sky. The undead and the wolf group followed behind it. The distant sound of the bell and the cold aura of death followed closely behind. Did you hear the bell sound that night? It is announcing one's death. Straightforward introduction: a church formed by heretics like demonesses, female warlocks, vampires, undead, and other heretics. A powerless god who could only act cool in his dreams. A bitter male protagonist who was both a god and a pope, and also a believer. The story started from a summoning ritual. Cthulhu plus steampunk. Pull up load next chapters. Fairy Minghao's body shook. She quickly stood up. She was not injured, but the biggest problem was that she could not stop Jean Boudou. In this situation, Jean Boudou's threat far surpassed those immortal goo houses. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Fairy Minghao stomped on the ground and flew up. She waved her hand as dozens of stardust flew out. Jean Boudou did not dodge. He allowed the stardust to hit him. He was like a ferocious tiger. His target was the peak of the mountain. Fairy Minghao gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to fly towards Jean Boudou again. Jean Boudou kicked and sent her flying again, ignoring her. He is going up. Some Gu immortals saw that Jean Bodu had reached the peak of Book Mountain and were overjoyed. They were about to cheer when starlight flashed in front of them. Jean Bodu was covered by the starlight. He vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already at the foot of Book Mountain. The immortals were shocked before understanding. This killer move was not unfamiliar, it had been used in the Fate War before. As expected, Jean Bodu raised his head and saw that above the peak of Book Mountain, there was a small and exquisite immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house was like a chessboard. If it was not Star Constellation chessboard, what else could it be? Star Constellation chessboard let out waves of starlight. Any enemy that got close to the peak would be covered by the starlight and forcefully sent far away. Fairy Minghao pounced at Jean Bodu again, trying to stall him. She was very nervous. I hope no one can break this move. This move had been used before. The more times a Gu immortal used this method, the greater the risk. Jean Bodu's gaze sank. He quickly made up his mind. He endured Fairy Minghao's frenzied attacks as he charged forward again, climbing rapidly. It seemed like he was returning without success, but he had already succeeded. Fairy Fonia had been collecting the primordial domain with all her strength, but now, she had to multitask and control Star Constellation chessboard. Her efficiency was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan's side had to continue pressuring her and distract her. Fairy Minghao had an outstanding combat system. The more stardust she had, the more damage she would receive. When Jean Bodu first tried to resist the stardust, he couldn't even break his skin. However, after several hundred stardust, his entire body was already soaked in blood. By the time the stardust broke 1,000, the wounds on Jean Bodu's body were already so deep that bones could be seen. During this time, he charged continuously and failed 3 times. They were all teleported away by the constellation chessboard. It seems that no one has been able to break this technique. Fairy Minghao relaxed. During this period, it was not that no Gu immortals took action, but this killer move of Star Constellation chessboard had been slightly modified by the Celestial Court. It was still in effect. We can't delay any longer. Qixi Ancestor had been fighting with Fairy Yu Xiao. Seeing Jean Bodu's situation, he made up his mind. He waved his sleeves and a phantom appeared to replace his true body to deceive Fairy Yu Xiao. Fairy Yu Xiao quickly saw through this fake body, but Lu Weiying quickly flew in front of her and tried to stop her. Fairy Yu Xiao was delayed for a while, but a secluded domain of heaven and earth suddenly appeared above Qixi Ancestor's head. Hu Land. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and 7 fiendish primeval monarch who were fighting turned around at the same time, exclaiming in shock. Get out of the way. Qixi Ancestor's robe fluttered, his beard fluttered as his face turned red. Lu Weiying quickly dodged. Qixi Ancestor suddenly changed his direction and targeted Book Mountain. Oh no! Fairy Yu Xiao's heart jumped when she saw this. She quickly used her killer move and blocked between Qixi Ancestor and Book Mountain without fear of danger. Immortal killer move, Hu Elevation. Hu Land shook intensely as boundless Qi currents erupted from it. The Qi currents surged and were grand. There was righteous Qi, evil Qi, blood Qi, strange Qi, and others. Under the effect of Hu Land, they gathered into one force. They were inseparable and closely connected. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, ghosts and deities were shocked. A Qi pillar shot out. It was extremely thick and terrifying. It charged towards Book Mountain as if it could split heaven and earth. Fairy Yu Xiao gritted her teeth as she used the strongest defensive method in her life. Clear wisdom path inscriptions revolved around her, illuminating the world. As the Qi pillar approached, the wisdom path inscriptions quickly melted and engulfed Fairy Yu Xiao's tiny body. The Qi pillar was obstructed and its power weakened by 30%, but it still approached Book Mountain with an unstoppable momentum. Don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, Baizang Shui controlled a rank 8 immortal Gu house to charge forward. Amidst a loud explosion, Celestial Court's rank 8 immortal Gu house only lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to break apart. On Book Mountain, Star Constellation chessboard shot out a pillar of light, following the cracks of the immortal Gu house. It enveloped Baizang Shui and brought her away. Without Baizang Shui's control, the immortal Gu house quickly turned into scraps under the Qi pillar's attack. Next, these scraps were all destroyed by the Qi pillar. The Qi pillar's power weakened by another 20%. It was less than 100 steps away from Book Mountain. At the crucial moment, a green gold giant appeared. It was Qing Chou. Xianxia raised its shield and blocked the chi pillar. There was a loud bang. The chi pillar sent Xianxia crashing into Book Mountain, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep. As the chi pillar dissipated, its remaining aura spread throughout the battlefield. Xianxia did not move, its shield was destroyed and a huge hole was left in its chest. It could be seen from the inside out. Divine Emperor City quickly rushed over, green light flickered on its surface as a whirlpool appeared, absorbing Xianxia's corpse. On the other side, starlight flickered beside Fairy Ming Hao as Fairy Yuxiu appeared. Fairy Yuxiu's hair was disheveled, she was in a sorry state. Her face was pale, her body shook as she staggered and half-knelt on the ground. Qixi ancestors whose elevation killer move was terrifying. In one move, he defeated Yuxiu, destroyed the immortal house, and killed Xianxia, but Qixi ancestors' condition was also quite bad. After using this move, his immortal essence storage fell by 30%, he lost over 10,000 Qi Path Dao marks. Chains stretched out from the space around him, tying up Qixi ancestor. Qixi ancestor's killer move is too powerful, it caused limitless arrangements to take effect. Lu Weiyin saw this and his expression changed. If this Hu elevation did not land on Book Mountain and was defended by Celestial Court, it would have dealt a destructive blow to the entire Great World. It would have severely interfered with Limitless Demon Venerable's final deduction. Thus, Limitless Demon Venerable activated his arrangements and immediately restrained Qixi Ancestor. Qixi Ancestor wanted to struggle but he found out helplessly that he could not move. There were chains in his mind that blocked his thoughts. There were also chains in his immortal aperture that sealed his immortal essence. Lu Weiyin quickly went to his side to protect him. The peak of Book Mountain was still not taken down, the phantom of primordial domain in the sky became more solid, but Bing Sichuan laughed loudly inside Calamity Luck Altar. Celestial Court is out of tricks. At the crucial moment earlier, even though Celestial Court blocked Hu elevation killer move, it was exhausted and had no trump cards left. Bing Sichuan saw the situation and immediately said to the 8 extremities behind him, "The opportunity has arrived, attack Book Mountain." Heaven Extremity Gai Mei, Earth Extremity Gan Ni, Black Extremity Sun Ming Lu, Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua, Space Extremity Chang Bai, Ian Extremity Man Xine, Flood Extremity Uee, and Desolate Extremity Lu Tong Lan were all mobilized. Once they left Calamity Luck Altar, the 8 of them activated an ancient battle formation, 8 extremities. This ancient battle formation was very special. Ordinary ancient battle formations gathered the strength of the Gu Immortals into one, but this ancient battle formation distributed the strength to the Gu Immortals, causing the 8 extremities battle strength to rise rapidly, rising from rank 7 to rank 8 elite Gu Immortals. The 8 extremities had just moved out when another group arrived from Yellow Earth Great World. They were led by Fang Yuan's enslavement path clone Wu Shui, as well as the giant formed by the 12 Zodiac battle formation. It turned out that Fang Yuan had been observing the battle from the back. When he saw the opportunity, he immediately sent his backup. Celestial Court's pressure immediately increased. To prevent Gu Immortals from breaking through, most of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals flew out of their immortal Gu houses. For a moment, the battle surrounding the Book Mountain reached its most intense moment. Killer moves were activated with almost every breath of time. Countless killer moves shined together, creating dazzling fireworks. Killing intent shone from the dazzling lights of all colors. Red Heart Traveler suddenly raised a blood sun that shone in all directions, protecting 9 spiritual fairy. 9 spiritual fairy gave a clear shout, the 9-colored light barrier on her body shook, the 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling and colorful. Next, the mixed-colored light sphere suddenly changed, 9 spiritual fairy turned into a rainbow-colored rhinoceros. The rhinoceros had a large head and a small body, its body shone with all sorts of colors as it spoke, "Thank you." Saying so, it charged towards the 12 zodiac giant. Rumble. The 2 colossal creatures clashed, causing dust to fly and rocks to tumble. 9 spiritual fairy had just left when Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua suddenly appeared behind Red Heart Traveler. Whoosh. Flames surged, Red Heart Traveler was caught off guard and was hit by Yellow Extremity, his defensive killer move was pierced and he suffered heavy injuries. How can this be? Red Heart Traveler was shocked and quickly counterattacked. But at the next moment, Yellow Extremity pierced through space and rapidly escaped. Red Heart Traveler's heart sank when he saw this. He recognized that Yellow Extremity cultivated fire path but could use space path methods. So Longevity Heaven's 8 Extreme Killer move can not only connect the thoughts of the 8 extremities and share their vision, they can also share killer moves. Under the 8 Extreme Killer move, the 8 extremities cooperated and displayed unimaginable battle strength. Red Heart Traveler became extremely vigilant and dodged sharply. At the next moment, the densely packed army ants surged like a tide, drowning from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. Wu Shuai did not ascend the mountain, he was manipulating it outside. Countless Divine Being soldiers flew out of Divine Emperor City and fought with the army ants. In the chaotic battle, a figure moved like a sea dragon leaving its nest, creating raging waves wherever he went. He was wearing a blood-colored cape. It was Jean Budu. Fairy Yu Xiao had already gone to intercept the 8 extremities, while Fairy Ming Hao was swept away by Jean Budu again. "Stop him!" Fairy Ming Hao shouted. Wan Dan was nearby, she hesitated and did not dare to move forward. Zhou Xianxia gritted his teeth and stood in front of Jean Budu. Immortal Killer move, Triple Humans Become Tiger. The fierce tiger roared and pounced at Jean Budu. Jean Budu inhaled and sucked the fierce tiger into his stomach, before arriving in front of Zhou Xianxia. Jean Budu's fist directly pierced through Zhou Xianxia's chest and came out from his back. Zhou Xianxia's eyes opened wide as he died on the spot. Jean Budu swung his arm and flung this corpse away, before encountering the awakened Gu Immortal Fairy Delicate Soul. Jean Budu shouted, under the monstrous power of his iron fist, this very charming soul was shattered into pieces, her soul dissipated. Jean Budu finally reached the peak of the mountain. This time, Star Constellation chessboard also stopped firing, no more star pillars shot out. Venomous Goo Master is calling for monthly votes for Little Dragon, currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Venomous Goo Master will be updated at 9 p.m. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. The childhood star constellation was giggling. She wandered around the back mountain, walking among the beautiful mountain flowers, playing with the sweet spring water. She played with a young leopard cat that was full of intelligence. She had accidentally saved it. During this period of time, whenever she had time, she would come to the cave to look at it, feed it, and play with it. "You're playing again?" A voice suddenly came from behind her. The child star constellation's body shuddered, her hair turned numb as she slowly turned around, seeing Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable dressed in a white robe with a solemn expression. "Master." Star Constellation lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Stretch out your hand." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable took out a ruler. Star Constellation gritted her teeth, stretching out her small white hand. Slap. The ruler hit her palm, leaving a red mark. Intense pain assaulted her, but Star Constellation did not cry. "Your homework has been a mess recently. Instead of practicing killer moves, you're playing with a kitten?" Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the little leopard cat behind Star Constellation. The child Star Constellation's eyes were brimming with tears. "Master, don't be angry, don't chase little yellow away. Its injuries have just healed. I promise I will practice killer moves obediently in the future." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable focused on Star Constellation, but at this moment, Star Constellation mustered her courage, she was ready to protect the little leopard cat with her life. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had a stern expression as he lifted the child Star Constellation up. "Follow me." Star Constellation felt the intense wind blowing at her, she could not open her eyes. After an unknown period of time, the howling wind suddenly stopped, she felt her feet touching solid ground. "Open your eyes and take a look." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's voice resounded. Star Constellation opened her eyes, seeing that she was standing in ruins. Her pupils shrunk to pin size, what entered her eyes were burning houses, corpses of men, women, old, and young. This village was originally quiet and peaceful, but because it was close to the regional wall, a group of variant human bandits charged in and slaughtered everyone. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said. "Do you know how often this happens?" Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The child star constellation was very shocked, she subconsciously shook her head. "Almost every day, this kind of situation happens." Primordial origin immortal venerable side, not just the periphery of central continent, even central continent's interior still has variant human remnants, they often appear and kill humans. Now that the celestial court has been established in the central continent, the humans have the upper hand. The super forces of the mutants have either gone into hiding or fled the central continent. What about the other 4 regions? The outsiders were still in power. Do you know why? The young star constellation didn't think too much and answered, I know. I've long heard from my senior brothers and sisters that Master has dominated the 5 regions and attacked all the super forces of the mutant humans. No matter how many variant human goo immortals there are, they cannot defeat you, but they are all hiding. We can't find them. Not bad. Primordial origin immortal venerable nodded, once the immortal aperture is placed in heaven and earth, it will shrink to a point, searching it is like searching for a needle in a haystack, it is extremely difficult. That's right. Even though the human race has an immortal venerable like me and is invincible, it's still difficult to effectively eradicate those mutants. Even though our human race has taken control of central continent, the other 4 regions are still not liberated. Because our population is too small, we can't compare to the variant humans. Even if we attack the variant human goo masters and mortals of the 4 regions and slaughter them all. As long as the blessed lands and grotto heavens of those variant humans still exist, we can easily nurture a vast number of variant humans. Once the blessed lands and grotto heavens were hidden, they were hard to find, and the time inside was much faster than the outside world. This caused the population inside to increase rapidly. Every once in a while, the blessed lands and grotto heavens would open their doors and release the excess population into the 4 regions. The immortal apertures of these goo immortals are the foundation of the variant humans. If we can't find their exact location, after I die, humanity will still be in a precarious situation, the tragedy of the past will repeat itself. Primordial origin immortal venerable sighed deeply, caressing the young star constellation, this is why you need to work hard. Fate has declared that you will be the future immortal venerable of humanity and create wisdom path. With wisdom path, we can deduce the location of most blessed lands and grotto heavens, we can kill these variant human goo immortals and truly establish the golden age of our human race. Oh star constellation, you need to understand that every moment you waste playing here, there are humans dying under the butcher knives of the variant humans. Among them, there are many old people, and there are also many people who are about the same age as you. While you are playing, children of your age can only lie in pools of blood, unable to see tomorrow's sun. The young star constellation's expression was pale as paper, she bit her lips and remained silent. Primordial origin immortal venerable activated his killer move again and brought her back to the back mountain, he did not continue lecturing her and let her go alone. Several days later, the young star constellation and the little leopard cat Little Yellow parted. Even though Little Yellow was very attached to her, she still sent it back to the forest. When she was alone again, she squatted on the ground and hugged her knees, sobbing softly. Even though Master is right, I am only a child. My senior brothers and sisters can play, why can't I? Is it because fate decreed that I will be a future immortal venerable? The young star constellation cried for a long time, all the way until night fell. The summer night was filled with stars. She slowly stood up, tears still lingering on her face. A lump of starlight appeared in her heart. Star constellation took out this lump of starlight and threw it into the back mountain. This lump of starlight vaguely contained her image. The young star constellation said to this lump of starlight, I actually do not want to be an immortal venerable, but fate cannot be changed. Everyone is so good to me, I have to think for their sake, I also want to make the entire human race happy. If there is a next life, you can play to your heart's content and make up for my regrets in this life. The star shadow hesitated and did not leave. The young star constellation looked at her and said, let me give you a name. Since Master often praises me for my bright eyes and white teeth, I will call you Minghao. The star shadow seemed to be very happy after getting a name, it quickly flew away. The young star constellation had already grown into a young female immortal. She did not just stay in closed cultivation, she often traveled around and broadened her horizons. There was no use in hiding, because what she needed was not to inherit primordial origin immortal venerable's legacy, but to create wisdom path. When she disguised her identity and traveled in Eastern Sea, she met a goo immortal. By chance and coincidence, she met this Gu immortal many times. They worked together to fight enemies, exterminate variant human tribes, explore deep underwater trenches, and so on. Their friendship deepened and turned into feelings for each other. However, you are actually a variant human. Star Constellation saw her sweetheart's true appearance and retreated in shock. Xianxia, I did not hide it on purpose, listen to my explanation. Her sweetheart was extremely anxious. Star Constellation shook her head and flew into the sky. Her sweetheart chased after her, but due to his heavy injuries, he finally fell from the sky. When he woke up from his coma, he found himself lying on a beach with Star Constellation beside him. You saved me, Xianxia. It must be you, where are you? Come out and meet me. Her sweetheart was overjoyed. He struggled to get up and shouted with all his might, but there was no response. Eventually, he could only stagger away from the island. Under the setting sun, looking at his lonely figure, Star Constellation stood on the beach and revealed her figure. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was reluctant to part with him. Why do you have to be a variant human? How good would it be if you were a human? Do you know that I already want to marry you? According to the customs, Master has already prepared an embroidered tower for me as a dowry. But I cannot. Because I am Star Constellation, I will be the future immortal venerable of humanity. I want to eliminate variant human Gu immortals for humanity. If I were your wife, how could I do it? If I tolerate variant humans, what will happen to humanity? Her master's expectations, the hope of humanity, the hopes of everyone around her, they were all on Star Constellation's shoulders. But her heart still ached. The pain of not being able to love her was almost tearing her soul apart. Starlight surged out of Star Constellation's chest. She took out the ball of starlight again. She murmured to Xingying, since you're praising me, I'll give you the name Yusho. If there is a next life, please live well for me, don't care about the future of humanity, don't think about the safety of all living beings, just live for yourself once, be selfish for yourself, love to your heart's content, cry to your heart's content. The star's shadow rippled with light, seemingly replying. In her later years, Star Constellation had already become a venerable. In the hall, she sat on the main seat, looking at her senior sister who had always been supporting her and taking care of her. They were like mother and daughter. Let me go. The senior sister shouted, Ah Su, you are a grand immortal venerable, you cannot sacrifice yourself to fuse with Providence. No. Star Constellation shook her head, precisely because I am an immortal venerable, I must do this. The senior sister had tears in her eyes. Ah Su, when you first became my disciple, you were only 3 years old. I have been taking care of you, I watched you grow up step by step, until you finally became the human race's Star Constellation immortal venerable. No one knows the bitterness and pain of this process better than me. The price you have paid for this is too much. You have already done very well now, you have already satisfied everyone's expectations. Don't sacrifice yourself anymore, you still have a lot of time to do what you want to do. Don't you always talk to me? In this life of yours, even though you have endless glory, even though you are praised by everyone, you have many regrets. You should go and live a better life, Ah Su. You have sacrificed too much for humanity, it is time for you to live for yourself. Therefore, this time around, let your senior sister assimilate with the heaven's will. Star Constellation smiled, her figure flickered and she was already standing in front of her senior sister. She gently wiped away her senior sister's tears and took out a star shadow from her chest. Senior sister. You have been praising me recently, saying that I am very magnanimous. This star shadow of mine will be called Xianxia, let her accompany you in my place. I was an orphan when I was young, you took care of me as I grew up, you are my elder sister and also my mother. How can I sacrifice you? Anyway, I have sacrificed so much, I am already used to it. Haha. Let Xianxia stay by your side and help me make up for my regrets. I have left behind 3 star shadows, it is actually a setup for my rebirth. I do not want to be reborn one day, if the situation deteriorates to that extent, I will be reborn again. I will listen to you, senior sister. I will live for myself, I don't care about this world, I don't care about humanity. I also want to be selfish for once. Crazed Demon Cave. When Ming Hao, Yu Xiao, and Xianxia woke up, they received a huge nightmare. Fate Gu was destroyed, Celestial Court had fallen to rock bottom, Feng Yuan had turned into a demon, righteous path was declining, demonic path was rising, Central Continent was filled with danger. I had once sworn to myself, I want to live for myself. I want to live for my own happiness, for my own love. For my own happiness. Is there anything wrong with that? I have already completed my mission, I have already created wisdom path, I have already exterminated most of the variant human Gu immortals, I have already led humanity towards prosperity. I need to rest. But why? Why did I subconsciously start to plan and make arrangements? Why am I still fighting here? Why? Fairy Ming Hao looked at the smoke in the sky as she pouted. Fairy Yu Xiao looked at Demon Immortal Qi Ju, the 8 extremities, and the rest with a cold gaze. Fairy Fengya looked at Zhang Budu who was charging at her as she smiled lightly. At this moment, starlight shined on the three of them, shining upon each other. The three immortals chanted in unison, not benefiting oneself in one's life, helping one's life, sacrificing one's life. Starlight illuminates the world. Resurrecting one's world. The 5 continents are different. One's heart is only one. 3 avatars pull the sky down, the starlight linked together and fused into one, shining in the sky. Soon, she turned into an immortal with peerless grace and shining eyes. Star constellation, star constellation. Star constellation. P.S. A late update, I edited it again in the middle, I am still not satisfied with this poem, even though the meaning was expressed, it does not rhyme. I hope everyone likes it. Star constellation immortal venerable? At the peak of Book Mountain, the 3 stars fused into one and turned into star constellation immortal venerable. The immortals who were fighting in a bloody battle were shocked. Even though the immortals had expected this, Fate Gu was destroyed and a venerable's revival was possible. But when the venerable revived in front of them, the immortals could not help but feel an intense shock in their hearts. Star constellation immortal venerable, the only female among the 10 venerables. She created wisdom path and inherited primordial origin immortal venerable's will, developing celestial court and assimilating with providence. She helped Celestial Court resist the 3 demon venerables of later generations. Her name was engraved in human history, shining brightly and had never dimmed. But now, she had revived. Star constellation, eat my fist. Zhang Budu did not hesitate, he stepped on the mountain peak and charged towards star constellation immortal venerable with a thunderous voice and ferocious momentum. Star constellation immortal venerable's revival did not surprise Feng Yuan. In fact, he had already guessed the identities of Ming Hao, Yu Xiao, and Fengya. These 3 were too strong, they were all pseudo-venerables. Just this point was enough to explain the problem. Celestial Court was determined to restore fate, they had worked hard for over 1,000,000 years. But during the crucial Fate War, only one pseudo-venerable, Duke Long, was left to guard Celestial Court. Now, Celestial Court suddenly had 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts in Crazed Demon Cave. It meant that they revived after Fate Gu was destroyed. If not for that, why would they not participate in the Fate War? Since they were revived and were pseudo-venerables, they would definitely leave their names in history. But these 3 were very mysterious. And most importantly, star constellation immortal venerable was nowhere to be seen. Combining these clues and deducing with Feng Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, the possibility of the 3 immortals being star constellation became more and more obvious. Just like how Feng Yuan could create Qi-Si ancestor, Zhang Budu, and Wu Shuai, why couldn't star constellation immortal venerable? It was just that star constellation's 3 avatars were one level more profound than Feng Yuan's avatars. When the 3 fairies combined into one, they could transform into a constellation. Facing the resurrected star constellation, Zhang Budu was not afraid. Before his fist even landed on star constellation immortal venerable, the strong wind from his fist blew star constellation immortal venerable's long hair into the air. Star constellation immortal venerable smiled lightly. In the next moment, Zhang Budu struck the constellation, but it passed right through. Star constellation immortal venerable's figure vanished like a bubble. This was fake, just an illusion. Zhang Budu realized this and quickly used investigative methods, but he could not find star constellation immortal venerable's main body. Star constellation, slow down. Immortal zombie giant sun's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Rays of golden light danced in the air, revealing star constellation immortal venerable's figure. But star constellation immortal venerable used a killer move. Inside his immortal aperture, Fairy Fengye's talent goo, Fairy Yu Xiu's seriousness goo, as well as the learning goo that he took out from Divine Emperor City, activated. Immortal essence expenditure was intense. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure turned illusory. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's golden light could not obstruct her any longer. Under everyone's gazes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew into the sky, all the way to Primordial Domain. Damn it! Jean Budu gritted his teeth as he chased after her. However, even though he caught up to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter was like a phantom. She was not affected by Jean Budu's interference. She quickly entered the depths of Primordial Domain. Jean Budu even passed through Primordial Domain. Without any special methods, I can't enter Primordial Domain. Jean Budu's eyes were spewing fire. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. But she did not attack Jean Budu, instead choosing to escape into Primordial Domain. She was a venerable, she could not attack casually, otherwise, she would be suppressed by limitless demon venerables methods like Qi Ancestor. She directly ignored the Celestial Quartz Immortals, Book Mountain, and the entire battlefield. Avoiding battle was a fatal blow. Lu Weiyin's expression was dark and unsightly. The Origin Realm was the key to the battle in the Crazed Demon Cave. The reason they'd attacked Book Mountain so madly was to stop the Celestial Court from obtaining the Origin Domain. To think that even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not collect Primordial Domain, she could directly ascend and enter it. In the end, Jean Budu's methods were lacking, and it was difficult to stop him. In fact, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even after taking action. What should we do? Lu Weiyin was at a loss. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain, she would naturally replenish her lost attainment level and quickly become a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, regaining her status as a Wisdom Path Tao Lord. Is the situation of the world still going to be controlled by the Celestial Court? Bing Sichuan sighed in disappointment. That might not be the case. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sneered, "Let's go." At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar released a threatening golden light. Golden light shot out in all directions, converging into a path that extended upwards. This was Calamity Luck Altar's killer move, Luck-Changing Golden Light Great Path. At the same time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, which had been staying at the center of Savage Wilderness Great World, also released a grand light. Ever since Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace fell into Crazed Demon Cave, it had actively participated and cooperated with Limitless Demon Venerable's deductions, becoming more deeply involved in the evolution of the world. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace's light shone on Calamity Luck Altar, causing the luck-changing golden light path to undergo a profound change. Along the golden light path, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out of Calamity Luck Altar and also entered Primordial Domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but he had the #1 luck path attainment in the world. He actually used Calamity Luck Altar and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to truly enter Primordial Domain. Longevity Heaven's immortals were overjoyed at this sight. Only Feng Yuan's subordinates were left, their expressions changed. Oh no! Lu Weiyin's expression was dark and unsightly. Although Longevity Heaven had been cooperating with Feng Yuan, it was clearly using him. Now, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun directly abandoned Feng Yuan and went to Primordial Domain himself. It could be imagined that he would definitely replenish his luck path attainment level in Primordial Domain and become a luck path Tao Lord again. Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven both abandoned Feng Yuan. Is this the foundation of a venerable? Xiao Hejian sighed. Should we retreat? Bing Sichuan's fighting spirit started to dissipate. Feng Yuan was the greatest source of confidence for these variant human goo immortals, but it was clear that Feng Yuan was inferior to the two venerables. This caused their morale to fall rapidly. No need to worry. At this time, Feng Yuan's main body arrived from Yellow Earth Great World. He still had a calm expression. Lu Weiyin's eyes shined with hope. Lord Feng Yuan, you have a way? Feng Yuan nodded and looked at Rising Cloud City. Qi Ju, let's cooperate again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew out of Rising Cloud City. Heh, I knew you had a motive for giving me a rank 8 Immortal Goo House. But there is no problem with your killer move. Come, let's cooperate once. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand and took out Hu Land from the Qi Si clone's immortal aperture. At the same time, Xiland appeared above demon immortal Qiju's head. Huland and Xiland quickly approached each other, shining upon each other. Lu Weiyin saw this and was overjoyed. I understand, has records of this. Chapter 5, Section 37. Wisdom Gu was bitten by Self Gu. It felt very angry and decided to take revenge. Wisdom Gu found Lies Gu. No matter what I say, they are filled with wisdom and will help others. This is not good, I need your help. Lies Gu asked, how do you want me to help you? Wisdom Gu said, that is easy, it is very simple. Renzu and his children are currently in Primordial Domain. In front of Primordial Domain is Xiland, behind it is Huland. Enter Primordial Domain and deceive Renzu, tell him, Primordial Domain is in front of Huland, behind it is Xiland. Lies Gu was confused, will I be able to take revenge like this? Wisdom Gu laughed loudly, humans need to breathe in first before exhaling. Xiland and Huland are the breathing of heaven and earth. Just do as I say. Lies Gu followed Wisdom Gu's instructions and came to Primordial Domain. It told Renzu, oh human, you need to be careful. You are in a very mystical place now, if you go forward, you will go to Huland, if you go back, you will go to Xiland. Renzu was about to leave Primordial Domain, he thought, I had once received instructions from a beast man, don't let me go to Huland. Then I will go to the back and go to Xiland. Renzu brought his children, Great Strength True Martial and Carefree Wisdom Heart, leaving Primordial Domain and going to the back. Thus, they came to Huland. This is not Xiland. Carefree Wisdom Heart realized that they were deceived. Renzu patted his chest, thankfully, I died once, Betrayal Gu has left. Otherwise, if I cared, Betrayal Gu would harm me. But Great Strength True Martial suddenly realized something, he shouted, oh no. What is it? Renzu was about to ask, but at this time, Self Gu flew away from him. Self Gu left Renzu, before leaving, it said, oh human, you put attitude Gu on me, you even deceived yourself, don't blame me for leaving you. Back then, Renzu protected Weak Gu. Weak Gu urged Renzu to put attitude Gu on Self Gu, even deceiving itself. It achieved the most perfect disguise and deceived the predicament. If a human deceived itself, it would leave the person would abandon itself. Renzu was angry and anxious, what do I do, Self Gu has left me. Without it, how can I obtain freedom? How can I get rid of Fate Gu's restriction? Self Gu had once eaten a mouthful of Betrayal Gu, this is the meaning of betrayal, I have been dissatisfied with it for a long time. Great Strength True Martial's ability Gu shouted. Experts would instinctively be dissatisfied with themselves. Self Gu has flown away, we can't see it anymore. Let's chase it. Carefree Wisdom Heart reminded. The three started running, chasing after Self Gu. Self Gu ran very quickly, entering a river. The river's surface was calm, there were pieces of floating ice of all sizes floating on the water. This is the river of time, there are truthful floating ice pieces floating on the river. Renzu and the other two quickly recognized they had gained a lot of knowledge from Qianquan Crystal Wall. Renzu looked far away, saying, I feel that Self Gu is hiding at the center of the floating ice, let's go and find it. End of chapter 2155. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.